Chapter 151. Qing Lin. Looking at Qing Lin who ran towards him, Xiao Ming smiled and stroked her head before turning his gaze towards Xiao Yixian. During the time I've been in seclusion, nothing should have gone wrong, right? And where is Ziyan? How come I haven't seen her? There was no problem during the time you were in seclusion, except that not long after you went into seclusion, Ziyan would run out from time to time and come back a few days later. This time, Ziyan has been away for more than 20 days, so she should be back soon. Xiao Yixian stared at Xiao Ming's face, pulled her hair back, and said softly. Xiao Ming only nodded softly at her words and did not ask about Ziyan again. Ziyan's character was originally very restless, one could not expect her to stay in Desert City all the time, and it was within Xiao Ming's expectations for her to go out. Off to the side, Hai Budong looked at Xiao Ming, who was talking to Xiao Yixian, and his eyelids jumped in astonishment. He really didn't expect Xiao Ming to be in seclusion for so long devouring the heavenly flame, and that he would be a Do Emperor as soon as he came out. Can one increase cultivation by devouring the heavenly flame? Why wasn't the energy from the surrounding heavens and earth attracted when he broke through to Do Emperor? It was reasonable that the energy needed for a Do King to break through to Do Emperor was so great that it would cause a small energy storm when it was building up. Back then, he had spent over a year in seclusion in order to break through to Do Emperor, and that scene was still fresh in his mind. It was nothing like Xiao Ming, who did not emit any sound during his breakthrough and only let out his aura after it. Looking at his aura, it seemed like it had been a while since he broke through to Do Emperor. For this kid to have this strength at his age, what a monster. Looking at Xiao Ming, who was still talking to Xiao Yixian, Hai Budong took 2 steps forward and a smile appeared on his old face. Master Xiao Ming, congratulations on your breakthrough to Do Emperor in this seclusion. Your Excellency the Ice Emperor is very polite. Please don't blame me for damaging your secret room with this breakthrough, and thank you for taking care of both Xiao Yixian and Qing Lin these days. Xiao Ming said with a smile. In Ziyan's absence, Hai Budong had given a lot of help to Xiao Yixian and Qing Lin with the intention of befriending Xiao Ming, all of which Xiao Ming had already learned through the conversation he had just had. That's what I should do. The smile on Hai Budong's face grew a little bigger. Now that Master has come out of seclusion, this old man's pills. Oh, the pills I just made a breakthrough today. Wait until I get familiar with my strength, and tomorrow I'll help you refine it. Although he was a little disappointed that Xiao Ming did not refine it immediately, Hai Budong also did not say much more. After all, the other party had just come out of seclusion, and it was normal for the other party to need to calm his mood. Anyway, his cultivation had been sealed for decades, one more day wouldn't matter. In that case, I won't bother you any longer, youths. With that, Hai Budong smiled somewhat mischievously before leaving the hallway. Hai Budong's words caused both Xiao Yixian and Qing Lin to blush slightly, but they said nothing. Xiao Ming, meanwhile, raised his eyebrows and muttered something like, so old and such a pervert, then looked at Xiao Yixian who was in front of him. Let's go to your room first to talk about some things concerning your cultivation. Follow me. Xiao Yixian's room was appealing and elegant, with a light fragrance filling the air. Sitting in a chair, Xiao Ming took a sip of the tea handed to him by Qing Lin. Only then did he look at Xiao Yixian. Your strength has reached 5-star Do Master, your strength is progressing extremely fast. Is there anything different about your body? At the moment it is still in the same state as before, there is no discomfort. Xiao Yixian shook her head and said. In the original story, when Xiao Yixian had reached Do Ancestor, the woeful poison body had only been partially controlled and had a tendency to erupt completely. However, now, even though Xiao Yixian's strength was progressing extremely fast, there was still a possibility that the woeful poison body would erupt. Although I didn't have any major problems, however, my body has already started to show the woeful poison body's own toxicity. The last time Xiao Lin, Qing Lin's magical beast, touched me, it took several days to recover. By the way, Xiao Ling is that 2-headed flame spirit serpent. Xiao Ming was stunned at her words. The 2-headed flame spirit serpentine was a 4th-rank magical beast. Xiao Yixian's woeful poison body, did it really have this level of toxicity already? Thinking about this, Xiao Ming directly grabbed Xiao Yixian's right hand. Xiao Yixian unconsciously tried to dodge, but with Xiao Ming's speed, how could she dodge? Xiao Ming, Xiao Yixian looked at Xiao Ming with worry in her eyes. You don't have to worry about your poisonous body hurting me. Xiao Ming carefully sensed and observed Xiao Yixian's body condition, and did not worry about the toxicity being transmitted when it came into contact with Xiao Yixian's skin. As soon as those poisons entered Xiao Ming's body, they were dissolved into energy by the Do Qi of his body, leaving no trace of them. Xiao Ming's Qi method was the rise of twin spirits, and using the dual techniques together not only allowed him to nourish the spirit, but also to nourish himself. In addition to providing a strong physical body and an amount of qi that far exceeded that of ordinary qi methods, Xiao Ming also had a strong resistance to other special elements, so this toxicity was not a threat to Xiao Ming. Of course, this had something to do with the fact that Xiao Yixian's current strength was too low. If Xiao Yixian's current strength was the same as Xiao Ming's, then he would not be able to touch Xiao Yixian at will, as the woeful poison body was not just a casual name. Looking at Xiao Ming, who was carefully examining her with a calm expression, and feeling the temperature of his hand, Xiao Yixian felt her cheeks grow warm, but the next moment, Xiao Ming's words left her heart cold. If I am correct, your woeful poison body is about to erupt for the first time. After probing Xiao Yixian's physical condition, Xiao Ming released her hand and said. What? Will Sister Xianer be all right? Qing Yi, who had stood silently by his side, asked with some anxiety. Xiao Yixian's face was a little pale as her gaze was fixed on Xiao Ming. It is not dangerous, you will just feel pain. This may be because you have ingested too many poisons recently and many of these poisons remain in your body and have not been fully refined. Xiao Ming reflected. Xiao Ming could be called a master alchemist now, and he could be considered to know a lot about these things. When the woeful poison body erupted while being highly developed, it was because the poison was too strong and the person with the woeful poison body could no longer prevent it from erupting. But in the case of Xiao Yixian, it was because she was too weak and did not have enough control over the poison. The most optimal point of this type of physique was when it grew to the middle stage, where one would not have to worry about the eruption and could control the poison power well, and the strength would also be quite good. It is in the early and late stages, on the other hand, when one would have to suffer. When Xiao Yixian heard that it was nothing serious, her face regained a little color. And at this moment, Xiao Ming said again, if it was a late-stage woeful poison body eruption, then I may not have much to do, but at this stage it can still be suppressed. In which way? You can use heavenly treasures to cleanse your marrow and refine your bones to make some of the residual unabsorbed toxins disappear, and in the later time, you can simply train against people more often and practice your control over the poison. This method only works when your strength is not high, it won't work later, now is the right time. It just so happens that I have heavenly treasures that can cleanse the marrow and refine the bones, there is no time to waste, go and prepare a barrel of water, I will help you remove some toxins later. Okay. Xiao Yixian nodded her head and prepared to leave. Xiao Yixian's departure caused the room to fall silent, at which point Xiao Ming turned his gaze towards Qing Lin. Only after looking at Qing Lin until her little face turned red did Xiao Ming withdraw his gaze. Compared to Do Qi's near-zero level of cultivation when they first met, Qing Lin's strength was progressing rapidly. At this moment, she was already at the 8-star Do disciple. Sigh, these special physiques are so terrifying, if I had this kind of physique when I was 4 years old, I'd be a Do venerate by now. After a moment of reflection, Xiao Ming chatted with Qing Lin about things unrelated to cultivation. A few moments later, Xiao Yixian entered carrying a wooden barrel. In the Do Master realm, for Xiao Yixian, carrying a wooden barrel full of water was nothing. Setting the barrel down, Xiao Yixian looked at Xiao Ming, what should I do now? I will first mix the medicinal liquid for you. Xiao Ming walked over to the wooden barrel, waved his palm and a pure white jade bottle appeared, he lightly weighed it and then took off the lid. Immediately, a faint emerald mist floated up and finally condensed over the mouth of the bottle, it seemed that it would not dissipate for a long time. Chapter 152. Xiao Ming took a deep breath of this mist and felt a faint warm current flowing through his soul, and could not help but smile and sigh in admiration, saying, as expected of a spiritual substance that condenses the power of the earth, it is surprisingly so pure and dense, and only a spiritual substance of this level has the miraculous effect of cleansing the marrow and refining the bones. Xiao Yixian beside him also looked curiously at the pill bottle that emitted a thick fog. This is the core-quenching body milk. After explaining to the curious Xiao Yixian, Xiao Ming slightly tilted the jade jar and carefully poured a few drops of liquid into the wooden barrel. Upon pouring the drops of core-quenching body milk, the clear water in the wooden barrel immediately transformed into an emerald color at a speed visible to the naked eye, and a faint mist gradually seeped from the surface of the water, which remained for a long time, giving it an extremely bizarre appearance. Placing the jade vial in its storage ring, Xiao Ming waved his palm again. A plant with a fiery red body and many tentacles on its roots appeared in his hand. With a wave of his palm, a fiery red flame formed on his palm, and flaming red birds rose up. In a few moments, the plant quickly withered and finally became a drop of red liquid. After using the flame to refine the red liquid several times, Xiao Ming snapped his finger and the red liquid fell into the wooden barrel. As the drop of red liquid fell, the surface of the water, which was originally emerald in color, slowly changed to a darker shade. After doing this, Xiao Ming's palm glowed with white light and another medicinal herb appeared in his hand. After a few minutes of refinement, the medicinal herb also became a drop of greenish liquid and fell into the wooden bucket, making the water also have a faint cyan color. One by one, medicinal herbs of different appearances were continuously taken out by Xiao Ming, refined, and thrown into the barrel. An hour later, dozens of herbs had turned into different colored liquids and were thrown into the wooden barrel. After refining the last of the herbs, Xiao Ming breathed a sigh of relief and nodded in satisfaction as he looked at the wooden barrel and saw the colorful water surface. With his current alchemy skills, it was easy to configure this kind of medicinal liquid with enough ingredients. Alright, take off your clothes and get in there, and don't get out until the color of the water becomes transparent again. Ah! Xiao Yixian, who was watching him mesmerized to the side, turned completely red when she heard this, her two hands clutching the corners of her clothes, feeling a little lost. Beside her, Qinglin, who had heard his words, was also startled and could not keep her eyes from darting between Xiao Yixian and Xiao Ming. Sorry, it's not my intention to take advantage of you, the core-quenching body milk's energy is too big, and with your current strength, it's impossible to take it directly orally, so you can only do it this way, and even then, it must be combined with other medicinal materials before it can have the effect of cleansing the marrow and refining the bones. Besides, in order to prevent you from being overwhelmed by the medicinal power contained in the medicinal liquid, I have to watch you on the side, I hope you can understand. Xiao Ming spoke with a serious expression, feeling a bit helpless, but it was his duty to look after Xiao Yixian's well-being. I know. Xiao Yixian forcefully suppressed the embarrassment in her heart and whispered. As a doctor, she knew how valuable the medicinal materials Xiao Ming had taken out earlier were, especially the core-quenching body milk, which could cleanse the marrow and refine the bones. She also understood that it was really not Xiao Ming's intention to take advantage of her, and she only reacted like that due to embarrassment. She could not forgive herself if Xiao Ming wasted so many medicinal materials due to her own inability. Didn't we talk that we would all follow Xiao Ming in the future? It won't matter if he gets to see a little too much, will it? Thinking about the conversations she had in these 5 months with Ziyan and Qinglin, Xiao Yixian's face became determined. Seeing that Xiao Yixian had made up her mind, Xiao Ming turned around. Call me after you are inside the wooden barrel. And at this moment, Qinglin quietly walked out of the room, not before looking meaningfully at Xiao Yixian. Looking at Xiao Ming's back, Xiao Yixian lightly bit her red lips and moved her delicate hands to her lower back, gradually untying the white ribbon tied around her waist, and the robe covering her body slowly slid down. After a while, a jade-white body, curvaceous and exquisite, was exposed in the room. With her hands protecting her important parts, Xiao Yixian's gaze once again turned to Xiao Ming's back. Her pretty and delicate face looked slightly flushed, with her eyes flashing with different emotions. Turning to look at the colorful medicinal liquid, Xiao Yixian took a deep breath, clenched her silver teeth, closed her eyes, and dived into the wooden barrel with a leap. Splash! With the sound of falling water, Xiao Yixian's white and delicate body was completely submerged in the medicinal liquid. As soon as she entered the medicinal liquid, Xiao Yixian's body trembled heavily, and then, she completely understood why Xiao Ming had to watch from the side. She could feel that, at this moment, countless strands of pure energy in the watery liquid were forcibly pouring into her body along the slightly open pores of her body. The intense pain made her involuntarily grunt. At that moment, Xiao Ming heard the sound of falling water, and a complicated look appeared on his face. Before his expression relaxed a little, he let out a light laugh. I'm not intentionally trying to take advantage of her, what am I afraid of? Approaching the edge of the wooden barrel, Xiao Ming quickly said, cultivate your qi method, and try to hold on as long as possible. Cleaning the tendons and marrow is not that easy. After you have succeeded, not only you will wash away some of the toxins left in your body, it will also be beneficial to your future cultivation. Xiao Yixian nodded her head vigorously and then began to close her eyes to cultivate. Seeing Xiao Yixian inside the barrel, Xiao Ming's eyes couldn't help but get a little warm, but he quickly averted his gaze, only focusing on sensing her condition. At this moment, most of Xiao Yixian's delicate body was covered by the multicolored medicinal liquid, so it was not that he had seen her naked body, but the small upper half of her exposed white round breasts were really eye-catching. The surface of the multicolored liquid in the wooden barrel suddenly gushed with small bubbles, and a few moments later, the bubbles appeared more and more frequently until all the medicinal liquid inside the barrel boiled to a full boil. In the wooden barrel, the medicinal liquid circulated rapidly, and incomparably pure energy seeped out of the medicinal liquid, finally pouring into Xiao Yixian's body in a steady stream. Xiao Yixian's body was red, constantly trembling, beads of sweat continuously fell towards the barrel, and the corner of her mouth had vague traces of blood. She had obviously bitten off part of her lip. Xiao Ming's soul power surged, silently observing the state of Xiao Yixian's body. As soon as Xiao Yixian showed the slightest sign that she could not continue, he would take measures so that she would not be harmed. Time passed slowly. After a while, the multicolored medicinal liquid in the wooden barrel returned to a state of crystal clear water, exposing Xiao Yixian's delicate jade-white body. However, Xiao Ming's spiritual sense focused on the inside of Xiao Yixian's body, and the various colors that originally covered her body had completely disappeared, and the bones, meridians, and other places on her body faintly emitted a faint fluorescent light, looking like white jade. I didn't expect Xiao Yixian to have so much willpower, to actually absorb the energy of this medicinal liquid completely. He had set up the medicinal liquid himself, so of course, Xiao Ming knew how uncomfortable it was to immerse in it. He could only say that Xiao Yixian had strong willpower. At this moment, Xiao Yixian, who was cultivating in the wooden barrel, moved, her cherry-colored lips opened slightly, and a puff of gray mist was exhaled. The wooden barrel came into contact with the gray mist and immediately corroded, causing a large hole to open up. The clear water from the wooden barrel came out of the large hole, exposing Xiao Yixian's body. After expelling the unabsorbed residual toxins from her own body, Xiao Yixian also discovered her situation. Blushing with embarrassment, she covered the important parts of her body. And at this moment, Xiao Ming had already turned his head away. Coughing softly, Xiao Ming said, "Since you are done with your cultivation, I will go out while you clean your room." After saying that, Xiao Ming hurriedly left the room. All that was left behind was Xiao Yixian's pretty blushing face. After a while, the only sound that could be heard in the silent room was Xiao Yixian's faint voice. "He saw me." Chapter 153. Xiao Ming hurried out of the room. Outside the door, Haibudong, who had been waiting for him for a long time, immediately greeted him. "Master Xiao Ming, about the pill." "I will refine it immediately, take me to a room." Fine, then follow me." Haibudong was surprised by Xiao Ming's haste, but of course, he would not stop to question him when he would finally go to refine his pill. Instead, he breathed a sigh of relief. He really feared that Xiao Ming would come out and say that he was tired, and would talk about it tomorrow. Fortunately, Xiao Ming didn't do that. Haibudong led Xiao Ming into another hallway. He finally arrived at the center of a secluded room. Xiao Ming casually sat down on a chair, his eyes looked towards Haibudong, and a slight smile appeared at the corner of his mouth as he slowly said, "Pill recipe, medicinal materials. Sometimes, it seems to me that you alchemists are truly enviable. This seal-breaking pill recipe was something that took me a lot of effort to get. To my misfortune, the first time I will use it, it will have to change ownership." The pain on his face was not feigned. No one but him knew of the effort he had put in to obtain this recipe. The value of a recipe that could break the seal was hard to estimate, and if he really wanted to estimate its value, he feared it would be no less than an intermediate Di-Chi method. Keeping a warm smile on his face, Xiao Ming smilingly accepted the ancient pill recipe that Haibudong had reluctantly handed him. His gaze swept over it, and the three faint black characters of the Breaking Adversity pill flashed before his eyes. The Breaking Adversity pill, 6th tier pill, has the miraculous effect of breaking most seals. After taking it, one can also form a resistance against such seals in the body. In the future, if one encounters such seals again, one will have a slight chance of being exempted from them. Not bad at all. Of course, it's not bad. Back then, to obtain this recipe, the price I paid, it still makes my heart ache when I think about it now. Looking at Xiao Ming, Haibudong smiled bitterly and said, "Hehe, no matter the price, compared to being able to restore your strength as a Do Emperor, this all seems worthless." After dipping his soul power into the pill recipe and flipping through the contents that had been recorded, Xiao Ming comforted him and then, in front of Haibudong, unceremoniously took this ancient pill recipe and put it away in his storage ring. The rules of the alchemist world were such that the recipe now belonged to Xiao Ming. When Haibudong saw Xiao Ming's action, the corner of his mouth could not help but twitch a little, and after a long while, he could only shake his head in depression. Perhaps because he feared failure, most of the herbs prepared by Haibudong were gathered into about 2 or 3 portions and placed on the table, which was full of them. After putting away the recipe and carefully going through the numerous herbs, Xiao Ming nodded slightly after not finding anything missing. Looking at Haibudong, who was staring at him, Xiao Ming smiled and said, "Your Excellency the Ice Emperor, I think you should also know that matters like pill refinement have a failure rate. Refining this 6th-tier pill, although I am a 6th-tier alchemist, I dare not give you a guarantee, so if the refinement fails, then I know, you won't be responsible, right? You alchemists are all like that. You are so strong, could I still force you to stay if you fail?" Hearing his words, Haibudong waved his hand and sighed. "It's good that you understand. You can leave, and remember not to let anyone bother me." "I understand." As Haibudong walked out of the room, Xiao Ming waved his hand and the door to the room closed. Bang! With a light sound, the 10,000 beast cauldron was released by Xiao Ming. With a flick of his fingers, a red flame was thrown into the medicinal cauldron by Xiao Ming, and when the fire was almost ready, Xiao Ming's palm quickly waved over the table, grabbed the medicinal herbs one by one, and then threw them into the medicinal cauldron. As soon as these herbs entered the medicinal cauldron, they would be surrounded by Xiao Ming's flames and refined, finally turning into different colored medicinal liquid droplets. During the whole process, Xiao Ming's face was very relaxed. The difficulty of refining the breaking adversity pill was not high among 6th-tier pills, and Xiao Ming could refine it with ease. The time of sunset came in the middle of the tidy room. The dark red medicinal cauldron was slowly spinning in the air, with red flames fluttering violently in it. As it spun, the space around it emitted small continuous waves of energy. These waves of energy, centered on the medicinal cauldron, formed a circle and gradually spread out in all directions, quietly dispersing just as they touched the walls. Inside the burning medicinal cauldron, a thumb-sized purple pill prototype took shape as the flames burned, and at a certain point, an intense fragrance suddenly emanated from the cauldron, filling the room for a long time. Xiao Ming, who was sitting cross-legged in front of the medicinal cauldron, sensed that it was almost time, and with a wave of his palm, the flames from the cauldron surged, and in an instant, the purple pill prototype was completely enveloped in it, beginning the final round of intense burning. The flames only rose for a flicker before being quickly dispersed, and with the dispersal of the flames, a round, thumb-sized pill appeared inside the cauldron, faintly glowing purple in color. The moment the purple pill appeared, a fierce ripple of energy shot out from within the pill, which was partially intercepted as it passed through the 10,000 beast cauldron, but the rest still seeped out and rushed mercilessly in all directions. Ignoring the fluctuations formed by the pill, Xiao Ming's hand made a movement, and the purple pill descended and landed obediently in his palm. The surface of this pill was a faint purple color, round and full of luster. On the surface of the pill there seemed to be a strange pattern that had not been created artificially, and these patterns twisted and turned like a special image with a deeper meaning. When one looked at this breaking adversity pill closely, one could feel the strange power contained in it. This power was the main ingredient that could break the seal. Xiao Ming did not add any additional ingredients to the pill. Sometimes professional ethics were still necessary, and even if Hai Budong regained his strength, it would not be good enough for him to warm up. The pills were put into a jade jar, and the pill cauldron in the room, as well as the remaining herbs, were put into his storage ring. After that, Xiao Ming left his room. Hai Budong had already been waiting outside the room for a long time, and judging from his appearance, he should have stayed the whole day and never moved. As soon as Xiao Ming's figure appeared, Hai Budong couldn't wait to approach. Master Xiao Ming, was the fluctuation just now from the pill that was refined? Xiao Ming lightly waved his palm, and a jade bottle was thrown towards Hai Budong. Here, this is the pill you need. Looking at the jade bottle that had been thrown to him, Hai Budong almost used his hands and feet to catch it, holding it carefully as if carrying his own child. His eyes looked at the purple pill inside the jade bottle, and a hint of ecstasy arose on his pale, old face. Looking at Hai Budong, who was clutching the jade veil with a face full of ecstasy, Xiao Ming laughed lightly and smiled. I've already refined the pill, now you can taste the effect. Okay. Hai Budong held the jade bottle tightly, his old face full of impatience. He had no doubt about the authenticity of the pill. During the time of Xiao Ming's seclusion, he had long since inquired about Xiao Ming's reputation through some of his contacts. In fact, there was no need to do much digging. It could be said that the current Xiao Ming was famous in the Jiama Empire, once in 1,000 years monstrous talent, the youngest 6th-tier alchemist, and the Grand Elder of the Alchemist Association. All of these titles were spread throughout Jiama Empire. Desert City, being on the border of the Jiama Empire, took a little longer to receive news from inside the empire. Moreover, Hai Budong had been hiding and drawing maps, so he used to be indifferent to those matters, so he was not familiar with Xiao Ming before and had to go ask specifically. After knowing Xiao Ming's identity, Hai Budong had no doubts about Xiao Ming's pill refining ability. Chapter 154. When he thought that his cultivation, which had been sealed for many years, would soon be restored, a pleasant smile appeared on Hai Budong's face. He carefully put the jade bottle in his storage ring, and then said to Xiao Ming, Master Xiao Ming, I will be secluding myself in a subterranean room. After breaking the seal later, this room will also prevent the aura from leaking too much so that some unnecessary troubles can be avoided. What kind of trouble can there be? People from Desert City would dare to come and cause trouble? Thinking like this, Xiao Ming did not say anything, but let out a light laugh. You can make any arrangements you see fit. Then I'll take my leave. I don't know how long it will take to undo the seal. Master can make any arrangements you wish within the tent in the meantime. With these words, Hai Budong left the hallway. When Hai Budong somewhat hunched back disappeared before his eyes, Xiao Ming let out a slight sigh, then gathered his courage and took a step out of the hallway. He was going to look for Xiao Yixian and Qing Lin. In the hallway, the lighting was not very strong, and there was only one lamp that dimly illuminated every 3 meters away. The hallway was not very large, but the degree of twists and turns was beyond the imagination of ordinary people. After a few turns around the corridor, the uniform atmosphere surrounding it made people feel slightly tired. However, Xiao Ming had already passed through this hallway twice before, so he felt nothing. The soft sound of footsteps slowly echoed in the long corridor for a long time, sounding vaguely eerie. A moment later, Xiao Ming came to a room and knocked on the door. "Please come in." Xiao Yixian's voice sounded from inside the door. Creak. Xiao Ming pushed the door and entered. Xiao Yixian's room was no different from the one he had seen yesterday. The water stains left by the marrow cleaning and bone refinement had also been cleaned. At this moment, in addition to Xiao Yixian, who was dressed in white, there was also Qing Lin, who was dressed in deep green. When they saw Xiao Ming enter, Xiao Yixian and Qing Lin, who were chatting at the table, stood up and greeted Xiao Ming. Xiao Ming waved his hand and said, "No need for such courtesy, have a seat." With that, Xiao Ming also sat down next to the table. The room immediately became quiet, and a touch of ambiguity permeated this slightly uncomfortable atmosphere. Qing Lin sensed this somewhat uncomfortable atmosphere and opened her beautiful eyes, thinking, what happened in the morning with young master and sister Xianer to make them behave like this? After being silent for a moment, Xiao Ming turned to look at Xiao Yixian and asked. "Xiao Yixian, how was the effect of the medicinal bath?" When Xiao Yixian heard his words, the mood she was trying to maintain was immediately broken, and a red haze covered her flawless white face as she recalled what had happened in the morning. Although she felt a little embarrassed at the thought of the morning scene, she still whispered, "After cleansing the marrow and refining the bones, my body now feels much lighter, and the toxins that had not been absorbed into my body were eliminated. In addition to that, after absorbing the pure energy inside the medicinal liquid, my strength has also greatly improved and has reached 9-star Do Master. I just need to test my skin toxicity." Skin toxicity? Without any surprise at Xiao Yixian's improved strength, Xiao Ming merely muttered softly before beckoning to Qing Lin. Immediately, Qing Lin walked over to Xiao Ming. "Young master, how can Qing Lin help you? Lend me your two-headed flame spirit serpent." "Of course." Qing Lin smiled and, without hesitation, immediately extended her right hand. On her wrist, the two-headed flame spirit serpent was showing its teeth to Xiao Ming. In response, Xiao Ming merely looked at it and the two-headed flame spirit serpent immediately turned honest. After taking a look at the honest two-headed flame spirit serpent in Qing Lin's hand, Xiao Ming realized that its aura was a little weaker than the last time he looked at it in the subterranean magma, so it should have been absorbed by Qing Lin. All the snake-type magical beasts that were controlled by Qing Lin would be like this. Without worrying about this change, Xiao Ming brought it directly to Xiao Yixian's hand and said, "Touch it and test your toxicity." Hiss. The 4th-rank magical beast had already opened its spiritual wisdom, and although it could not speak, it could understand the words. As soon as Xiao Ming's voice fell, the two-headed flame spirit serpent could not help but hiss. At this moment, the two-headed flame spirit serpent felt very bad. The last time it accidentally touched this human a little, it was very uncomfortable for several days. This time, it can't let her touch it. Its limbs kept twisting and struggling in Xiao Ming's palm, but it was useless. Xiao Ming's body after seclusion had improved drastically, and an ordinary 6th-rank magic beast was no stronger than Xiao Ming's body. What could a small 4th-rank magical beast do? Amidst the desperate gaze of the two-headed flame spirit serpent, Xiao Yixian's finger pressed its snake body, and instantly, the two-headed flame spirit serpent became flaccid, as if lacking energy. Carrying the snake's tail and waving it in front of his eyes, Xiao Ming roughly comprehended the toxicity of the skin on Xiao Yixian's body. It could poison a Do Grandmaster that had no antidote and was capable of making a Do spirit collapse. It was similar to before the marrow cleansing and bone refinement. This was not something Xiao Ming would have expected. After feeding the two-headed flame spirit serpent with an antidote pill and throwing it to Qing Lin, Xiao Ming told Xiao Yixian the result. After hearing Xiao Ming's words, Xiao Yixian replied with a faint smile, "It's already enough for me not to suffer from my poisoned body's eruption, everything else is just additional benefits." Clearly, Xiao Yixian was not too disappointed. The two of them, Xiao Ming and Xiao Yixian, slowly forgot about the previous awkwardness and began to talk very happily about some things inside the room, when not long after, a strong aura came from not far away. What happened? Xiao Yixian spoke with some surprise. It must be Hai Budong undoing his seal and regaining his Do Emperor strength. Xiao Ming said as he stood up, "Let's go take a look." Xiao Ming hadn't even reached the subterranean room with Xiao Yixian and Qing Lin when he met Hai Budong in the hallway. Seeing Xiao Ming, Hai Budong, whose strength had recovered, thanked him again. He also had no ill intentions. After all, Xiao Ming was very strong and very generous to him, and Hai Budong was not an insensitive person. On the contrary, he immediately said that he would take Xiao Ming to the Mitre family with him, and when he returned to the clan, he would be given all the medicinal materials he had promised earlier. In response, Xiao Ming only said that he had to wait for Ziyan to return and could not leave for the time being. Hearing this, Haibudong, who had regained his strength and did not want to stay in Desert City to continue selling maps, could only stay. In the following days, Xiao Ming stayed at Haibudong's store, teaching some Do techniques to Qing Lin, as well as helping Xiao Yixian exercise her control over the poison. These days, Xiao Ming's relationship with Xiao Yixian had become closer, due to the fact that whenever Xiao Yixian took a break from training, the two of them would chat about their life experiences. Xiao Ming learned about Xiao Yixian's childhood, and how she became a doctor in the small store in Qingshan town, though a part of him felt that Xiao Yixian was hiding something. However, he had secrets too, so he didn't mind too much about it. Xiao Yixian, on the other hand, had always been very curious about how Xiao Ming, who was younger than her, was so powerful. However, since she had agreed to follow him, she had not had the opportunity to ask him. In the 5 months that Xiao Ming had been in seclusion, she had also learned a few things about him from Ziyan, but Ziyan only seemed to like to talk about their time together robbing and intimidating the magical beasts around the inner academy, which left Xiao Yixian speechless. In these days, Xiao Yixian learned that Xiao Ming was an orphan like her. She also learned about his experiences in the Xiao clan, as well as the first time he learned alchemy with the help of his master, and his adventure at his young age at the dangerous Black Corner region. The fascination in Xiao Yixian's eyes could not be hidden. Xiao Ming's experiences were truly interesting to her, who, in comparison, had had a much duller life. Spending her best moments in this short period of time, along with Xiao Ming, Ziyan, and Qing Lin, who had now become her little sister. Every time she thought about the latter, she couldn't help but smile sweetly. If this physique of hers, which made her feel disgusted in the past, would help her protect her new family, she wouldn't mind becoming feared for turning into a powerful poison master. Even if it meant giving up saving lives as a doctor. One morning, Ziyan finally returned to Haibudong's store. As soon as Ziyan entered the tent, she saw Xiao Ming, who was instructing Xiao Yixian, and immediately asked joyfully. "Xiao Ming, when did you come out of seclusion?" Xiao Ming and Xiao Yixian stopped their movements. After telling Xiao Yixian to go ahead and take her rest on her own, Xiao Ming approached Ziyan and pinched her soft cheeks. "I came out of seclusion a few days ago. I told you to keep a good eye on Sienna and Qing Lin. It's okay if you go away from time to time, but why did you go away for a month straight this time? Do you still want the medicinal herbs I promised you?" Pinching Ziyan's small face, Xiao Ming pretended to be serious and said. "The pills you left me earlier will run out soon. To grow in strength, I can only go out to fetch more medicinal herbs." Because Xiao Ming pinched her face, Ziyan's words were unclear. Besides, here is that old snowman. Nothing would happen to Xiao Yixian and Qing Lin. Xiao Ming almost laughed when he heard Ziyan's excuses. The pills he gave to Ziyan were a very large amount. If she had eaten them regularly, she definitely wouldn't have finished them so fast. It was definitely because Ziyan, the gluttonous one, was craving them, and that was why she ate them so fast. Although he knew it was so, Xiao Ming didn't say anything else. He just shook his head and let go of her cheeks. "Forget it, I won't bother with you." "Heh heh heh, Xiao Ming, I knew you were the best," Ziyan said after jumping into Xiao Ming's arms and inhaling deeply. "Now tell me, why did you take so long to come back this time?" asked Xiao Ming while stroking Ziyan's head. Hearing Xiao Ming's question, Ziyan's emotions visibly rose as she raised her head and said to Xiao Ming. "I've made a new friend outside this time." "A friend? This is a rare thing." Ziyan had always disdained to befriend ordinary people. Back then, it was thanks to 10,000 beast flame and alchemy that the two of them met in the first place. So Xiao Ming asked with interest, "What's the other party's name?" "Medusa." Cough cough, Xiao Ming choked, but once he thought about it, Xiao Ming felt it made sense. The snake people was the one with the most treasures near the Jiama Empire, and if Ziyan was looking for heavenly treasures, she would definitely have her eyes on the snake people tribe's treasure. If he remembered correctly, in the original story, the two of them were very close. Medusa even often took Ziyan to steal other people's medicinal herbs. Now the two of them met and became good friends, which did not surprise Xiao Ming. Undoubtedly, Ziyan's words confirmed his thoughts. A month ago, because the medicinal herbs in the surrounding city oh no, the medicinal herbs in the surrounding mountains were depleted by me, so I traveled to the desert to look for medicinal herbs. Then, when I was looking for medicinal herbs near the snake people tribe, I met Sister Medusa, and the other party gave me a lot of things. Ziyan took out a bunch of medicinal herbs from inside her storage ring, then her big eyes looked at Xiao Ming full of expectation. The meaning was obvious. Ziyan's story had a few omissions. She went out to look for medicinal herbs, but where she found them, only she herself knew. Xiao Ming sighed. Ziyan and Queen Medusa became friends, but still, he couldn't care less. he couldn't come and tell her, "I have a problem with your new friend Medusa, you are not allowed to play with her." Ziyan was smart enough to know who to become friends with. So Xiao Ming merely said, "I see, I'll help you refine these herbs into pills, but during this month, you haven't told her about me, have you?" "No." Although she didn't know why Xiao Ming was asking this, Ziyan answered truthfully. "That's good. But before I refine your medicinal herbs, I have some things to do. You just came back from the desert, so go rest first." "Okay." Nodding, Ziyan disappeared towards her room as Xiao Ming gathered Xiao Yixian and Qing Lin. "Siener, could you please let Hai Budong know that we're ready to leave Desert City now?" Emichim. Chapter 155. After Xiao Yixian informed Hai Budong started packing. In fact, what he needed to pack, Hai Budong had already finished packing, he only took a few more changes of clothes. He took nothing from the small store where he had stayed for decades. According to him, maybe one day in the future, when he was tired of the struggles, he would return to this place and spend the rest of his days in complete peace. Xiao Ming and the girls had nothing to pack either, so it didn't take them long to pack their bags. By the time Ziyan finished resting, noon had arrived. They had a simple lunch before leaving. After that, the group left Hai Budong's store and arrived at the outskirts of Desert City. Standing on top of a towering sand dune, Hai Budong took one last look at the huge city that sat on the boundary between the desert and the land, and sighed, looking slightly forlorn. After decades of living in seclusion, made him, who used to be indifferent, develop some feelings for this place. Turning slowly, Hai Budong looked at Xiao Ming to the side and asked, "Where are you going now?" "I have to go back to the clan first." Wutan City. Hai Budong already knew Xiao Ming's information and knew that he was a member of the Xiao family in Wutan City. Xiao Ming was not surprised, he simply nodded softly. "That's right, I wonder what arrangements your excellency the Ice Emperor has made. I have nowhere to go this time, so I'll follow you for a while. I owe you a great favor in addition to the rewards, so I can't just leave by following you, I can also see what ways I can return the favor, otherwise, I'll always be uncomfortable." Hai Budong frowned and pondered for a moment, then said with a smile. "By the way, there must be a miter auction house in Wutan City, right?" "There is." Xiao Ming nodded his head and said. "That's good, then, when the time comes, I can also contact that fellow miter Tingshan through the miter auction house in Wutan City, so that the remaining rewards can be sent to you. You are free to do whatever you want." Xiao Ming said with a smile. Xiao Ming didn't care if Hai Budong followed him or not, as long as he sent him the promised rewards. However, it wasn't a bad idea to go with the flow and have an extra fighter, he wouldn't be in the way anyway. "Come on then, at our speed, I think we should be able to reach Wutan City in 4 days. Hai Budong smiled as a faint cold mist emanated from his body, finally condensing into a pair of crystalline ice wings on his back. Xiao Ming nodded slightly, and with a slight shake between his back, silver wings, which were much larger than Hai Budong's ice wings, appeared on his back. Hai Budong's eyes roamed over the silver wings on Xiao Ming's back with a slightly strange look, and he couldn't help but ask, "This must be a flying dough technique, right?" "That's right." Hai Budong smacked his lips in some astonishment at his words. He wasn't a brat who didn't know what he was talking about, he could clearly sense the extraordinary nature of these wings behind Xiao Ming. Apparently, these wings also had a magnifying effect on Do Emperor, they were something like the 9-level wings of the heavenly goose from the Gold Geese sect. Xiao Ming was really worthy of being an alchemist, he was so rich that he even had these things, Hai Budong thought enviously. Xiao Ming beckoned to Xiao Yixian, who was with Ziyan and Qing Lin not far away. "Siener, I'll take you this time. Ziyan, take Qing Lin with you." Besides the fact that he and Xiao Yixian were already familiar enough with each other, Xiao Yixian had toxins on the surface of her body, so Xiao Ming decided on this arrangement. Ziyan and the girls naturally had no problem. Xiao Yixian took a few steps forward and felt a warm palm pressed against her waist, and immediately Xiao Ming's scent filled her nose. Before she could turn shy, Xiao Ming's voice reached her ears. "Are you ready?" "Ready." This was Ziyan's voice. As soon as the words fell, she felt a feeling of weightlessness, which made Xiao Yixian unconsciously hug Xiao Ming. Noticing Xiao Yixian's movement, Xiao Ming stopped and used his Do Qi to form a protective barrier for her in front of them, then accelerated his speed again. In the blink of an eye, they turned into a stream of silver light and disappeared outside Desert City. And behind him, Ziyan and Hai Budong also vibrated their Do Qi wings and quickly caught up with him. Whoosh, whoosh. Several sounds rang out above the Magic Beast mountain range, attracting the attention of many magical beasts looking for food. When they looked up at the sky, the figures in the sky had already disappeared. The ones flying in the sky were none other than Xiao Ming and his group. The flying speed of a Do King and Do Emperor was naturally very fast, especially Xiao Ming, who had silver wings and could even move from Desert City to Wu-Tan City in 2 days. However, because he had to wait for Hai Budong and Ziyan, Xiao Ming suppressed some of his speed. Even so, after 3 days of flying, Xiao Ming and his group still arrived over the Magic Beast Mountain Range, and as soon as they crossed the Magic Beast Mountain Range, they would be able to see Wu-Tan City. After flying through the air at high speed for a while, Xiao Ming suddenly stopped. And behind him, Ziyan and Hai Budong saw him and also stopped beside him. "What's wrong, Xiao Ming?" Ziyan, who was holding Qing Lin, asked in bewilderment. "There seemed to be strong people fighting in the distance. I was thinking about whether to take a detour," Xiao Ming said after pondering for a while, pointing ahead. The sky Xiao Ming was pointing at had a subtle abnormal shade of purple and green. If one did not pay attention, one would not be able to notice it. Oh. For someone to be described as strong by you, they must at least be in the Do Emperor realm, right? Are there that many Do Emperors in the Jiama Empire? Hai Budong, who was vibrating his cold ice wings beside him, asked with interest, knowing that Xiao Ming was a 6th-tier alchemist with strong soul power, he shouldn't be mistaken in his judgment. Could it be that old fellow Jia Xing Tian besieging the Supreme Lord of the Magic Beast Mountain Range? No, the purple and green color, Jia Xing Tian is an earth attribute Do Huang, this must be someone from the Misty Cloud sect. Hai Budong's analysis was very accurate. In response, Xiao Ming merely glanced at him. He had already recognized who were in the distance. Both Yun Yun and the Amethyst-Winged Lion King had been in contact with Xiao Ming, and Xiao Ming had already memorized their auras. So Hai Budong's analysis was correct. Of course, there were only a few Do Emperors in the Jiama Empire, so it was really easy to guess. After expressing his analysis, Hai Budong said again. "Let's not take a detour, fighting at the Do Emperor level is very rare, if we pass by, we will miss the fun. Anyway, we have 2 Do Emperors and a Do King here, they won't dare to mess with us, and besides, it takes quite a long time to take a detour. Even if we don't join the fun, we can pass directly between them, they wouldn't dare to do anything." "Right, Xiao Ming, I remember over there was the little lion's house from last time, we can take advantage of them fighting to visit that little lion's house." Ziyan laughed mischievously. It's not impossible." Xiao Ming nodded his head. "However, remember to hide your aura, otherwise, if those 2 discover us, we won't be able to steal the Amethyst-Winged Lion King's cave." After saying that, Xiao Ming lowered his flying altitude and took Xiao Yixian with him to fly through the forest towards the sky that contained the purple and green color. Above the blue sky, violent energy fluctuations constantly created a sound that was like muffled thunder. Green and purple colors almost filled half of the sky, and even the lazy white clouds had a 2-colored glow. Above the sky, a magical beast 7 or 8 meters long was covered in a layer of purple crystals, and when the daylight shone, the crystals glowed brightly, creating a blinding sight. The huge magical beast stood in the void, and an invisible pressure descended from the sky, looking very imposing. However, the broken flame-red spiral-tipped horn on the top of the lion's head weakened its royal aura by half. This magical beast was the Amethyst-Winged Lion King whose horn had been broken by Xiao Ming earlier. In front of the Amethyst-Winged Lion King, Yun Yun was standing, wearing simple clothes that enveloped her voluptuous and delicate body. She held in her hand a strange-looking long sword that emitted a greenish glow, her white hair was gathered in a noble phoenix ornament, and her beautiful face was calm and serene. The roar of the Amethyst-Winged Lion King echoed across the mountain range. At the sound of the lion's roar, the amethyst crystal on its body shone brightly, and in the blink of an eye, furious purple flames burst out from its body, and the purple flames gradually churned and finally converged into a huge pillar of purple fire that shot up into the sky. With a flick of the Amethyst-Winged Lion King's head, the huge pillar of purple fire flew straight towards Yun Yun. Yun Yun's hand was raised, and as she raised her palm, a small green tornado suddenly appeared in the sky. At first, the tornado was only 2 meters long, but after a few moments, the tornado soared with the wind and reached over a dozen meters in the blink of an eye. The huge green-colored tornado headed toward the Amethyst-Winged Lion King with a furious whistling wind. Where the tornado passed, the forest below became a field of yellow earth, and many magical beasts fled from it. The 2 attacks collided in midair, and the space was almost silent at the moment of their collision. Boom! A thunderous sound burst out of nowhere in the clear sky. The windstorm and the pillar of fire fiercely collided with each other, savagely releasing terrifying energy against each other, and where the 2 met space seemed to ripple slightly. Pang! After a few minutes of stalemate, the storm and pillar of fire finally collapsed in a dull sound that echoed through the mountain range as they ran out of energy. When the storm and pillar of fire dissipated, Yun Yun's green wings behind her vibrated, and her body turned into a beam of light, instantly crossing the turbulent area in an instant and appearing behind the amethyst-winged Lion King. The strange long sword in her hand moved rapidly, and on the tip of the sword, a wind blade formed, spinning at high speed, like a green orb with a blade on the outside. Ding ding. The long sword carrying the wind blade slashed the surface of the amethyst-winged Lion King's body, and a series of crisp sounds rang through the air. However, the sword's lightning cut only left white marks on the purple crystal layer, and the white marks only existed for a moment before completely dissipating. Oblivious to its opponent's ordinary attack, the amethyst-winged Lion King turned its head and a huge purple flame half a meter thick shot out from the red spiral-tipped horn on the top of its head. The fiery purple flame caused Yun Yun's eyebrows to furrow and her hand formed a strange hand seal, and a violent green wind surged in front of her body, which immediately whistled and deflected the huge purple flame. Overhead, Yun Yun and the amethyst-winged Lion King went back and forth, one green light and one purple light, fiercely colliding with each other. Not far from where the two were fighting, there was a mountain range, and at the top of the mountain range, the entrance of a large cave was hidden under the cover of tree branches. The figures of Xiao Ming and his group silently appeared at the entrance of the cave. "This is the place," Ziyan said with a smile as she looked at the cave entrance in front of her, and after she finished speaking, she couldn't wait to walk towards the cave. As the supreme lord of the Magic Beast Mountain Range, there were naturally minions guarding outside the amethyst-winged Lion King's lair. However, these magical beasts, which were only 4th rank at most, did not even qualify as punching bags in front of Ziyan. Because Ziyan was an ancient void dragon, she did not need to do anything, only relying on her aura, she could scare them to death. Therefore, Ziyan led Xiao Ming and the girls into the cave without any trouble. When they entered the cave, the light in the cave was not as dim as they had imagined, and on top of the surrounding mountain walls, there were occasional purple crystal blocks embedded. These crystal blocks were natural products of the cave, and in the human world, these purple crystal blocks were a prized decorative item, worth a lot of money. The interior of the deep and spacious cave was adorned with these purple crystal blocks, and it was extremely beautiful. Hee, this lion also knows how to enjoy itself. Hai Budong looked at the beautiful cave and said with a sigh. High-ranked magical beasts are no different from normal people once they reach the 5th rank. Xiao Ming replied nonchalantly. The group traversed the long cave passage and, a while later, 2 forks appeared on the path in front of them. The one on the right was empty, while on the left, a small amethyst-winged lion was looking from left to right. Suddenly, the little amethyst-winged lion saw Xiao Ming and his group. When it saw that a human had dared to enter its territory, the little amethyst-winged lion's eyes suddenly turned fierce, but after clearly seeing that among the crowd was Ziyan, the fierce look in its eyes quickly turned into a look of fear. With a groan, the little amethyst-winged lion tried to escape. "Stop!" Ziyan gave a command and the original little amethyst-winged lion's stride came to an abrupt halt. "What's going on here? Can you also control magical beasts?" Xiao Yixian, next to Ziyan, asked with some curiosity. That said, until now, Xiao Yixian really didn't know that Ziyan's original body was a magical beast. She only thought that Ziyan was a very talented human girl, although she hadn't really thought that a human girl eating raw medicinal herbs for lunch was not something very normal. To be honest, there was no one normal next to Xiao Ming, including her, so she couldn't be blamed either. "I taught this little lion a lesson last time," Ziyan said before approaching the little amethyst-winged lion and ordering. "Take us to your treasure." Under Ziyan's order, although the little amethyst-winged lion was very reluctant, it still led them to a cave that was filled with amethyst stones, with a platform of amethyst stones in the center of the cave. Roar! After roaring twice towards the platform, the little amethyst-winged lion looked a bit downcast as it made its way to the corner and plopped down there. It directly turned a blind eye to these humans who had come to raid its home. Ignoring the little amethyst-winged lion, Ziyan directly placed its hands on the stone platform and forcefully lifted it up. The seemingly thick and heavy amethyst stone platform instantly tipped over. Underneath the stone platform, several different colored magic cores as well as jade boxes appeared in Xiao Ming's eyes. From the energy contained in the magic cores, it could be seen that they must be 5th rank magic cores. What the jade boxes contained was unclear at the moment. Casually, Xiao Ming put the things in his storage ring and probed to make sure there were no treasures left here. Xiao Ming then led Ziyan and the girls out of the cave, leaving only the little amethyst-winged lion where it was. When he came out of the cave, he saw that the battle over the sky had reached a climax. The entire earth was destroyed beyond recognition. Pang! Another collision sounded. "Human woman, you have exhausted my little patience." The amethyst-winged Lion King's mighty growl shook the mountain forest. As long as the Lion King can exchange the purple spirit crystal with me, I won't bother you again in the future. After fighting fiercely for an unknown amount of time, Yun still looked elegant and noble. A ball of green-colored wind hovered over her as she said in a low voice. If you don't know what's good for you, then don't blame me. A roar of fury came from the giant mouth of the amethyst-winged Lion King, and the purple light from its body became more and more intense, and after a few moments, the intense light had the tendency to overwhelm the sunlight. The intense purple light on the amethyst-winged Lion King's body caused some of the magical beasts looking at it to quickly back away in fright. The strange situation on the amethyst-winged Lion King's body was also noticed by Yun, and as she felt the sudden strange surge of energy in the surrounding sky and earth, her face became more dignified, and a few meters around her, the fierce wind began to whistle. The purple light enveloped the sky and earth, and after a long time of preparation, the radiance suddenly subsided, and in the blink of an eye, the purple light in the sky was compressed into a pillar of deep purple light that was only half a meter long. It's actually a seal. Seeing the move made by the amethyst-winged Lion King, Haibodong felt quite annoyed, as it reminded him of the time he was sealed by Medusa, and for a moment his face became much uglier. Amethyst seal. As the purple light flickered above the vault, the low roar of the amethyst-winged Lion King echoed continuously among the mountains. As the words fell, the pillar of deep purple light in the sky flashed like lightning. The speed of the pillar of light was so terrifying that it was almost like a flash. It only took an instant to appear in front of Yun. Furious Wind Soul Sealing Array. With a shout, the space in front of Yun fluctuated slightly, and countless dark green wind blades, which were over 3 meters in size, flashed out of the air, and then tangled with each other, forming a fierce cyclone, with raging winds, spiraling out at high speed. Boom! Wherever the pillar of purple light and the cyclone of wind blades passed, space distorted slightly and, in an instant, they collided loudly with terrifying force. As soon as the purple light pillar and the wind blade cyclone collided, the blade cyclone was clearly at a disadvantage, and in just a few moments, the blade cyclone burst into flames, while the purple light pillar was only slightly dark. After destroying the blade cyclone, the purple light pillar pierced through the dozens of wind shields Yun had placed and shot out towards her body with a devastating gesture. Extreme Wind Fallen Massacre. As soon as she was hit by the purple pillar of light, the strange long sword in Yun's hand trembled fiercely, and a profound light so small that it was almost the size of a thumb shot out instantly. Just as the light appeared, space shuddered several times. Ka! The light rushed toward the amethyst-winged Lion King's head and, being startled, the amethyst-winged Lion King lowered its head slightly and the light shot through its right eye and out the lower right side of its brain. The amethyst-winged Lion King felt a sharp pain from this blow, and a violent lion roar resounded. A deep purple sound wave suddenly spread out from its open mouth. When the sound wave spread out, the green-colored dochi remaining around Yun was quickly extinguished, while Yun, who was the target of the sound wave attack, let out a grunt and was knocked down to the ground. After this attack, the amethyst-winged Lion King's stance in the sky also became unstable. After struggling to hold on for a while, the wings on its back stopped flapping, and finally, its huge body crashed into the forest on the ground with a clatter. Heh, the two of them are defeated. Did they die together? Haibodong looked at the result with a bit of astonishment, his old face full of surprise. One had to know that, at the level of a Do Emperor, if the difference in strength was not too great, if either of them wanted to run, the other would not be able to stop it at all. Usually, other than a life-and-death dispute, not everyone would fight so desperately. A situation like Yun and the amethyst-winged Lion King is really rare. After all, there is still the danger of the Magic Beast Mountain Range. By fighting like this, both parties, even if they didn't die, would end up as food for the greedy magical beasts. These two are not dead, but they are almost there. After his soul power surged from his forehead and probed for a while, Xiao Ming slowly said. In his perception, both the amethyst-winged Lion King and Yun's aura were very weak. So what do we do now? Haibodong asked Xiao Ming. Now that two powerful Do Emperors were defeated in front of them, was it better to kill them, save them, or ignore them? Xiao Yixian and Qing Lin also looked towards Xiao Ming. Ziyan was indifferent, she had never cared about irrelevant people. After looking at Haibodong, Xiao Ming said after a moment of silence, that female Do Emperor is Yun, the sect leader of the Misty Cloud sect. If we save her, the Misty Cloud sect will owe us a great favor. Ziyan, go pick her up. Ziyan nodded and her wings emerged behind her and flew towards where Yun had landed. As for the amethyst-winged Lion King, Xiao Ming looked at Qing Lin and Xiao Yixian standing next to him and continued, I happen to be missing a mount, so I'll trouble your excellency to bring it. The corners of Haibodong's mouth twitched at his words. Was Xiao Ming treating him like a servant? He should go bring the mount himself. Sighing, speechless, Haibodong didn't refuse and, with his two wings, flew straight towards the place where the amethyst-winged Lion King was. As he watched Hai Budong leave, Xiao Ming knew what Hai Budong was thinking, but he didn't care. Who told him to go into debt to an alchemist? Besides, Xiao Ming didn't do it just to tease him, he was also worried about Xiao Yixian and Qing Lin's safety. If that lion wasn't completely incapacitated and decided to attack them, wouldn't he be putting them in danger for nothing? Looking away from Hai Budong, the corner of Xiao Ming's mouth curved into a smile. This time his luck was quite good. Yun Yun and the amethyst-winged Lion King had fought to the very end, allowing him to pick up a mount without making any effort. Actually, not even the amethyst-winged Lion King at its peak could escape him, and with the amethyst-winged Lion King half dead, he could handle it as he wished. Chapter 156. Quickly walking in front of the amethyst-winged Lion King, Xiao Ming probed its aura. Compared to the previous probing with his ranged soul power, Xiao Ming discovered that the amethyst-winged Lion King's wounds were even more severe than he had assumed, with bright red blood continuously flowing from its head. If it weren't for the fact that the amethyst-winged Lion King was a magical beast and was terribly strong and resistant to blows, one fears that it would have died long ago. Looking at the dying amethyst-winged Lion King, Xiao Ming took out a vial of the 6th-tier vitality pill from his ring and inserted it into the amethyst-winged Lion King's mouth. As soon as the vitality pill entered the amethyst-winged Lion King's mouth, it turned into a green light and disappeared. The next second, a subtle green light appeared on the surface of the amethyst-winged Lion King's body, causing an immense vitality to emanate from it. Seeing the strong vitality emanating from the amethyst-winged Lion King's body, Hai Budong couldn't help but click his tongue several times. A 6th-tier pill. Even commonly used 6th-tier pills were extremely valuable, and 6th-tier healing pills were used as life-saving items. He didn't have this kind of 6th-tier pill, not even a 5th-tier pill. Unexpectedly, Xiao Ming didn't even blink, and casually gave it to the amethyst-winged Lion King. The alchemists were indeed all rich people. Hai Budong's thoughts were unknown to Xiao Ming, and seeing that the amethyst-winged Lion King's head had stopped bleeding and its wounds had begun to heal, he nodded in satisfaction. The effect of the 6th-tier pill was really good. The injuries the amethyst-winged Lion King had suffered were so terrible that the vitality pill might save its life, but it would be impossible for it to quickly recover its Do Emperor battle power. Xiao Ming also had no intention of continuing to feed it pills, this was already enough. Getting up from the amethyst-winged Lion King's side, Xiao Ming turned to look at Zi Yan, who was flying quickly toward them, holding Yun Yun. After Zi Yan landed on the ground, the Yun Yun in her hand was handed over to Xiao Ming. Yun Yun's clothes were torn and tattered, and an inner armor was visible on her chest. Like the amethyst-winged Lion King, Yun Yun was also in a comatose state, but there was a difference. Although the amethyst-winged Lion King was on the verge of death, the prestige around it was still there, while Yun Yun was like an ordinary person. If one did not look closely, one could not perceive any fluctuation of Do Qi coming from her. This was the sealing effect of the amethyst-winged Lion King. In addition to her Do Qi being sealed, her aura was extremely weakened and a large amount of blood was flowing from the corners of her mouth. Were the internal organs shaken by the amethyst-winged Lion King's sound wave attack? Seeing Yun Yun's condition, Xiao Ming immediately placed her on the ground and took out another vitality pill from his storage ring, and inserted it into her mouth. As soon as the vitality pill entered her mouth, the effect was immediately visible, and the fresh blood flowing from the corner of her mouth immediately stopped. After examining Yun Yun and the amethyst-winged Lion King, Xiao Ming turned to say to Qing Lin, go and take out the amethyst-winged Lion King's cub. Ah. Of course. Hearing Xiao Ming's command, Qing Lin froze for a moment and then ran into the cave that she hadn't been out of for a long time. A moment later, Qing Lin took the lead and came out of the cave, and behind her, the two-headed flame spirit serpent, whose body had grown in size again, followed her with its tail dragging the little amethyst-winged lion. Young master, I brought it. Qing Lin approached Xiao Ming and bowed her head as she spoke, clearly implying something. That's our Qing Lin. Xiao Ming saw Qing Lin's actions and smiled as he stroked her little head. He then asked her to order the two-headed flame spirit serpent to lower the little amethyst-winged lion. Qing Lin, with a slightly flushed face, did as he asked and the two-headed flame spirit serpent let the little amethyst-winged lion go. As soon as the little amethyst-winged lion was placed on the ground, it immediately ran towards its father. He even let out a whimper from time to time, looking extremely sad. Apparently disturbed by the cries of the little amethyst-winged lion, the amethyst-winged Lion King's eyelids twitched and it finally slowly opened its eyes, and the moment it came to its senses, it found its own son sobbing and wailing in front of it, as if in mourning. Why are you making so much noise? I'm not dead yet. The voice of the amethyst-winged Lion King was incredibly weak, but one could still hear that it was annoyed. Seeing that the amethyst-winged Lion King could still speak, the little amethyst-winged Lion King immediately stopped howling and instead wagged its tail excitedly. It's true that you're not dead yet, Lion King, but that's not because you're strong. A male voice came from the right, and the amethyst-winged Lion King immediately turned its head in alarm. Who dares to two human Do Emperors? Looking at the people in front of it, the amethyst-winged Lion King's face changed drastically. It was too injured and had just woken up, so for a moment it didn't notice that there were people around it. What made it feel worse was not this, but that it recognized the human who was speaking, Xiao Ming, as the same one who had broken its horn earlier. This human was still a Do King half a year ago. How could it be that he was now a 3-star Do Emperor? How did this human cultivate? Looking at the amethyst-winged Lion King who looked vigilant, Xiao Ming spread his hands and said with a smile, "The Lion King doesn't need to be so vigilant, not to mention that you are now heavily injured. Even if you weren't injured, it wouldn't take much effort for us to deal with you." Hearing Xiao Ming's words, the amethyst-winged Lion King looked at Zi Yan and Hai Budong behind Xiao Ming and did not refute him. It couldn't beat this human half a year ago, and now that the counterpart was already a Do Emperor and was accompanied by a Do Emperor and a Do King, it really couldn't win. "Tell me, what's your purpose for saving me?" "No big deal, I just want the Lion King to join my group and work for me," Xiao Ming said with a smile. "Humph. Human, you're just dreaming." The amethyst-winged Lion King had ruled the Magic Beast Mountain range for many years and was naturally proud, so when it heard Xiao Ming's words, its anger immediately surged. "Oh, Lion King, you should think carefully before replying, otherwise, I'm afraid the consequences won't be very good." Xiao Ming shook his head and said. "Human, you dare to threaten me? Master Xiao Ming, I told you that magical beasts are wild and hard to tame. You shouldn't have wasted that 6th-tier pill. You saved this amethyst-winged Lion King, but the other party doesn't know how to be grateful. I think it's better to kill it." Hai Budong spoke indifferently from the side. "Right, Xiao Ming, this little lion was beaten until it was left half dead. Its strength is so low, it doesn't seem to be of much use to have it." Zi Yan had a look of disgust on her face. "You." The amethyst-winged Lion King was stunned at Hai Budong and Zi Yan's insulting words, and the words that were about to come out of its mouth came to an abrupt halt. It wasn't that it was afraid of dying, it was just that, if it died, what would happen to its son? The amethyst-winged Lion King was silent as it looked at its cub who had been licking its wounds. Looking at the amethyst-winged Lion King, who seemed to have been affected, Xiao Ming asked. "What do you think, Lion King, do you want to join my group? If you agree, I can refine a body transformation pill for you later." The amethyst-winged Lion King's heart trembled at his words. Body transformation pill, is this true? Naturally, it is true. The appeal of the body transformation pill to magical beasts was naturally obvious. After a moment of struggle, the amethyst-winged Lion King eventually lowered its proud head. It couldn't be helped, the situation forced it to accept the reality. Even if it disagreed, it had to agree. "Human, I promise you, however, I want to take my son with me. It's only natural, you must recover first, and when you are well rested, we will leave the Magic Beast Mountain range." The amethyst-winged Lion King said nothing more, except that it looked at Yun not far away out of the corner of its eye, with a hint of anger in its eyes, which quickly disappeared as it closed them to recover. Chapter 157. As the amethyst-winged Lion King recovered, Yun, who was unconscious, finally had a reaction. With a soft groan, her tightly closed eyes slowly opened. When she opened her eyes, she looked around a little dazedly, and the first thing that caught her eye was the huge body of the amethyst-winged Lion King. This startled her and, as she was about to get up, she discovered that her whole body was numb. After struggling a bit, Yun slowly closed her eyes and opened them a moment later, clenching her white teeth, as she whispered to herself, "Damn it, my Do-Chi is sealed. However, I don't know why my wounds have recovered, but I can feel a strong medicinal power healing my body." Right after saying this, she saw Xiao Ming and the others. Xiao Ming and the others had naturally noticed Yun's awakening, they just hadn't said anything, so Yun, who was lying down, didn't notice them. Of course, there was also the reason that she had been attracted to the amethyst-winged Lion King. The moment she saw Xiao Ming, Yun understood why there was a medicinal force in her body. Xiao Ming was a 6th-tier alchemist and must have 6th-tier pills on him. In conclusion, she had been saved by Xiao Ming. She knew how serious her injuries were, and if it wasn't for Xiao Ming, she probably wouldn't have seen the next day's sun. Thinking about this, Yun bowed her head and looked at the handsome figure of Xiao Ming not far away. Her gaze was filled with gratitude as she softly said, "Yun would like to thank Master Xiao Ming for helping me this time." Hearing Yun's words, Xiao Ming approached her and squatted down in front of her. "No need to be polite, sect leader Yun, this is just a chance encounter. In the end, it's still your good fortune, don't you think so?" Yun naturally did not take his words seriously, she continued to say gratefully, "Master Xiao Ming is joking, this time you saved my life, how could I not take it seriously?" Xiao Ming chuckled lightly and did not continue on this topic. After all, this time he was saving Yun Yun so that she would owe him a favor. Just being polite for a moment or two was enough. Sect leader Yun, this time you fought against the amethyst-winged Lion King, and your 5 most vital internal organs were severely injured. At the same time, your dochi was also sealed. Although I saved you with a 6th-tier pill, it will still take you a few days to fully recover, so, if I may be so bold, I will keep you by my side for these few days. Thank you, Master, I will be in your care for a while. Yun Yun had no problem to keep saying words of thanks, although it was useless to keep repeating them, it was necessary to prove it with practical actions. Xiao Ming nodded his head, then stood up and asked the amethyst-winged Lion King, who had opened his eyes during the conversation between the two earlier. How is your recovery, can you fly? The medicinal effects of your pill are very strong, flying is naturally not a problem. Xiao Ming revealed a smile at its words. Well then, prepare to take us from here and head to the outskirts of the Magic Beast Mountain Range. Should we take that woman with us? The amethyst-winged Lion King could let Xiao Ming use it as a mount, but it could not tolerate the idea of Yun Yun riding it. If it wasn't because this woman came to the Magic Beast Mountain Range for no reason to look for trouble, how would I have ended up in this situation? In response, Xiao Ming just looked at it indifferently and said nothing. However, the amethyst-winged Lion King was speechless at this look, as it remembered that Xiao Ming was an existence who had beaten it to the ground when he was a Do King, and if it complained again, even if the other party didn't kill it, it would be beaten half dead. Just like it did in the past, it loved to teach its disobedient little brother a lesson. Very well. The amethyst-winged Lion King lowered its head and laid its body down. It was normal for the amethyst-winged Lion King to have petty feelings, but no matter how hostile the amethyst-winged Lion King is to Yun Yun, as a subordinate, it had to know how to obey. Qing Lin, help sect leader Yun Yun climb on the back of. It wouldn't be good to keep calling you amethyst-winged Lion King in the future. What's your name? Xiao Ming asked. Shi. Xiao Ming, what a great name. Qing Lin, help sect leader Yun climb on the back of Shi and wipe the blood off her face while you're at it. And by the way, cough cough, put a garment on her. Yun Yun, who was lying on the ground, heard Xiao Ming's words and immediately caught sight of herself, finding her clothes quite torn, and although they were not completely uncovered, they were not at all elegant either. Thinking about the fact that she was in this indecent state when Xiao Ming squatted in front of her just now, she immediately blushed with embarrassment. Yes, young master. Upon receiving Xiao Ming's command, Qing Lin immediately moved to complete the order. A few minutes later, with the roar of the amethyst-winged Lion King, they all disappeared into the distance. On the outskirts of the Magic Beast Mountain Range, in Wutan City. Today, the gates of Wutan City were as busy as usual, with groups of mercenaries of all sizes coming and going, some entering and others returning from the Magic Beast Mountain Range. A young mercenary looked up at the sky in the direction of the Magic Beast Mountain Range and asked the elderly mercenary next to him, "Boss, what's that black dot in the sky? What else could it be besides flying magic beasts?" The old mercenary said impatiently. "Don't ask so many questions every day, will you? Read your mercenary manual, it's more useful than anything else." The curious young man smiled awkwardly at his words. "I just haven't had the time. By the way, boss, you are very knowledgeable, can you tell me what kind of magical beast this is? How come it seems to be flying towards our Wutan City?" Flying towards our Wutan City? The old mercenary elder froze at his words and looked up. He just took a glance and couldn't help but let out a cry of horror. Isn't that the amethyst-winged Lion King? The supreme lord of the Magic Beast Mountain Range? Holy shit, what is it doing here in Wutan City? The old mercenary had been in the Magic Beast Mountain Range all his life and wouldn't believe he was making a mistake. Hearing his shout, many people also raised their heads. When they saw the magnificent amethyst-winged Lion King, glowing purple in the sunlight, they made terrified faces. Very few had seen the amethyst-winged Lion King, but its appearance was very recognizable. Oh no, that's really the amethyst-winged Lion King. I wonder what the amethyst-winged Lion King is doing here in Wutan City. It wouldn't be here to massacre the city, would it? Run, the amethyst-winged Lion King has come to massacre the city. The commotion at the city gates quickly spread through Wutan City. Many people were running toward the outside of the city, and not a few were running toward the current supreme lord of Wutan City, the Xiao family. It was common knowledge that the Xiao family had a Do King guest. Therefore, many people wanted to go to the Xiao family for refuge. They did not expect that this Do King would be able to defeat the amethyst-winged Lion King but hoped that the Xiao family would mention Xiao Ming's name and thus frighten the amethyst-winged Lion King. A 6th-tier alchemist was not something that anyone could offend. However, all these people were stopped outside the gate by the Xiao family's guards. In the Xiao family's living room, many of the Xiao family's senior members gathered in one place. Xiao Zhan sat at the top, in the main seat and looked at the crowd below, and asked, "Have you already gone to invite the honorable guest Xue Tian?" Elder Xiao Shan has gone to invite him. As soon as the words left his mouth, two sturdy figures walked in. Seeing the figures, Xiao Zhan walked over to greet them with a joyful expression on his face. "Honorable guest Xue Tian, we have to rely on you this time." Xiao Zhan did not expect Xue Tian to be able to repel the amethyst-winged Lion King, just to hold on for a bit while they informed Xiao Ming's name. Unless the amethyst-winged Lion King did not want to remain in the Jiama Empire, it simply would not dare to touch the clan of a sixth-tier alchemist. Xue Tian merely nodded at his words and did not speak, acting very coldly. "Report to the clan head. The amethyst-winged Lion King has flown to Wutan City. And it seems to be flying towards us. Honorable guest Xue Tian." "I see." After saying that, Xue Tian headed to the living room. The people of the Xiao family looked at each other and followed him. There were many prominent Xiao family youths in the crowd, Xiao Ning, Xiao Mei, and others, and Xiao Yan, the son of the clan head, was also among them. Looking at the nervous clansman, Xiao Yan asked inwardly with some doubt, "Master, what do you think the sixth-tier amethyst-winged Lion King is doing here in Wutan City?" "How should I know? The other party might be just passing by," Yao Lao's voice rang out. Xiao Yan was speechless. Everyone knew that the amethyst-winged lion could be passing by, but no one dared to bet on this possibility because magical beasts of this level had their own territories and rarely went towards the human territory. "So, do you think guest Xue Tian can stop it?" "It would be difficult, knowing that, due to their bloodline, the level difference between magical beasts is much greater than that of humans. If it really comes to a fight, this guest Xue Tian from your family wouldn't be able to stop it. However, your Xiao family has a genius, and the name of the sixth-tier alchemist Xiao Ming can scare a lot of people," Yao Lao said with a smile. Xiao Yan's heart was not a bit elated inside when he heard this because Yao Lao had once told him that he also had the qualifications to become an alchemist, and Xiao Yan's blood boiled at the thought that he might also be able to scare a Dou emperor with just the mention of his name in the future. After getting excited, Xiao Yan suddenly thought of something and then asked, "Well, master, I've always wanted to ask, what tier of alchemist are you? Are you higher than Xiao Ming?" "Xiao Ming." Yao Lao smiled nonchalantly at his words and said proudly, "Although this cousin of yours is certainly very talented and can be said to be very impressive for achieving this at such a young age, his current alchemy skills are nothing in front of me. Furthermore, listening to your Xiao family's words, I can tell that his master is only an elder of Jia Nan Academy. Although Jia Nan Academy is famous on the continent, its alchemy department is nothing. The heritage of a master alchemist is very important. His future path of alchemy will be exceptionally difficult without the guidance of someone of a higher tier." Xiao Yan could not help but suck in a breath of cold air at his words. Xiao Ming was already a sixth tier, so, if Yao Lao said this, wouldn't he be a seventh tier, or even higher? Xiao Yan did not dare to imagine it, but inwardly, he felt happy in his heart. After all, who wouldn't be happy to have adored such a powerful master? During their conversation, the Xiao family followed Xue Tian until they reached a visible open space. Of course, not all the people from the Xiao family had come here, only some, such as Xiao Zhan and some elders, the others had already hidden. Xiao Yan chose to hide in the shadows to get some information. Half a second later, a huge magical beast that glowed with purple light appeared above the Xiao family. Chapter 158. As soon as the amethyst-winged Lion King appeared, its incomparable might made Xiao Zhan and the others a little frightened. They couldn't help but swallow saliva. Is this the power of a sixth-tier magical beast? It's really terrifying. In the darkness, Xiao Yan looked at the amethyst-winged Lion King flying towards the crowd and was also a little frightened. It seems that this amethyst-winged Lion King has not come to disturb your Xiao clan. "Ah, how do you know, master?" Xiao Yan was a little confused at his words. What was it doing stopping over the Xiao clan if it wasn't to look for trouble? It couldn't be that it was here to be a guest, right? At Xiao Yan's confusion, Yao Lao let out a laugh and did not reply directly, but kept it a secret. "You'll find out later." In the field, under the gaze of Xiao Zhan as well as several elders, Xue Tian jumped and flew into the sky in front of the amethyst-winged Lion King. But in the next second, Xue Tian flew down as if nothing. He didn't even say a word. This left Xiao Zhan and the others puzzled. What had happened to the honored guest Xue Tian? This was different from what they had planned at first. Could it be that honored guest Xue Tian was afraid of this amethyst-winged Lion King? However, their doubts were soon dispelled. After Xue Tian landed, the amethyst-winged Lion King also followed suit and landed on the open ground. With the change in perspective, Xiao Zhan saw several figures on the amethyst-winged Lion King's back. The one at the head of the group was clearly the supreme elder of his Xiao family, Xiao Ming. That person is Xiao Ming. Xiao Yan also saw the white-clothed Xiao Ming on top of the lion's back and could not help but exclaim in shock. Looking at the amethyst-winged Lion King at Xiao Ming's feet and then looking at Xiao Ming who had already jumped off the amethyst-winged Lion King's back, Xiao Yan felt that the world was so unreal at this moment. He had just sighed at the terror of a 6th-tier magical beast, and in the blink of an eye, this 6th-tier magical beast was being used as a mount under someone else's feet. This gap was too big. Looks like the amethyst-winged Lion King has been subdued by Xiao Ming. In the ring, Yao Lao Lao said in a voice transmission. He really subdued it. How is that possible? Even a 6th-tier alchemist would find it difficult to subdue a powerful Do Emperor, right? You have to know that there are only 2 or 3 strong people of this level in the Jiama Empire. Besides, Xiao Ming's strength is that of a Do King, and it's too fanciful for a Do King to subdue a Do Emperor. He is already a Do Emperor, Yao Lao Lao said with an emotional tone. What, a Do Emperor? Xiao Yan blinked. Yes, he is a Do Emperor. This kind of talent is also top-notch in the entire continent. I didn't expect that a golden phoenix like him could actually come out of this grass nest that is the Jiama Empire. Yao Lao's tone was not without emotion. Not only he is a Do Emperor, but that old man beside him is also a Do Emperor, and that sect leader of the Misty Clouds sect is also here, along with the amethyst-winged Lion King. Today in your Xiao family, there are 4 Do Emperor level powerhouses. Of course, along with Ling Ying who was still in the Xiao clan, there were 5 Do Emperors in total. Xiao Yan's pupils shrank when he heard this, and his head stiffened somewhat as he scanned around Xiao Ming, and indeed saw Hai Budong, who had an extraordinary aura, as well as Yun Yun, who seemed to be in a somewhat poor state. Seeing Yun Yun, Xiao Yan did not bother to be surprised and said with a frown, "What is Xiao Ming doing bringing Yun Yun for no reason?" Xiao Yan did not have a good impression of Yun Yun, the Nalan Yanran's master, especially since that day when she had brought up the matter of annulling the marriage in front of all the Xiao family members, acting aloof and calm. After that, he and Nalan Yanran made a 3-year agreement. It could be said that they maintained a hostile relationship. Xiao Yan, naturally, was not happy that Yun Yun came to the Xiao family once again. Of course, Xiao Yan was unhappy, but it was not Xiao Yan's turn to speak in the Xiao family. Especially since it was Xiao Ming who had brought back Yun Yun, his father the clan head would not dare to say anything. Just as Xiao Yan thought, after Xiao Zhan and the others saw Xiao Ming, they saw Yun Yun immediately afterwards. The elders were fine, while Xiao Zhan's face visibly stiffened for a few moments. However, Xiao Ming's return was always a happy event for the Xiao family, and he could only force a smile as he and the elders approached Xiao Ming. At this moment Xiao Ming was talking to Hai Budong. Won't Mr. Hai Budong stay in my Xiao family for a few days? No, I'd better go to Mitre Auction House first. I'll contact that fellow Tingshan and deliver the promised medicinal herbs to you, so I'll come to visit you soon in a couple of days. In that case, the decision is yours. Hee, see you soon. With that, a pair of ice wings spread out behind Hai Budong and he left the place. This scene startled Xiao Zhan and the others. Supreme Elder, who was this person? Xiao Zhan asked in confusion. This man is one of the 10 strongest of the Jiama Empire, the Ice Emperor Hai Budong. We happen to coincide on this trip, so he owes me a favor, and if the Xiao family encounters any difficulties in the future, you can go find him at the Mitre family. Xiao Ming casually said. That man is the Ice Emperor. Astonishment showed on the faces of Xiao Zhan and the others. As long as they were not too young, they would not be oblivious to this other famous powerhouse of the Jiama Empire. The Ice Emperor, one of the 10 strongest of the previous generation of the Jiama Empire, was a solitary and arrogant man who was extremely good at ice do chi and once froze an entire city in a fit of rage. In the last tournament between the Jiama Empire and the Chu Yun Empire, he single-handedly fought a Do Emperor and a Do King without losing, astonishing the audience. After that tournament, the Ice Emperor gradually disappeared from everyone's sight. Until now, the Ice Emperor's name only echoed as a person in the memory of the older generation of the Jiama Empire, and now the 10 strongest people of the younger generation had already taken away his former glory and splendor. They did not expect to meet this time with a powerful man who had disappeared from the Jiama Empire a long time ago. Moreover, this powerful person owed Xiao Ming a favor. It could be said that it was a happy event. Looking at the somewhat happy Xiao Zhan and the others, Xiao Ming shook his head and turned his head towards the tall Xiao Shan and asked. Nothing has happened to the family lately, right? No. Xiao Shan said with an honest smile. That's good, I will stay with the family for a few days, then I will go back to Jianan Academy to see my master. I haven't seen him for a long time. After a small talk or two, Xiao Ming bid farewell to the senior members of the Xiao family and left, along with Zi Yan and the others, back to his own small courtyard. Xiao Zhan and the Grand Elder, on the other hand, watched Xiao Ming's back from where they stood without following him. Only when Xiao Ming's figure disappeared did Xiao Zhan say to the rest of the elders, "Let all the clan members who are hiding to come out, and also spread the news of the Supreme Elder's return, to prevent the people of Wutan City from continuing to panic." A few days later. In one of the rooms in Xiao Ming's small courtyard, Yun sat cross-legged. A few moments later, Yun opened her eyes. It's time to leave the Xiao family. After a few days of healing, her strength had recovered to the original level and her injuries had almost recovered, so there was no point in remaining in the Xiao family. Leaving the room, Yun saw Xiao Ming instructing two girls in their cultivation. During the past few days of staying by Xiao Ming's side, Yun had been surprised several times. One of them was because of the girls surrounding Xiao Ming. Leaving aside Ziyan, whom she had seen before, these Xiao Yixian and Qing Lin, whom she had not seen before, had deeply shocked her, as they were both extremely talented. They were far superior to her disciple, Nailin Yanran. This made her wonder when so many monstrous talents had appeared in the Jiama Empire. Chapter 159. Seeing Yun, Xiao Ming stopped instructing the girls and tell them to continue practicing on their own. Then, he went to the tea table in the courtyard and sat down on a stone chair next to it. Seeing this, Yun also moved her long, slender legs and sat down next to Xiao Ming. Both of them had followed this little routine for the past few days. Sect leader Yun, your complexion has improved a lot these days. After lifting the teapot from the table and pouring 2 cups of tea, Xiao Ming picked up a cup and took a sip of the tea before saying it in a low voice. It's mostly thanks to your 6th-tier pill that I was able to recover so quickly. As she said this, a look of gratitude appeared on Yun's face. The amethyst-winged Lion King's attack had severely injured her internal organs, and with her doqi sealed, if she hadn't met Xiao Ming, she probably would have died in the Magic Beast mountain range. Every time she thought about this, the gratitude she felt for Xiao Ming grew deeper and deeper. Now, the seal on my body has also dissolved. Yun looked at Xiao Ming in front of her and said. At this, Xiao Ming's reaction was normal. After all, Yun's strength was easy for him to sense. Will you be leaving, sect leader Yun? As a sect leader, I have been out of the sect for many days, and if I don't return after a long time, it will cause a disturbance in the sect, so now is the time to return. Hearing these words, Xiao Ming felt a little emotional. It's really difficult for sect leader Yun sect to handle the huge Misty Cloud sect. It's not that difficult, the Misty Cloud sect still has elders to help with matters, I really don't have that much to deal with. Yun pulled her hair back and explained to Xiao Ming. The affairs of the Misty Cloud sect were divided into several areas, most of which were handled by the elders, so she just needed to understand the general direction, which wasn't really difficult. Xiao Ming only nodded at this and turned to ask. When does sect leader Yun intend to leave? A little later. Oh, then I hope you have a smooth trip. After waiting for a while, looking at Yun, who was still in front of him, acting a little hesitant to speak, Xiao Ming asked in a somewhat strange manner, Sect leader Yun, is there something difficult to say? After a moment of silence, Yun still said, I want to exchange an item with the amethyst-winged Lion King, I wonder if you can call it, Master Xiao Ming. What you want to exchange is the purple spirit crystal, right? How do you know? As soon as she uttered these words, Yun knew that she had asked a stupid question. Xiao Ming had been able to save her in time in the first place, so it was likely that he had already been present and heard her conversation with the amethyst-winged Lion King. Of course, it was also possible that the amethyst-winged Lion King had told him in the past few days. However, now that Xiao Ming knew her purpose, she did not hide it and spoke clearly, that's right, I want the purple spirit crystal, if it wasn't for this purple spirit crystal, I wouldn't have fought with the amethyst-winged Lion King to that extent. This purple spirit crystal doesn't do you much good, does it? You almost lost your life because of it this time. Xiao Ming looked at Yun and said. Unfortunately, the purple spirit crystal is the main ingredient for our sect's guest elder Gu He to refine a pill, which can increase strength, and it's for Yanran. I originally planned to exchange 3 5th-rank magic cores, as well as a high Xian Qi method with the amethyst-winged Lion King. However, you know the attitude of the magical beasts towards us humans, and that's why we ended up like this. Yun didn't hide anything and said it plainly. So that's what happened. Xiao Ming laughed before saying, however, currently, the amethyst-winged Lion King no longer has the purple spirit crystal, as it is in my possession. The amethyst-winged Lion King's cave was raided by him, and all of its purple spirit crystals naturally fell into his hands. Hearing this, Yun revealed a joyful look, and then said, then I wonder if you can exchange it with me, master. Saying these words, even with Yun's calm personality, she could not help but blush a little. After all, the pill made from this purple spirit crystal could enhance strength, and the object of the enhanced strength was her disciple, Nailin Yanran, who had a 3-year contract with the 3rd young master of the Xiao family. If Xiao Ming gave him this in return, it would look like he was helping the other side. However, Yunyan knew that Xiao Ming might not agree to this exchange, but she still wanted to give it a try. After all, she had spent a lot of time and effort for this purple spirit crystal, and even her life was on the line. Okay. What? Yunyan looked at him uncomprehendingly. I said I can exchange it, but I wonder what things the sect leader can offer in return. Facing the surprised Yunyan, Xiao Ming said with a faint smile. The purple spirit crystal was of no use to him anyway, so he could exchange it. As for helping the other side, no matter how good Nalan Yanran was, there was no way she was comparable to Xiao Yan, who had Yao Lao as his master and traveling companion. It wasn't a problem that he sold a purple spirit crystal. Hearing Xiao Ming's reply, Yunyan's face showed joy. In addition to the 3 beast cores and the chi method I promised the Lion King earlier, I can also add 10 other precious medicinal herbs to exchange with you for the purple spirit crystal. Deal. Xiao Ming nodded his head. The purple spirit crystal was a crystal containing faded energy from the amethyst-winged Lion King, which was actually of little use to truly powerful people and not worth such a high price. Yunyan overpaid for it. Seeing Xiao Ming take out a jade box from his ring and hand it to her, Yunyan took it inside her ring without looking at it and took out 3 beast cores, as well as a chi method, and 3 smaller white jade boxes and placed them on the table. Looking at Yunyan's actions, Xiao Ming raised his eyebrows. Doesn't sect leader Yun need to inspect the goods? No need, I trust you. Finally obtaining the purple spirit crystal caused a smile to appear on Yunyan's calm face. All these things are part of the exchange for the purple spirit crystal. I don't have that many precious herbs in my storage ring, only 3, but don't worry, I will personally send the rest of them when I return back to my sect. I trust sect leader Yun, but I will leave Jia Ma Empire in a couple of days to go to Jia Nan Academy. How about this? You can have your people deliver it to the elder Xiao Shan. This, okay. Xiao Ming's words left Yunyan speechless, who had originally wanted to return to the Xiao clan to thank him again at some point, but thinking about the tense situation between the Xiao family and her last time, she desisted her thoughts. So she only added, you should come to visit my Misty Cloud sect when you have time. This, Xiao Ming blinked. Go to your Misty Cloud sect to meet the Tgthegood, protector of the Hall of Souls. Wait, it's not impossible to go to the Misty Cloud sect. Counting time, Yun Shan had almost broken through the Do ancestor at this time. Before being influenced by the Hall of Souls, Yun Shan was a man who knew right from wrong, did not blindly favor his own people, had a cool head, acted sensibly, and liked to cultivate. Only after being influenced by the Hall of Souls did his personality change so much. If Yun Shan had been told that the Hall of Souls had left a trace in his soul, then the possibility of Yun Shan and the protector of the Hall of Souls colluding would be minimized. Coupled with the fact that he had saved Yunyan this time, the possibility of the Misty Cloud sect making a move against the Xiao clan in the future would also be reduced to the lowest point. When my strength improves a little more, I'll pay a visit to the Misty Cloud sect when I have time. Maybe I can find a way to capture that protector of the Hall of Souls. Xiao Ming thought. The protector of the Hall of Souls knew the exact location of the branch halls, and the branch halls of the Hall of Souls contained the condensed soul origin of the souls they captured. The soul origin could raise the soul realm, and Xiao Ming had a deep understanding of how difficult it was to raise the soul realm. He couldn't help but be a bit interested in this matter. Therefore, Xiao Ming smiled and said, when I have time in the future, I will definitely pay a visit to the Misty Cloud sect. It's a deal. Master Xiao Ming must not forget this matter. Hearing Xiao Ming's promise, Yunyan was very happy. After chatting some more, Yunyan got up and took her leave. Xiao Ming had not been sitting for long when Xiao Shan's voice came from outside the door. Is cousin here? Mr. Hai Budong and Miss Yafei are here. Chapter 160. Hai Budong opened the door and saw Xiao Ming sitting in the courtyard drinking his tea. Not far away from him, Xiao Yixian and Qing Lin were cultivating, so he hurriedly led Yafei towards Xiao Ming. Ha ha ha, it's been a few days since I've seen you, Master Xiao Ming, but you are still in your usual elegant style. I hadn't seen Mr. Hai Budong for a few days, but you've become much more youthful. After exchanging a polite greeting with Hai Budong, Xiao Ming invited Hai Budong, Yafei, and Xiao Shan to sit down. After pouring 3 cups of tea, Xiao Ming smiled and asked Hai Budong, Ice Emperor, have you been given the rewards? Hai Budong nodded and turned to Yafei, who was standing beside him, and said in a low voice, why don't you quickly bring out what you have prepared? Today, Yafei was as attractive and charming as ever, and her voluptuous and exquisite body, wrapped in a red dress, was extremely provocative. After hearing Hai Budong's command, she removed a green ring from her finger and handed it to Xiao Ming in the most respectful manner. This ring contains the precious medicinal herbs that the Mitre family has mobilized from various branches by order of the Grand Elder, each of which is worth no less than 200,000 gold coins. This ring has 33 in total. 33 medicinal herbs worth at least 200,000 gold coins. There were not many powers in the entire Jia Ma Empire that could get them. This Mitre family was also worthy of being an important family specializing in business in the Jia Ma Empire. Calmly taking the herbs from Yafei's small and soft hand, Xiao Ming didn't bother to explore what was inside, but said, "I didn't expect Mr. Haibudong to move so fast. I thought I would have to wait for you for 2 more days. Oh, it wasn't me who mobilized these things, this Yafei girl was the one who did it." In response, Haibudong said with a smile, during the past few days at the Mitre Auction House branch in Wutan City, he had also become familiar with the head of this branch, that is, Yafei. After a few days of observation, he found that she was quite capable and had a good head for business. Disregarding her poor cultivation talent, she could also be considered a rare talent. That was why he brought Yafei to see Xiao Ming this time. If it was another figure he didn't like, he wouldn't have paid much attention to it even though it was also from the Mitre family. Miss Yafei is really worthy of being someone who controls a Mitre branch at a young age. You are very capable. Xiao Ming smiled and praised. At Xiao Ming's praise, Yafei had a charming smile at the corner of her lips and said that she was just doing her part, then said nothing more. After chatting for a while, Haibudong looked at Xiao Ming with some apprehension and said, "Master Xiao Ming, you also know that I was sealed for decades, and I just regained my strength through pills." When Haibudong suddenly brought up this matter, Xiao Ming hummed and gestured with his eyes for him to continue. "You may not know that my previous realm was actually at 5-star Do Emperor, and this time, after using Breaking Adversity pill, I only recovered to 2-star. What do you mean?" asked Xiao Ming without raising his head after filling his cup of tea. I know that you, alchemists, like to collect some strange and weird pill recipes with all kinds of effects. I just want to ask you if there is a pill that can restore my strength." Xiao Ming understood why Haibudong asked him this question. It was because after one's strength reached Do Emperor, every 1-star breakthrough would take a long time. Haibudong was previously a 5-star Do Emperor, so it would take him 5 or 6 years to reach that stage again in any case, and that was without him experiencing some kind of bottleneck. It is important to know that Haibudong is of the same generation as Yunshan and Jia Xingtian. Yunshan in the Do Emperor realm and Jia Xingtian are now dying of old age, and although Haibudong is a bit younger than them, he is not too far from the end of his lifespan either. This outcome, for Haibudong, who had just finally regained his strength, was unacceptable, so he came to Xiao Ming for help. Xiao Ming thought about it and smiled. "Of course I have something." Ever since Xiao Ming had passed the 6th tier of alchemist, Jia Nan Academy's pill recipe storehouse had been completely open to him. Although he hadn't taken out many pill recipes, he had looked at quite a few, and along with the pill recipes he had obtained from the simulator and his master, Elder Hua, there were actually plenty of pill recipes that Xiao Ming knew of. Among them, there were indeed 1 or 2 that restored strength. Not to mention pill recipes, he even had a pill that restored the strength directly, which was a 2-colored 8th tier pill, fungus green pill. This pill could even restore the strength of a Do Venerate. However, he would not exchange something of this tier to Hai Bo Dong. After all, Haibudong could not afford the price. Hearing that Xiao Ming had a pill to restore his strength, Haibudong was overjoyed. "I would like to." "I understand, follow the rules of the alchemists, these are the herbs." Before Haibudong could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by Xiao Ming. Looking at the list of herbs in his hand, Haibudong smiled and nodded. "Don't be happy so soon, the pill is ranked in the 6th tier and is called Spiritual Recovery Purple Pill. The herbs needed are not easy to find." Xiao Ming reminded Haibudong, who had a big smile on his old face. After hearing this, Haibudong was not worried. He had expected this. From the 5th tier, medicinal herbs were very hard to find. He put the paper with the names of the herbs on his ring, before taking his leave. Looking at Haibudong, as well as at Yafei's back, Xiao Shan, who had remained silent, suddenly asked, "The matter of Mr. Haibudong is over. When will you return to the academy, cousin?" "About this matter, we will leave tomorrow." After a moment of silence, Xiao Ming said. "Aren't you too anxious? Why don't you stay a few more days?" asked Xiao Shan while scratching his head. Speaking of which, Xiao Ming had stayed very little time in the Xiao family, and Xiao Shan was still a little regretful about this matter. "No, there are still many things to do. This trip to Jia Nan Academy, I might not be back for another 2 years." Xiao Ming shook his head. Xiao Shan couldn't help but blink at his words. "You're not even coming back for the coming-of-age ceremony?" 16-year-old Xiao Ming's coming-of-age ceremony was already almost a year away, and Xiao Shan felt a bit dismayed by Xiao Ming's decision. For every family with an inheritance, a child's coming-of-age ceremony was a very important ceremony. It can't be helped. Xiao Ming shrugged his shoulders. He didn't have much to do in the Xiao family. Xiao Ming had only lived in the Xiao family for about 6 years, his direct lineage was basically dead, and of the 6 years, more than 4 years had been spent where the Xiao family orphans gathered. He had only spent a year or so enjoying the benefits of being a Xiao family genius. Although he had feelings for the Xiao family and a sense of identity, it was simply impossible for him to stay in the family all the time. It was fine if he was free, but if he was not, this so-called coming-of-age ceremony was not important enough to make a trip back to the family. When the matter of returning to the Jianan Academy was finished, he still planned to wander around the nearby empire and improve his strength a bit. After Xiao Shan sighed at Xiao Ming's choice, he did not say anything. After all, he also knew that Xiao Ming had always been obsessed with cultivation, and it was quite reasonable for him to make this decision. Because he might not see him for a long time, Xiao Shan stayed with Xiao Ming for quite some time before saying goodbye. During this time, Xiao Ming also told him that Yun Yun would send someone to deliver some things to the gate. Evening. The bright moon hung in the sky, with its misty light covering the whole earth, the stars glittered like dappled snow in a sky with a black background. The beautiful sea in the firmament was breathtaking. A gust of night breeze blew. Xiao Ming, who was soaking in the mountain hot spring, let out a sound of relaxation. What I will miss most about the family are these hot springs at the back of the mountain, they really aren't bad at all. Xiao Ming, who was feeling relaxed, suddenly heard a voice sounding in his mind. Ding, an opportunity for a life simulation has been detected, start the simulation. In response, Xiao Ming said softly, simulate it. Ding, the current number of simulations is 1. Start simulation. Day 1, you left the Xiao family with your friend Ziyan. Day 2, you sit on the back of the amethyst-winged lion king, which you subdued not long ago, and cultivate for a whole day. Day 3, you sit on the back of the amethyst-winged lion king and cultivate for half a day. In the afternoon, you instruct Xiao Yixian and Qin Lin in their training. Chapter 161. Day 10, you stopped for a while at Black Seal City. Day 11, you met with your master, Elder Hua, and discovered that your master was still in the Peak Do Emperor, and that the zone-breaking pill you gave him did not allow him to break through. That night, your master announces that he will go into seclusion. Day 12, several elders from Jianan Academy came to your door, asking you to refine pills. You counted a total of 9 pills, 1 mighty Huang pill, 5 fighting spirit pills, and 3 zone-breaking pills. You didn't find it troublesome and agreed to refine them. Day 13, you and Hu Jia strolled through Jianan City, during which you introduced her to Xiao Yixian, Qin Lin, and Ziyan, and realized that Hu Jia had a hint of hostility towards Xiao Yixian. Day 14, you meet your master again, who at this point has become a 6th-tier alchemist. Day 15, you instruct Xiao Yixian, who has the Woeful poison body, and Qin Lin, who has the triple jade-green snake flower pupils, in their cultivation. Looking at the two of them, whose realms have grown a lot, you once again secretly sigh at the horror of special physiques. That day, you rummage for a long time in the Qi Method Hall and find a high Xian Qi method suitable for Qin Lin cultivation. Day 21, you enter the secret room and take out the cold marrow twig and other medicinal materials, preparing to refine a pill. Day 40, you finish refining the pills and feel that your alchemy skills have improved. You leave the secret room, and give the pills you have made to the elders of Jianan Academy. The elders who have received their pills went into seclusion. Day 41, Han Feng, the 6th-tier alchemist of the Black Corner region, heard from somewhere that you possessed a heavenly flame, and gathered 8 Do kings, 6 Do emperors, and 1 Do ancestor to come to the Jianan Academy and threaten you to hand over the heavenly flame to him, to which you laughed disdainfully. However, because there were elders in seclusion, the Jianan Academy did not have enough Do Emperor-level fighters, so you had to fight alone against 5 Do Emperors, and under the fierce battle, you were severely injured. Day 42, through the channels of Jianan Academy, you gather Do Emperor and Do King experts from outside in exchange for the mighty Huang pill. Day 60, you obtained the Sea Heart Flame, as well as the Serene Sea Storage Ring from Han Feng, and inside the ring, you found several high-tier pill recipes and also saw a 10,000 beast cauldron, as well as a scroll with the poison pill method written on it. At night, you ordered the pill recipes from your storage ring, and arranged the 6th-tier pill recipes, the Soul Recovery Pill, the Mighty Huang Pill, and the Zone Breaking Pill in an orderly fashion. Day 61, you lead your troops to destroy the Ground Fire Sect and the Blood Sect. Day 61, you lead your troops to destroy the Dark Sky Sect and the 8 Gates. Day 72, after the previous rounds of battles, you feel that your cultivation has improved and you enter a secret room to seclude yourself. Day 82, you make your way to a 4-star Do Emperor and, after the breakthrough, you take the Mighty Huang Pill. Day 169, you have obtained the Asparagus Ice Fire fruit from a 5th-rank magical beast. Day 270, you cultivated for a whole day. Day 271, you cultivated for a whole day. Day 321, you refined a low-grade 7th-tier antidote pill, Dongqing pill, and resisted the thunder tribulation attracted by the pill. Resisting the tribulation was not so easy, and that's when you remembered the puppet refining method, Sky Demon Puppet, from the old ground demon ghost, belonging to the Demon Flame Valley. Day 350, you cultivated for a while, and you feel that this kind of peaceful cultivation is too slow. You talk to the first elder of the Jia Nan Academy, and express your desire to exchange the infant fallen heart flame in your possession for the Academy's fallen heart flame. Although the first elder showed great interest, extracting the heavenly flame would cause great harm to the alchemist itself, so Su Qian had some doubts. Day 351, you want to search for the monster core of the 7th Order's Sky Poison Dragon Scorpion Beast through your master's connections. Day 352, you and the Deputy Headmaster's granddaughter stroll through the Outer Academy. Day 353, you had a conversation with First Elder Su, and once again expressed your desire to exchange the heavenly flame. Your master, Elder Hua, happened to hear about it and, furious, tried to teach you a gentle lesson. You sensed something was wrong and dodged a blow, and after explaining for a long time, you finally got First Elder Su Qian and your master, Elder Hua, to agree. Day 1490, you refined a 7th-tier pill. Day 1560, you argued with a Do ancestor of Thunder attribute. Day 2491, you are distressed by the difficulty to improve your soul realm. Day 2492, you ask around for items to help improve your soul realm. Day 3021, through a certain organization, you learn of the existence of something called spiritual sand, and begin to inquire where it is located. Day 3290, you learn that the spiritual sand is in the eastern region of the Central Plains and lead your group to its location. Day 3300, you sensed several people with powerful souls and thought something was wrong, but you stayed for the chance to make your way to the spirit realm. Day 3303, after a difficult search, you finally find the spiritual sand. Looking at the spiritual sand in front of you, you probe it and discover that there doesn't seem to be anything wrong with it. You hold the spiritual sand in front of you, and instantly, you felt your arms suffer a heavy blow and could no longer lift it. At the same time, someone next to you stealthily approached you to give you a sneak attack, but you were saved by Xiao Xian, who was by your side. Day 3334, you escaped from the place with the spiritual sand. Day 3335, you are being chased. Day 3336, you are chased and you control the spirit to kill many people. Day 3337, someone tried to poison you and you took a 7th-tier antidote pill, the Dongqing pill. In the end, you escaped the chase. Day 3338, seeing a man who was also being chased, you hid in the shadows and watched them fight. During the fierce battle, you found out that you had seen the person being chased before, and after a long time, the person being chased died and his soul was extracted. Day 3650, you are unmotivated to cultivate and are looking for a way to regain mobility in your arms. End of simulation. Talent item is being selected. Available options, Talent Do Chi of Thunder attribute, Poison Pill method, Sky Demon Puppet refinement method. Analyzing the words in his mind, Xiao Ming's face shadowed for a moment. Why did it seem like he didn't do so well in his simulated life this time? As soon as it started, someone knocked on his door and he was seriously injured. In the end, he was looking for that spiritual what's-its name and was stalked by ambushers. How did he know it was an ambush? Wasn't it obvious? After searching for something for a long time, the news suddenly appeared in front of him, and then the location also appeared, and then he encountered people with equally powerful souls in that territory, and finally, the souls of the people who died were extracted. What is this if not being ambushed? And this attack was not only aimed at him, there were more people who were also the target of the ambush. Xiao Ming felt that he and those few should have been targeted for a long time. The news of the spiritual sand was deliberately revealed to his ears, but in the simulator due to the opportunity for a breakthrough in the soul realm, although he knew that there was something wrong, he could not care less. Chapter 162. After cursing himself for being so naive, Xiao Ming stopped muttering to himself and turned his attention to the options. Available options, Thunder attribute Do Chi talent, Poison Pill method, Sky Demon Puppet refinement method. Of these three options, the Thunder attribute talent was the rarest of the three, but, to him, it was a bit unnecessary. Like now that he was able to control the spirit and use the Ice Do Chi after the spirit had swallowed the 10,000-year ice-cold marrow of attribute ice. Devouring a heaven and earth wonder with a Thunder attribute could also allow him to possess a Thunder attribute. Even if he had Do Chi of Ice attribute, Xiao Ming rarely used it. The main reason was that his abilities were mainly focused on fire. It was already very difficult for him to master the art of fire, plus he had to study alchemy, so he had no time to dedicate to other attributes. If one day he needed Do Chi of Thunder attribute, Xiao Ming could simply find a heaven and earth wonder and devour it. Other than that, after hundreds of simulations, he met one of the places where a heaven and earth spiritual creature with thunder attribute was located. Because his chi method was enhanced by devouring wonders of heaven and earth, it was natural for them to appear in the simulations. Of course, these were not his main reasons. The main reason was that he did not know if the sudden addition of the thunder attribute to his body would have an impact on his alchemy. Disregarding the Do Chi of thunder attribute, Xiao Ming looked at the poison pill method and the sky demon puppet refinement method. In a few days, that Han Feng will hand me the poison pill method, so there is nothing to think about between these two. Simulator, I choose the sky demon puppet refinement method. After speaking, an unusual rolled bamboo leaf appeared in front of him. The bamboo leaf was a grayish-brown color that looked very ordinary. As soon as the rolled bamboo leaf appeared, it fell into Xiao Ming's palm. Sitting slightly upright in the warm hot spring, Xiao Ming uncovered the thin thread of the bamboo leaf and slowly stretched it out. Then, 3 large, blood-red words, exuding cruelty, appeared under the scanning of his gaze, causing his heart to violently leap. Sky Demon Puppet. Slowly extending the bamboo leaf fully, the thin, blood-red letters contained in the bamboo leaf were exposed before his eyes. Sky Demon Puppet. This method is not a chi method, nor an ordinary Do technique, but a puppet technique handed down from ancient times. To make a sky demon puppet, one has to gather 3 things, a body, a soul, and the core of a magic beast. The body is the weapon, the soul is the guide, and the core is the heart, along with, the end result is a demon puppet. There are 3 levels of demon puppets, sky, ground, and man. The difference between them will depend on the materials and flame with which they are refined. A demon puppet will possess an endless amount of strength and will have no emotion and feel no pain. It will basically be a killing machine. This sky demon puppet is a good thing. As long as there are enough materials, I can refine a lot of strong guards. However, none of these materials are easy to find. However, a Do ancestor level body, that's something that should be available soon. Xiao Ming's eyes narrowed and he no longer continued to look at the specific method of refining the demon sky puppet, but directly threw it into his storage ring. After continuing to be comfortably submerged for a while longer, Xiao Ming came out from inside the hot spring, put on his clothes, and headed down the mountain. Xiao Ming walked very slowly as he made his way to his backyard. On his way back to his small courtyard, Xiao Ming passed several courtyards, one of which was Xiao Yan's courtyard. Xiao Ming was passing through Xiao Yan's courtyard when he saw a figure standing furtively at the entrance. And at that moment, that figure happened to turn his head and saw Xiao Ming, and instantly, that figure froze in place. Looking at the figure, Xiao Ming said indifferently, "Cousin Xiao Yan, are you going out at this hour, or did you just come back?" Cough cough, so it's the Supreme Elder. I just came back from cultivating on the back mountain. Xiao Yan somehow remembered that when he was a child, there was a time when Xiao Ming had also bumped into him in the middle of the night. Thinking about that time he had been caught by Xiao Ming, Xiao Yan spoke with a slightly embarrassed expression and could not help but mutter to himself. He shouldn't think I'm still the same as I was that time, should he? After all these years, he should have forgotten about it a long time ago. Xiao Ming glanced at Xiao Yan's clothes and found that they were somewhat thick and heavy, and really looked like he had just finished exercising. He nodded calmly and inwardly had to say that Xiao Yan had really worked hard on his cultivation after experiencing the care given by the Xiao family members. Cousin Xiao Yan is very diligent, no wonder your strength has been progressing so fast lately. Remember to rest well. After saying this, Xiao Ming casually looked at the storage ring in his hand before leaving. Xiao Ming's action made Xiao Yan startled, and after Xiao Ming's back disappeared from his gaze, he immediately pushed the door and returned to his room. Sitting on top of the bed, he asked, somewhat suspiciously to Yao Lao in the storage ring, "Did Xiao Ming just find out about your presence, master?" An old voice echoed from inside the bone flame ring. "Well, you can't say that, he had actually discovered my existence a long time ago." "What?" Xiao Yan was sharply startled at his words, "a long time ago." Wouldn't that mean that he already knew the reason why my Do Chi had disappeared and deliberately concealed the situation so that I could continue to enjoy being a waste? Oh, not so soon, although his soul power is very powerful. But I had the bone flame ring, so with my intention to hide, he didn't find anything that time he examined your body. The first time he found me was when you had your marriage annulled. Yao Lao said confidently. Hearing these words, the trace of hostility that had just arisen in Xiao Yan's heart slowly disappeared. If it really was as Yao Lao had said, then it had not been a deliberate intention, and it was him using a villain's heart to measure a horse's belly, using despicable thoughts to speculate on a decent person's mind. Moreover, Xiao Ming had no grudge or hatred for him, so it did not seem that he had no reason to do such a thing to him. However, Xiao Ming was actually able to discover my mysterious and unpredictable master. A 6th-tier alchemist is so terrifying. Xiao Yan suddenly thought of something and hurriedly said, Master, now that Xiao Ming knows about your existence, will it cause any trouble? After all, now you. Alas, what are you afraid of? I see that Xiao Ming has good character and the demeanor of a great man, you don't have to worry about him finding me out. Besides, your realm is progressing so fast and he ignores me, so I guess he knows I'm helping you. That's also true. Xiao Ming, who had left, didn't know that his casual actions had made Xiao Yan suspicious for a while. Returning to his room, he quickly sat down on his bed and began to cultivate. Chapter 163. Early next morning. Xiao Ming got up early in the morning and left the Xiao family with Zi Yan, Xiao Yixian, and Qing Lin on the amethyst-winged Lion King. Xiao Ming did not inform anyone of his departure. But there was someone who found out the first moment he left. In the backyard of the Xiao family, in a small, elegant, and unique courtyard. The figure of a black shadow was half kneeling on the ground, his old face was tilted down, and his hoarse voice reached the ears of the young woman in front of him. Miss, that Xiao Ming is already gone. Oh. He's leaving again. Gu Sun'er's face was unperturbed as if the matter was indifferent to her. Only after a while, Ling Ying heard Gu Sun'er's clear voice again. Old Ling, Xiao Ming has already broken through Do Emperor and was previously a 6th-tier alchemist, do you think he found you? This, Ling Ying, although he was confident in his concealment technique, he hesitated for a moment after thinking about Xiao Ming's monstrous ability, I don't know. However, if he had found me, he would have attacked me long ago. Gu Sun'er nodded slightly at his words, that was true in theory, in the Do-Chi continent, no one would let a powerful person of unknown origin lurk inside their own home. However, this did not apply to Xiao Ming. Xiao Ming ignored Ling Ying simply because he knew who he was. It's good that Xiao Ming has left the Xiao clan, then my hands won't be tied when I search for the Tushi ancient god's jade. If Xiao Ming stayed in the Xiao clan for a long time, with the sole power of a 6th-tier alchemist, he would be able to observe the entire Xiao clan with a casual probe. In recent days, even Ling Ying, who was good at hiding, had left for a few days to avoid Xiao Ming's sharp eyes. In such a situation, how could she find the Tushi ancient god's jade? Therefore, Xiao Ming's departure was beneficial to Gu Sun'er. Hearing Gu Sun'er's words, Ling Ying seemed to have thought of something and spoke. Miss, news came from the clan a few days ago. Gu Sun'er's eyebrows furrowed slightly at his words, then relaxed. What kind of news? The clan said that you have been searching for the Tushi ancient god's jade for so long without finding it, and now that you are almost an adult, they asked you to stop searching for it and return to the clan for the coming-of-age ceremony first and that they would arrange for others to search for the Xiao family's Tushi ancient god's jade. Gu Sun'er listened to his words and her pretty face frowned again. It was not that Gu Sun'er was reluctant to leave the Xiao clan, Gu Sun'er did not like anyone within the Xiao clan, so naturally, she did not have those emotions. She was only displeased that her clan was rushing to get her back before she had even found the ancient jade. Another aspect was that she knew that the people in her own family had always looked down on the Xiao family. Anyone else would not have been as soft on the Xiao family as she was. Most likely they would take a harsh approach against the Xiao family. In any case, it could be said that she had been in the Xiao family for more than 10 years. She did not approve of her family's way of doing things. However, no matter how much she thought about it, Gu Sun'er had no reason to refuse. After all, she had been away from the clan for too long and it was time for her to return. Let's wait until we find the ancient jade before returning. Looking at the face of his young miss, Ling Ying, who had watched Gu Sun'er grow up, could easily guess what she was thinking. So he hesitated for a moment before saying, Miss, do you think the ancient jade might be in Xiao Ming's hands? Ling Ying's words made her remember. It's possible. Gu Sun'er said. The reason why she didn't think that the ancient jade was in Xiao Ming before was that Xiao Ming had left the clan when he was 6 years old. At that time, the other party was too young, so naturally, there was no need for suspicion. But now that Xiao Ming was the supreme elder of the Xiao family, it was very likely that he had taken that precious treasure with him. Thinking that the Tushi ancient god's jade might be in Xiao Ming's hands, even with Gu Sun'er's calm personality, she had a bit of a headache. Xiao Ming was now a Do Emperor and a 6th-tier alchemist, so if she wanted to get the ancient jade from him, the manpower she had around her would definitely not be enough. Gu Sun'er let out a light sigh and stopped thinking about it. Let's stay for another 3 months, if we still don't find Tushi ancient god's jade, we will return to the Gu realm. As you order, miss. You can leave. 10 days later. Above the endless great plain of the Black Corner region, a huge purple shadow flashed rapidly from the distance. At the back of the shadow, Xiao Ming sat cross-legged. A moment later, Qing Lin approached Xiao Ming and shook his arm. Young master, we have arrived at Black Seal City. Xiao Ming slowly opened his eyes and nodded to Qing Lin, who stood beside him, before standing up and walking in front of the amethyst-winged Lion King. A huge mountain ridge appeared before his eyes. At the foot of that mountain range, a huge city made of coal-black rocks appeared in a vague outline, and at the 4 gates on the sides of the city could faintly be seen small black dots, like ants, converging and pouring into the huge city. Looking at Black Seal City in the distance, a small smile appeared at the corner of Xiao Ming's mouth. "Shirzi, stop at Black Seal City." "Understood." The amethyst-winged lion's thunderous voice rang out, and after uttering the words, its wings vibrated fiercely and its speed increased a notch towards Black Seal City. Overhead, the sudden appearance of the huge magical beast was quickly detected by the guards of Black Seal City. Gazing into the sky at the purple glow of the majestic amethyst-winged Lion King, the soldiers on the city walls were horrified. "A magical beast is attacking the city. Quickly hide, it's a 6th-rank magical beast." The appearance of the amethyst-winged Lion King caused some agitation in Black Seal City. In a matter of moments, the amethyst-winged Lion King arrived over Black Seal City. To the surprise of the inhabitants of Black Seal City, the amethyst-winged Lion King did not attack them but landed directly in the city. This act of the amethyst-winged Lion King got people talking. What is going on here? Could it be that this lion belongs to Black Corner region and just came to buy something? No way, there are all kinds of races in the Black Corner region, magical beasts that haven't transformed are rare. We have to hurry and sneak out. Black Seal City is the residence of the 8 gates, this lion came strutting in, the thing might get big later. The 8 gates barracks. In the middle of the spacious hall, several elders were sitting with somewhat anxious expressions. A 6th-rank magical beast has just arrived in the city, what shall we do about it? We don't know what its purpose is this time, in case it attacks our 8 gates, the sect master just left 2 hours ago, and there is no existence within the sect that can resist it. As these men spoke anxiously, a voice was heard from outside the nearby gate and a figure rushed in and knelt down on one knee. Reporting to the elders, a young man has descended from the magical beast's back, and looking at his appearance, he appears to be Xiao Ming, an elder from the alchemy department of the Tgthegood Academy. Xiao Ming's appearance had circulated among the great forces of Black Corner region when he had ascended as a 6th-tier alchemist, and it was no wonder he was recognized. What? Is it really him? Isn't he a Do King? How did he get a 6th-tier magical beast? The elders were a bit shocked when they heard the report of the person who had come. When they came to their senses, they felt relieved. This was because they had not offended anyone from the Tgthegood Academy. So they believed that Xiao Ming would not attack them. "Alright, you guys retreat, don't bother with that Xiao Ming, those snooping officers also retreat so as not to cause displeasure to the other side." In front of the cartography pavilion, Xiao Ming sighed. He had just scanned Black Seal City with his soul power, and there was no presence of Yuan Yi, the 8 Gates sect leader, in the city. Yuan Yi was only a 2-star Do Emperor. If Yuan Yi was here, he could have liquidated Yuan Yi today. He clearly remembered that the 8 Gates were among the sects he had destroyed in the simulation. Obviously, this Yuan Yi must have joined Han Feng's plan to attack the Tgthegood Academy. Chapter 164. Now that Yuan Yi was not at Black Seal City, Xiao Ming was no longer thinking of making any move. Stopping his thoughts, Xiao Ming looked at the amethyst-winged Lion King in front of him, as well as Xiao Yixian and the other girls beside him. "Wait here for a moment, I'm going inside to buy something." The amethyst-winged Lion King and the girls nodded at his words. Seeing this, Xiao Ming ignored the eyes with different emotions coming from the street and entered through the doors of the cartography pavilion. On the street, the amethyst-winged Lion King saw Xiao Ming's back disappear and fiercely emitted its aura to the surroundings. In an instant, the various sneak peeks disappeared without a trace. "Hee, a bunch of trash dares to look at this king." Seeing this, the amethyst-winged Lion King said inwardly with disdain. In the past, it would have killed all those people who dared to look at it, but now, without Xiao Ming's orders, it didn't dare to do anything rashly. Inside the cartography pavilion, the female sales clerks, who were huddled in a corner, saw Xiao Ming with fearful yet curious eyes. Some had heated looks in their eyes, even showing more skin, seeking to get his attention. Administrator Bai, who was among the sales clerks, whom Xiao Ming had once met, could not stop his legs from trembling as he looked at Xiao Ming, who had entered the cartography pavilion. Administrator Bai was in a panic. He had just witnessed through the door the scene where this man commanded a 6th-rank magical beast. He did not know why such a powerful man, capable of taming a 6th-rank magical beast, had come to his little store. However, at this moment, he was the one in charge of the pavilion, so although he was a bit shy, he still approached Xiao Ming and showed a flattering smile. "Greetings, Your Excellency, I wonder if there is anything I can do for you on your visit to our little store." Xiao Ming had just spoken when Ziyan walked through the door and came directly to his side. "Xiao Ming, it's too boring outside, I've come to keep you company." Holding Xiao Ming's hand, Ziyan scanned the place until her eyes stopped on the group of sales clerks for a moment, then she lifted her little head and looked at Xiao Ming, blinking her big purple eyes. Hearing this, Xiao Ming smiled and stroked her little head, without saying anything, then turned his head towards Administrator Bai and continued speaking. You are, Administrator Bai, am I right? Xiao Ming's memory had always been good. 7 years ago, he had once obtained a nether poison flame remnant map here, and he still had a small impression of Administrator Bai who was talking to him right now. He not only remembered Administrator Bai, but also the scantily clad sales clerk, who was one of the sales clerks huddled in a corner, looking at him. Xiao Ming had an impression of Administrator Bai, but Administrator Bai had no impression of him. After all, Xiao Ming was dressed in black robes at that time. So, after hearing Xiao Ming say his surname, Administrator Bai was surprised and asked in a somewhat trembling tone. This, little one is indeed surnamed Bai. Looking at Administrator Bai's overly frightened look, Xiao Ming understood what he was thinking. The Black Corner region was incredibly chaotic, and almost everyone who mingled here had at least one human life on their backs, and when a stranger came to the door and said one's name, 9 times out of 10 it wouldn't be good news. It was no wonder this Administrator Bai was a little scared. Xiao Ming did not bother to say much to Administrator Bai and directly said, I heard that you have a heavenly flame remnant map here, I will buy it, take it out. Hearing this, Administrator Bai let out a sigh of relief and felt his legs no longer trembling so much. He wiped the fake sweat from his head. So your excellency is looking for the heavenly flame remnant map, we have it here, I'll get it out right away. With that, Administrator Bai ran to one of the side doors. Only a moment later, Administrator Bai ran out again, sweating profusely. Only when he arrived in front of Xiao Ming did he stop and respectfully handed him a map with both hands. This is the heavenly flame remnant map that your excellency wants. Xiao Ming glanced at it and did not take it, as he checked that what Administrator Bai had brought out was the remnant map of the nether poison flame, and said with a frown, not this one. Not this one. Administrator Bai felt embarrassed by his words. This was the only heavenly flame remnant map they sold here. Only this map had been sold twice, so hadn't this person heard about it somewhere and come looking for it? There was a powerful person who could crush him to death purchasing things from him. When he brought what he thought the person wanted, it was not what the person was looking for. Now what could he do? Administrator Bai didn't know what to do, and stammered for half a day before carefully saying, Your Excellency, our cartography pavilion only has this remnant map. Looking at Administrator Bai's sweaty face, afraid that he would kill him at the first word, Xiao Ming suddenly thought of something. There was a high probability that these people would not recognize the purifying demonic Lotus flame remnant map as a heavenly flame remnant map. He had been thinking about obtaining the heavenly flame remnant map before, and had asked for it directly. Understanding where his mistake had been, Xiao Ming spoke again, Since there are no other heavenly flame remnant maps, then bring me all the old maps from your store. Move quickly, or I'll tear down your nasty little store. At Xiao Ming's side, Ziyan backed his words as her small body leaned on his arm, her eyes glaring in disgust at the group of scantily clad sales clerks. Although Ziyan looked delicate and cute, there was no one in the cartography pavilion who did not take her words seriously. Many of the female sales clerks, seeing Ziyan's eyes looking at them with disgust, could not prevent their legs from faltering, making them fall to the ground on their buttocks, not daring to turn to look at the handsome young man again. Hearing this threat, Administrator Bai hastily nodded his head like a chicken pecking at rice. Your Excellencies, wait a moment, I'll be right back. And you pile of shameless women, stop soiling His Excellency's sight. After chasing the female sales clerks out of the room, Administrator Bai smiled flatteringly at Ziyan and then re-entered through the same side door as before. A moment later, Administrator Bai came out again. He approached Xiao Ming, who was already seated next to the table, and with a wave of his hands, a white light shone. In the blink of an eye, a stack of remnant maps over half a meter high appeared on the table. Your Excellency, these are all the remnant maps in this store. Administrator Bai said with a nod and a bow. Xiao Ming nodded softly, his eyes slowly scanning the pile of maps, and with a wave of his hand, he pulled out a piece of tattered and torn ancient cloth from them. Unfolding the tattered map, those familiar traces appeared under Xiao Ming's gaze. Hee, another fragment in hand, only the last one is missing, but that one is a bit hard to find, thought Xiao Ming. The exact possessor of the last remnant map of the purifying demonic Lotus flame was unknown, but its cultivation level was definitely higher than his current one, and it also knew the true value of the remnant map. The last one would be the hardest to obtain of all the fragments. Xiao Ming also didn't ask how much this map cost and put it directly into his star ring. He then took out a purple card from it and threw it on the table. There are 200,000 gold coins here, is it enough to buy one of your maps? That's enough. Administrator Bai picked up the card and said with a flattering smile, he couldn't say it wasn't enough, even if it really wasn't. Xiao Ming had already exceeded his expectations by paying for the map, and had even given him 200,000 gold coins, wouldn't it be too stupid of him to say it wasn't enough? As he watched Administrator Bai quickly put away the deposit card, Xiao Ming stood up and walked out of the mapping pavilion hand in hand with Ziyan. Chapter 165. On the main street, Xiao Yixian and Qing Lin, who had been waiting for a while, saw Xiao Ming walking out holding hands with Ziyan, and a smile appeared on their faces. "Young master, is it all done?" Qing Lin asked. Why were you two standing at the door of the store?" Xiao Ming asked curiously. "We were just a little tired from the flight, so we decided to get off Shizi for a moment," it was Xiao Yixian who replied with a smile. "I see, it's almost time for us to arrive." Xiao Ming nodded and then motioned to Shizi. Seeing this, the amethyst-winged Lion King hurried over and leaned its body down so that everyone could climb onto its back. After Xiao Ming started to climb onto the Lion King's back, Ziyan, who was hand in hand next to him, turned to look at Xiao Yixian and Qing Lin, and nodded her head, implying something. After seeing her gesture, Xiao Yixian and Qing Lin looked at each other and then hurried to climb onto Shizi's back. After Xiao Ming and the girls climbed on its back, Shizi's wings slowly flapped and its whole body soared, causing a large black shadow to appear on the ground, and a moment later, there was no trace of it left in the sky. Shortly after the amethyst-winged Lion King disappeared, a few people dressed in the costumes of the various Black Corner region forces suddenly appeared at the entrance to the cartography pavilion, and instead of entering directly, they looked at each other. They all understood each other's purpose for coming here, and it was to learn the reason why an existence like Xiao Ming would enter this small store. After looking at each other, without needing to say anything else, all these people entered the cartography pavilion together with a great unspoken understanding. Not to mention what happened in Black Seal City after Xiao Ming's departure. Under Shizi's extremely fast flight, Xiao Ming and the others were getting closer and closer to Jianan City. In the afternoon, the waning sun painted the ground with a reddish hue, and the sky was flooded with beautiful fiery clouds. The entrance gate to Jianan Academy, Jianan City. A dozen men and women dressed in blue uniforms stood at the city gate, and on the chest of those uniforms, they all wore an azure insignia with a dagger stained with crimson blood. This was the symbol of the law enforcement unit of the Jianan Academy. In front of these men and women, there were also people from Black Corner region who had a fierce look on their faces. It seemed that the law enforcement unit was in Jianan City today to maintain law and order as usual. "Stop wasting our time, hurry up and take this pill." After urging them on and watching the people in front of him take the pill, Yin Ling allowed them to enter. As he was about to give the next orders to the students, he suddenly noticed the appearance of a tall old man, dressed in red, with white hair and beard. Next to the old man, there was a red-haired young man dressed in black and blood red. Seeing the old man, Yin Ling could not help but freeze for a moment. Wasn't this Commander Wu Tianlang? Why had he suddenly appeared at the entrance of Jianan City? Without much thought, he approached the old man and respectfully asked. "Commander, why did you come out?" Wu Tianlang looked at Yin Ling and calmly said. "Yin Ling, so you are on duty today. I need you to evacuate all the students. There is a strong aura flying toward us this time." A strong aura. Yin Ling was surprised to hear those words. The commander was a peak Do Emperor existence, so anyone who could be described as strong by him had to be a Do Emperor at the very least, right? Thinking about this, Yin Ling hurriedly nodded his head and prepared to turn around to evacuate the students. However, just after they finished speaking, a sound of air breaking came from the sky. A gigantic creature appeared at the entrance of Jianan City accompanied by sounds of exclamations. 6th rank Amethyst-Winged Lion King. The Amethyst-Winged Lion clan boasted some of the most distinctive features among 6th-rank magical beasts, and Wu Tianlang, who had seen many things in his life, recognized it at a glance. As Wu Tianlang gazed at the scene, he could not help but sigh. The speed of the Do Emperor magical beast was too fast. No time had passed at all since he had sensed the other party's aura, and the other party had already arrived in Jianan City. "Commander, what do we do now?" Yin Ling quickly approached Wu Tianlang and asked in a low voice. Despite asking this, there was little fear on Yin Ling's face. After all, there was a corpse of a Do Emperor hanging from the Death Spirit tree outside, and the Jianan Academy would not be afraid of a Do Emperor level magical beast. Especially when there was the Jianan Academy's commander standing beside him, a peak Do Emperor existence, knowing that Wu Tianlang was also among the strongest in his own stage. If Yin Ling did not panic, of course, Wu Tianlang did not panic either. He had asked Yin Ling to evacuate the students, just to keep them safe. "We should get closer and take a look. I hadn't noticed before, but now that I'm closer, by the aura, there are a few more people on the back of the Amethyst-Winged Lion King. And there's an aura among those people that feels very familiar." Before the two could reach the Amethyst-Winged Lion King, a man suddenly came down from the magical beast's back. Looking at that person, both Yinling and Wu Tianlang froze for a moment, and then a joyful look appeared on their faces. Xiao Ming. Elder Xiao. Hearing the shouts, Xiao Ming looked their way, just in time to see the two people. Commander Wu, Tutor Yinling. Seeing the two, Xiao Ming also revealed a smile as he walked towards them until finally stood in front of them. Haha, so it's you kid, I was just saying something about the amethyst-winged lion king carrying a familiar aura on it. Once you left the academy, you were gone for more than half a year, this is something that the elders of our academy must miss. Wu Tianlang stroked his beard and laughed. By the way, I heard from Old Hua that you had returned to your family, how is everything back home? Speaking of which, most of the elders of Jianan Academy had been friends with Elder Hua for many years, and although Xiao Ming was also an elder, they were still considered Xiao Ming's elders after all. Thank you for your concern, Commander, everything is fine at home. After smiling and exchanging a few pleasantries, Wu Tianlang merely pointed at the amethyst-winged lion king. What's with this amethyst-winged lion king? Shi is the subordinate I recruited from the Jia Ma Empire this time. Both of them were surprised to hear that Xiao Ming had taken the amethyst-winged lion king as his subordinate. After all, a 6th-rank magical beast would normally not become subservient to a powerhouse of the same rank. For Xiao Ming to be able to subordinate a magical beast of the same rank, it was a sign of his ability. Wait, a magical beast of the same rank? This thought arose in Wu Tianlang's mind, then he carefully looked at Xiao Ming and lost his voice. In just this time period of half a year, you're already a Do Emperor. Because he was too shocked, Wu Tianlang's voice was very loud. It directly caused a commotion among the surrounding students who were sniffing around. What, a Do Emperor? My goodness, he looks younger than me. Do Emperor is my lifelong goal, and someone else reached it in their teens. Is there such a big gap between people? It was just a bit of luck. Xiao Ming waved his hand and continued. It's not worth mentioning. Besides, behind the amethyst-winged lion king's back, the two girls, other than Ziyan, are the geniuses I've encountered this time, and in terms of their talents, both of them are above me. Wu Tianyang and Yinling heard his words and just thought Xiao Ming was joking. Alas, don't be modest, your cultivation speed is obvious to everyone. Originally, I came to think that the obstacle from Do King to Do Emperor would slow you down for a while, but I didn't expect this surprise. Wu Tianlang sounded very excited. Yinling laughed, right, in the entire Black Corner region as well as the surrounding area, who doesn't know your reputation as the first genius of Jianan Academy? To say that someone is more talented than you, I can believe it, but this time you went out and brought back two of them, if this is really true, then your luck is really good. Seeing that he was not believed, Xiao Ming did not bother to explain. Outsiders have to register to enter the academy, this also applies to me, right? You're an academy elder, do you think we wouldn't trust you? I'll just write down their names later. Wu Tianlang waved his hand, since he was in charge of the law enforcement unit in the first place, this was nothing but a minor problem for him. Chapter 166. After chatting with Wu Tianlang and the others for a while, Xiao Ming returned to Shizi's back. With the flapping of the amethyst-winged lion king's wings, his group quickly became a small dot in the eyes of Wu Tianlang and the others. Looking at that small dot, the red-haired youth who had followed Wu Tianlang earlier walked quickly to his side and spoke. Adoptive father, that person was Xiao Ming. Wu Hao had heard of Xiao Ming's name for a long time. When he was 7 years old, Xiao Ming was already a legendary figure in Jianan Academy. However, because he had been raised by his foster father in the law enforcement unit, he had never been able to see Xiao Ming in person. Didn't you hear everything just now? It was indeed him. I remember you always wanted to meet him before and had him as your goal, this time you met Xiao Ming in person, how do you feel about it? Wu Tianlang glanced at Wu Hao, who had a smell of blood around him. This adopted son of his was influenced by him and always had a keen interest in cultivation as well as fighting. He is very strong. Wu Hao's face was serious, and his hoarse voice rang out. Hearing these words, Wu Tianlang couldn't help but be speechless, how could he not be strong? He was a Do Emperor. Not to mention people of the same age, even the group of Do King elders from the Jianan Academy were not comparable in front of Xiao Ming. I really want to fight against these kinds of monstrous characters, even though I feel like I will definitely lose. A hint of longing appeared in Wu Hao's eyes. However, I am not qualified now, in the future, I will have to work twice as hard to achieve this, even if it takes decades of effort. Not bad, the courage is commendable. Wu Tianlang stroked his beard and then patted Wu Hao's shoulder in encouragement. On Shizi's back, Xiao Ming did not know that he was considered an objective by Wu Hao. Nor would he care to know, when he was still a student at Jianan Academy, he did not know how many people had him as an objective. The amethyst-winged Lion King streaked across the sky, leaving a trail through the white clouds. An hour later. Jianan City, Jianan Academy, the deputy headmaster's office. Hu Gan was sitting on a chair and let out a loud laugh. Ha ha ha, I didn't expect you to come back so soon. Your strength has also improved very quickly. During the time you were away, Hu Jia was bugging me every day. After hearing what this girl said earlier, I thought it would be another year or two before you returned to the academy. In front of Hu Gan's desk, Xiao Ming was sitting alone. When he heard what Hu Gan said, he smiled. This time when I went home, things went relatively well, so I came back earlier. How is Hu Jia? What can happen to her inside the academy? Hu Gan waved his hand and shook his head. Xiao Ming nodded his head in understanding and then said, well, Deputy Headmaster, where is my master? I haven't seen him in his courtyard before. The first thing Xiao Ming did when he returned to Jianan Academy had been to visit his master. However, no one was there. After that, he went to the Deputy Headmaster's place after arranging where Qing Lin, as well as Xiao Yixian, and Shizi would stay. Your master is in seclusion, didn't you give him a zone-breaking pill earlier? A few days after you left, he ran to the inner academy and secluded himself there. Whether he manages to break through to Do Ancestor or not, counting down the time, it's almost time for him to come out. Hu Gan explained, with a hint of envy shining in his eyes as he talked about the zone-breaking pill. He too had been trapped in a Peak Do Emperor for many years, but he did not dare to try to break through it easily. After all, if one failed to break through, there would be a chance for the realm to fall, and might even leave behind hidden wounds. I see. Xiao Ming nodded his head in understanding. Based on the contents of the simulator, Xiao Ming knew that if there was no accident, he would be able to see his master tomorrow. Only that his master would most likely not be able to break through to Do Ancestor. But no matter what, with the zone-breaking pill, his master's cultivation realm would not go down. If he couldn't break through the Do Ancestor this time, he would prepare a few more zone-breaking pills. Wasn't his master's breakthrough assured? Just as Xiao Ming was thinking this, Hu Gan in front of him suddenly said, this, about the zone-breaking pill you gave to your master. That pill should have been refined by you, shouldn't it? Although the pill was not refined by him but obtained in the simulator, it was not something he could explain, so Xiao Ming simply nodded his head and said. Yes, I can refine the zone-breaking pill. I even helped the Jia Ma imperial family to refine one when I returned to the Jia Ma Empire this time. The success rate would be around 40 to 50%, more or less. 40 to 50%, that high. Hearing this, Hu Gan couldn't help but feel puzzled, but then he was filled with joy. I've saved up several medicinal materials over the years, it's just that our academy didn't have a 6th-tier alchemist, let alone one who could refine a zone-breaking pill, so this time that you came back, do you have the time to help me refine a zone-breaking pill? No problem, you can send the medicinal ingredients tomorrow, I can refine it eventually. However, I do not guarantee success, I will not be responsible if it fails then. Xiao Ming said with a smile and did not mention the question of remuneration. Hu Gan had seen him grow up, helping him refine a pill was no big deal. Naturally, I know the rules of the alchemists, and I won't blame you if it fails. Hu Gan shook his head. Xiao Ming did not mention the matter of remuneration, but as an elder, Hu Gan still had to mention it. I have obtained a D-Do technique of wood attribute earlier, consider it as payment for your hard work, I will send it tomorrow along with the medicinal materials. Let's talk about the reward later. Xiao Ming shook his head, I am here to meet you, Deputy Headmaster, because I still have an important matter I need to report. Seeing Xiao Ming's face was somewhat serious, Hu Gan was surprised, what's wrong? You also know that I possess a heavenly flame, right? This news is not unknown to Han Feng. Medicine Emperor Han Feng. He wouldn't do anything even if he knew, right? He already has a heavenly flame, it's not possible for him to come and steal yours. How can one person have 2 heavenly flames at the same time? Even so, I heard that he is about to make a surprise attack on Jianan Academy. Xiao Ming spread his hands and said. Just relying on him? Hu Gan revealed a hint of disdain. Medicine Emperor Han Feng was very famous, but it wasn't enough in front of Jianan Academy. Of course not, there are probably also strong people from the 8 Gates, the Blood Sect, and maybe Mr. Gold and Mr. Silver. Hearing that Mr. Gold and Mr. Silver might appear, Hu Gan's face changed a little because of this. The so-called Mr. Gold and Mr. Silver were the 2 strongest people in the black ranking of the Black Corner region. The 2 of them were twin brothers, plus their cultivation techniques were identical, therefore, if they were separated, their strength would only be similar to that of a Peak Do Emperor powerhouse, but if they fought together, they would complement each other, and even if they faced a Do Ancestor powerhouse, they would have a high chance of winning. Therefore, the reputation of these 2 people was extremely great among the most powerful people in the Black Corner region, and even Hu Gan was a little afraid of them. Really worthy of being the medicine emperor, even the heads of those forces, the blood sect and the 8 gates, can be invited. Since he has been in Black Corner region for many years, his influence is not in vain. Hu Gan said with a frown. Of course, this did not mean that he was afraid. He then said in a cold voice, "Don't worry, you are from Jianan Academy. In the Jianan Academy, no one can harm you, at least these people from Black Corner region are not qualified. Tomorrow, I will go to the inner academy and discuss it with the first elder Su Qian. I will make sure that if these people come, they will never come out again." Chapter 167. After hearing him, Xiao Ming slowly nodded his head, then added as if remembering something, "Other than the ones I mentioned, there might be an unknown Do ancestor powerhouse that will also appear." "Oh. That might be a bit troublesome." Hu Gan frowned slightly this time. If what Xiao Ming said was true, then the other party would have the equivalent of 2 Do ancestor level fighters. Although the Jianan Academy had the Qian by 2 elders, 2 9-star Do ancestors in addition to first elder Su Qian, a 3-star Do ancestor. But these 2 elders only cultivated all day and never appeared except when the academy was in some life and death moment. This left them with only the fighting strength of the first elder Su Qian. It would be very difficult for them to take on Han Feng. Although Hu Gan felt that it would be difficult, he did not say anything about giving up. The Jianan Academy had never abandoned someone. Just as he was about to open his mouth to say some words of comfort, he saw Xiao Ming sitting in front of him smiling calmly. "No need to worry so much, Deputy Headmaster, when the time comes, just let me take care of Mr. Gold and Mr. Silver. Leave them to you." He didn't think Xiao Ming's strength was low. Xiao Ming was a very experienced cultivator who had returned from his training in the Black Corner region at the age of 8, so naturally, he wouldn't be weak in terms of combat, but Mr. Gold and Mr. Silver could rival a Do ancestor. Mr. Gold and Mr. Silver are not really Do ancestors, although they can join forces and have an explosive power equivalent to a Do ancestor. This is only because they both cultivate the same chi method and are twin brothers, so they work well together and can become complementary at close range. This tactic is still very easy to break. Xiao Ming said confidently. Xiao Ming was also not talking big. If it was a real Do ancestor powerhouse, he would definitely not offer to attack it. But against Mr. Gold and Mr. Silver, he had no fear. The 3-beast savage skill of the Mulan Valley was also capable of allowing the peak Do emperors to fight against a Do ancestor. This kind of ability was achieved through energy transfer, and to stop this kind of combined attack formation, it was only enough to destroy the connection of the linked people. Similarly, for Mr. Gold and Mr. Silver, who rely on cooperation to enhance their battle power, this method could also be used. Aren't they using the Qi method to tacitly cooperate? If they can't achieve tacit understanding, I'll see how they can rival a Do ancestor. Seeing that Xiao Ming was confident, Hu Gan asked, "Are you sure? You also know that even if you break the opponent's cooperation, these 2 people are still peak Do emperor powerhouses." "That's not a problem. Even if I can't break their cooperation, it's still possible to entangle them for a while. By then, when you deal with the rest of the Black Corner region's intruders, Mr. Gold and Mr. Silver will naturally be defeated." Xiao Ming laughed and said. Hearing Xiao Ming says this, Hu Gan did not question him further but said excitedly. "You are so confident that you can rival Mr. Gold and Mr. Silver being in the 3-star Do emperor, so I'm afraid you obtained some extraordinary opportunity this time, right?" As soon as he finished speaking, he smiled and shook his head. "Forget it, why talk about it? Do you know the exact time Han Feng and the others will arrive?" "I probably do." Xiao Ming didn't say too much or give the exact hour, he only gave an approximate time. After all, it was possible that Han Feng would suddenly change his mind one day and advance or delay the hour, then he would feel embarrassed at that moment. It wasn't as if he hadn't experienced this kind of thing that happened in the simulator and then didn't happen in reality. It's good enough that you have an approximate time. This kind of thing is a conspiracy after all, and I still don't know how you are so well informed. Hu Gan said with a smile, "It will definitely be interesting to see how that Han Feng guy reacts when he arrives at the academy and finds out that we've been waiting for him for a long time." Hearing this, Xiao Ming also smiled faintly. No matter whether Han Feng's reaction was funny or not, he would die that day anyway. Han Feng had an evil mind, he could kill his own master for the sake of the flame mantra, and he was backed by the Hall of Souls. It would be better for everyone if these kinds of people were dead. Well, maybe by taking that guy's soul, I could exchange it for some high-tier alchemy inheritance from Yao Lao, Xiao Ming thought. Alright, that's it for today. We'll meet First Elder Su tomorrow to talk about the specific details. Hu Gan said as he stood up. Xiao Ming nodded his chin and also stood up after him. Good, now that you're back, remember to meet with Hu Jia when you have time. Speaking of which, she now spends most of her day cultivating and other than you, she has no other friends within the academy. Saying this, Hu Gan sighed lightly. I will. Then I'll entrust it to you. Seeing Xiao Ming's promise, a smile appeared on Hugon's face again. Meanwhile, in the Black Corner region, Feng City. Feng City was located beyond the extensive mountain range of the inner academy of Jianan Academy. This city was not very large, but it occupied an important position in the Black Corner region for the sole reason that the medicine emperor of the Black Corner region, Han Feng, resided here. As the #1 alchemist in the Black Corner region, Han Feng, who was already a 6th-tier alchemist, had a high status in the hearts of many powers and even powerful people. This city was named after Han Feng, and in the chaotic and murder-filled Black Corner region, only a few people could enjoy this honor, and Han Feng was one of them. In the middle of the city, there is a bamboo forest very different from the noisy outdoor market. The bamboo forest was so heavily defended that ordinary people would be indiscriminately attacked if they approached a certain area, let alone enter it. Deep in the bamboo forest, there is a bamboo building, lushly colored like emerald, imbued with a faint fragrance. In the bamboo building, in a brightly lit room, a man sitting cross-legged in front of the window, wearing a set of alchemist robes, and on the back of his robe, there is a finely crafted word, Feng. The man seemed to be engrossed in a recipe in his hand, looking unperturbed, appearing to be deep in concentration. In the midst of his quiet contemplation, the man with his head down suddenly raised his head and said, "Any news?" As soon as the voice was heard, a ghostly figure came out and finally appeared in the bamboo house, kneeling on one knee, in a hoarse but respectful voice. "Master, there is news from the 8 gates of Black Seal City that Xiao Ming, the elder of the alchemy department of Jianan Academy, has obtained a map in the cartography pavilion that is suspected to be a remnant map of the heavenly flame." Oh. Hearing this, Han Feng didn't bother with the remnant map, but said, "Xiao Ming returned to Jianan Academy, has it been confirmed what the strong-ranking student who was captured a while ago said? That person is already going crazy, but he confirmed the news that Xiao Ming is holding a heavenly flame, he overheard it from the mouths of the Jianan Academy elders." At these words, Han Feng, who had been calm, sketched a delighted smile. "Ha ha ha, very good, originally, I just wanted to rip the news of the inner academy out of his mouth, I didn't expect you to get another harvest, Hanbang, you've done well this time." Chapter 168. After laughing out loud, Han Feng gradually calmed down. "Take these tokens and inform the Ground Fire Sect, the 8 Gates, the Blood Sect, and the Dark Sky Sect to report to their leaders that I will need their help in the near future. Furthermore, these 2 tokens, you will personally send them to that place and inform those 2 misters." Han Feng nonchalantly waved several strangely shaped tokens, tossing them to the kneeling figure, who caught them as quick as lightning and had just put them away in his storage ring when 2 more tokens, 1 gold, and 1 silver, flew out towards him. Receiving the somewhat special gold and silver tokens with both hands, Hanbang, who had remained expressionless, showed a slightly trembling face and said in a low voice, "Master, will you invite them? They don't even see ordinary people, so I'm afraid, if we invite them this time, Master will have to offer something that will stir their hearts. Do as I say, if I achieve my goal, whatever they want naturally won't be a problem." The man waved his hand casually. "Not just the 2 of them, this time, I happen to have befriended a powerful Dou ancestor who roams throughout the continent, and I will have to personally invite him here. This time, not only the heavenly flame in Xiao Ming's hand but even that mysterious heavenly flame inside the Jianan Academy, I will also obtain it." "Yes." Hearing that, the figure no longer hesitated and replied respectfully, and then his figure quickly plunged into the darkness before disappearing. Gazing at the disappearing black shadow, the man slowly exhaled a sigh and slowly approached the window, gazing at the distant mountain range, and in his eyes, a deep blue flame suddenly emerged. "The heavenly flames, huh, I've been looking for them for so many years, I didn't expect that this time I could really get the news of one more, as long as I can get the heavenly flame from Xiao Ming and the one from Jianan Academy, then devour and refine them, my strength will definitely soar, Dou ancestor or..." A look of anticipation, mixed with madness, appeared on Han Feng's face, his palms clenched tightly. And under this agitated mood, his forehead suddenly furrowed, his palms covered his chest, and he abruptly coughed a couple of times, his aura at this moment had become a bit messy. Noticing that the sea heart flame in his body had slightly stirred, Han Feng immediately calmed his mind and mobilized his soul power to suppress its movement. After a long while, Han Feng exhaled slightly and opened his eyes in anger, then cursed. "Damn old bastard, back then, if you had given me the flame mantra to practice, everything would have been fine, and you wouldn't have died, causing me to cultivate this incomplete chi method, now I can only make up for it on my own. What malicious heart bullshit. My alchemy talent is much stronger than yours." These words were uttered in a low voice, but judging from his tightly clenched fist, one can imagine the anger and hatred in his heart. The next day, early in the morning, in Xiao Ming's small courtyard. Xiao Ming pushed the door and walked out of his room. At this moment, inside the courtyard, the 2 girls, Qing Lin and Xiao Yi Xian, had finished their morning practice and were just stretching their bodies. They were wearing tight clothes for their morning exercises, and both Qinglin and Xiao Yixian looked incredibly attractive. Qinglin was wearing a short green camisole, which exposed her two long, slender arms as she stretched. She showed her tenderness and a slight charm began to emanate from her petite body. Xiao Yixian, on the other hand, was dressed in tight white shorts, and in the early morning lighting, her skin looked dazzling. It had to be mentioned that Xiao Yixian's body, after taking the medicinal bath, had started to develop more, and was slowly becoming shapelier, together with her slender waist, gave her a fairy-like appearance. Seeing this touching scene, Xiao Ming's footsteps stopped, and his eyes lit up. After Xiao Ming stepped out, the two women stopped stretching and turned to look toward him. Seeing her young master, Qinglin showed a joyful expression as she immediately trotted toward him. Small beads of sweat fell from her cheeks, and a slight blush tinged her face. Noticing Xiao Ming's eyes, Xiao Yixian showed a shy expression, but inwardly, a sense of delight flooded her body. She quickly fixed her messy hair and walked towards him with a touching smile. As the two approached him, Xiao Ming only felt two unique scents flood his nose. The first to arrive was Qinglin, who smiled and said, "Young master, you are finally awake." Having just finished her training, Qinglin's voice sounded with an irregular tone. Hearing this, Xiao Ming pretended to feel helpless. "What can I do? Lately, you girls are getting up earlier and earlier. I can see that you have been working very hard on your cultivation." He then changed his tone, as a smile graced his face. "That's why I'm very proud of you too." He, thanks for the compliment, young master. Qinglin just wants to become stronger so that I can help young master faster in the future. Hearing Xiao Ming's compliment, Qinglin became emotional and replied what was in her heart. At her side, Xiao Yixian, who had just arrived, took out a towel and wiped the beads of sweat on Qinglin's little face, while saying softly, "What Qinglin said is true, Xiao Ming, we both want to support you, we don't want to be a burden to you anymore, you gave us a home, and we want to protect it by your side." The blush on Xiao Yixian's face increased after saying this. Her eyes did not dare to look away, so she concentrated on wiping Qinglin's little face. These words made Xiao Ming stunned, and his eyes flashed with unfamiliar emotions. "In that case, you must keep working this hard, maybe one day in the future, I will also need you to protect me." "Young master, I will work hard." Escaping from Xiao Yixian's hands, Qinglin immediately replied. Folding the towel in her hands, Xiao Yixian looked at Xiao Ming's handsome face and nodded shyly. Seeing this scene, Xiao Ming smiled tenderly, while inwardly, he thought of how to help them get better faster. Although Qinglin's strength is growing rapidly, I don't know much about how to develop the triple jade green snake flower pupils, which is a small obstacle to Qinglin's growth. In this sense, Heavenly Snake Mansion is the expert. Maybe I should find the time to send Qinglin to Heavenly Snake Mansion to take their inheritance. Sienna would also take quite some time if she wants to grow to a level where she can help me in a short period of time. It seems I need to find the nether poison flame as soon as possible. With the help of the nether poison flame, not only will we solve the problem of her woeful poison body erupting, the toxins that have been accumulated by the nether poison flame for thousands of years will also allow her strength to increase immensely. Creak. Xiao Ming was thinking about it when the door to the room opened. Ziyan, who was dressed in white, walked out in a daze. After seeing Xiao Ming, her eyes lit up. Seeing Xiao Ming early in the morning always made her feel much better. So she approached him and rested her sleepy little face on his stomach as she said, "Xiao Ming, good morning." Xiao Ming carried her in his arms and returned the greeting. Then, looking at the three women, he said, "Today I will go to the inner academy to meet my master, will you join me?" The young master's teacher. Hearing these words, Qinglin and Xiao Yixian looked at each other before quickly nodding with their eyes lighting up. They wanted to see what kind of powerful figure Xiao Ming's master was that could really teach someone as outstanding as Xiao Ming. Seeing Ziyan, who did not say anything, Xiao Ming pinched her cheek, as he said, "In that case, Ziyan, you will also come with us. You have not been back for a long time. First Elder Su must have missed you a lot." "It's only been a few days, what's there to miss?" Ziyan whispered but nodded her head before burying it in Xiao Ming's chest. Compared to humans, Ziyan, who was a magical beast, had a longer concept of time. This half a year was no different for her than a day or two for humans. Still, she agreed. After all, wherever Xiao Ming went, she also wanted to go. Moreover, hearing Xiao Ming's words reminded her of the medicinal herbs in the inner academy's herb warehouse. Ziyan suddenly craved. Oh no, she missed First Elder Su a little. Seeing Ziyan nod, Xiao Ming smiled, stroked her little head, and prepared to continue talking. Knock knock. The sound of the front door of the courtyard rang out. Xiao Ming no longer continued speaking but paused for a moment, and in the next instant, a happy smile appeared on his face. He put Ziyan down first and under the curious gaze of the girls, opened the door. The courtyard door opened and in front of the eyes of Xiao Ming and the girls, appeared a young woman dressed in red, with a slender figure and slight flashes of fierceness between her eyebrows. Chapter 169. Xiao Ming. Grandpa didn't lie to me, you're really back. Looking at Xiao Ming who was opening the door, a joyful look appeared on Hu Jia's face as she turned into a shadow and pounced on him. Her hands wrapped around Xiao Ming's neck, her head buried in the curve of his neck, inhaling his scent heavily, her whole body pressed tightly against him. The girls beside him looked at Hu Jia in Xiao Ming's arms, and their eyes widened in surprise, even Ziyan was no exception. Where did this woman come from? I hadn't heard Xiao Ming say that he had a friend in the outer academy. At 15 years old, Hu Jia was quite a beauty, with the fact that she seemed to be well endowed, Xiao Ming could feel two softnesses squeezing into his chest and a pleasant scent flooded his nose. Looking into the surprised eyes of the girls beside him, Xiao Ming coughed lightly. Ahem, Hu Jia, could you let go of me first? Hu Jia listened to his words and only after inhaling a little more, reluctantly moved her slender arms that were around his neck apart, her face blushed slightly and she spoke happily. Hee, Xiao Ming, I'm sorry, I haven't seen you in a long time, I got too excited. Hu Jia explained with a smile, then added, pretending to be annoyed. I heard from Grandpa that you came back yesterday, why didn't you come to see me, did you forget about me? How could I forget you? When I came back yesterday, it was already evening, so I just paid a visit to the deputy headmaster. Xiao Ming explained. When Hu Jia heard his words, she inwardly pouted, what did it matter if it was evening, but she didn't say anything else, instead, she moved her head to look at the three girls who were staring at her, somewhat surprised. She had only had Xiao Ming in her eyes just now, and she hadn't expected the three girls beside him to all be so pretty, not losing to her at all. The two younger girls were fine, however, the girl in white, with a graceful figure and an ethereal, fairy-like appearance, made her pale a little in comparison. When had Xiao Ming ever had so many women around him? Hu Jia was alarmed and immediately asked, Xiao Ming, who are these three? They are Qing Lin, Xiao Yixian, and Ziyan respectively. Xiao Ming introduced them, and also introduced Hu Jia to the girls. Through the introduction, the girls had a preliminary understanding between them, and they learned that Hu Jia was the first person to meet Xiao Ming among them. They had known each other since they were children, so it was normal for them to be so close, right? However, they were no longer children. Xiao Yixian, in particular, had a strange look on her face when she looked at Hu Jia. A certain hostility arose from Hu Jia as she looked at the girls who had suddenly appeared and were so close to her best friend. However, Hu Jia said nothing on the surface. After greeting each other, none of them said anything else. When a strange atmosphere was about to fill the air, Ziyan blinked her big eyes and said. Xiao Ming, weren't we going back to the inner academy? Hurry up and take us there. We will, but Sienna and Qing Lin still need to change their clothes, in the meantime, let's wait for them on Shizi's back. Finished speaking, Xiao Ming blew a whistle under the gaze of the girls. A few seconds after the whistle blew, a fierce wind picked up and the amethyst-winged Lion King flapped its wings and slowly landed in the courtyard. The amethyst-winged Lion King had been arranged by Xiao Ming to stay in a small courtyard not far away because of its enormous size. Ziyan took Xiao Ming's hand and directed him towards the amethyst-winged Lion King's back. Hu Jia, seeing this, stepped forward and silently took his other hand, saying that she wanted to accompany him a little longer before he left. Seeing her little movement, Ziyan was immediately annoyed, and when she was about to tell her off, she noticed the look Hu Jia was giving Xiao Ming, which caused her to swallow the words she was about to say, and just walked silently after a loud humph. Xiao Yixian finally came out of her thoughts and after looking at Hu Jia's back with complicated emotions, she signaled to Qing Lin, and together, they hurried to a room to change their sweaty clothes. A few minutes later, Xiao Yixian and Qing Lin came out with a new pair of clothes, giving them a refreshed appearance. After the girls climbed onto Shizi's back, Xiao Ming came down with Hu Jia and said goodbye to her. Xiao Ming, do you have to go to the inner academy already? Hu Jia asked softly as she looked at him with reluctance in her eyes. I'm sorry Hu Jia, but a few things came up that I have to deal with, I promise I'll go out with you next time, how about it? Xiao Ming said with a slight sigh. For this girl, who was his first female friend, Xiao Ming was naturally willing to spend more time with her, however, it was true that he had important matters to deal with, who made a greedy bastard prepare to attack him. Hearing Xiao Ming say that there was something he had to take care of, even though Hu Jia still wanted to stay with him a little longer, she didn't insist anymore, instead, she hugged him again, as she softly said, don't forget your promise. I won't. Xiao Ming smiled and hugged her as well. While hugging Xiao Ming, Hu Jia's eyes stayed on Xiao Yixian, who was perched on the back of the amethyst-winged Lion King, for a few moments. Hu Jia didn't take so long this time, and after a few seconds, she released Xiao Ming, and stayed where she was, watching him leave. With the flapping of wings from the amethyst-winged Lion King's back, Xiao Ming and the girls slowly disappeared from Hu Jia's sight. When Xiao Ming disappeared, Hu Jia did not leave immediately, but pushed open the door to Xiao Ming's room and entered. During Xiao Ming's absence, his room had always been tidied by her, and she was very familiar with the furnishings of this room. If anyone familiar with her knew that the usually cold and aloof number one beauty of the outer academy was voluntarily cleaning a boy's room, they would have been dumbfounded. Arriving at Xiao Ming's bed and lying down slowly, Hu Jia hugged his pillow and took a deep breath, looking intoxicated. After a while, only a delicate voice was heard in the quiet room. Of course, your scent still lingers here. During the flight of the amethyst-winged Lion King, Xiao Ming met Deputy Headmaster Hu Gan, who had been waiting for a long time. After Xiao Ming's greeting, Hu Gan landed on the back of the amethyst-winged Lion King. Hee, I didn't expect that you would be able to obtain a 6th-ranked magical beast as a mount. Standing on the amethyst-winged Lion King's back, Hu Gan spoke excitedly. Xiao Ming had yet to say anything, and hearing Hu Gan's words, Shi felt somewhat displeased, and its indignant voice resounded like thunder. Old man, I am not a mount, I am a subordinate. Well, a mount or a subordinate, both forms give the same thing. Hu Gan said nonchalantly. What do you mean they are the same? A mount is a pet, a subordinate is not. Even if I am carrying a human, it doesn't mean I'm a pet. Can this old man speak well? The amethyst-winged Lion King cursed inwardly. If it wasn't for Xiao Ming and the girls, it would have definitely thrown the old man off it. It's true that Shi is a subordinate. Xiao Ming explained with a slight cough. Hearing Xiao Ming say this, the amethyst-winged Lion King did not say anything else. Instead, its wings vibrated and its speed accelerated immensely. Under the amethyst-winged Lion King's full-power flight, the canyon where the inner academy was located soon appeared in front of Xiao Ming and the others. Through a special magic seal, Xiao Ming and his group entered the barrier smoothly. During this time, they also met 2 familiar elders and exchanged greetings. After passing through the inner academy barrier, led by Xiao Ming and Hu Gan, the group headed straight to First Elder Su Qian's office. The 2 of them, Xiao Yixian and Qing Lin, were considered outstanding geniuses that Xiao Ming, as an elder, had brought in from outside and needed to report, so they also followed Xiao Ming. Ziyan naturally didn't need an introduction, and only Shi required Xiao Ming to find it a place to stay temporarily. Shi was also happy with the arrangement. Xiao Ming and Hu Gan were not afraid that First Elder Su would not be in his office. Hu Gan had informed Su Qian in advance through a special contact between the outer and inner academy. When they arrived at the First Elder's study, Su Qian had been waiting in his chair for a long time. In the classy old study, there was not only Su Qian, but also Xiao Ming's master, Elder Hua. And when Xiao Ming and his group entered the door, they saw the 2 people talking to each other. The sound of the door made Su Qian and Elder Hua stop talking, and they both looked at the door. Su Qian looked at the one leading the group, Hu Gan, and shook his head wordlessly. Old Hu, you are still so rude, you don't even knock on the door. Old Su, we've known each other for so long, what's the point of being polite? Besides, didn't I inform you yesterday? Hu Gan walked to a seat and sat down, laughing. Chapter 170. You. Hearing this, Su Qian slightly shook his head helplessly and said nothing more. They had known each other for a long time, and there was really no need to be too polite, especially since Su Qian didn't pay too much attention to this aspect either. The conversation between the 2 did not affect Elder Hua beside him, who fixed his gaze on Xiao Ming, who entered the study immediately after Hu Gan. Xiao Ming stepped forward and bowed respectfully. Master, First Elder Su. Behind him, Xiao Yixian and Qing Lin also bowed to Su Qian and Elder Hua. Only Ziyan strutted towards Su Qian and greeted him nonchalantly before looking for a chair to sit on. At Ziyan's behavior, Su Qian merely smiled kindly, while the others knew Ziyan's identity, so they did not care. You're back, have you finished with the family matters? Elder Hua looked at Xiao Ming's extraordinary bearing, and his face, which had been stiff, revealed a smile. Elder Hua, formerly known as Huali, was a lonely person and usually didn't smile much, but only when facing his only disciple, Xiao Ming, did he usually have a smile on his face. Everything is fine, Xiao Ming said with a faint smile. Old Hua, your old face doesn't even smile when you talk to us, old people, but the moment your precious disciple comes back, you smile non-stop. Hu Gan looked at Elder Hua's smile and said speechlessly. If you had a disciple like mine, you would also be smiling every day. Elder Hua said. These words made Su Qian next to him nod his head. Xiao Ming had been at the inner academy for 6 years, and to say the least, it could be said that he had watched him grow up. Xiao Ming was diligent in his cultivation and was never arrogant and domineering just because he was strong. If he had such a disciple, he would have smiled every day. Thinking about this, he suddenly noticed Xiao Ming's increasing strength. Ha! In less than a year, your cultivation realm has reached Do Emperor. Su Qian said in surprise. It was just a lucky encounter. Xiao Ming smiled faintly. Hehe, old Hua, looks like the disciple will surpass the master in no time. Xiao Ming's calmness caused Su Qian to nod in satisfaction before he laughed again. Who cares? In the path of alchemy, he has long since surpassed me, his master, and now he just has to catch up in the cultivation realm. Elder Hua was not worried, instead, he was happy that Xiao Ming had achieved so much. Old Hua, shouldn't you be in seclusion to break through to Do Ancestor? Now that you show up here, didn't you manage to break through it? Hu Gan asked. In his perception, Elder Hua's aura was not much stronger than before. Sigh, it's true that I failed, this Do Ancestor really isn't that easy to break through. Fortunately, I had the zone breaking pill, otherwise, perhaps my strength would have dropped a bit this time. Speaking of which, Elder Hua was also a bit depressed. He had originally felt that he was close to success, but at the last moment, he fell short. Breakthroughs are inherently full of uncertainty, so you must look on the bright side. First, Hu Gan consoled him, and then added, that said, with the pill's effect of preserving strength even if the breakthrough fails, the zone-breaking pill really lives up to its name as a 6th-tier pinnacle pill, no wonder people want it so much. This is why a 6th-tier alchemist has such a powerful appeal that even Han Feng, a Do Emperor, dares to attack our Jia Nan Academy. Everyone's faces turned serious as they reached this point. Xiao Ming first led Xiao Yixian and Qin Lin to a place for them to sit, then he went to sit beside his master. Xiao Ming, how certain are you about the information that Han Feng will attack? Asked Su Qian. 80 to 90%. Xiao Ming pondered. Humph. That arrogant Han Feng is lawless, just because he has some strength, he already wants to plot against my disciple, he has to ask me first. Elder Hua beside him snorted coldly. Although Elder Hua's alchemy skills were only 5th tier, the alchemy department had produced many alchemists under him over the years. Combined with the contacts he had accumulated in his early years, if he was truly given time to prepare, the number of powerful people he could mobilize would not be much worse than Han Feng. That Han Feng is really a bit ignorant of his own ability, he actually doesn't put us in his eyes and dares to try to snatch the heavenly flame in the Jia Nan Academy, he is completely delusional. Su Qian agreed, not to mention that his target, Xiao Ming, was a 6th-tier alchemist like him, and was also inside the Jia Nan Academy, which had many strong people, and no one knew who had given him the courage to invade the Jia Nan Academy. Did Han Feng really not know what he was doing? Of course, he did. The reason for all of this was simply because the heavenly flame was too tempting for him. The heavenly flames were his hope of advancing in strength. Han Feng, despite his extraordinary talent, had been stuck at the peak Do Emperor for years because of the flame mantra. So, 2 heavenly flames were enough reason for him to take the risk. Especially since the Jia Nan Academy had, on the surface, only one Do ancestor. And this was the reason why Su Qian and the others felt a bit annoyed. If it wasn't for those old men hiding and cultivating every day without showing their faces, there wouldn't be so much trouble. Su Qian thought of the Qian by 2 elders who were hiding to cultivate and couldn't help but complain. Especially how elusive the headmaster had been for decades, Su Qian also felt particularly speechless. Sometimes he wondered if the headmaster died outside, or else, he wouldn't have taken so long to return. Listening to Xiao Ming's conversation with the elders, Xiao Yixian suddenly felt extremely powerless. When Xiao Ming needed support, she was not able to do anything to help him, instead, she would only become a burden. As a result, she lowered her head in dejection. After a brief speech, Su Qian spoke to Xiao Ming and the others about countermeasures. Why don't we liquidate Mr. Gold and Mr. Silver first? Anyway, we know the location of their seclusion. Su Qian suggested. No, we had no conflicts with them in the past, this will easily alert the snake. If you make Han Feng abandon his plan of a direct attack and instead secretly stalk my disciple, it will be troublesome. Elder Hua directly refused. After some more deliberation and discussion, the final decision was the ambush plan. This plan was quite simple. The Jia Nan Academy had one outer academy elder, the department head of the alchemy department, Elder Hua, the commander of the law enforcement unit, Wu Tianlang, and Hu Gan. 4 peak Do Emperor. Adding Xiao Ming, a total of 5 Do Emperor. In addition, there are also dozens of Do King elders, and finally, a 3-star Do ancestor, Su Qian. Most of them would not be coming out in the near future, and then they would spread the word about Xiao Ming's recent refining of the pills needed by the elders at the inner academy in a discreet manner. Han Feng would definitely seek out Xiao Ming's location when he wanted to take the heavenly flame, they just needed to keep an eye on him. When Han Feng and the others appeared, Su Qian would block the Dou ancestor that might appear, while Mr. Gold and Mr. Silver would be held by Xiao Ming. The rest would be left in the hands of Hu Gan and the others. It was impossible for Han Feng to find so many powerful high-level Dou Emperor and dozens of Dou King in the Black Corner region that would match the strength of Hu Gan and the others, no matter how hard he searched. Once the people in the Black Corner region were taken care of, Mr. Gold and Mr. Silver, as well as the Dou ancestor, would either retire or stay. As for Han Feng, the perpetrator, neither Xiao Ming, nor Su Qian, nor anyone else, had any intention of letting him go. Chapter 171. After discussing the plan to deal with Han Feng, the atmosphere suddenly relaxed. Su Qian, Hu Gan, as well as Elder Hua, finally turned their attention to Xiao Yixian and Qing Lin. Who are the two of them? Su Qian opened his mouth and asked, regarding the two women that Xiao Ming had brought back. He had only given them a quick glance, and now that the previous matter was settled, he, as the person in charge of the inner academy, was the one who had to ask about them. Hearing these words, Xiao Yixian lifted her head, and together with Qing Lin, noticing that the elders were staring at them, they couldn't help but become nervous. Those two are the ones I brought from outside, both of them are exceptionally talented. Seeing the nervousness of the two, Xiao Ming gave them a smile and calmly explained. The inner academy elder can bring talented people to the inner academy. First elder, I wasn't wrong to do so, right? So it's like this, I thought you had enlightened yourself after you went out and old Hua was going to have two daughters-in-law from his apprentice, hee. Su Qian shook his head and laughed. These words made the nervous Xiao Yixian and Qing Lin blush slightly. Xiao Ming coughed a little. If it was Xiao Yixian, it was fine, but with Qing Lin's age did he look like a beast? Thinking about the old pervert, Hai Buodong, Xiao Ming wondered if all old people became like this with age. Not knowing what Xiao Ming was thinking about him, Su Qian continued to ask. However, for you to praise them for being talented, what are their most outstanding qualities? Su Qian asked again with some curiosity. He had the strength of a Dou ancestor, and the strength of the two women, Xiao Yixian and Qing Lin, could not be hidden under his gaze. It was true that the woman in white possessed the strength of a 9-star Dou master at a young age, and the girl in green was now 12 or 13 years old and possessed the strength of a 9-star Dou Ji Qi. They could beat 99% of the students of the Jia Nan Academy. This was indeed considered a genius. However, in the eyes of Xiao Ming, who was a 6-year-old Dou master, an 8-year-old Dou grandmaster, and a 15-year-old Dou emperor, this should be nothing, right? Why did Xiao Ming seem to hold the two in such high regard? Su Qian was a bit puzzled, as was Elder Hua beside him, and Hu Gan. Seeing their puzzled looks, after thinking about it, everyone would know sooner or later anyway, so he simply stopped hiding it. Both of them have special physiques. Xiao Yixian has the Woeful poison body, and Qing Lin has the triple jade green snake flower pupils. Su Qian and the others had ventured to the continent for many years and their knowledge was extraordinary, so they had naturally heard of the names of these two special physiques. As soon as Xiao Ming's words were said, the expressions of the three people became agitated, before revealing an incredulous look. Is this true? Asked Su Qian. Naturally it's true. Xiao Ming nodded with conviction. You must know the horror of these two special physiques and understand why I said they have exceptional natural talent, right? The fact that they are not as strong now is purely due to the time they lost earlier. These two physiques are really terrifying and can be called monstrous, no wonder you hold them in such high esteem. To the side, Hu Gan marveled. The Sky Serpent Mansion once had a headmaster who was the possessor of the triple jade green snake flower pupils, and the Sky Serpent Mansion during that period could be considered the hegemon of the northwestern region. This woeful poison body is also not bad, however, this physique is a bit difficult to deal with. Every possessor of the woeful poison body has died a miserable death, said Su Qian with a frown. The woeful poison body might erupt, and once it did, with Xiao Yixian's current strength, nothing would happen to them, but the students would not be able to resist that kind of poisonous gas. The face of Elder Hua, who was seated, became serious when he heard the name of this woeful poison body and said. Also, there are records of people who had the woeful poison body who radically changed their personalities and became evil poison masters, poisoning cities for pleasure. Xiao Ming, it is not safe for you to have taken her in. From her seat, Xiao Yixian listened to the words of Su Qian and Xiao Ming's master, which made her lower her head again, her delicate hands clenched tightly. She felt so helpless at this moment. Not only was she unable to help Xiao Ming to deal with the powerful people coming to threaten him, but she was also being a nuisance to him at this moment. Even his master was questioning him about her. Under these negative thoughts, her mood began to decline rapidly, to the point where she even thought for a moment that the words she had said to him this morning were nothing but a joke. Xiao Ming felt a little weirded out by his master's words of rejection, but when he sensed the change in Xiao Yixian's emotions, he no longer had time to think and immediately spoke. Sienna would never be such a person, she has always been a gentle and persevering girl, moreover, she has been very diligent in her cultivation, and it won't be long before she becomes a pillar of the Xiao Academy. Her woeful poison body has already been controlled by me, it won't erupt for the time being, and I already have a complete solution for it. That's why I wish to ask the Academy for help to permanently solve the woeful poison body's issue. I am still missing a monster core of a 7th rank sky poison dragon scorpion beast, and I would like to ask about it through the Academy's channels. Xiao Ming said. The monster core of the 7th rank sky poison dragon scorpion beast would serve as insurance, so it was best to get it if one could. Hearing how Xiao Ming defended and cared for her, to the point of asking the Academy for help, the dark clouds in Xiao Yixian's mind instantly cleared, replaced by a warm feeling running through her heart. And when she lifted her face slightly, she realized that her little sister Qinglin had come to her side, and with a smile, she said softly, "Sister Sienna, trust in young master." After hearing her words, a look of realization appeared on Xiao Yixian's face. After nodding at Qinglin with a smile, Xiao Yixian fixed her hair and regained her usual calm personality. It's just that every time she looked at Xiao Ming, a determined look appeared on her face, as if she had decided something. The elders, of course, had also noticed Xiao Yixian's internal struggle, and when they saw the speed at which she composed her mood, they could not help but nod internally in satisfaction. She was worthy of Xiao Ming taking care of her as he was doing. For a poison master, controlling emotions was a critical factor, and it was more so for her, who had a special physique that was extremely dangerous, both to herself and the others around her. However, they were not at all dissatisfied with her previous behavior, instead, she earned the kind gaze of the elders that were present. "Oh. Do you have a method for the woeful poison body?" Continuing the conversation, Su Qian spoke in a surprised tone as he heard Xiao Ming say of a method to control the woeful poison body and could not help but continue to ask. "What exactly did you experience this time you went out?" "I found out by chance." Xiao Ming shook his head with no intention of explaining further. Ziyan, who was sitting on a chair and wiggling her little legs, rolled her eyes when she heard Xiao Ming's answer. During the time they had been away, she had basically been by Xiao Ming's side the whole time. She knew very well what opportunities Xiao Ming came across. And none of them had to do with this method. However, knowing was one thing, Ziyan would never say anything about it. "Oh, having the woeful poison body's special physique will increase her cultivation quickly, but she has to undergo torture that is unbearable for normal people. We can see that she is a very persevering girl, but it is also good for her that you have a solution. Now, about the 7th rank sky poison dragon scorpion beast monster core, I'm going to help you look for it. However, with this rank of monster core, also being of a specific magical beast, the difficulty of finding it will be quite high, so you should be mentally prepared." Xiao Ming nodded his head to show that he understood. Afterward, the elders in a tacit understanding did not talk about Qinglin and Xiao Yixian's physique again. Instead, they pulled Xiao Ming to talk about things concerning their cultivation. During this time, Ziyan felt bored and wanted to slip away. But before she could succeed, she was caught by Xiao Ming to subsequently be assigned to take Xiao Yixian and Qinglin to his courtyard. Half an hour after Ziyan left, Xiao Ming and the elders finally finished their conversation. They then left the first elder's study. The two of them, Xiao Ming and Elder Hua, walked along the quiet path, neither of them spoke, and just enjoyed a moment of silence. After a while, Elder Hua turned to look at his disciple, and a smile appeared on his old face. "You have found two good women this time." Xiao Ming turned to look at him, somewhat puzzled but replied in agreement. "Of course, Master must know by now that both of them have a higher talent than me." Elder Hua shook his head and said, "Brat, I'm not talking about their talents, I'm talking about their characters. The girl with the special pupils, even though she was very nervous, never doubted you and completely trusted your arrangements. And about the girl, Xiao Yixian, right?" Elder Hua paused, as his tone became somewhat emotional. "She genuinely cares about you, kid. We all could see her powerlessness from the moment we all brought up the topic of the powerhouses that would attack you. Do you think your master wouldn't worry about you being seduced by some ambitious woman when you went outside? For this reason, we let them listen to the whole conversation just now. That's why I was a bit hard on her. I wanted to evaluate her character. After all, it's true that her physique is dangerous. Although it's possible that after this, she might hate your master now. She is not someone like that, master." Xiao Ming had a realization and finally understood his master's abnormal behavior. Likewise, it was possible that all the elders had similar thoughts. They both did well. Didn't you see old Hu's face? He looked seriously worried about his granddaughter, he. Xiao Ming listened attentively to his master's analysis until the last part caused black lines to appear on his forehead. "Master, since when did you become so teasing?" said Xiao Ming speechlessly. Hee, of course, I am happy that you have made good friends, including Ziyan and the Hu Jia girl, but I hope you won't disappoint them, or I'll have to teach you a gentle lesson. Elder Hua said with a smile that was not a smile. Despite knowing that his master was joking, Xiao Ming suddenly thought back to this morning's scene and replied seriously. I won't, master. Some time later, Xiao Ming looked at Elder Hua's aged face and said. Master, you've been stuck in the 5th tier of alchemist for a long time, right? Indeed. Hearing Xiao Ming's question, Elder Hua was a bit stunned and then replied with a sigh. Counting time, I have been trapped for almost 20 years. Elder Hua and Fa Ma were very similar, with the same Do Emperor strength, the same 5th tier peak alchemist. The accumulation of both of them in their alchemist skills should be enough, but they simply could not move to the 6th tier. If there was someone to guide them, they could overcome this obstacle. But the alchemy department of the Jia Nan Academy was similar to what Yao Lao had said. The inheritance was there, but it wasn't much, and Jia Nan Academy's alchemy department wasn't strong if one looked at the entire continent. Why are you suddenly bringing up this topic now? At Elder Hua's hesitation, Xiao Ming smiled mysteriously. Next, he took out a plant contained in a jade pot from his star ring. When the plant appeared, a faint mind-soothing fragrance immediately filled the area surrounding the two of them. Smelling the fragrance, Elder Hua's eyes instantly stopped on the plant in Xiao Ming's hand. The plant was green in color, and on the top of the plant, a flower with 7 colors was slowly blooming, and when the flower unfolded, Elder Hua was a little surprised to realize that the 7 colors were gradually changing, giving it a magical appearance. This is the 7 illusions green spirit saliva. Hee, worthy of being the master, you recognize this medicinal material at a glance. Brat, have you already forgotten who taught you the art of alchemy? Elder Hua said speechlessly. The 7 illusions green spirit saliva is incredibly precious, where did you get it from? This is the reward others gave me after I helped them cure their illnesses. Xiao Ming smiled and handed the 7 illusions green spirit saliva to Elder Hua. This is no longer of much use to me. This 7 illusions green spirit saliva can be stored in the storage ring, but I have to let it bask in the sun for at least an hour a day, otherwise it will automatically wither, which is a nuisance, so it's better for you to use it, master. Boy. Elder Hua sighed lightly. Was the 7 illusions green spirit saliva really useless to Xiao Ming? It was not. In fact, it was still useful to him, although it could not allow Xiao Ming's soul, which was already at the perfection of the mortal realm, to advance any further. The 7 illusions green spirit saliva also had the effect of restoring the soul. How could it be a nuisance, as Xiao Ming had said? He was obviously only saying it out of fear that he would reject it. For a moment, Elder Hua was relieved that this disciple had not been accepted in vain. Master, accept it quickly. Fine. Under Xiao Ming's insistence, Elder Hua still accepted the 7 illusions green spirit saliva. Firstly, he really needed this medicinal herb. With this medicinal herb, his soul power was bound to soar and he would soon be able to break through the 6th tier alchemist. Secondly, this was his disciple's intention, and there was really no need to reject it. As he watched his master put away the 7 illusions green spirit saliva he had given him in his storage ring, Xiao Ming took out another bottle of jade from his storage ring. What is that? Elder Hua looked at the jade bottle in Xiao Ming's hand that emitted subtle fluctuations, as well as a faint fragrance, and clearly contained a high-level pill, and was somewhat puzzled. This is a zone-breaking pill. Xiao Ming smiled. Didn't master fail to break through? With this extra zone-breaking pill, after we finish resolving the Han Feng matter, master can try to break through again. Zone-breaking pills are hard to refine and herbs hard to find. Where did you get so many zone-breaking pills from? Elder Hua did not immediately take the pill. This time when I came back to the family, I happened to help the Jiama imperial family refine this zone-breaking pill and I had a lot of extra medicinal materials left over. I still have another one here besides this one. Next time, if you keep failing, I will give it to you, so accept this one quickly. Xiao Ming urged. When Elder Hua heard this, the corner of his mouth twitched. Looking at Xiao Ming's rich guy attitude, he felt that now it was Xiao Ming who was teasing him. A 6th tier pinnacle pill of such efficacy as zone-breaking pill had no fixed market price, and each of them could be auctioned for a sky-high price. Especially for a peak power Do Emperor, this pill was more attractive than anything else, and his disciple actually said that he had several of them. Even Elder Hua, who was an alchemist, was surprised, as this exceeded the wealth of an ordinary 6th tier alchemist. However, Elder Hua did not delve deeper and, after a moment of surprise, took the jade bottle from Xiao Ming's hand. With this pill, I will definitely be able to break through the Do ancestor next time. I don't need another one, since the last time I tried to break through, I fell just short of breaking through. I also believe that this breakthrough won't be difficult for master. Xiao Ming laughed. Speaking so kindly now, you didn't seem like you meant it before. Elder Hua shook his head and laughed. Since you've been gone for a long time, accompany me for a walk around the inner academy and tell me about your experiences outside. Chapter 172. When Xiao Ming returned to his courtyard in the Elder Zone, it was already dark. After opening the courtyard door and entering, Xiao Ming saw no one in the hall, and before he could think about what was going on, he heard the sound of a room door opening, and out of it came a beautiful figure dressed in white. When the figure dressed in white saw Xiao Ming, a smile appeared on her delicate face as she said, "Xiao Ming, you're back." I caught up with my master after the meeting ended. By the way, Sienna, where is everyone? Xiao Ming asked curiously. Sister Ziyan came to drop us off at the courtyard and shortly after, she left again. She mentioned that she would go get some candies. Said Xiao Yixian with a puzzled face, she didn't expect the academy to have candies. Xiao Ming smiled wryly, he already knew what candy Ziyan was talking about, but since he already imagined that something like this would happen, he said nothing and continued to listen. Xiao Yixian continued in a softer voice, her head looking slightly down, little sister Qinglin practiced some more in the afternoon, saying that she wanted to help you defeat the bad guys as soon as possible, now she fell asleep. Hearing her words, Xiao Ming thought of something and checked Xiao Yixian's face more carefully and could tell that she looked very fatigued as if she had overexerted herself. Seeing this, Xiao Ming understood what happened and approached her as he said with concern, "Neither of you two need to overexert yourselves, especially you, Sienna, don't take what happened today in the wrong dash." His words stopped abruptly. Feeling Xiao Yixian's delicate hands tightly squeezing his robe, and her beautiful face crestfallen close to his chest, Xiao Ming was stunned. He finally reacted a few seconds later when he felt her hands trembling slightly, which made him think no more, and hugged her lightly, while one of his hands gently stroked her hair. The toxins on Xiao Yixian's skin rushed inside his body, but Xiao Ming didn't care, and just circulated his dou qi lightly to dispel them. In the large hall, besides the silence, only a slight sobbing could be heard from time to time. After a few minutes, the sound of sobbing ceased and Xiao Ming heard a low voice coming from near his chest. "Ever since we met, you've always taken care of me, even now, without knowing what's going on, you still do." Hearing her words, a faint smile formed on Xiao Ming's lips as one of his hands continued to stroke her purple hair. "How could I not? From the moment I decided to take you in, your well-being became part of my concerns." With her beautiful face crestfallen, Xiao Yixian spoke in a faltering voice. "I've never felt this feeling before, the feeling that someone cares about me, it feels so good. I have always been afraid that you would come to dislike me, and consequently abandon me. In order not to lose this feeling, I have been selfish. Remember when we talked about our childhood in Hai Buodong's map store?" Naturally, Xiao Ming remembered it. After all, it was when he finally ended his seclusion and began instructing Xiao Yixian and Qinglin. The medicinal bath accident also occurred at that time. When he helped Xiao Yixian get better control over her poison, they used to talk about their childhood and other experiences while resting, and according to what Xiao Yixian told him at that time, was that after losing her parents, she had been raised in a small orphanage in one of the northern cities of the Jiama Empire. In that small orphanage, seeing children suffering, her dream became to be an alchemist, and that was when she started to learn about medicine until finally moved to Qingshan town to save as many people as possible. Xiao Ming recalls that at that time, he felt that there were several questionable points in her history. Did she learn about medicine in a small orphanage? And how could she travel freely afterward? One had to know that in this world no one did anything for charity. The orphanages that existed on the continent were nothing more than a method used by some forces to get people from outside, basically slaves or servants, who would be loyal to that force when they grew up. And for someone with Xiao Yixian's talent, the chances of them letting her go afterward were basically nil. But as he thought that everyone had their own secrets, he did not ask any more questions at that time. Before saying the next words, Xiao Yixian took a deep breath and finally spoke. "The truth is that I lied to you that time. Actually, I have never been in an orphanage. Since I was orphaned, I had to survive by my own means, and no one ever cared about me. Make no mistake, I was never a helpless child. Many times I had to steal in order to survive. It was one of those days when I saw a crowd of people surrounding a middle-aged man with a special robe. The looks of those people were full of reverence, and that scene was something that would leave a mark on me from that moment on. A few days later, I stole a book about medicinal herbs. That was the first and last time I stole something other than food or a blanket to sleep on. In that book, I learned how to make medicines from common herbs, and my dream became to be an alchemist like that man. You must think I wanted to do it to help people, but it wasn't that way. Mostly, I just wanted recognition. I wanted people to look at me with the same eyes of reverence that they gave that man." Xiao Ming didn't say any words and just listened to her attentively. "After learning a little about medicinal herbs, I volunteered to help some small doctors in the cities in exchange for more knowledge. By that time, I already knew that my dou qi attribute did not meet the requirements to be an alchemist. However, I did not give up, and having the necessary knowledge, at the age of 16, I moved to Qingshan town and joined a small medicine store to treat the wounded mercenaries. I knew that a large number of deaths occurred in that town due to battles with magical beasts, and I knew that in that place, I could become recognized and that everyone would see me with those same eyes of gratitude and reverence. That's why I moved there. I have always been so selfish. While you took care of us, I was worried about myself, that your impression of me would not diminish, and I have gone so far as to lie to you. I thought everything would be fine, but seeing you today with Hu Jia, whom you knew since you were a child, getting along so well, in addition to what happened in the afternoon, made me realize that things could no longer keep going this way. I know that you must hate me now. I feel I'm not worthy of your care, nor of having such good sisters as Qinglin and Ziyan. I will understand if you no longer want to see me again. You did well, Xianer. As Xiao Yixian became more and more emotional, a clear voice sounded over her head, which caused her to stop her speech. As she turned to look up, she saw Xiao Ming looking at her with a gentle smile and a caring look on his face. Nothing you did was wrong. You looked for a way to survive, and that's why you are here. It's also not wrong that you sought acceptance from other people. No one does anything out of the goodness of their heart. We all have selfish desires from time to time. You should also know that when I took you and Qinglin in, my motives were not selfless. Xiao Ming said slowly, as he moved his hand to wipe the small crystalline drops on Xiao Yixian's cheeks. Now you are ashamed of the things you did to survive in the past. Doesn't that show that you have always been a gentle girl? If there's one thing I can be sure of, it's that you really like helping people. Otherwise, the smile I saw you make back then wouldn't have been so genuine. Xiao Ming said as he recalled Xiao Yixian's touching smile while tending to the wounded mercenaries in Qingshan town. Xianer, you don't need to be ashamed of your past. It's thanks to all those experiences that you are where you are now. Otherwise, how do you think I could have found you if you had never been in that little medicine store? Do you still remember how we met? Recalling when they first met, she tried to stab him and ended up fainting herself. Xiao Yixian blushed furiously. Didn't you think I was a pervert back then? It's normal that you were suspicious of me at that time, but then, you spent more time by my side and finally came to understand me better. Likewise, I'm not waiting to meet a perfect version of you, but the real you. Besides, what you have achieved since you were a child is incredible. Indeed, Xiao Ming was very impressed. With no one to help her, Xiao Yixian was able to learn so much at such a young age, and also cultivated to a decent level before he found her. Hearing these words from her dearest person, a large stone was finally released from Xiao Yixian's heart. Despite the cold of the night, her body felt warm inside and she could not help but step forward and hug him tightly. Raising her head, she saw his eyes looking at her warmly, causing her heart to start beating wildly, but she did not avert her gaze. Seeing Xiao Yixian's extremely touching gaze, Xiao Ming also could not look away. In the large dark hall, only two shadows could be seen embracing for an indefinite time. It was almost midnight when a white figure suddenly appeared in the courtyard hall. I got a lot of medicinal herbs this time. I'll tell Xiao Ming tomorrow to refine them into rich candies for me. The pigtailed figure was drooling as she thought of the delicious candies she would eat tomorrow. And why don't you tell me now? Suddenly, she heard a voice at her back. Xiao Mi dash. The pigtailed figure recognized the voice and was shouting his name as she turned around and was about to jump into the person's arms. But before she could finish her words, the person extended his hand and covered her little mouth. Don't be so loud, Ziyan, both Xianer and Qinglin are already asleep. Instead, why don't you explain to me where you got those herbs from? After speaking, Xiao Ming slowly withdrew his hand from her mouth and said with his eyes rolling. Xiao Ming. Good thing you're here. Oh yes, these herbs I got them from the herb Hua. Oh no, from the mountain range outside the academy. I want you to make them into rich pills. Ziyan said, channeling her voice solely towards Xiao Ming, as she jumped into his arms and wriggled her little head on his chest. Suddenly, sensing a strange yet familiar scent on Xiao Ming's chest, Ziyan stopped her movements abruptly. Xiao Ming already knew that this would be the result, but he was in a good mood today, so he didn't continue to question her. Instead, he stroked her purple hair as he said. Alright, but you left the girls alone today. For several days, I will be busy refining pills to attract Han Feng and company, so I need you to stay longer to take care of them. Xiao Ming, I want to join too. Coming to her senses, Ziyan immediately said. During the afternoon meeting, she knew that it would be useless to try to get the elders to take her into account in the battle against Han Feng and his group, so she waited until this moment, when she was alone with Xiao Ming, to say to him. You won't go, it might be dangerous for you, and First Elder Su won't agree either. Xiao Ming shook his head. Although he thought that Ziyan could take care of herself, it really wasn't necessary to put her at risk. Besides, Ziyan couldn't stand still, and her waiting several days in one place was something he could not imagine. Xiao Ming, nothing will happen to me, I also want to fight by your side. Do you really want me to do nothing when someone wants to attack you? After a little discussion, Xiao Ming gave up and agreed to let her join, on the condition that she would only participate in the battle between Dou kings. Ziyan was satisfied with the arrangement, and after giving the medicinal herbs to Xiao Ming for safekeeping, she contentedly went to her room. After lying down on his bed, Xiao Ming began to recall his day. First, there was Hu Jia's arrival, then the situation with Xiao Yixian, and finally Ziyan's mischief. He began to think that it was easier to deal with those upper echelons of the forces than with women. But then he remembered Yun Yun and Medusa, which made him no longer know what to think. While Xiao Ming was absorbed in meaningless thoughts, small footsteps sounded outside his room. Hearing these small footsteps, Xiao Ming turned on the light stone and stood up strangely. Ziyan forgot to tell me something. But why doesn't she use her spatial power? Opening the door, Xiao Ming realized he had made a mistake. A little girl with pigtails and emerald green eyes stood behind the door, in her little arms she held a pillow tightly, and her sleepy eyes looked straight into Xiao Ming's handsome face. Who else would it be but Qinglin? Qinglin, what are you doing here so late at night? Asked Xiao Ming in bewilderment. Qinglin wants to sleep with young master. Qinglin replied with a red face, but her eyes contained expectation. Why do you want to sleep with me so suddenly? It's because, according to Qinglin, she was having recurring nightmares and the solution, she said, was for him to accompany her to sleep. When Xiao Ming asked her why she hadn't gone with her sister Sienna, Qinglin nervously replied that she tried sleeping with her for a while, but it didn't work, yet she is sure it will work with him. This left Xiao Ming completely speechless. He and Xiao Yixian had been talking all night until recently. She had not even been in her room. Obviously, Qinglin was sleeping peacefully in her room and was awakened by Ziyan's shout, and for some reason, she wanted to come and sleep with him and made up this excuse on the way. It was for this reason that she did not even know that Xiao Yixian was not in her room for the most part of the night. Xiao Ming sighed, but when he saw her tired little eyes, he couldn't refuse and let her come into the room. When they were in bed, he made a space for Qinglin, and arranged the pillow she had brought in between the two of them, so that she could sleep comfortably. Then, he helped her untangle her pigtails and gave her a blanket. Excitedly, Qinglin, whose hair was loose, happily rolled over her space on the bed, looking like a little ball of green hair, and after a while, she finally hugged her pillow as she fell asleep. Seeing Qinglin fall asleep, Xiao Ming smiled faintly, turned off the light stone, and went to bed as well. Not even 20 minutes passed before Xiao Ming felt a soft body hugging him tightly like an octopus. Opening his eyes, he saw that, to no one's surprise, it was Qinglin hugging him, and she seemed to still be asleep. Looking further, he realized that both the pillow Qinglin had brought and the blanket he had given her had strangely flown away. Shaking his head and feeling tired, Xiao Ming took his blanket and covered her up, as he hugged her lightly and fell sound asleep. A few minutes later, hearing Xiao Ming's even breathing, a faint smile formed on Qinglin's lips. Chapter 173. A few days after Xiao Ming and Su Qian had established the plan, Su Qian began to implement it. The first was to cancel the rest of all the elders and summon them back to the academy so that they could face the enemy when Han Feng arrived. The second was to increase the surveillance of the Blazing Sky Qi refining tower. Han Feng had been in the Black Corner region for many years because of the Inner Academy's fallen heart flame, and when he came to attack, he could attack the Blazing Sky Qi refining tower first. Su Qian did not fear that Han Feng could simply take the fallen heart flame. Han Feng did not have the ability to quickly take the heavenly flame. What he feared was that when the fallen heart flame went on a rampage, it would be troublesome, and they would have to protect themselves from that. The third thing was to spread the news of Xiao Ming's location so that Han Feng would not go to the wrong place when the time came. Because the Jianan Academy had intentionally revealed it, Han Feng naturally knew that Xiao Ming had been staying at the Inner Academy to refine pills. This caused him, who was seeking to learn his location, to rejoice greatly, not knowing that this was a trap set for him by the Jianan Academy, and feeling only that the plan was going well. Time passed slowly amidst the conspiracies of each side. High up in the lush mountain peaks, bright red flames peeked through the green gloom, turning the forest, which originally had a tinge of dampness and coldness, into a warm and dry one. Xiao Ming looked at the 10,000 beast flame rising rapidly towards the medicinal cauldron with a calm expression. When he waved his palm, the medicinal materials on the ground slowly levitated upwards and finally entered the cauldron. As soon as the herbs entered the cauldron, flames engulfed them and, in an instant, they quickly withered. As they wilted, small droplets of water seeped from their surface and ended up sliding over it, hovering above the flames, continually rising and falling. By the time the herbs had completely turned into a withered gray, the pure medicinal power they contained had already been expelled by the flames, so their bodies were completely transformed into a pile of useless debris. With a slight wave of his palm, the withered medicinal herbs flew out of the medicinal cauldron and finally fell onto the grass, turning into a pile of gray ash that scattered with the wind as soon as it landed. Is this a 6th-tier alchemist pill refinement? It's truly extraordinary. No matter how many times one looks at it, it will amaze. Around Xiao Ming's pill refinement, 5 older figures, and a young one stood standing at the top of a tree. The 5 senior figures were Elder Hua, Su Qian as well as Hu Gan, Wu Tianlang, and one outer academy elder named Lei Yi. The young figure was Zi Yan, and the person speaking was none other than Hu Gan. Watching Xiao Ming's fluid movements as he refined pills, although he didn't know how to refine pills, Hu Gan still felt that Xiao Ming was very powerful. After all, Xiao Ming's subtle control was something they didn't have. You've already seen it several times, why are you still making such a fuss? Beside him, Elder Hua was not surprised. As Xiao Ming's master, he had long since become accustomed to the monstrous aspects of Xiao Ming's pill refining, and only felt that Xiao Ming seemed to have advanced a bit further in his pill refining skills compared to before he left. Hey, looks like this is the last zone-breaking pill, right? Beside him, Lei Yi observed the medicinal cauldron in front of Xiao Ming with a strong longing in his eyes. The news that had spread from the Jianan Academy that Xiao Ming was refining pills really wasn't a rumor. Xiao Ming really was refining pills. Mainly refining the zone-breaking pill as well as the fighting spirit pill, and the medicinal ingredients were all provided by the Jianan Academy and the elders. So far, Xiao Ming had successfully refined 5 fighting spirit pills and 3 zone-breaking pills. The fighting spirit pill was for the Do King elders. The zone-breaking pill was requested by Wu Tianlang as well as 2 inner academy elders. After hearing that Hu Gan had asked Xiao Ming to refine this pill, they also asked him to refine it. The one he was refining now was the last zone-breaking pill. This zone-breaking pill was also for this outer academy elder named Lei Yi. Therefore, he was the most anxious among everyone present, deeply fearful that Xiao Ming would fail in refining the pill. Because, Xiao Ming had already failed 3 times before, and even at the Jianan Academy, there were not many medicinal materials for the zone-breaking pill. Looking at the people beside him who already had zone-breaking pills and were still talking nonsense, Lei Yi hurriedly told them to shut up, deeply fearing that they would affect Xiao Ming. Hu Gan and the others also had the good sense to stop talking, although they were some distance away from Xiao Ming and couldn't affect him, they had to look after their old friend's mood anyway, didn't they? Listening to the elders talk, Zi Yan rolled her eyes. She had been listening to them talk nonsense for so many days that she felt she would go crazy from boredom. But then, seeing Xiao Ming, concentrating on refining pills, and the elders at the top of the trees, her eyes brightened. Since no one is paying attention to me, it won't matter if I sneak out from time to time to get more herbs that Xiao Ming can refine for me later. It's not like the bad guys are going to show up right when I leave, right? Thinking of her old acquaintances, the magical beasts in the area, who must have delicious herbs that she would borrow, she swung her little legs on the tree branch with much excitement. Sunset came again and Xiao Ming's face started to become serious. Elder Hua could see very clearly that this zone-breaking pill had reached the most important stage of fusion. If he made a small mistake during the fusion process, the herbs that had been refined so easily earlier would burn in an instant, so even though Xiao Ming had refined the zone-breaking pill many times, he did not dare to be distracted in the slightest. Although it was a fusion, the speed was like that of a turtle crawling, excruciatingly slow. After 2 full days of fusion, finally, a faint white pill slowly formed in the medicinal cauldron. The moment this pill took shape, the onlookers clearly felt the energy of the surrounding heaven and earth fluctuate as if a huge rock had been thrown into a calm lake, causing huge waves to surge. Xiao Ming's face did not change at all in response to the fluctuations of heaven and earth energy outside. His mind was strongly focused on the changes of the pill in the medicinal cauldron, as he could not afford to be distracted at this critical moment. As time passed, the faint white shape of the pill gradually rounded out, and a bright light emanated from it, turning it into a white jewel. The moment the pill burst into brilliant light, waves of energy gushed out in all directions with the medicinal cauldron as the center, and the continuous momentum was quite spectacular. As they had seen this scene more than once, Elder Hua and the others were very calm. Only Lei Yi was excited, as this meant that the zone-breaking pill that belonged to him was about to be completed. As expected, the seal on Xiao Ming's hand suddenly changed, and a mumble came out of his mouth, and instantly, inside the medicinal cauldron, the bright red flames abruptly expanded, almost filling the entire medicinal cauldron. In the midst of the flaming red color, a bright white spot of light became increasingly blinding. The white point of light contracted and expanded, and as it did, a wave of energy spread out even more rapidly. Looking down from the air, where the wave of energy spread out, the rocks of the mountains collapsed, the trees split in half, and even the grass was directly overturned. The white point of light contracted faster and faster as if something was brewing, and after almost half an hour, the point of light suddenly shrank to its smallest point. With this rapid shrinking, the seriousness on Xiao Ming's face was thicker than ever. Boom! The abruptly shrinking point of light continued for a few minutes before, finally, a powerful white light enveloped the entire mountain peak. A thunderous explosion rang through the air and, immediately, a 3-meter-thick white pillar of light shot out from inside the medicinal cauldron. In a secluded pavilion in the chaotic region at the other end of the mountain range where Xiao Ming stood, a man with a maple leaf embroidered on the back of his long blue robe raised his head slightly. The man in the blue robe had a handsome face, with long black hair reaching his shoulders, and his body seemed to always carry a strange medicinal fragrance, which made people feel close to him. This person was none other than Han Feng. This kind of fluctuation appears just before the formation of a 6th-tier pill. This is the 9th time. It seems that the news is really correct. Xiao Ming is in the inner academy refining pills. A murmur slowly came out of Han Feng's mouth. A moment later, he frowned slightly and said, but 9 6th-tier pills, now that's something big. Looks like we can't delay it any longer. Han Bang. As he uttered these words, a dark shadow knelt silently on the ground in front of Han Feng. What are your orders, master? Go and invite those people we talked about earlier. Han Feng commanded lightly. Yes. To those words, the figure replied respectfully, and then the figure quickly plunged into the darkness before disappearing. Seeing the black shadow disappear, Han Feng exhaled softly and slowly walked towards the window, gazing at the distant mountain range. Gong Heng, the Dou ancestor, still needs to be invited by me personally. Hehe, all the heavenly flames inside the Jia Nan Academy will be mine. Above the vast mountain range and the blue-white sky, a thick pillar of white energy rose straight up into the clouds for a long time. Amid the gazes of the crowd, Xiao Ming slowly rose from the ground, took a glance at the pill that seemed to escape between the huge pillar of light, raised his eyebrows, and extended his hand. Instantly, the pillar of light trembled, and after a moment, a sliver of white light floated down from the pillar of light and finally landed on the palm of his hand. The white light gradually diminished, revealing the object inside, which was a bluish-white pill the size of a dragon's eye. The surface of the pill was like the surface of the sea, and the white lines left on it were like the waves of this sea, giving it an extremely mysterious appearance. When the white light was released from the pillar of light, the huge pillar of light trembled slightly as if it had lost its energy support, and then gradually became illusory until it finally dissipated completely. It's done. Beside him, Lei Yi, who was looking forward to seeing this scene, couldn't help but reveal a smile, and with a flash, his person instantly appeared beside Xiao Ming, excitedly looking at the white pill suspended in Xiao Ming's hand, and said, Xiao Ming, this zone-breaking pill. This zone-breaking pill was refined for Elder Lei, so naturally, it is Elder Lei's, go ahead. After inspecting the surface of the zone-breaking pill and finding nothing wrong with it, Xiao Ming smiled and handed it over. Lei Yi wore a big smile and reached out to take the suspended pellet in Xiao Ming's palm, but just as his palm closed around it, the zone-breaking pill turned into a white light and shot out. As a peak Dou Emperor existence, Lei Yi naturally wouldn't let it escape, and his palm seemed to wave nonchalantly, and the next moment, the zone-breaking pill appeared on it. Haha, these 6th-tier peak pills are truly extraordinary, they are full of spirituality. With a sigh of excitement, Lei Yi slipped the pill into the jade bottle he had already prepared and put it away in his storage ring. While Lei Yi put things away, Xiao Ming inserted the medicinal cauldron into his storage ring with a wave of his hand. Su Qian and the others had also arrived together with Lei Yi. Old friend, after you found out outside that Xiao Ming could refine the zone-breaking pill, you came running back in a frenzy, so now you've finally gotten what you wanted, right? Su Qian looked at Lei Yi, who was beaming with joy and burst out laughing. When he heard his words, Lei Yi smiled and said, Old Su, I came back because you said there was an urgent matter at the academy, not only because of the zone-breaking pill, but of course, the zone-breaking pill alone is also worth the trip back. Speaking of this zone-breaking pill, even that medicinal Emperor Han Feng doesn't have such a high success rate, right? Asked Lei Yi, who had watched Xiao Ming refining the pills over the past few days, and had destroyed only a few pairs of herbs. It's only the practice that makes the master, it's not worth mentioning. Xiao Ming said with a smile. There is no need for you to be so modest, sometimes, your strength must be revealed. Elder Huo beside him looked at Xiao Ming and said. This disciple of his was good at everything, his talent was outstanding and he was not arrogant. However, he was sometimes too modest and lacked the arrogance proper to alchemists. With his alchemy skills, he could naturally see that after these days of intense pill refining, Xiao Ming's alchemy skills had improved a bit more. Hehe, Xiao Ming laughed and scratched his cheek, just as he was about to say something, his face suddenly changed. And beside him, Su Qian's face also changed and he immediately spoke. Several people are coming, and it's a large number of them, their strength is also extremely strong. Is that Han Feng? When Hu Gan heard this, a cold aura shone in his eyes. Other than him, who else in the Black Corner region could have brought in a large number of powerful people? Su Qian spoke coldly. In that case, let's inform the inner academy elders. Elder Hu also said with a cold face, this time, those who dared to come had better not expect to ever return. At his side, Lei Yi took out a jade token and crushed it. Seeing this, Su Qian and the others jumped up to stand high in the treetops and began to wait. Xiao Ming also followed them and found the top of a tree to wait, and during this time, Xiao Ming also popped a qi return pill into his mouth to recover the dou qi he had consumed when refining the pills earlier. A few moments later, 24 shadows of different colors arrived from the distant forest sea in the distance. In the blink of an eye, they appeared in front of Xiao Ming and the others. Apparently seeing Xiao Ming and the others, the blue shadow at the head gave a signal, and then its speed rapidly slowed down. As it slowed down, a man dressed in the robes of an alchemist was revealed. Who was the man at the head of the group if not Han Feng? With Han Feng's stop, the large group of people following him also stopped moving forward and ended up floating in the sky, and instantly, a bloody aura enveloped the sky above this forest. Hehe, First Elder Su Qian, I haven't seen you in a long time, how are you? Han Feng chuckled, but when he looked at Su Qian below and the surrounding elders, his brows couldn't help but frown. Damn it, what the hell was going on here, why were these old men gathered here, this is going to be troublesome. At the top of the tree, Su Qian's face was gloomy as he looked at the group of people that appeared, his body rose into the air, his gaze slowly stopped on Han Feng, who struck up the conversation, his eyes slowly narrowed as he sneered, I was thinking about who dared to come to my Jianan Academy and wander around, turns out it's Han Feng, the medicine emperor of the Black Corner region. Hehe, First Elder, you're being too polite, it's just a random nickname from a friend of the Black Corner region, it can't be taken seriously. Han Feng's thin lips quirked a faint smile towards Su Qian. Han Feng, this is my Jianan Academy's territory, what do people from the Black Corner region want to do by coming in a group? Of course, Su Qian knew what the other party was here for, and by saying this, he was simply buying time, waiting for the inner academy elders to arrive. Han Feng smiled faintly, but his gaze was fixed on Xiao Ming, who was attracting quite a bit of attention in the crowd of elders, at Su Qian's back. These days, I have often felt the fluctuations of heaven and earth when a 6th-tier pill takes shape, and I believe it is due to Master Xiao Ming's pill refinement from your academy. I only came here today to invite Master Xiao Ming to sit in my humble home and exchange some alchemy experiences, it's just that I didn't expect all of you to be here as well. Behind Su Qian, Hu Gan and the others had already risen into the air. What a ridiculous excuse, do you really think the people of my Jianan Academy are 3-year-olds? Hearing Han Feng's words, Hu Gan laughed coldly. If you wanted to invite someone, why do you need to bring so many strong people with you? Hehe, with such a large group, of course, it's not just an invitation for Master Xiao Ming. Han Feng smiled faintly and said. I have heard for a long time that the Jianan Academy contains a heavenly flame inside, a heavenly flame is a wonder of heaven and earth, and as an alchemist, this kind of flame can even be said to be a belief in our hearts, so Han Feng would like to ask First Elder to lend me the heavenly flame to look at it for a while, I will be grateful. Chapter 174. Looking at the heavenly flame. Oh, if you want to steal the heavenly flame, just say it directly, this time you're looking at Xiao Ming for his heavenly flame as well, it doesn't fit your status to beat around the bush. Su Qian shook out his sleeves, his gaze scanned the crowd of people behind Han Feng, his palm inside his robe suddenly tightened slightly, and he said indifferently. However, you live up to your name as Medicine Emperor, even the leaders of the Blood Sect, the Ground Fire Sect, the Dark Sky Sect, and the 8 Gates were invited by you, I'm afraid you are the only one in the Black Corner region with this influence. Hehe, the First Elder is really a straightforward person. Han Feng laughed, then sighed and said. Since First Elder has also guessed my purpose, then please don't make things more difficult, as long as you can hand over the heavenly flame to me, no matter what the condition is, I will do my best to satisfy it. Elder Xiao Ming, you heard what I just said, I am under Saint Yao Chen's tutelage, how about you hand over the heavenly flame you have obtained to me and I will give you the advanced alchemy inheritance you need. I'm sure you know that, at this point, the Jianan Academy can't help you much anymore. Xiao Ming's mouth curved in mockery when he heard Han Feng's words. Are you worthy? Hearing these words, Han Feng's smile slightly dropped and his gaze, full of kindness, gradually turned gloomy and cold. Humph. Since you don't know what's good, then don't blame me for taking it by force. As he uttered the words, a deep blue flame, like a watery liquid, fiercely surged from his body and slowly emanated a scorching heat. A heavenly flame. As soon as the intense blue flame appeared, the crowd behind Han Feng went into an uproar. They didn't expect Han Feng to also have such a supreme treasure as a heavenly flame. Alright, since that's the case, then all of you will stay today. It's time to put some more corpses of powerful people on the death spirit tree at the entrance of Jianan City. Looking at the dark blue flames shooting out from Han Feng's body, Su Qian laughed coldly. Oh, there's no need to intimidate me, First Elder, even though I don't know why the 5 of you are gathered here, but we outnumber you. Han Feng laughed, and the strong men behind him smiled as their chi expanded, with over 20 rays of various colors heading towards the sky. Han Feng looked at Xiao Ming with a fiery gaze, and as long as I get your heavenly flame, when I finish my breakthrough, you'll be the ones who should be afraid. Ha ha ha. Su Qian's face was covered in frost, his palms slowly moved out of the sleeves of his robe, and with a slight grip, the space shook violently as he said coldly. With just you? Hee, I know there are more of you hiding, call them all at once. Hee, I know it's hard for us Do Emperors and Do Kings to rival First Elder Su Qian, so I have specially prepared a great gift for you. Han Feng took a slight step back and let out a cold laugh, then turned around and said in a respectful voice, Mr. Gongheng, Mr. Gold, and Mr. Silver, please show yourselves. Han Feng, this time I fight for you, don't forget what you promised me. At the sound of Han Feng's voice, a light laughter suddenly sounded, and immediately, a fluctuation in space occurred, and an elegant middle-aged man dressed in cyan-colored clothes appeared above the sky like a ghost. An overwhelming aura emanated from his body. Looking at the cyan figure appearing in the sky, the faces of Su Qian and the others changed slightly. This was a powerful Do ancestor. Xiao Ming's information was correct. Don't worry about it, as long as I obtain the heavenly flame, the 7th tier Yin-Yang mysterious dragon pill that Mr. Gong needs, I'll give it to you with both hands. Haha, Han Feng, I hope you won't forget what you promised us too, or else. When Han Feng's voice ceased, 2 more laughs suddenly rang out, and immediately, a fluctuation in space was followed by another burst, and 2 figures, one golden and one silver emerged not far away from the cyan-robed elegant man. One was dressed in gold and the other in silver, but when one looked closely at them, one could see that their faces were almost identical, both with white hair and beards, and their features were as if they had been sculpted from the same mold. This is natural, I will prepare the zone-breaking pills for you. Seeing this, Han Feng smiled and nodded his head slightly. Seeing that all the enemies had arrived, Xiao Ming silently contacted by a special method the amethyst-winged Lion King, who had been left protecting the girls instead of Ziyan, who for some reason, was nowhere to be found. You two also want to interfere in this matter. Cultivation is not easy, so I advise you to stay out of trouble. Looking at the 3 people who had just appeared not far away, Su Qian said indifferently. The eyes of the Do ancestor named Gongheng narrowed slightly and said nothing. The golden-robed elder beside him smiled at Su Qian and said. It can't be helped, we were each offered what we needed. First Elder Su, I think you should give the heavenly flame to Han Feng, after all, right now there are only 6 of you, if we really fight, I'm afraid there won't be enough of you to share out. The silver-robed elder laughed mischievously, and the tone of that voice was surprisingly the same as that of the golden-robed elder. Fine, if you want to court death, go ahead, where are the Jianan Academy elders? Su Qian shouted loudly, and as his voice rang out, the faces of the people of the Black Corner region above the sky instantly turned ugly as they looked to the east. In the eastern sky, a few black dots could faintly be seen as far as the eye could see. The black dots were rapidly getting closer and, in a few seconds, became a large number of figures. The sound of wind breaking in the sky could be heard, and about 30 or more figures with Do-Chi wings on their backs rose up, stopping beside Su Qian and staring at Han Feng's group. First Elder, Deputy Headmaster. We're not late for the fun, are we? A white-robed elder flying next to Su Qian asked. Qin Xian, you guys aren't late, you can even say you're right on time. While Su Qian and the others were in a good mood, those from the Black Corner region, however, had increasingly ugly faces. As they were watched intently by a large number of Jianan Academy elders, all of them could not help the corners of their mouths from twitching. Damn it, why did the other side react so quickly? It's as if they expected this is not normal. This is a problem, there are almost 40 people on the other side, there are only about 20 of us, they are many more than us. Damn it. Han Feng didn't tell us that we would fight against so many strong people. Han Feng's face was no longer as calm as before, he also sensed that the situation was not right, and the murmurs that reached his ears annoyed him even more. Calming the irritation in his heart, Han Feng waved his hand and said, everyone stay calm, we have 2 Do ancestors on our side, the advantage is still ours. With these words, the people of the Black Corner region also felt that it made sense and gradually calmed down. First Elder Su Qian, Elder Xiao Ming, I will ask you for the last time, the heavenly flame, will you hand it over or not? In the midst of this imbroglio, Han Feng's patience was gradually wearing thin, and looking at Su Qian and the others on the opposite side, he asked sharply. Chapter 175. At Han Feng's question, Su Qian laughed coldly, and with a simple wave of his sleeve, an incomparably strong beam of white Do-Chi shot out from his sleeve, heading straight towards Han Feng's face. Humph. Su Qian's first strike caused Han Feng's face to become increasingly cruel, and with a cold snort, he snapped his fingers, and a dark blue flame erupted from his palm, and finally, with a wave of his hand, fiercely collided with the white Do Qi beam. Pang! A powerful explosion sounded, and the energy wave that spread out pushed Han Feng back in the air several meters before he could stabilize himself. Although he had the heavenly flame's help, First Elder Su Qian was after all a Do ancestor powerhouse, thus Han Feng still suffered a loss in a head-on collision. After the strike, Su Qian's body did not pause in the slightest as he turned into lightning and shot towards Han Feng in an instant. Seeing the imposing Su Qian, Han Feng's face changed and he shouted, "Master Gong Heng." As the words fell, the faint cyan figure instantly flashed in front of Han Feng, waving his hand towards the violently attacking Su Qian, and an extremely strong beam of cyan Do Qi shot out forcefully. As he moved his body to dodge the cyan Do Qi beam, Su Qian's body flashed and appeared in front of Gong Heng. Instantly, the two sides exchanged movements, and the sound of the wind torn by the clash, like thunder, was heard continuously among the dazzling afterimages. Seeing Su Qian entangled by Gong Heng, Han Feng's face relaxed as his gaze shifted to Xiao Ming and the others, and with a gesture of his hand, he turned his head and smiled at the large group of people behind him. "I'll bother you all to face these elders, I'll take care of Xiao Ming. Mr. Gold and Mr. Silver, we'll leave you to those existences in the Peak Do Emperor. He, no problem, leave Wu Tianlang and the rest to us." Mr. Gold and Mr. Silver agreed very easily. Although these people were Peak Do Emperors like them, the two were brothers who combined could reach a Do ancestor battle power. Stopping 4 Peak Do Emperors was not a problem. "Since Mr. Gold and Mr. Silver will take care of the Peak Do Emperors, leave the remaining Do Emperor and Do King to us. Besides, I have never tasted the flavor of an inner academy elder's blood, Kiki." The blood sect leader of the blood sect, Fan Lao, gave Qin Xian and the others a cruel look, smiling and showing slightly sharp teeth. Thank you all, when everything is over, Han Feng will definitely give you some generous rewards." Han Feng motioned with his hand towards the Black Corner region's powerhouses, and the dark blue Do Qi wings on his back vibrated slightly before flying towards Xiao Ming. "Stop him." Seeing this, Hu Gan waved his hand, and instantly, the Jianan Academy members behind him flew out with a flash, blocking Han Feng's path. Your opponents are us." About 20 figures with a bloody aura suddenly appeared, finally confronting the Jianan Academy's powerhouses. Han Feng smiled faintly, his body turned, and continued to fly towards Xiao Ming in the back. The battle began and sounds of wind breaking rang out as the two sides mercilessly clashed against each other. Seeing this, Hu Gan frowned slightly and looked at Wu Tianlang and the others beside him, about to join the battle. The next moment, the figures of Mr. Gold and Mr. Silver appeared in front of the four. "Oh, where do you think you're going? You four will have fun with us." After being stopped by Mr. Gold and Mr. Silver, a huge purple shadow appeared in the sky. It was none other than the amethyst-winged Lion King, who had answered Xiao Ming's call. "Shi, help my master's group," Xiao Ming said to him quickly. Roar! The amethyst-winged Lion King roared towards the sky, its body lit up with a purple glow, and then it dashed towards Mr. Gold and Mr. Silver, who were pressing Hu Gan's group. The sky was completely engulfed in a chaotic battle, and everywhere one looked, there was a storm of energy, with thunderous explosions erupting continuously. Without being stopped by the Jianan Academy's forces, Han Feng finally arrived in front of Xiao Ming. It's not too late for you to obediently hand over the heavenly flame." Rolling his eyes, Xiao Ming ignored Han Feng's nonsense. Sky Fire 3 Mysterious Change, 10,000 Beasts Transformation. His hand swiftly moved as his calm voice softly echoed in his heart, and when the last word rang out, the seal on his hand abruptly froze as majestic red flames furiously surged out from his body, turning him into flames. A second later, Xiao Ming's aura completely condensed into his body, and an instant later, his aura erupted like a volcano that had broken the shackles of the earth. Flaming red Do Qi erupted from Xiao Ming's body and immediately surged across the sky. The hot flames directly caused the temperature in the space around him to rise rapidly. At this moment, Xiao Ming's aura had far surpassed the previous 3-star Do Emperor level, and it was already enough to match a peak Do Emperor. "You really possess a heavenly flame." Very good." Looking at Xiao Ming's soaring strength, instead of being worried, Han Feng was extremely happy. According to Han Feng, although Xiao Ming's soaring strength might be somewhat troublesome, the sudden increase must be due to the use of a secret technique. Something like a secret technique would last at most an hour or two. Furthermore, how could a strength that had been forcibly increased rival a powerful person like him who had been in the peak of Do Emperor for many years? Happily, Han Feng was about to start a movement, but then he saw Xiao Ming in front of him, turning into a flash, leaving only an afterimage, the entire person disappearing in an instant. Han Feng's face changed. I'm afraid this speed is not inferior to a Dou ancestor. Is he trying to flee? Xiao Ming did not flee as Han Feng thought but appeared behind Mr. Gold and Mr. Silver in the blink of an eye, and a terrifying chain of fire charged towards Mr. Silver's head. If this blow hit, Mr. Silver's head would definitely split like a watermelon hit by a hammer. Mr. Gold and Mr. Silver fought fiercely against Hu Gan and Elder Hua. Xiao Ming appeared behind them with such speed that was not inferior to that of a Dou ancestor, immediately catching Mr. Silver a little off guard and making him unable to counterattack. Unfortunately, the two brothers worked well together and both looked out for each other, so although Mr. Silver had some difficulty resisting Xiao Ming's attack, Mr. Gold, who was by his side, reacted quickly and after a move that knocked Hu Gan back, reached out his hand and pulled Mr. Silver out of the range of Xiao Ming's attack. Seeing this, Xiao Ming slightly regretted. If he had seriously injured Mr. Silver just now, it would have been much easier to finish them both off. Xiao Ming's arrival caused Mr. Gold and Mr. Silver to step back a little, giving up on taking the initiative to fight, and instead, they scolded Han Feng, who had just arrived beside them. What's wrong with you, Han Feng? You couldn't stop a brat. You almost made us suffer a great loss. He's too fast. Besides, I didn't expect him to attack you. Han Feng frowned as he looked at the silver wings behind Xiao Ming that slowly flapped with small flashes of lightning from time to time. Chapter 176. While Han Feng was talking to Mr. Gold and Mr. Silver, Xiao Ming met with Hu Gan's group. Master, Deputy Headmaster, follow the plan. I'll take care of Mr. Gold and Mr. Silver, otherwise, there might be some casualties among the elders today. Xiao Ming said to Elder Hua and Hu Gan. Those brought by Han Feng were all powerful people from the Black Corner region, and there were many Dou Emperor among them. The Jianan Academy elders were all Dou kings, and they would have no advantage against these people even if they were outnumbered. However, as long as the peak Dou Emperors of the Jianan Academy led by Hu Gan joined the battle, they would counteract the influence of these Dou Emperor powerhouses from the other side, and the Dou kings brought in by Han Feng would fall under the siege of the Jianan Academy elders. Thus, as time passed, the advantage of the Jianan Academy would grow like a snowball effect. When Hu Gan looked at the elders who were engaged in a bitter battle, he nodded his head gravely. Alright, I'll leave Mr. Gold and Mr. Silver to you, but you have to take it easy. These days, Hu Gan and the others had trained with Xiao Ming and knew that Xiao Ming's strength was truly extraordinary, especially his speed. Even Su Qian exclaimed that Xiao Ming was no worse than him in this aspect, so Hu Gan and the others had nothing to worry about. Even if he couldn't beat them, it would still be easy to sneak out. After all, Mr. Gold and Mr. Silver's true realm was only in the peak Dou Emperor. Then leave Han Feng to me. I want to see how much strength this fellow has that he dares to ignore my law enforcement unit's warning. Wu Tianlang said in disgust. Today Wu Tianlang was dressed in blood red, and the bloody aura around him was much stronger than that of the people of the Black Corner region. Wu Tianlang was furious with Han Feng. He didn't even know how many years he had been in charge of the law enforcement unit, and he had killed many of the strongest people from the Black Corner region. He was the one who hung the Dou Emperor in the Death Spirit Tree. He never thought that even with this kind of warning, Han Feng would still dare to attack the Jianan Academy. Wasn't this a slap in the face towards the Grand Commander of the law enforcement unit? Hu Gan and the others gave a slight nod of their heads, and without a word, their bodies flashed and shot out towards the chaotic battle raging not far away. The Amethyst-Winged Lion King was included in Hu Gan's group. Seeing this, Mr. Gold and Mr. Silver moved, their figures blurred, suddenly disappearing from the scene. Bang! With a loud bang, the figures of Mr. Gold and Mr. Silver were revealed. Both of them had slightly flexed their palms, and a faint white mist emerged from both of them. In front of them, Xiao Ming was surrounded by red flames. Like a flame god, a majestic Dou Qi-like substance stirred in his palm. The energy fluctuations that faintly penetrated outward made the space around him vibrate, and his eyes were indifferent as he said with a smile. I heard that Mr. Gold and Mr. Silver have been at the top of the black ranking for many years, and you are so strong that you can fight a Dou ancestor powerhouse without losing. Looking at you today, you are no more than this. Mr. Gold and Mr. Silver had been roaming around the Black Corner region for many years and basically, no one dared to mess with them, so when Xiao Ming dared to provoke them, they immediately became furious. The golden-robed elder laughed macabrely. Hee hee, brat, just now you only took advantage of the heavenly flame's power to force us to retreat. How dare to be so arrogant. Since you seek death, then we'll make it happen. Old Silver, let's do it. With these words, Mr. Gold and Mr. Silver were the first to make a move. Their majestic Dou Qi intertwined, and immediately the two figures seemed to have merged, turning into a shadow of light and shooting toward Xiao Ming. These two elders were able to become the strongest in a place as chaotic as the Black Corner region, so they naturally had some powerful abilities. Han Feng was no fool, and when he saw Xiao Ming's actions, he felt worried. He had just seen Xiao Ming's terrifying speed. Mr. Gold and Mr. Silver might not be able to take him down in a short time, so if he was allowed to hold them back, it would not be good for all of them. The battlefield of the people of the Black Corner region and the Inner Academy elders had changed due to the addition of Hu Gan and the others. Han Feng was about to step forward to help Mr. Gold and Mr. Silver, when suddenly, a sharp sound of wind breaking sounded over his head. With a slight frown, Han Feng vibrated his wings to avoid the strong wind attack and slowly looked up to see Wu Tianlang staring at him with a cold face. Han Feng, your opponent is me. With his majestic Do Qi rapidly accumulating in his hand, Wu Tianlang said indifferently. Only you. I'm afraid you won't be my opponent. Looking at Wu Tianlang, who was alone in front of him, Han Feng was slightly surprised, then sneered. With his strength, and with the help of Heavenly Flame, he had few opponents among the Do Emperors, therefore, even though Wu Tianlang's strength was in a peak Do Emperor, Han Feng was not afraid. Then let's give it a try. Wu Tianlang scoffed, and without saying any nonsense, a majestic aura emanated from his body, and immediately, with the surge of his Do Qi, the two of them turned into blurred figures and engaged in battle. The more Mr. Gold and Mr. Silver fought, the more blood they wanted to vomit. This brat, Xiao Ming, was incredibly fast and sneaky, and every time he faced their powerful and deadly attacks, he would disappear in an instant, leaving them dead with anger. It was also due to Xiao Ming's fast speed and the indistinguishable afterimages he left around them from time to time, that they had to be on the lookout for his sneak attacks, as when the other side attacked them, it was difficult to defend themselves. On the other hand, the other side's body had been refined somehow and was comparable to that of a magical beast, and with the help of the Heavenly Flame, he alone was more dangerous than Hu Gan's group of 4 and the magic beast from before. If it wasn't for the unspoken cooperation between the two of them, they fear that they would have already suffered serious injuries. At this moment, although they were fine, they couldn't do anything to Xiao Ming. No, we can't go on like this, we have to find an opportunity to defeat him. Mr. Gold and Mr. Silver looked at each other, and the two, who worked well together, instantly understood what the other meant. Immediately, the two attacked with increasing intensity. The gold and silver color Do Qi kept pouring out of their bodies, and the mist attacks hit the mountain peaks and trees, causing the mountain peaks to tremble and the rocks to fall, and the huge forests to be razed to the ground. Xiao Ming felt much more pressure now that Mr. Gold and Mr. Silver were attacking much more intensely. There was one thing that had to be said, and that was that Mr. Gold and Mr. Silver were indeed capable of matching a Do ancestor, and their combat power was not being depleted. With his current strength, which had been increased by the Sky Fire 3 mysterious change, an ordinary Do Emperor would not last more than 20 moves against him. But facing Mr. Gold and Mr. Silver, he had to rely more on his speed to hold on, so one could imagine the battle power of both elders. Although the strength of the two was only temporary, and if they fought against a true Do ancestor, they would definitely lose after a long time, but Xiao Ming's current strength was also temporary and lasted even less than theirs. Seeing Mr. Gold and Mr. Silver aggressively attacking, seeming to want to have a quick battle, Xiao Ming's eyes narrowed, and to tell the truth, he also had that intention. Chapter 177. Looking at Mr. Gold and Mr. Silver who were aggressively attacking him incessantly, Xiao Ming stepped back to dodge their attacks. With a subtle movement of his palm behind his back, the little white spirit came out of it and began to flutter, as if it was happy that Xiao Ming had let it out. When Mr. Gold and Mr. Silver saw Xiao Ming back away and concentrate on dodging, they thought that Xiao Ming would not be able to hold up any longer under their intense attacks. They immediately became excited and planned to attack with the intention of taking advantage of the situation. With their hands linked, they both struck the ground fiercely, and a strange ripple spread out from the void, and in an instant, they rushed towards Xiao Ming with a speed greater than any time before, like a hungry tiger pouncing on its prey. Xiao Ming looked at Mr. Gold and Mr. Silver who had caught up to him in the blink of an eye, the corners of his lips curved slightly, without the slightest hint of panic. He only raised his hands slightly, forming a strange seal, while his mouth also bulged like a frog. Xiao Ming's movement attracted the gaze of Mr. Gold and Mr. Silver, and their faces couldn't help but change as a thought passed through their minds in unison. This is a Soundwave Do technique. Mr. Gold and Mr. Silver were about to dodge. A look of contempt flashed across Xiao Ming's eyes, and immediately, the condensed majestic Do Qi shot out of his mouth and turned into a soundwave that shot towards them like thunder. Roar! The sound of a thunderous roar echoed through the sky, a huge sound wave enveloped the entire battlefield, and within that incredible roar, there was even a strange sound, which seemed to be like the song of a dragon. The terrifying sound waves that exploded in a jiffy made the strong people who were surprised while fighting not far away lose their hearing and made the weaker ones dizzy. Mr. Gold and Mr. Silver, who were nearby, were the most severely affected by the sudden and fierce sound wave, so that, although they were strong, they were disoriented for a moment, and their Do Qi was stagnant. This loss of concentration only lasted for a breath before the two elders quickly came to their senses. The first thing they did was to frantically circulate their dou qi in their bodies, and then it surged towards their palms like a tidal wave. They both knew very well that a momentary distraction in a fight between powerful people could lead to victory or defeat, and Xiao Ming had just caught them off guard with his technique, so naturally, he would not easily give up such an opportunity. Just as they had thought, Xiao Ming had no intention of passing up this opportunity. Seeing Mr. Gold and Mr. Silver's intentions to gather their dou qi, the corner of Xiao Ming's mouth lifted into a faint smile, and the next moment he appeared in front of Mr. Silver. His right palm was covered in flames as he attacked, creating a burst of flames. Fire Spirit Palm. Hai Xian Dou technique obtained from the simulator. Mr. Gold and Mr. Silver looked at Xiao Ming's attack, their faces incomparably serious, as their dou qi circulation had just been interrupted by Xiao Ming's sound wave attack. It would be very difficult for them alone to resist this attack of his. But good thing they were two brothers. With their combined strength, Xiao Ming would be no match for them. With this in mind, Mr. Gold and Mr. Silver advanced together. Both of their palms collided with Xiao Ming's, and for a while, the three of them were in a stalemate, with violent explosions echoing through the clouds. When Mr. Gold and Mr. Silver were happy to have blocked Xiao Ming's attack, Mr. Gold saw the smile on the corner of Xiao Ming's lips and sensed that something was wrong, but before he had time to think, a white snake about 3 meters wide appeared on Xiao Ming's back, and opened its bloody mouth towards them, seeking to devour them. The snake was white in color, surrounded by a greenish-red flame, and there seemed to be a transparent flame slowly emerging from its eyes, which was quite a strange sight. Upon seeing the snake, Mr. Gold and Mr. Silver broke out in a cold sweat and shouted, "Holy shit! Retreat quickly!" With these words, the two elders tried to move away, but the transparent flame in the white snake's eye socket suddenly rose. The bodies of the two elders trembled, and the majestic dou qi in their bodies quickly became disordered, unable to circulate for an instant. Taking advantage of this small instant, the snake swallowed the nearest Mr. Gold, causing only the silver-robed elder to escape its attack. Seeing the spirit swallow the gold-robed elder, Xiao Ming immediately instructed the spirit to use the 3 kinds of heavenly flame to warm him up. The spirit itself was an amalgamation of energy, and the golden-robed elder had to receive all kinds of energy attacks within his body. Without the joint efforts of the two brothers, Mr. Gold was nothing more than a peak dou emperor, so in an environment where heavenly flames were everywhere, he wouldn't last at all. In addition, there was also the fallen heart flame between them, which produced heart flame that interfered with the opponent. So only a moment later, after a miserable cry, the golden-robed elder inside the spirit stood motionless. "Big brother!" Hearing Mr. Gold's miserable scream, Mr. Silver couldn't help but scream in pain and rage as well. Mr. Silver's scream attracted the attention of many people. After all, Mr. Gold and Mr. Silver's combat power was equivalent to a Dou ancestor, so Black Corner Region's group was very attentive. Not to mention that Xiao Ming had recently launched a sound wave attack that rippled across the entire battlefield. After seeing that Mr. Gold had been swallowed by the strange snake that Xiao Ming had released, everyone stopped. Those Black Corner Region powerhouses couldn't help but look at each other. Fuck! What's going on? The battle has just started. How come one of those gold and silver elders has died? Aren't Mr. Gold and Mr. Silver equivalent to a Dou ancestor? How can this be? How can we fight now? That Xiao Ming was actually able to kill one of the brothers with their combined strength. It's too terrifying. Those Black Corner Region powerhouses felt that they were all well and truly screwed. Now that one of the gold and silver brothers died, the people Han Feng invited won't have any advantage. But then they didn't have the time to think about anything else, because when those Jia Nan Academy elders saw how powerful Xiao Ming was, their morale immediately rose and their attacks became more and more intense. This made the people of the Black Corner region in even greater danger, already being at a disadvantage because of the addition of Hu Gan and the others, so every now and then, someone would get injured and lose their strength, being directly killed or captured by an inner academy elder. Han Feng also saw Mr. Silver's defeat, and although he was shocked by Xiao Ming's combat strength, he couldn't help but inwardly curse Mr. Gold and Mr. Silver's stupidity. He thought that Xiao Ming's combat strength was really good, but it was impossible for one of them, Mr. Gold and Mr. Silver, to be killed by Xiao Ming if they were more careful. If Mr. Gold and Mr. Silver knew what Han Feng was thinking, they would have screamed their heads off. Their reaction was already too quick, but who would have known that this Xiao Ming had a set of insidious tricks? They had no way to dodge the first attack, and could not take the second one. Of course, Mr. Gold was already dead, so the only one who could cry out in aggravation was Mr. Silver. However, he didn't know what Han Feng was thinking right now. At this moment, he was staring at Xiao Ming with a red face and eyes full of anger. "Stop staring at me, even if you keep seeing me, your big brother won't come back to life. You!" Mr. Silver was furious at his words, and his chest was rising and falling in rage. "You what? Oh. I understand, what you want is to see your elder brother's corpse. Why didn't you say that before? But it's a pity that there are only ashes left. Xiao Ming said, and with a movement of his mind, the spirit in the air spat out a small pile of grey dust. As soon as the dust appeared, it suddenly blew a strange gale and the dust flew all over the sky and, in the blink of an eye, disappeared. Oh, sorry, your big brother's ashes are gone too. Seeing this scene, Xiao Ming feigned a pitiful face, as if lamenting the injustice of the world. You little bastard, I want you to die. The brothers shared the same heart and had supported each other for many years, so they naturally had deep feelings for each other, and when Mr. Silver saw this scene, he completely lost his mind and rushed towards Xiao Ming. However, without Mr. Gold's cooperation, Mr. Silver was nothing more than an ordinary Tgthegood emperor, and posed no threat to Xiao Ming whatsoever. Especially after the previous stimulation, Mr. Silver was so overwhelmed by rage that he was unable to think clearly, so his fighting style was very messy, and was easily defeated by Xiao Ming in 2 or 3 moves. The red flame transformed into a spear that Xiao Ming threw, stabbing into the chest of Mr. Silver, who had lost his ability to defend himself. The tremendous kinetic energy threw him downward at great speed, causing him to disintegrate the trees around him as he hit the ground. Xiao Ming didn't care if his blow killed Mr. Silver. Snapping his fingers nonchalantly, an explosion was heard, and a wave of flames several dozen meters high appeared in the forest below. After doing this, Xiao Ming turned his attention to Han Feng, who was fighting with Wu Tianlang. Chapter 178. In Xiao Ming's line of sight, Han Feng was engaged in a fierce battle against Wu Tianlang. The majestic Do Qi enveloping his body was spinning violently, much stronger than an average Tgthegood emperor. As his Do Qi circulated, there were often deep blue flames surging around his body, like a wave in a moving sea, and the resulting sound was extremely spectacular. Is this the Sea Heart Flame? It is certainly worthy of being the 15th heavenly flame in the heavenly flame ranking. It's really mysterious. Looking at those ocean blue flames, a thought flashed through Xiao Ming's mind. He could sense that while this flame contained great fire attribute energy, it also contained some traces of water attribute. Originally, water and fire did not usually complement each other, and it was unbelievable that there were traces of water attribute in a heavenly flame. However, when Xiao Ming thought about the environment in which the Sea Heart Flame appeared, then he felt that it made sense. Other heavenly flames grew in strange environments, but this Sea Heart Flame was even stranger, being formed in the depths of the sea. That it contained some traces of attribute water made sense. These water attribute traces also did not affect the Sea Heart Flame's power. What Han Feng said to Wu Tianlang before, thinking that Wu Tianlang could not defeat him alone, was not because he despised Wu Tianlang. Relying on this heavenly flame, most Tgthegood emperor powerhouses really could not defeat him. However, Wu Tianlang, besides being an expert in Tgthegood emperor, was also extremely experienced in combat. Although Han Feng's heavenly flame was really annoying, it did not cause him much damage, and the two were now fighting in an intense manner, and it was impossible to tell who would emerge as the winner in a short time. Xiao Ming, who had dealt with Mr. Gold and Mr. Silver, took a few seconds to briefly observe the situation and realized that on the battlefield in the sky, the Jianan Academy was being superior. Half of the 24 powerful people Han Feng had brought with him had died due to the Jianan Academy's numerical superiority. The remaining half could only desperately fight in the encirclement of the Jianan Academy's well-coordinated elders. And that powerful Do ancestor on the other side was fighting against First Elder Su Qian in a tough fight. The situation on the battlefield was also noticed by Han Feng, who had begun to worry when Xiao Ming killed Mr. Gold. Afterwards, when he saw that Xiao Ming had effortlessly dealt with Mr. Silver, who had lost his head, and turned his attention to him, he felt a great disaster looming. After once again cursing Mr. Gold and Mr. Silver in his heart for being trash, Han Feng began to think about retreating. This can't continue like this. With these thoughts, Han Feng immediately waved the sleeves of his robes, and majestic ocean blue flames immediately erupted from his body, finally forming over Wu Tianlang's head like an azure canopy, blocking his attacks and preventing him from chasing after him. The next moment, Han Feng's wings vibrated, and he turned into a shadow and flew off into the distance. But before it could fly much farther, Han Feng's figure was forced to stop. He, did your excellency the Medicine Emperor think that our Jianan Academy was a place where you could come and go as you pleased? Han Feng's eyes stared deadly at the figure blocking his way. He put his hands behind his back and said with an ugly face, I admit defeat in today's matter. How about you let me go now and we won't cross paths in the future? Do you really think I'm a fool? How about I give you a piece of advice? Don't fight uselessly, be a good boy and accept death obediently. Xiao Ming shook his head and said. Don't worry, the people you brought will also go with you. Our Jianan Academy is loyal to its words. If we said that we would hang all of your corpses in the death spirit tree, then we will definitely do so. Han Feng laughed angrily at his words, you, arrogant. Do you really think I'm afraid of you? You brat, go to hell for me. As he said this, Han Feng's face was filled with ferocity, and after an anger-filled shout, he moved his hands behind his back suddenly, and a dazzling mass made of Do-Chi appeared in his palm. In the blink of an eye, the majestic mass of Do-Chi in his hand was like a bright sun, and it shot straight towards Xiao Ming. Luminous seal. A blinding beam of light pierced through space, and faintly, a huge hand seal showed itself in the beam of light, like a dazzling miniature sun falling from the sky, carrying a terrifying energy that chilled to the bone. Sanyan Void Spirit Seal. In response, a colorful seal was sent in Han Feng's direction. Both were extremely terrifying energies that pierced through space like lightning, fiercely crashing down like two meteors. Pine. At the moment of contact, a terrifying thunderous sound rang out, and waves of energy, like giant waves in the ocean, unleashed their energy far above the sky. While in the forest below, a terrifying energy wave also landed, and countless ancient trees collapsed. The entire sky and ground went silent at this moment, as the energy waves surged, again and again, blotting out the sky. Even the dazzling sun hanging high in the sky was blotted out at this moment. The energy lasted for almost 10 minutes before gradually dissipating. As the waves of energy filling the sky slowly dissipated, the figure of the two people high in the sky slowly emerged. This is too fast, isn't it? Wu Tianlang, who had broken through the barrier set up by Han Feng and wanted to go help, gazed at the scene before him with some alarm. It was because, although Han Feng and Xiao Ming's figures had been revealed, but the situation of the two of them was very different. In his line of sight, Xiao Ming was unharmed, while Han Feng was grabbed by the back of the neck by Xiao Ming and lay motionless like a dead chicken. Wu Tianlang knew Han Feng's strength, but not long ago, it was unknown who would win or lose the battle between the two. He did not expect that Han Feng would be defeated so easily by Xiao Ming, and then, thinking about the means Xiao Ming had just used to defeat Mr. Gold and Mr. Silver, Wu Tianlang could only exclaim in his heart, so terrifying. Not only Wu Tianlang saw Han Feng's situation, the few remaining powerful people of the Black Corner region saw this scene, and each of them couldn't help but twitch the corners of their mouths, firmly wishing to escape as the fight started to become more intense. But as the elders' encirclement was too tight, none of them could escape and they ended up suffering heavy losses. Gong Heng, a Dou ancestor, had intended to rescue Han Feng. After all, the pills Han Feng had promised him had not yet been delivered to him. However, when he forced Su Qian back for a moment and wanted to make a move, he watched as Xiao Ming moved his right hand that grasped the back of Han Feng's neck and lightly squeezed. Kacha. A creak of broken bones was heard and Han Feng's head bowed, clearly dead. Seeing this scene, Gong Heng frowned and gave up his intention to rescue Han Feng. After all, Han Feng was already dead, and with him dead, how was he going to get the 7th-tier pills he needed? Without the pills, he didn't need to fight to the death against the Jia Nan Academy over a corpse. Thinking like this, Gong Heng did not care about Han Feng and took this opportunity to fly straight into the distance. Seeing this, Su Qian did not bother to chase after him. After all, Gong Heng was a true Dou ancestor powerhouse, and if he wanted to escape, no one would be able to stop him here. If that would be the case, why put in a useless effort? By now, this matter would be noted down and settled in the future. Chapter 179. When Gong Heng's figure disappeared in the sky, First Elder Su Qian withdrew his gaze and turned to look at the battlefield of Hu Gan's group. After seeing that his side had the absolute advantage and that there were not many powerful people left that Han Feng had brought with him, he flew towards Xiao Ming. Arriving at Xiao Ming's side, looking at Han Feng, who was being carried in Xiao Ming's hand, a smile appeared on Su Qian's face. Hehe, I knew you were incredibly strong, Xiao Ming, but I really didn't expect that you could defeat Mr. Gold and Mr. Silver, as well as Han Feng, so easily. It was just a coincidence. If Mr. Gold and Mr. Silver hadn't been so eager to kill me and instead acted more carefully, I really wouldn't have been able to handle them. Xiao Ming laughed. Mr. Gold and Mr. Silver's battle power was comparable to that of a Dou ancestor, and the reason why he could seemingly defeat them easily this time was that the other party did not know him well. Moreover, the spirit attack was unexpected, and the flame of the fallen heart also made them freeze for a moment, so after taking this opportunity, he was able to defeat them one by one. If it was a real Dou ancestor, like that Gong Heng, the effect might not be that good. Speaking of Mr. Gold and Mr. Silver, Xiao Ming seemed to have thought of something, and with a wave of his hand towards the spirit, which was not far away, he made the large white snake, which was about 3 meters long, immediately swim towards him, and when it got close, its mouth opened wide. What emerged from its mouth was a corpse, which had been charred beyond recognition, and of which only the upper half of its body remained. First Elder Su Qian first cast a peculiar glance at the snake formed by the spirit, then pointed at the corpse and asked, "Is this Mr. Gold? Wasn't he burned to ashes by you just now?" Although Mr. Gold was burned to death by me, he was not completely turned to dust. That dust was actually the other half of his body, as well as some of his clothes. Xiao Ming explained as he beckoned to the spirit. The spirit that sensed Xiao Ming's will turned into a thumb-sized object shaped like a white-colored water droplet and flew towards Xiao Ming's palm, and after it had reached his palm, the spirit suddenly spat out a golden ring from its body that landed on his palm. Is this Mr. Gold's storage ring? Xiao Ming raised his eyebrows and stared at the spirit, not expecting it to pick up items on its own now. The spirit had already absorbed many wonders from heaven and earth, so its spirituality was naturally very high, but to say that it had spiritual intelligence, it definitely did not have it yet. It was extremely difficult for a creature that had been raised to gain spiritual intelligence, and it will take time of accumulation for it to have the opportunity to develop it in the future. For the current spirit, it could only be said to have begun to show some traces in its behavior. Xiao Ming did not mind, and with a squeeze of his palm, he took the spirit inside his body. The ring was also kept by Xiao Ming. Xiao Ming's movements were obvious to Su Qian, and he could also clearly see the changes in its spirit. He felt a rather high spirituality in the spirit body, which made him feel a little curious and ponder in his heart. This thing is very strange, it can change shape at will and contains enormous energy. I have never seen or heard of anything like this before. Although he was curious, Su Qian did not open his mouth to ask. Everyone had their own secrets, why should he pry? So after pondering, Su Qian asked Xiao Ming, this corpse of Han Feng, what will you do with it? You can hang the corpse in a death spirit tree with the rest of the people, but I have to do one more thing first. As if sensing what Xiao Ming wanted to do, Han Feng's body trembled. A surge of soul power fiercely gushed out from that corpse and scurried into the forest below. Almost there, I'm almost there. As long as I reach the forest below, even if that little scum Xiao Ming's soul power is outstanding, there's no way he'll be able to discover me. Once I escape, I'll make this brat pay. Han Feng thought frantically. Boom! Just as Han Feng was about to flee, a human figure caught up to him and held him in his hands in the blink of an eye. Looking at the soul power struggling desperately in his palm, faintly, Han Feng's fierce and resentful face emerged. A playful smile appeared on Xiao Ming's face. His Excellency the Medicine Emperor, you didn't think I wouldn't notice, did you? If I let you escape like this, I would be humiliated. The invisible soul power struggled desperately in Xiao Ming's hand, but it still couldn't escape from the palm shackles, and during the struggle, deep blue flames continued to emerge from it to burn Xiao Ming, which was the sea heart flame. However, Xiao Ming also had a heavenly flame, so Han Feng's heavenly flame was not useful at all. Even so, Xiao Ming thought that Han Feng was also quite a decisive person. When he saw that the situation was bad, he resolutely escaped. If he really let him escape to the forest below and hide, there was really nothing he could do. After all, the forest outside the Jianan Academy was too big. And at this moment, Su Qian, who had reacted, also flew to Xiao Ming's side. This is Han Feng's soul body. He was about to escape just a moment ago. If we had really let him escape, we don't know what kind of chaos would have ensued. Normally, when a powerful person died, the soul body attached to the physical body was also injured and fell into a coma. It was very rare for them to wake up as quickly as Han Feng did. Looking at Han Feng, who had been releasing the heavenly flame to burn Xiao Ming, Su Qian's eyes turned stern, and was about to make a move to finish him off. But he was stopped by Xiao Ming. Please stop, First Elder, this Han Feng is useful to me. This Han Feng has a heavenly flame, if he escapes, he will be very hard to catch. No problem, we only have to extract his heavenly flame. When Su Qian heard his words, the corner of his mouth contracted, and he was speechless. In the Doqi continent, although heavenly flames were extremely rare and uncommon, there were still two ways to extract them after being devoured by another person. The first was to forcibly seize it, and this brutal seizure of the heavenly flame was not to be resisted by the other party. Moreover, once one manages to seize the flame, the other party would gradually die as the heavenly flame leaves its body. Therefore, this method is usually used by those who are ruthless and will do anything to obtain the heavenly flame. The second method is to inherit the heavenly flame, which also requires paying a great price. For example, the Burning Flame Valley, a famous sect on the continent that specialized in fire, has always inherited a heavenly flame, the Nine-Dragon Lightning Flame. This type of heavenly flame can only be inherited by the Valley Master, so that it could be passed on from one generation to another, thus becoming the strongest protection card of the sect. However, when this kind of inheritance is passed down from the previous Valley Master to the new Valley Master, its own strength will drop by half, and even, if it is not careful, its life will be in danger. This kind of case is not rare in the inheritance process of Burning Flame Valley. These two methods of extracting heavenly flames are common in the continent, and most people who have reached a certain level of strength knew about them. No matter how one looked at it, the second one was not suitable for Han Feng, hadn't Xiao Ming seen that he was about to run out of energy? And the first method, wouldn't it be killing the other party? Chapter 180. Forcibly extracting the heavenly flame would cause the death of the other party, something that Xiao Ming, of course, knew very well. However, he also believed that Han Feng also knew this. With Han Feng's death-fearing personality, he would not stand around waiting to die. Therefore, Xiao Ming coldly looked at the struggling soul power in his hand and spoke seriously, Han Feng, you heard our conversation just now, do you want me to kill you by forcibly extracting the heavenly flame, or will you deliver it yourself? Just now, Han Feng's fight had consumed quite a bit of his soul power, plus the fact that his physical body had just perished and his soul body was affected. Right now, Han Feng's inclination to continue fighting was much less. If one looked closely, one would discover that his soul body was becoming a bit illusory. After hearing Xiao Ming's words, Han Feng's struggle decreased a little more. However, Xiao Ming did not hear his words in agreement. He only heard him shout, "Humph! If you want my heavenly flame, unless you kill me, dream on. TSK, you don't know right from wrong." Xiao Ming smacked his lips at his words. Obviously a moment ago, Han Feng had not only heard about extracting the heavenly flame but also heard that he was useful to Xiao Ming, that's why he dared to shout now. It's your own choice. After Xiao Ming said these words, his mind moved and an invisible flame appeared in front of his body. As soon as the flame appeared, Han Feng froze, and a moment later, he screamed as if he had seen a ghost. This is a heavenly flame. This is different from the heavenly flame you used before. You have two kinds of heavenly flame in your body. No, how is it possible? How is it possible that you have two kinds of heavenly flame on you? It's not like you're cultivating. As he was about to utter the name of flame mantra, Han Feng suddenly stopped, before continuing. This aura of your chi method is completely different from mine, quickly tell me where did you get this chi method from? At the end of his sentence, Han Feng looked a little crazy. Su Qian, who was beside him, also saw the invisible flame in front of Xiao Ming and was also a bit stunned. This is the fallen heart flame. Having suppressed the fallen heart flame for most of his life, he could be fairly certain that he was not mistaken, and that the heavenly flame Xiao Ming had taken out was the fallen heart flame. Where did Xiao Ming get the fallen heart flame from? Su Qian was somewhat puzzled and could not understand, and in the end, he could only sigh and think that Xiao Ming was extremely lucky. In less than a year, he had achieved something so good. One had to know that the effect of the fallen heart flame's wisp flame on cultivation acceleration was already very good, although the acceleration effect on a Do Emperor powerhouse was not very obvious. However, what Xiao Ming possessed was the fallen heart flame itself, so the cultivation acceleration effect was still very considerable. Su Qian's thoughts were unfamiliar to Xiao Ming as he looked at Han Feng in his hands and sneered. Hee, you talk so much bullshit, it seems like you still haven't recognized reality. After he finished laughing coldly, Xiao Ming's mind moved and the fallen heart flame swiftly moved, striking Han Feng's soul. As soon as the invisible flame touched Han Feng's soul, thick white smoke appeared on the surface of Han Feng's body, and a harsh cry of pain immediately resounded from his soul. Damn it, the fallen heart flame can really cause soul damage. Han Feng had been searching for a heavenly flame for many years and could be said to have some knowledge of the fallen heart flame, but he only knew that it had an accelerating effect and was completely unaware that it could also attack the soul. Seeing Han Feng, who was being burned from top to bottom by a wisp of fallen heart flame, Xiao Ming smiled and nodded his head. This was not the first time he had seen the fallen heart flame suppression on souls, he had used it to burn the residual soul in the wings the last time he had refined the 9-level wings of the heavenly goose. That time, after all, it was only a remnant soul, and the power of the fallen heart flame did not come into action at all. Today, against Han Feng, this heavenly flame was demonstrating its true power. The Han Feng in Xiao Ming's palm could not bear to be burned, and a mass of blue flame was released by him again to protect his body, only, compared to the last time, the flame seemed to be a bit darker in color this time, as if the power supply was insufficient. I'd like to see how long a soul body can last under this confrontation. Looking at Han Feng who remained under the siege of the fallen heart flame, Xiao Ming's face revealed an expression of disdain as he moved his mind, and the invisible flame fiercely increased, intertwining with the azure flame to quickly consume Han Feng's soul power. Under the fierce attack of the fallen heart flame, Han Feng was soon unable to endure, and unable to maintain the state of the sea heart flame. His soul power was not as high as Xiao Ming's, and moreover, he was injured, so it was already the limit for him to endure for so long. The sea heart flame faded away and Han Feng's body was once again exposed to the attack of the fallen heart flame. Xiao Ming raised his hand, and the fallen heart flame surrounding Han Feng instantly contracted fiercely, finally clinging onto Han Feng's body once more, white smoke and a loud screeching sound reappearing. Under the burning of the fallen heart flame, Han Feng, who was already in a very bad state, was even more injured, and his soul was almost as transparent as if he was going to turn into a cloud of nothingness at any moment. When he saw Han Feng in this state, Xiao Ming waved his hand and the fallen heart flame immediately retreated. "What do you think? Have you thought about it yet? If you haven't, I'll keep giving you a hand." Hearing these words, Han Feng's illusory body suddenly trembled fiercely for a moment, before finally gritting his teeth and saying, "I can give you the sea heart flame, however, you have to let me go. You don't have the qualifications to bargain with me." Xiao Ming's words rang out, and the fallen heart flame enveloping Han Feng's body once again tried to fiercely approach and continue its work. "Wait. I'll hand it over to you." Han Feng only felt as if blood was dripping when he said those words. In order to obtain the sea heart flame, which ranked 15th in the heavenly flame ranking, he had nearly lost his life, and his subsequent devouring and refining had caused him even more suffering. However, now that he was in this situation, he did not want to taste that kind of pain that penetrated deep into his soul again. With this in mind, under Xiao Ming's gaze, Han Feng gritted his teeth and a dark blue flame erupted from his forehead and floated in front of Xiao Ming. After taking a glance at the sea heart flame source flame, Xiao Ming did not immediately pick it up, but instead said, "Erase your soul mark." Han Feng could only do as he was told, and with a muffled grunt, Han Feng relinquished his control over the sea heart flame. Without Han Feng's control, the small dark blue flame began to increase in size to a height of 2 to 3 feet, and the temperature around it began to rise. The deep blue flame had an extremely mysterious appearance with faint ripples that resembled sea waves. Seeing this, Xiao Ming first retrieved the fallen heart flame, then took out a jade bottle from his storage ring, and with a wave of his hand, a suction force directly pushed Han Feng's soul into the jade bottle, then a trail of invisible fire emerged from his finger, surrounding the surface of the jade bottle and finally sealing the mouth of the bottle with the flame. Chapter 181. After casually placing the jade bottle in his storage ring, Xiao Ming looked at the sea heart flame. Without Han Feng's restraint, the sea heart flame began to emit a terrifying power, and layers of energy ripples spread out in all directions. Both Xiao Ming and Su Qian retreated some distance. "Xiao Ming, what are you going to do with this heavenly flame of yours?" Su Qian looked at the heavenly flame and a trace of astonishment flashed in his eyes before asking Xiao Ming. After all, this heavenly flame was Xiao Ming's war trophy. This heavenly flame is not easy to devour. Small problem. Hearing this, Xiao Ming moved his finger on the ring, and immediately after, a greenish light slowly rose out of the storage ring and finally hovered above it. Within that greenish light, as if it was a work of art, a green jade lotus platform glowed and rotated slightly, looking extraordinary. "What is this?" "This is the green-colored lotus platform, the companion of the green lotus core flame ranked 19th in the heavenly flame ranking, which has the ability to store heavenly flames." Xiao Ming explained. "Will this work?" "The sea heart flame is not the green lotus core flame, don't go end up burning this lotus platform of yours." Su Qian said with a frown. Xiao Ming's lotus platform looked extremely extraordinary. As soon as it appeared there was a large amount of fire attribute energy gathered around it. At first glance, it was a good treasure, but it would be a pity if it burned. It shouldn't be a problem to contain it for a short period of time. Xiao Ming pondered. "If it really doesn't work, then I'll have to ask you, First Elder, to capture it by force." Forcibly grabbing heavenly flame would inevitably be counterattacked by the heavenly flame, and heavenly flame's source might be injured, so it was better to take gentle measures first. After hearing this, Su Qian did not object anymore, and after nodding slightly, he retreated a distance, leaving enough space for Xiao Ming to act. Seeing this, Xiao Ming also began to act. With his palm resting on the green lotus platform, Xiao Ming threw it towards the flame in the air. After the green lotus platform reached the sea heart flame, a faint circle of green light spread out from it, and finally silently enveloped the sea heart flame in it. As the green light shield slowly shrunk, the sea heart flame rippled faintly, as if it wanted to resist, but the resistance was not very high. "It's doable." Seeing this, Xiao Ming's face brightened and he immediately took a step forward to grab the lotus platform, Qi energy surging in his hand. With Xiao Ming's help, the sea heart flame's struggle was much less. As the green light shield slowly shrunk, the heavenly flame gradually fell back into the lotus heart without the slightest resistance, and immediately, a deep blue flame erupted from the previously empty lotus heart. Success, the heavenly flame's pickup went smoothly. Looking at sea heart flame that was picked up on the green lotus platform, Xiao Ming's face revealed a smile. "How many good things did you get this time?" Su Qian couldn't help but smack his lips when he saw that Xiao Ming had actually used the platform to collect the heavenly flame. He suddenly thought of how Xiao Ming had just said that this lotus platform was the companion lotus platform of the green lotus core flame, and now he was holding it in his hand. A thought suddenly arose in Su Qian's heart. Xiao Ming wouldn't also have the green lotus core flame in his possession, would he? As soon as this thought arose, Su Qian thought that it was ridiculous. An ordinary person would be lucky if he had one heavenly flame and managed to devour it. Xiao Ming had 2 heavenly flames and was still fine, so it could be said that he was lucky to the extreme. If he still had a 3rd heavenly flame, the green core Lotus flame, then Su Qian really wouldn't know what to say. Although he thought this idea was ridiculous, Su Qian felt that this speculation of his would have a high probability of being true, no matter how he thought about it. However, he did not ask for Xiao Ming's confirmation on this matter. Suddenly, he realized that Xiao Ming's aura had shrunk and his peak Do Emperor aura had wildly descended at a speed visible to the naked eye until it stopped at 3-star Do Emperor. Su Qian hurriedly flew to Xiao Ming's side and asked, "Are you alright?" "I'm fine, it's just a side effect after the time of the secret technique runs out." Xiao Ming replied with a somewhat pale face, and then took out a pill from his storage ring and popped it into his mouth. After eating the pill, Xiao Ming's face quickly regained some of its pink color. With such a quick effect, it was obvious that the grade of the pill Xiao Ming had taken was not low. Seeing this, Su Qian also felt more relieved and laughed. "You alchemists are really rich and generous, you use pills that could save lives to casually cure yourselves." If an ordinary Do Emperor suffered the same injuries as Xiao Ming, most of them would choose to take their time to heal themselves if they were not being harassed by their enemies, for no other reason than the fact that pills were too expensive, and the higher their tier, the more expensive they would be, so pills were usually saved to use as a life-saving method, and would not be casually eaten as Xiao Ming did. Xiao Ming just smiled and said nothing. Since there was money, it had to be used. Ah! With a last cry, the last Black Corner region powerful person Han Feng had brought with him died at Hu Gan's hands. After checking to make sure there were no fake deaths, Hu Gan instructed, "Qin Xian, take the elders to clean up the battlefield, and later deliver the corpses to Commander Wu Tianlang to hang in the Death Spirit Tree. By the way, be careful when looting the corpses, there are thousands of strange techniques in the world, don't be fooled." Yes. Looking at the forest that had been destroyed beyond recognition by the aftermath of the battle and the elders searching for corpses in it, Hu Gan shook his head and then flew towards the direction where Su Qian and Xiao Ming were. The elder Hua and the amethyst-winged Lion King also flew over. The amethyst-winged Lion King had helped Hu Gan and the others greatly when they were being besieged by Mr. Gold and Mr. Silver, preventing them from being seriously injured. Several people arrived in front of Xiao Ming, and were drawn to the green lotus platform in Xiao Ming's hand. "This is Han Feng's heavenly flame," Su Qian explained, then asked Hu Gan, "Old Hu, since all the people of Black Corner region have been dealt with, how are our casualties doing?" "There are some elders who were slightly injured, the rest are fine," replied Hu Gan. This result was what Su Qian expected. The reason for this current situation was not because the people of Black Corner region were too useless, but because there were fewer of them. Moreover, the Academy elders knew how to cooperate better, and it was normal for them to fight these kinds of battles. This time, all the people brought by Han Feng died. Among those who died were the Patriarch of the Blood Sect, Fan Lao, Patriarch of the Ground Fire Sect, Yan Yin, Patriarch of the 8 Gates, Yuan Yi, and Patriarch of the Dark Sky Sect, Yin Gu. All of these people are famous in the black ranking, along with Mr. Gold, Mr. Silver, and Han Feng. Only 2 people are left in the black ranking. It can be said that the black ranking of the Black Corner region has been cleansed by us," Hu Gan said with a smile on his face. "Hanging their corpses along with those Do Kings on the Death Spirit Tree will definitely make the Black Corner region tremble when the time comes, and with this lesson, I would like to see who would dare to attack our academy in the future." The Jianan Academy was established in the chaotic Black Corner region, and it was only natural that it would sometimes come under siege. Now, with this deterrent, the people of the Black Corner region will leave them in peace for a long time. Chapter 182. Other forces naturally won't dare to mess with us again, but the relatives of these dead people might retaliate against us. We old people naturally have no fear, but the students are a different story. The best thing we can do is to get rid of them from the root. Old Hu, Old Wu, each of you take some elders and divide your forces into 2, then go and eradicate those people's forces. Su Qian reflected. Especially those forces near our academy, spare none of them. Understood, but it will be quite hard work. Hu Gan shook his head with a bitter smile. Of the 20 or so powerful people Han Feng had brought with him, excluding a few lone wolves, most of the others belonged to some force. Counting them all, they would number around a dozen forces. Although the main powerhouses of these forces were practically dead, it was still problematic to deal with them. On the other hand, this move could also maximize the impact of the war to the maximum, so even if it was a hassle, it was still worth it. While Hu Gan, Su Qian, and the others were discussing which force to start with first, Xiao Ming did not join in. He took out the corpse that he had put into his storage ring for convenience when he had captured Han Feng's body-soul earlier. On Han Feng's right index finger was a storage ring with a faint blue glow. Knowing that it was Han Feng's serene sea storage ring, Xiao Ming unceremoniously took it off. Playing with the dark blue storage ring in his hand, Xiao Ming's soul power entered the ring, and in the next second, the storage ring sent his soul power back. Han Feng's spiritual imprint. The owner could put a spiritual imprint on the ring so that even if someone else was lucky and wanted to take the ring, he would have to erase the spiritual imprint first, and in that case, the owner of the ring would sense it. This kind of self-defense method was unique to high-grade rings. In the past, because of this feature, Xiao Ming had thought of Han Feng's serene sea storage ring, but after obtaining the star ring from the simulator, this idea disappeared. Currently, Han Feng was basically dead from a certain point of view, so Xiao Ming naturally wasn't worried about being perceived by him. Therefore, the second after he sensed the spiritual imprint, a fierce soul power instantly surged out that directly erased the spiritual imprint left by Han Feng in the most brutal manner, and then left his own spiritual imprint on it, meaning that this high-grade storage ring had officially changed its owner. Satisfied, Xiao Ming put the dark blue ring on his finger, and with a flick of his mind, his soul power entered the ring unhindered. The exploration only lasted for a few moments before Xiao Ming slowly withdrew his soul power from the ring. At this moment, there was an inconceivable joy in his eyes. The things Han Feng had obtained in the Black Corner region over the years were countless, and in that ring were quite a few medicinal materials that were extremely rare in the outside world. In addition, there were all sorts of Do technique scrolls randomly placed. Obviously, these were all things given by those who came to ask him to refine pills. This time, when he killed Han Feng, not only did he get the most important Sea Heart Flame, but he also got all of Han Feng's wealth. The treasures stored in this high-grade dark blue ring were enough to drive any force in the Black Corner region crazy. Even with Xiao Ming's mentality, he couldn't help but feel a little excited. What made him happy wasn't those Do techniques and Qi methods, but the alchemist inheritance. Although it was only a hasty glance and he hadn't finished reading the specific things. But Xiao Ming calculated that aside from the gains Han Feng had made over the years, most of his fortune had to do with the things Yao Lao had left behind before he died. After all, when Han Feng had killed his master had taken the ring containing most of his savings, which is why the most precious things were not here. However, among the things he had obtained from Yao Lao was the alchemy inheritance, and now that he had acquired it, it could make his future alchemy path even smoother. The really important things, Han Feng shouldn't have them. It's better to go back and inspect more carefully what treasures are in this storage ring. Right now, it was not a good time to examine it closely. After the discussion, Hu Gan and the rest of the Outer Academy elders, including Xiao Ming's master, returned to the Outer Academy carrying 1 or 2 corpses each. Xiao Ming handed Han Feng's corpse to Hu Gan before leaving on the Amethyst-Winged Lion King. Su Qian, meanwhile, left the place along with the Inner Academy elders. This also marked that this time, the confrontation between the Jia Nan Academy and the Black Corner region ended with the complete victory of the Jia Nan Academy. Although the battle was over, its aftermath was still felt. In the following days, Hu Gan and Wu Tianlang, with several elders, terrorized the entire Black Corner region, easily destroying a dozen forces, large and small. This shocked the outlaws of the Black Corner region. Some of the uninformed people thought that the Jia Nan Academy had gone crazy. Didn't the Jia Nan Academy fear retaliation from the leaders of these forces? But after learning that the leaders of those forces were all hanging in the Death Spirit Tree, everyone felt incredulous. Especially when they knew that 8 of the 10 strongest people in the black ranking of the Black Corner region were among them and that even Mr. Gold and Mr. Silver who could rival a Do ancestor were included. This made them even more shocked and speechless. Since then, the danger level of the Jia Nan Academy, which was already difficult to provoke, has been raised several levels by the people of the Black Corner region. Of course, as the incident spread, Xiao Ming's reputation, as the person who took the most credit for single-handedly killing Mr. Gold, Mr. Silver, and Han Feng in this confrontation, began to rise extremely fast. Due to his status as a 6th-tier alchemist, some people even gave Xiao Ming the title of Medicine Emperor of the deceased Han Feng. There were also those who called him Emperor Ming. This was the common way to get nicknames in the Do-Chi continent. Of course, Xiao Ming naturally did not know this. After returning to the Inner Academy, he first needed to seclude himself for a few days. Firstly, he needed to heal his wounds, to completely eliminate the injuries caused by the secret technique. Secondly, he felt as if his Do-Chi cultivation had become a little more refined after this battle. He had previously broken through the 3-star Do Emperor using the energy returned by the spirit, which had devoured the green lotus core flame, to make the breakthrough, so it was inevitable that he would become a little unsteady when he broke through several levels at once. In fact, compared to others, Xiao Ming's base was already very good, but Xiao Ming had always demanded a little more from himself. That was why Xiao Ming decided to spend more time on this. Thirdly, it was because of the Sea Heart Flame. He wasn't going to keep the Sea Heart Flame guarded all the time, so Xiao Ming took the opportunity to devour it. This time, the process would be to first consolidate the cultivation, then devour the heavenly flame, and finally consolidate the cultivation again. This would take Xiao Ming quite some time. After passing first at the Qi Method Hall of the Jia Nan Academy, Xiao Ming rewarded the amethyst-winged Lion King and then told it to go rest in its own courtyard. After a while, Xiao Ming arrived at his courtyard in the Elder Zone, then opened the door, and entered. "Welcome home, young master." "Ah. Young master, you are injured." As he entered the courtyard room, he was greeted by the animated voice of Qing Lin, who, noticing the paleness of his body, was startled and immediately rushed to him. Hearing Qing Lin's shout, Xiao Yixian hurriedly opened the door of her room and ran towards them with concern in her eyes. Seeing the look on the two girls' faces, Xiao Ming stroked Qing Lin's little head before saying, "Nothing happened to me, this is a side effect of using a secret technique." After saying this, he took out a scroll from his ring and handed it to Qing Lin. "I will be secluded for some time, this is a high Xian Qi method suitable for you to cultivate, you can use this fire crystal card to enter the blazing sky Qi refining tower, remember not to cultivate too long in there, or the flame poison will affect your body." After a little time in the Qi method hall, he managed to find the Qi method that was suitable for Qing Lin which was mentioned in the simulator. Although he was not completely convinced by the level of the Qi method, he had nothing better to offer her until he took her to the Sky Serpent Mansion. Holding the scroll and the fire crystal card in her hand, Qing Lin kept them in her storage ring, which had been given to her by Xiao Ming, and pounced on him. "Young master, I promise you that I will cultivate very hard." "Amicham." Xiao Ming held her in his arms and turned to look at Xiao Yixian, who was looking at his slightly pale face with worry. "Sienna, I also have something for you." Hearing that her young master had pending matters with her big sister, Qing Lin sensibly stopped hugging Xiao Ming, and after telling him again that she would cultivate very hard, she went to her room to learn the Qi method on the scroll. As soon as Qing Lin closed the door of her room, Xiao Yixian immediately approached him and reached out her hand to touch his pale face, when suddenly, she stopped halfway. Recalling what happened a few days ago, Xiao Yixian was very embarrassed. Being carried away by her emotions, she hugged Xiao Ming without having considered the toxins on her skin. What if Xiao Ming wasn't so powerful? Wouldn't she have killed him right there and then? After all, the toxins that were activated from the skin-to-skin touch of her body were something she could not yet control. Thinking that she was about to do the same, and with Xiao Ming injured, Xiao Yixian began to withdraw her hand, while reproaching herself for being so careless. Suddenly, she saw a hand larger than hers gently grabbing her wrist, causing her to no longer be able to withdraw it. Instead, that hand extended her hand even further until it reached Xiao Ming's face. Xiao Ming, the toxins, feeling the warmth of Xiao Ming's hand, Xiao Yixian's eyes became erratic and her breathing became faster. However, feeling the coldness on Xiao Ming's face, she forced herself to utter a few words of warning, while looking at him with concern. "It's okay, Sienna, your toxins won't hurt me." As he felt the toxins from Xiao Yixian's palm entering his body, his dou qi circulated slightly to eradicate the poison in it. Seeing that Xiao Ming was fine, Xiao Yixian sighed with relief inside, then nodded with a blushing face, gently stroking his cheeks with a caring look. After proving that he was fine, Xiao Ming explained to her what happened in the battle. After this, he gave her a ring filled with poison pills that should last her as long as he was in seclusion, and finally, he instructed her some more on how she should practice her poison control while he was away. Before entering the room, he did not forget to ask her to tell Ziyan what had happened in the war when she returned. After seeing Xiao Yixian nod, Xiao Ming said goodbye to her and headed to his room. Meanwhile, Xiao Yixian stared at Xiao Ming's back until he closed the door to his room. Her eyes were full of undisguised affection. A moment later, she lifted her hand to see the ring filled with poison pills on it, and then, remembering Xiao Ming's somewhat pale face, her beautiful green eyes slowly became extremely cold. Her legs moved forward as she quickly walked to her room. Creak. A door opened, and Xiao Ming, who had been in seclusion for a long time, pushed the door to his room and walked out. As soon as he stepped out of his room, he was welcomed by the dazzling sunlight, followed by two female figures. Chapter 183. Xiao Ming, you finally came out. Inside the courtyard, Ziyan, who was bored and waving her little legs, saw Xiao Ming, and her big purple eyes lit up as she flew towards him. Xiao Yixian, who was next to her, also happily approached. Xiao Ming smiled and captured Ziyan, who came flying towards him and stroked her little head. Then he turned to look at Xiao Yixian and smiled at her. Xiao Yixian smiled back as she looked from the side. A moment later, Xiao Ming turned his head to look around and discovered that Qing Lin's small figure was not here, so he looked at Xiao Yixian again and asked, "Where is Qing Lin?" Qing Lin has already gone to Blazing Sky Qi Refining Tower to cultivate. She is very serious about helping her young master as soon as possible in the future, so she has been cultivating very hard these days. You don't have to worry about her overexerting herself, I have been taking care of her and only allowing her to cultivate in the tower for a safe time. Xiao Yixian said gently. In fact, it wasn't just Qing Lin, Xiao Yixian had also been cultivating very hard these days. However, her way of cultivating was by controlling her poison by day and ingesting poison at night, that was why she did not accompany Qing Lin to the blazing sky Qi refining tower. These days, she had already consumed all the poison pills that Xiao Ming had left for her before entering seclusion, and now her strength had risen to 5-star Do Grandmaster. The speed of her cultivation was so fast that the previous Xiao Ming could not even dream of catching up. From this, one could imagine how terrifying the woeful poison body really was. If this woeful poison body didn't usually meet a tragic end, it would undoubtedly be a top-tier physique sought after by everyone in the Do-Chi continent. However, this would not be the case, as there was Xiao Ming to prevent it. Hearing Xiao Yixian's words, Ziyan, who was in Xiao Ming's arms, also raised her head, and gave Xiao Ming a pitiful look as she said, "I'm sorry, Xiao Ming, I said I would help you, but I wasn't present at that moment." Ziyan was very embarrassed at this moment. Earlier, she had made a whole scene at the midnight, trying to convince Xiao Ming to let her participate, mentioning that he was her good friend and would beat up anyone who dared to threaten him. Later, when Xiao Ming was refining pills, Ziyan stayed by his side the whole time. However, Ziyan herself was a character who could not sit still. It took Xiao Ming 2 months to refine the pills, so Ziyan could not sit still and decided to go out for a moment to look for herbs. Who would have guessed that just the day she decided to go out would be the day Han Feng and his group would attack Xiao Ming? When she returned, it was long over. She was so angry that she directly punished herself by eating an herb that had not been refined into a pill. Well, that medicinal herb had been taken from the herb warehouse. Hee, I don't care about these things. Xiao Ming said as he pinched her cheeks. It wasn't like he hadn't imagined that something like that would happen, so he didn't mind. Although Mr. Gold and Mr. Silver were strong, they didn't really cause me any major injuries. Then why have you been in seclusion for so long? You were secluded for a month. Weren't you healing your wounds? Ziyan blinked her big eyes and said, she thought that Xiao Ming had been secluded for so long because he was injured from fighting with others. Actually, I was devouring a heavenly flame. Xiao Ming scratched his cheek and said, he also didn't expect it to take him so long this time. In fact, it didn't take him that long to devour the heavenly flame, what took him longer was absorbing the energy. This month had been neither too long nor too short. But it was always worth it. After absorbing the sea heart flame, Xiao Ming's strength had increased to 7-star Do Emperor. It had to be said that Han Feng really brought him good luck. If he had chosen to devour the sea heart flame in the blazing sky Qi refining tower, Xiao Ming would have had a 30 chance of directly breaking through Do Ancestor. However, after deep consideration, Xiao Ming had no intention of doing so. For one thing, his current strength was progressing too fast, he had only broken through Do Emperor for a very short period of time, and had already reached the 7-star by devouring the heavenly flame's energy, and he hadn't even cultivated normally yet. It was always important to cultivate step by step and steadily, so he then planned to cultivate on his own for a period of time. Anyway, with his talent, it wouldn't take him long to advance to another star if he concentrated on cultivating. Secondly, the probability of breaking through Do Ancestor by devouring Sea Heart Flame would have been very low. If his own realm was a little higher, the probability of breaking through Do Ancestor would also be higher. Xiao Ming estimated that when he would be in the peak Do Emperor, the probability of directly reaching Do Ancestor by devouring the fallen Heart Flame would be more than twice as high as it is now. Therefore, Xiao Ming was in no hurry to get the fallen Heart Flame from the academy. Speaking of this, Xiao Ming suddenly thought of something, and with a flick of his mind, the ring on his finger flickered blue and a white scroll appeared in his hand. What is this? Seeing this scroll, Xiao Yixian and Ziyan were a little puzzled, not knowing why Xiao Ming suddenly took out this scroll. This is the poison pill method, Xiao Ming said as he handed it to Xiao Yixian. The poison pill method. Hearing this, Xiao Yixian was surprised and hurriedly took the scroll. Xiao Ming had always said that there was more than one method to solve her physique, 2 to be exact. But not even a shadow of the nether poison flame had been seen yet, and the poison pill method, although it was almost ready according to what Xiao Ming had said, she had never actually seen the exact method to solve it. Now that she had finally seen it, Xiao Yixian unconsciously felt more at ease. The scroll was something Xiao Ming had found in the Serene Sea storage ring, and as Xiao Yixian looked at the contents of the scroll, Xiao Ming said, to refine the poison pill, roughly divided, 3 items are required. The first is 3 kinds of heavenly flame, the second is the monster core of a 7th-rank sky poison dragon scorpion beast, and the third is the bodhisattva body transformation saliva. Needless to say, I already possess the heavenly flames, and I also have the bodhisattva body transformation saliva, so I just need to find a 7th-rank sky poison dragon scorpion beast. Xianer, you should know that I already asked the Academy for help in finding this 7th rank sky poison dragon scorpion beast, so it's only a matter of time dash. Before Xiao Ming could finish his words, he was interrupted by Xiao Yixian's movement. Xiao Yixian's soft cherry-colored lips kissed his cheek, while her melodious voice sounded softly near his ear, I know, I trust you. In Xiao Ming's arms, Ziyan's mouth and eyes were wide open, then she reacted and cried out. You, what are you doing? Get away from Xiao Ming already. Only when she heard this, Xiao Yixian moved from Xiao Ming's side to where she was standing previously, her beautiful green eyes flashed with joy and she said with blushed cheeks, I was just thanking him for doing this for me. Xiao Ming didn't even say anything, and Ziyan replied very unhappily, is this how you thank people? You are not allowed to do this next time. Humph, don't think I don't know that it was your scent that I smelled on Xiao Ming's chest that day, taking the offensive when no one is present, and this is how you call yourself my sister. Ziyan was a little annoyed but mostly surprised, she didn't know how the usually calm and reserved Xiao Yixian had gotten the courage to make such a move, and in front of her. Sister Ziyan, why are you so angry? You could have done this very thing if you wanted to. Xiao Yixian replied while covering a giggle with her hands. Xiao Ming couldn't help but cough at her words, cough, cough, Ziyan is still a child, don't teach her that kind of thing. A child? Ziyan was not convinced, she didn't like that he looked at her this way, you two are the only children, I'm older than all of you. She then glared at Xiao Ming and said with a pout, when I break through to Do Emperor, I'll see if you call me a child again, humph. After saying this, Ziyan jumped down from his arms and left, she had to go to the herb warehouse to see what was new and eat some medicinal herbs in order to grow faster. Ziyan's departure left Xiao Ming and Xiao Yixian alone, and given Xiao Yixian's actions just now, it turned the scene into an ambiguous environment. In this environment, Xiao Yixian felt her body temperature begin to rise. If she had been alone with Xiao Ming, it was fine, but it was not like her to have acted like this in front of Ziyan, and she only dared to do so because she was completely excited, so now that she calmed down, she became a little shy. Just then, Xiao Ming's voice suddenly rang out, causing her to come out of her thoughts with a small start. Xianer, I plan to take you to find the nether poison flame when your strength improves a little more. With the help of the toxins accumulated over 1,000 years by the nether poison flame, I believe that your strength can skyrocket to a rather terrifying level in a short period of time. However, absorbing the heavenly flame will endanger your life, so you'll have to consider for yourself whether you want to devour this heavenly flame or not. After all, there is only one additional material left for the pill poison method, and you don't need the nether poison flame at all to control your poisonous body. Chapter 184. The nether poison flame. Xiao Yixian fell in contemplation upon hearing his words, and after a moment, she lifted her head and said firmly. I want to devour this heavenly flame. Are you sure? Xiao Ming asked in a deep voice. The heavenly flame is not that easy to devour. Xiao Ming thought about the pain he had suffered when he absorbed the heavenly flame for the first time before, that feeling of having countless hot worms crawling all over his meridians, it wasn't something anyone could endure. I've already made up my mind, Xiao Yixian's expression was very determined. The poison flame method can also control the woeful poison body, with the other method, you would still have to find that monster core of a 7th rank sky poison dragon scorpion beast, which is very hard to find, isn't it? Besides, with the nether poison flame, my strength can be greatly improved. Moreover, with this method, I will finally be able to be by your side. These words only sounded in Xiao Yixian's own mind. Have you really thought about it? Of course. You keep asking the same question, couldn't it be that you don't want to let go of that heavenly flame? Xiao Yixian asked while letting out a chuckle. How can that be? Xiao Ming smiled when he heard her words. Although the heavenly flames were said to have a huge appeal to alchemists, the nether poison flame was not one of them. No one would dare to devour this nether poison flame. That said, this heavenly flame was not useless to Xiao Ming, at least it possessed enough energy. However, it would be more useful to Xiao Yixian, and she would be able to help him in a shorter period of time. It also saved him the time to cultivate Xiao Yixian. In short, using this heavenly flame for Xiao Yixian was much more profitable than devouring it himself. Since you've thought of it, so be it. For now, keep cultivating hard, and when your strength reaches Do Spirit, I'll take you on a journey. Xiao Yixian nodded softly, then suddenly blushed and said, it's just that, I don't have any more cultivation resources. The cultivation resources Xiao Yixian was talking about were poison pills. Although Xiao Yixian's woeful poison body cultivation was very fast, it also required devouring these kinds of things to do so. The greater the strength, the more difficult the necessary poison pills were to obtain. Xiao Yixian's strength was now that of a Dou grandmaster, and there should be some poisonous herbs for sale on the inner academy's shopping street. When she finished the poison pills that Xiao Ming had left her before entering seclusion, she visited the shopping street. It's just that, unlike Qing Lin, who had an immense amount of fire energy in the fire crystal card that Xiao Ming had left her, she only had a small portion that Xiao Ming had left for emergencies, and she had spent it all very quickly. "There's no more," spoke Xiao Ming in a low voice. He hadn't left that much fire energy to Xiao Yixian due to the fact that he hadn't needed it for a long time, and what he had left to both girls was what remained from a few years ago, and naturally, most of it was given to Qing Lin, who was continuously spending fire energy in the blazing sky chi refining tower. However, fire energy was only a minor problem. With one random pill he took out, he could get thousands. He could even directly ask the elder in charge of this area in the inner academy to directly allocate a sum of fire energy to him. The only 6th-tier alchemist of the Jianan Academy could do whatever he wanted. Of course, he still planned to use the pills in return, as the cost would not be much. "Alright, let's go to the shopping street to look for more. Speaking of which, it's been a long time since I've walked around the inner academy, so let's take a break for today." Xiao Ming said slowly while slightly extending his arm towards her, a move which Xiao Yixian understood and with a sweet smile, held his arm. If she held his robe, the toxins on her skin would not affect him. She knew that Xiao Ming would be fine even if he made direct contact with her skin. Still, she felt calmer this way, and Xiao Ming, knowing her worries, thought of this. In this way, Xiao Ming left his courtyard with his arm being held by Xiao Yixian. Xiao Ming's small courtyard was in the elder's zone, so the two of them headed toward the area where the students were. Neither of them suggested flying there. Instead, they walked at a leisurely pace, as if they wanted to take as long as possible. At first, there weren't many people on the path, but later, they encountered more and more people. Looking at the inner academy, which was gradually becoming livelier, a smile appeared on Xiao Ming's face. He was in a good mood and couldn't help but exclaim in his heart, "This inner academy is still as lively as ever. Out of my way." Suddenly, a familiar voice rang out, causing Xiao Ming's footsteps to stop. Hearing the voice, he turned his head and saw a familiar figure. Xiao Yu. The female figure was quite tall, and below her waist was a pair of impressive legs. Xiao Yu did not notice Xiao Ming. At this moment she was being disturbed by a group of male students, led by a rather handsome-looking man dressed in green robes, who was holding a bouquet of flowers. The flower was no ordinary flower. Xiao Ming recognized the flower as a medicinal herb, which he casually planted in his room, as it had a mild calming effect on the mind. "I said get out of my way, are you deaf?" Xiao Yu looked at the people blocking her path and her face showed impatience. Just a moment ago she was walking calmly when they suddenly blocked her way. The person leading the group was someone she knew. Ever since she had entered the inner academy, this person had been bothering her. She had said long ago that she didn't like him, but he kept blocking her every day. If she wasn't weaker than him, she would have taught him a lesson a long time ago. "Classmate Xiao Yu, you just have to agree to go out with me. I really like you very much. Look, this is the Jingshan flower I found especially for you," the man in green said. The men beside him also coaxed her. "It can be seen that Yao Huai likes you very much. Accept his proposal." "Accept him. Accept him. What do I care if you like me? I don't like you, get lost now." Xiao Yu, who had been bothered for a long time, had long since lost her patience and became even more furious when she heard these words, her face turning red with anger. Anyone who could enter the inner academy was a proud and arrogant person, and when he was reprimanded by Xiao Yu in this manner, Yao Huai's face became a little embarrassed. He had long ago bragged in front of his classmates that he would make Xiao Yu fall in love with him and then he would play with this long-legged girl every day, and to that end, he had gone to great lengths to find this Jingshan flower to impress the other party, but he would never have expected this Xiao Yu to be someone who did not know right from wrong, and kept insulting him, which directly ended his little patience. It could be seen how the smile hanging on his face gradually faded away, and then he said in a cold voice, "I ask you for the last time, will you accept or not?" Seeing this person's change in behavior, Xiao Yixian's beautiful eyes flashed with disgust. This kind of waste reminded her of Muli, a loser who relied on his background to stalk her when she lived in Qingshan town. "Heh, so now you don't pretend anymore. I'm telling you, in my life what I hate the most is trash like you. There's no way I'm going to say yes to you, so get the hell out of my sight." Xiao Yu laughed angrily and said, "It's your choice." Hearing these words, Yao Huai sneered and winked at some people around him, who understood in a matter of seconds. They quickly began to surround Xiao Yu. "What do you mean by this? Do you want to use force? Don't forget that this is the inner academy." Xiao Yu furrowed her eyebrows and shouted coldly. "Of course, I know this is the inner academy, but in the inner academy, the strong have the last word, and sparring is not forbidden. The elders won't mind. Yao Huai said with a sinister smile. How dare you? Xiao Yu shouted angrily, but inside she was anxious. She had to admit that Yao Huai's method might be feasible. Why wouldn't I dare? Seeing Xiao Yu's anxious face, Yao Huai's face showed a smug expression. You have a lot of guts. Suddenly, Yao Huai heard a cold voice coming from behind him. Yao Huai heard this and immediately turned around as he shouted, Brat, I advise you not to meddle, my brother is a member of the medicine gang. At the end of his words, his voice could not help but weaken. This was because he realized that the person speaking was Xiao Ming. As an elder of the Inner Academy, many students knew Xiao Ming. Because of his extraordinary talent and great ability to refine pills, many people considered him an idol. Yao Huai's brother was among them and influenced by his brother, he recognized Xiao Ming immediately. Seeing that it was Xiao Ming, Yao Huai's face turned white and he stammered, It's not what it looks like, I just wanted to teach this woman a lesson. Before he could finish his words, he heard Xiao Yu's surprised shout behind him. Cousin Xiao Ming. Hearing these words, not only did Yao Huai's face break out in a cold sweat, but several of his associates beside him also had fake sweat on their faces and felt their legs falter a little. Xiao Ming, Xiao Yu, both surnamed Xiao, shit. Why didn't this idiot woman say earlier that she was a member of Xiao Ming clan? Wouldn't she be fine if she had said so earlier? Yao Huai cursed Xiao Yu in his heart. Xiao Ming first nodded to Xiao Yu, then said to Yao Huai who was beside him, Go back and pack your things, in 3 days, leave the Inner Academy, you have been expelled. Yao Huai heard this and immediately shouted against it, No. Even if you are an elder of the Inner Academy, you cannot expel me at will. Oh, you can try not to leave then. Xiao Ming was too lazy to pay attention to him. It was true that the Inner Academy elders could not expel students at will, but that was based on the situation where the other party was right. Students did not usually provoke the elders, so in normal times, very few students were expelled. Yao Huai's case was different, he had caught him red-handed and had no problem expelling him. After saying this, Xiao Ming also looked at the accomplices beside Yao Huai and said, Each of you will be fined 100 fire energy, and when you are with the disciplinary elders, you will explain the situation to them. Yes. Although they were a little sad about their fire energy, they nodded hurriedly. Compared to Yao Huai, who had been expelled, the fire energy deduction was at least within acceptable limits. Alright, you are free to go. Xiao Ming gave an order and several people rushed over to drag the disoriented Yao Huai away. And it was then that Xiao Ming turned his gaze towards Xiao Yu, who was a bit excited at this moment. It had been almost a year since she and Xiao Ming had seen each other. She didn't expect that the next time they would see each other would be like this time it was fortunate that Xiao Ming was here to help her, otherwise, there would be a chance that person would manage to take advantage of her. Thinking about this, Xiao Yu said with gratitude in her voice, Thank you Xiao Ming for helping me just now. We are from the same clan, no need to be so polite. Xiao Ming smiled and shook his head, In the future, if you encounter a similar disgusting situation again, you can directly say my name. Xiao Yu nodded at his words, indicating that she understood, then looked at Xiao Yixian, who was holding Xiao Ming's arm, and asked with some curiosity, Who is she? Let me introduce you, this is Xiao Yixian, a good friend of mine. Xiao Ming introduced her to Xiao Yu, then said to Xiao Yixian, She is a member of my clan, called Xiao Yu. A friend huh? Xiao Yu thought as she rolled her eyes inwardly, who would stroll with a friend so affectionately around the academy? Although Xiao Yu had to admit that the women surrounding Xiao Ming were all top-notch, even she paled in comparison to Xiao Yixian, and only her long legs, which she proudly showed off, could put up any fight. After Xiao Ming's introduction, Xiao Yu and Xiao Yixian nodded at each other. Xiao Yixian had a favorable impression of Xiao Yu, other than Xiao Yu being a member of the Xiao Ming clan, it was mostly because she was not intimidated by that Yao Huai. Xiao Ming carefully looked at Xiao Yu, and found that her strength had progressed to 6-star Do Master. This caused him to be a little surprised, You have rapidly progressed in your strength this year. It's thanks to the pills you gave me, cousin, otherwise I wouldn't have been able to reach this level. Xiao Yu said with a smile. Xiao Ming had left some pills with Xiao Shan when he left the Xiao family, moreover, Xiao Yu, being a genius of the Xiao family and his grandfather the Grand Elder, would naturally have no shortage of them. There were resources and her chi method was not low level, moreover, her own talent was already good in itself, so it was normal to have so many breakthroughs this time. Xiao Ming did not say anything else, instead, he asked Xiao Yu. You've been at the Inner Academy for a short time, right? It just so happens that we will be taking a walk around the Inner Academy, do you want to join us? Sure. Xiao Yu turned to look at Xiao Yixian beside Xiao Ming, and seeing that she didn't seem to be against it, she no longer had any hesitation and agreed. In the following time, Xiao Yu walked around the Inner Academy together with Xiao Ming and Xiao Yixian. Xiao Ming also learned from her that the other clan member, Xiao Hu, had also entered the inner academy. As the three of them walked through the inner academy, many people saw Xiao Yu and Xiao Ming talking and laughing, and immediately realized that Xiao Ming and Xiao Yu's relationship was not simple. The relationship between the two was obvious when they thought about the fact that Xiao Ming and Xiao Yu had the same surname. The students who guessed their relationship immediately put Xiao Yu as an existence they should not offend. Not to mention the beautiful purple-haired woman who seemed to be Xiao Ming's partner, they did not even dare to stare at her, for fear of offending Xiao Ming. Of course, apart from the students who guessed the two things, there were also students who did not notice or care about that aspect. Instead, after these people saw Xiao Ming, they immediately felt very excited. After all, the story of Xiao Ming defeating Mr. Gold and Mr. Silver, who could rival a Dou ancestor, was all the rage these days. Powerful people in the Douchi continent would always be the most important, so Xiao Ming naturally gained even more admirers. Why say, even more? This was because Xiao Ming already had a lot of admirers before. So, facing the fiery gazes directed at him, Xiao Ming acted calmly because he was used to it. The two of them, Xiao Yixian and Xiao Yu, did not feel uncomfortable either. They were both beautiful women, and they had gotten used to those stares a long time ago. Instead, they walked proudly under the envious gaze of the students. On the way, Xiao Ming first took them to the place where the fire energy is exchanged and exchanged 3,000 fire energies in exchange for some pills. Then, he went to the shopping street to buy poisonous herbs, and Xiao Ming, after thinking it was not enough, took them to the herb warehouse and met with the guardian elder, who complained to him about Zi Yan's mischief, and it was there that he learned that Zi Yan had stolen a few more medicinal herbs. After consoling him and taking some medicinal herbs, Xiao Ming and the girls turned around. After leaving the herb warehouse, Xiao Yu couldn't take it anymore and burst out laughing. The pitiful face of the guardian elder seemed very funny to her. Xiao Yixian also laughed lightly, thinking that her sister was taking what she mentioned in the morning very seriously. When they finished, there was quite a bit of fire energy left over, so Xiao Ming let Xiao Yixian and Xiao Yu share them, as it was useless for him. Xiao Yu refused at first. The fire energy was worthless to Xiao Ming, but to her, it was a huge sum of money. However, under Xiao Yixian's own persuasion, she accepted Xiao Ming's fire energy. Needless to say, both Xiao Yixian and Xiao Yu got along very well along the way. Seeing this, Xiao Ming smiled and offered to carry Xiao Yu up to her dormitory. Standing at the entrance of her dormitory, Xiao Yu watched Xiao Ming and Xiao Yixian's back as they left, and a warm current flowed in her heart. It was comforting that a clan member cared for her while she was studying far away from home, and this clan member was none other than the supreme elder of her family. Moreover, during the walk, she finally understood how that girl had managed to win Xiao Ming's affection, and she could not help but wish them well from the bottom of her heart. Xiao Ming and Xiao Yixian slowly walked back along the same path toward Xiao Ming's courtyard. Although neither of them had said any words, they both knew what the other party wanted. That's why before returning to the courtyard, they passed by a lake, where they decided to stop and sit on a log at the edge of the lake, with Xiao Yixian's head lying on Xiao Ming's shoulder. The two talked about things unrelated to cultivation. Afterward, Xiao Ming even caught a low-ranked magical beast that was very popular among the elders, and after eating happily, they finally headed to the courtyard in the elder zone. When they arrived at the entrance of the courtyard, Xiao Ming felt that, inside the hall, Zi Yan had returned. When they entered the hall, they found Zi Yan's eyes shining as she looked at the medicinal herbs in her hands. Xiao Ming, you're back just in time. As soon as Zi Yan saw Xiao Ming, her eyes lit up and she handed him the medicinal herbs. The meaning was obvious. Xiao Yixian laughed as Xiao Ming shook his head and took the medicinal herbs nonchalantly. Little grand aunt, you're going to the herb warehouse every day. You almost made one of the guardian elders cry. Zi Yan wrinkled her little nose when she heard this, sniffling slightly. Why is he crying? As if these things had been his. I met old Su just now, and he didn't even say anything. By the way, old Su asked you to visit him. He says he has something for you. Chapter 185. Oh. The first elder asked for me. Did he say anything about what he wanted? I don't know about that, he didn't say. Xian shook her head, as her purple double ponytail swayed softly. Okay. Xiao Ming smiled and asked no more questions. Instead, with a wave of his right hand, a red flame appeared and rose, and within the flame, the appearance of a magical beast manifested. As the first heavenly flame that Xiao Ming had obtained, he had the deepest control over this flame and felt most comfortable using it. This was also the reason why he tended to use this 10,000 beast flame the most. Moreover, by specializing in one type of heavenly flame, he could also avoid exposing the fact that he possessed multiple heavenly flames. One had to know that in the Douchi continent, heavenly flame was a hot potato, and not only fire attribute powerhouses and alchemists coveted it. Many powerful people of other attributes also had the same intentions with it. After all, with this kind of thing, it was a good choice whether it was sold to some alchemist to do it a great favor or left to one's own descendants. Xiao Ming had a 10,000 beast flame, and others might not bother with it seeing that he was young and powerful. But if they knew that he had the 10,000 beast flame, sea heart flame, fallen heart flame, and green core lotus flame at the same time, then the situation would be different. Not to mention other people, Xiao Ming felt that, if he himself knew that someone else possessed so many heavenly flames, he could not help but be tempted. Therefore, in front of outsiders, he normally only used the 22nd rank 10,000 beast flame. He casually threw Ziyan's herbs into the flame, and the flames immediately refined them into a mass of liquid. With Xiao Ming's current control over heavenly flame, refining medicinal herbs into medicinal liquid without a medicinal cauldron was a piece of cake. After adding the exclusive secret medicinal powder to the medicinal liquid, the liquid was cooled into a pill and Ziyan's little snack was ready, the whole process taking less than 2 minutes. After placing it in a jade bottle and handing it to Ziyan, who had both eyes sparkling, Xiao Ming bid farewell to the girls and left his small courtyard, heading for Su Qian's study. Knock knock knock. Inside the bright study, the striking wooden bookshelves were arranged in a neat and clean manner, a desk was placed on the inner side of the room, next to the desk, Su Qian and Elder Huo were each holding a book in their hands, sitting opposite each other, hearing a knock on the door, the two looked at each other, after which Su Qian spoke. Please come in. After his words rang out, and with the sound of the door opening, Xiao Ming entered the room. Disciple, since you are here, sit down quickly. In front of Su Qian, Elder Huo's usually stiff face showed a smile, looking at him. Su Qian was speechless. This old Hua had a stiff face every day, as if everyone owed him millions of gold coins, only in front of Xiao Ming did he show a smile. After shaking his head, Su Qian nodded to Xiao Ming in response to his greeting. After Xiao Ming sat down, he was about to say the purpose of asking Xiao Ming to come here, when he suddenly realized that Xiao Ming's aura had greatly increased compared to before. After looking carefully at Xiao Ming, Su Qian spoke with some astonishment and suspicion. Did you just advance to a 7-star Do Emperor? It's the effect of devouring Han Feng's sea heart flame. Xiao Ming nodded his head slightly, not hiding anything. This qi method of yours is really powerful. Su Qian was astonished. It was common knowledge that one could not devour more than one heavenly flame, but Xiao Ming had devoured the sea heart flame despite having the 10,000 beast flame as well as the fallen heart flame, and the most surprising thing was that he could increase his cultivation by devouring these heavenly flames, so one did not need to think too much to know that it must be the special nature of his qi method. Elder Huo beside him was a bit calmer. He knew that Xiao Ming's qi method was quite special because he had previously given Xiao Ming a fire attribute D qi method that he himself had cultivated. Of course, he would know whether Xiao Ming had cultivated his qi method or not. After discovering that Xiao Ming had not cultivated the qi method he had given him, he feared that Xiao Ming had gone astray, so he asked him about it. After Xiao Ming's explanation, he understood a little, and after checking that Xiao Ming's do qi was thicker and his recovery speed was much better than the qi method he had given him, Elder Huo no longer worried about Xiao Ming's qi method. Of course, Elder Huo still felt the need to advise his disciple about this matter of having advanced 4 levels at once. It is better to cultivate step by step. You have skipped so many stages, it is better to further polish your current realm in these few days. Do you understand? I understand. Xiao Ming smiled and nodded his head. It's good that you understand. Elder Huo nodded and said nothing more. He was at ease with the development of his disciple, whom he had watched grow up. Well, first Elder, Master, have I been called for something? Oh, this time, I called you here because of those Black Corner region forces. Su Qian stroked his beard and said with a smile. Those forces in the Black Corner region have already been destroyed. Well, those forces have been destroyed by us, and this time we have also obtained several good things from those forces. We have called you to see what you need and we will let you choose. There is still something so good. Xiao Ming was surprised. Hee, don't think you got special treatment, rat. You're not the only one who has this perk. Every elder who participated in the battle can choose 3 items, while the rest will be kept by the academy. Su Qian said as he handed some storage rings to Xiao Ming. Protecting the academy was the duty of the elders, so, what Su Qian was doing now could be considered giving additional rewards. Of course, the storage rings of the powerhouses that they killed would be kept by the elders themselves, and what was being rewarded now was from the treasury of those forces. Blinking, Xiao Ming did not object. Accepting the storage rings, his soul power entered them one by one. These storage rings were all intermediate storage rings, and the space inside them was not small, so it was crammed with various items. Although there were many items, they were arranged in an orderly fashion and should have been specially organized. The first storage ring contained objects such as weapons and armor. Xiao Ming was not interested and quickly put it away. The second storage ring contained medicinal herbs. As soon as he entered it, Xiao Ming found that the number of medicinal herbs contained in this ring was not much less than the herb warehouse of the Jianan Academy. This made Xiao Ming swallow saliva, and with Han Feng's collection, along with his own previous collection, he already possessed quite a lot of medicinal materials. However, no alchemist would mind having too many medicinal materials. Sigh, it's a pity that I can only choose 3. With a sigh, Xiao Ming examined them one by one. Finally, he chose a medicinal herb with an emerald-like body, on top of which was a jade-like fruit. Qing Fei fruit. Seeing the object in Xiao Ming's hand, Elder Hu raised his eyebrows. Although this thing can directly poison a Dou Emperor, it's not good for refining pills. What do you want to do with it? With your current strength, do you still need to poison a Dou Emperor? As soon as his words ended, Elder Hu suddenly thought of Xiao Yixian, who possessed the woeful poison body, and understood who Xiao Ming had chosen this for. After sighing, thinking how quickly his disciple had matured, he said no more. Xiao Ming, who had chosen a medicinal herb, did not continue to search for herbs, but instead put down the storage ring containing the medicinal herbs and looked at the other ring, and a moment later, he had 2 different colored scrolls in his hand. One was a strange grayish-white color, with a small line of writing on the scroll that read, Intermediate Di Qi Method of Poison Attribute, Nether Poison Method. The other was greenish in color, with 3 large words written on the scroll, Greenwood Alchemy Canon. Seeing Xiao Ming finish choosing, Su Qian said with a smile, This D-class Qi method you chose is the highest class Qi method we have harvested this time. It was found in the A-Gates auction warehouse, and should have been the next item they would put up for auction. If not for the fact that there are no elders in our academy who are poison attribute, it is possible that it would no longer be available for you to choose. Compared to that, this Greenwood Alchemy Canon is far inferior. It's just the notes of an alchemist. Don't you want to exchange it for something else? No need, absorbing the knowledge of other alchemists from time to time might be of some use to me. Xiao Ming said. Xiao Ming was not lacking in Qi methods or Dou techniques. Although the things seized by the Jianan Academy were many, they were not very attractive to him. When Su Qian heard this, he said nothing, and after retrieving the storage rings from the table, he handed him another storage ring. The Academy wants you to refine some 6th-tier pills for emergencies. Here are the medicinal ingredients, and in there is your fee for your hard work. Xiao Ming took the storage ring, and with a scan with his soul power, he discovered that there were some medicinal ingredients inside. Leaving the storage ring, Xiao Ming said. Master's soul power is much stronger than before. Now he must have entered the 6th-tier alchemist. Can't Master refine these pills? Chapter 186. Although I have indeed advanced to a 6th-tier alchemist, my success rate is not as good as yours, and since I will be in seclusion to break through to Dou Ancestor shortly, I don't have much time to refine pills. Speaking of which, during the time I am in seclusion, you will be heading the alchemy department. Elder Hu stroked his beard and said with narrowed eyes. I'll refine the pills, but this matter of heading the alchemy department, let's forget it. Xiao Ming shivered and hurriedly declined. He did not like to deal with such troublesome matters. Looking at Xiao Ming who was repeatedly shaking his head, Elder Hu felt somewhat helpless. As an alchemy department elder and 6th-tier alchemist, Xiao Ming was the right person to lead the alchemy department after his seclusion, but unfortunately, Xiao Ming was not interested in such matters. Alright, if you don't want to take care of it yourself, I'll let the other elders do so. Then, if there's nothing else, can I leave first? Xiao Ming said as he stood up, fearing that Elder Hu would change his mind. Why are you leaving so quickly? I'll go with you. Elder Hu rolled his eyes and stood up beside him. After bidding farewell to Su Qian, the 2 of them left the study. As the 2 of them walked down the street, looking at Elder Hu's white beard, Xiao Ming was moved. Suddenly, he said to Elder Hu, by the way, Master, I have something for you. After saying this, he extended his right palm and the white-colored spirit appeared in his hand. As soon as the spirit appeared, it danced merrily and finally, under Elder Hu's gaze, suddenly spat out a small blue flame suspended in front of its body. Is this the aura of the sea heart flame? Elder Hu asked with a frown, and as soon as the words left his mouth, he immediately lost his breath and denied it. No, this aura is too weak. It's not like the original, but it contains a trace of the original source. This is the sea heart flame's infant flame, right? The act of splitting an infant flame will damage the heavenly flame and it will need a long time to recover. As expected from Master, this is indeed the infant sea heart flame that I split. Although this infant flame is not as powerful as the true sea heart flame, it is still much better than the ordinary beast flame, and refining this infant flame is much less dangerous. Over time, the infant flame will become more and more powerful. I remember that Master now uses the beast flame of a 7th-rank magical beast, right? You can replace it with this flame, Master. Xiao Ming smiled and did not attach any importance to what Elder Hu said about the heavenly flame being damaged. In his opinion, this damage was worth it. If Han Feng knew that Xiao Ming had done such a thing to the sea heart flame he treasured so much, he would have cursed him to exhaustion. Xiao Ming had already split the heavenly flame, so it was naturally useless for Elder Hua to try to change his mind. So he shook his sleeves and took out a special jade bottle. Neatly and cleanly, he placed the infant flame into the jade bottle. When he returned to his small courtyard, Xiao Ming discovered that Zi Yan had gone off to who knew where, leaving Xiao Yixian alone in the hall. Sitting on a seat near the table, Xiao Yixian had one of her hands pressed against her cheek, seeming to be thinking about something. Her appearance in her signature white dress was extremely attractive. When she heard the sound of the door, she turned to look and her green eyes immediately lit up, while a touching smile showed on her face. After approaching and greeting Xiao Yixian, Xiao Ming took out the poison attribute intermediate Di Qi method he had obtained earlier and gave it to her. This is a Di Qi method. Where did you get it from? Xiao Yixian was a bit puzzled at first, but when she clearly looked at what Xiao Ming had given her, her expression immediately changed to one of surprise. I chose it when First Elder called me just now. Xiao Ming sat next to her, and poured himself a cup of tea. After drinking it, he took out the Qing Fei fruit and handed it to Xiao Yixian. This thing is the Qing Fei fruit, it is very toxic, keep it well, don't let Zi Yan eat it by mistake, or she will have a very bad time. Xiao Ming's words were no joke, the Qing Fei fruit with its greenish appearance looked quite delicious. Being a poison, it had a natural camouflage and came with a special aroma, and with Zi Yan's character, she could really take a bite to taste it. Xiao Yixian nodded and felt that the Qing Fei fruit in front of her looked very tempting and exerted a strong attraction on her, so she hurriedly put it into her intermediate level fire red storage ring along with the Qi method. The nether poison method is an intermediate Di Qi method, much better than the one you are using now, so go ahead and change it. Emicham. Xiao Yixian nodded her head happily, and gave him a beautiful smile. Without lingering long this time, she quickly left the hall and returned to her room. She had only been in the hall to wait for Xiao Ming's return. Xiao Ming also returned to his room and took out the Greenwood alchemy canon he had just obtained and read it with great interest. After reading it for a while, Xiao Ming put down the alchemy canon in his hand. I almost forgot, after so many days of seclusion, should have another chance in the simulator. Simulator. As Xiao Ming softly shouted in his mind, an extremely mechanized voice suddenly sounded. Ding, it is detected that the host has a chance to simulate his life once, will you start the simulation? Start the simulation. Ding, the current number of simulations is 1. Starting the simulation. Day 1, you finished your retreat and came out of your room, you met the familiars Xiao Yixian and Zi Yan, and chatted with them for a few moments, after which you strolled around the inner academy. You returned from the study of the first elder of the Jia Nan Academy, and gave an intermediate Di Qi method, nether poison method, to Xiao Yixian. Day 2, you studied the Greenwood alchemy canon for 3 hours. In the alchemy canon, you read many strange ideas and gained some insight. After some thought, you created your own 5th-tier healing pill, the Greenwood pill, which is only slightly less effective than a 6th-tier pill, but much less difficult to make. However, you are not very satisfied with it. Day 3, you go into seclusion and start refining pills, pulling out cold marrow twig, cloud pattern grass, fire dragon fruit, greenwood celestial vine, and other medicinal materials from the storage ring. Day 45, you cultivate for 1 day and feel that your cultivation has improved. Day 46, you instructed Xiao Yixian, who has the woeful poison body, and Qing Lin, who has the triple jade green snake flower pupils, on their cultivation, and looking at the two, whose realms have grown a lot, you once again secretly sighed at the terror of the special physiques. Day 47, you head to the outer academy, where you meet Hu Jia, and the two of you chat for a while. Day 48, you help Zi Yan refine a black spirit crystal fruit. Day 79, in order to improve your alchemy skills, you carefully explored the Serene Sea storage ring again, searched for alchemy-related books, and inside the Serene Sea storage ring, you found a lot of unconventional pill recipes, and among the bunch of bottles and jars, you found a 7th-tier pill, the Yinyang Mysterious Dragon Pill. Day 100, after seeing Xiao Yixian break through to Do Spirit, you feel that the time has come, and decide to take her to find the nether poison flame. Day 270, after searching for some time, you finally find the place recorded on the map, where you see countless poisonous creatures containing deadly toxins. Day 280, you have captured the nether poison flame, which already has weak spiritual intelligence, and disintegrated it, leaving only the original source. Day 281, Xiao Yixian successfully devours it, but she goes into a coma, and you see her strength begin to increase. Day 291, you watch Xiao Yixian break through to the 9-star Do Spirit and you fall into contemplation. Day 301, you watch Xiao Yixian break through to Do King and you fall into contemplation. Chapter 187. Day 311, you watch Xiao Xian break through to the 3-star Do King and you fall into contemplation. Day 321, you watch Xiao Xian break through to the 6-star Do King and you fall into contemplation. Day 331, Xiao Xian break through to the 9-star Do King, you are already benumbed, so you'd better start reading the Greenwood Alchemy Canon. Day 341, Xiao Xian breaks through to Do Emperor and awakens. You are pleasantly surprised by this, and after a conversation, you learn that she is already able to control her own toxins, so you gather your things and prepare to leave. Day 351, sitting together with Xiao Xian, you watch as her aura increases and her strength breaks through another star, you open your mouth in surprise as she hugs you and lets out a giggle. Day 392, you send Qing Lin to the Sky Serpent Mansion to study for a while. Day 400, you cultivate for a period of time, and you feel your cultivation level is already very stable. You talk to the first elder of the Jianan Academy, expressing your willingness to exchange the heavenly flame of the academy for the heavenly flame in your hands. Although the first elder shows great interest, extracting the heavenly flame will cause great damage to the alchemist itself. So first elder Su Qian is a little hesitant, saying he needs to think about it. You nod your head and say you will let him think about it. Day 400, after you left, first elder Su secretly told your master, Elder Hua, who was very angry and went straight to your residence. Outside your courtyard, you and he met by chance, and when you saw your master approaching, you walked towards him and accidentally trampled an ant to death. Day 401, you convinced your master, Elder Hua, and the first elder Su Qian, and began to discuss a way to control the fallen heart flame. But before that, they brought out a vessel for you to inject enough heart flame into it. Day 861, you have refined a 7th tier pill, the Dongqing pill. Day 990, you travel to the Sky Serpent Empire and meet Qing Lin. After some questioning, you learn that Qing Lin is doing well here, and her strength is progressing rapidly, and the Sky Serpent secret code she cultivated is even a high Di-Chi method, which pleases you very much. Day 991, you wandered around the Sky Serpent Mansion, and on your way, you met several powerful women who seemed to be interested in you. Day 1111, after wandering around a lot of places in the northwestern region, you want to head to the Central Plains, so you lead your group to the location of the nearest space hole. Day 1130, you paid your fee and entered the space hole. Day 1140, you encountered a space storm in which you, Xiao Xian, and Ziyan were scattered and you passed out. Day 1200, you awoke from your coma only to find an extremely sensual and voluptuous female Do Emperor riding on top of you, and after so much commotion, you learned of your current situation. According to the woman, she was your savior, as she was the one who picked you up in a ditch on the street in the first place. At first, she didn't want to do anything to you, but after cleaning you up, she found you extremely handsome, so she couldn't help but use your body. At this, you look up at the sky speechless. Day 1201, you discover that your ring is missing, and after some questioning, you learn that your ring had disappeared when the female Do Emperor picked you up, and after some probing, you don't find the soul imprint you left on the star ring. Day 1204, you left the female Do Emperor despite her bitter begging, and after some inquiries, you learn that you had actually arrived in the southwestern region, specifically the southern celestial kingdom. Day 1604, you encountered an attack by a mysterious person and, being caught off guard, you were severely injured. As a last resort, you used the secret technique, Skyfire 3 mysterious change to increase your strength and repel your opponent, but your wounds were aggravated. Day 1605, you had the very bad luck to encounter a sky-grade protector from the Hall of Souls, who, seeing that you had a powerful soul and were badly wounded, had evil intentions. You use Fallen Heart Flame to deal with him, and the other party temporarily retreats. Day 1606, 2 heaven-grade protectors from the Hall of Souls chase you, and the pressure on you increases so much that you have no choice but to detonate the 10,000 Beast Flame, as well as the green core Lotus Flame, which blew the other party to pieces. Day 1610, you met the people of the Hall of Souls again. This time the person who came was an honorable elder of the Hall of Souls. You were captured and taken to a branch hall of the Hall of Souls which was very close. Day 1611, the honorable elder valued you highly and tried to persuade you to join the Hall of Souls, but you refused. Day 1711, imprisoned in the dungeon, the honorable elder of the Hall of Souls, whom you had not seen for a long time, asked you again if you would surrender. You answered him bluntly that you would not get used to being a dog. Day 1712, you are dead. End of simulation. Talent items are being selected. Currently available, Sky Serpent Secret Code, Yin-Yang Mysterious Dragon Pill, Ant Corpse. Xiao Ming. At this moment Xiao Ming really didn't know what to say. He was silent for a moment, and finally, his mouth opened slightly, out of which came a tired voice. Simulator, I choose the Sky Serpent Secret Code. As soon as his words fell, a cloud of green light quickly appeared in front of Xiao Ming's body, and a few seconds later, the green aura gradually dissipated, finally revealing a green crystal ball the size of his head. The crystal ball was suspended in the air and was crystalline, and to the naked eye, one could only see that the crystal seemed to be filled with countless mysterious runes, looking extremely magical. I didn't expect that this sky serpent's secret code was actually extracted by means of the inheritance crystal. Looking at the transparent inheritance crystal in front of him, which emitted a strange green light, Xiao Ming's bad mood vanished and the corner of his mouth curved into a smile. The inheritance crystal was different from ordinary Qi method scrolls, as it contained not only the simple circulation path of the Qi method, but also insights, opinions, and even improvements from some people who had learned the Qi method beforehand. It can be said that once a person has received the inheritance crystal, he or she will have an unparalleled understanding of the technique being transmitted. This type of inheritance crystal had always been the foundation of some great powers, and could not be seen by anyone other than the direct lineage. It was also the first time Xiao Ming had seen the appearance of an inheritance crystal. After taking the inheritance crystal, Xiao Ming closed his eyes and immersed his soul power into it. As soon as his soul power entered the crystal ball, Xiao Ming's body trembled and a rumbling sound was heard in his head, while a huge flow of information, like a tidal wave, continuously surged into Xiao Ming's mind. Only a moment later, Xiao Ming's eyes opened abruptly, and his eyes filled with excitement. I didn't expect this sky serpent's secret code to refer to more than just a Qi method. It also contains plenty of supporting Do techniques, and even a fair amount of knowledge about the triple jade green snake flower pupils. Now perhaps there is no need to send Qing Lin to the Sky Serpent Mansion. Chapter 188. The purpose of sending Qing Lin to the Sky Serpent Mansion was simply to cultivate her faster. On the other hand, he really didn't know much about the triple jade green snake flower pupils before. Now with this Sky Serpent secret code, things would be much easier, and there would be no need to worry much about the Qi method and the direction of her cultivation. Leaving Qing Lin at the Jia Nan Academy, with the Jia Nan Academy's fallen heart flame, she would be able to grow even faster. However, if the Sky Serpent Mansion finds out that their Sky Serpent secret code has fallen into my hands, I'm afraid there will be some trouble. Thinking about this, Xiao Ming felt a bit of a headache. It was fine if the simulator chose heavenly treasures. After all, no one would claim such things. But the Qi methods and Do techniques of other forces were things that used to be easily recognized as soon as they were used. An example of this would be the 9-level wings of the Heavenly Goose, 3-beast savage skill, and the flame creation skill that Xiao Ming had obtained earlier. These were skills unique to a sect, and if others recognized them, they would undoubtedly quickly knock on his door. Forces like the Golden Geese sect, the Mulan Valley, as well as the Demon Flame Valley were naturally not in Xiao Ming's eyes. However, there were high-star Do ancestors in the Sky Serpent Mansion, and perhaps there might even be hidden Do venerates, which inevitably made Xiao Ming a bit cautious. However, Xiao Ming would still choose it anyway. After all, he hadn't stolen or robbed anything, and what he got was obtained from the simulator. If good things appeared in front of him, why wouldn't he take them? Shaking his head, Xiao Ming put these things behind him. I'll think about this again when there's a knock on my door. After carefully thinking of a training plan for Qing Lin, Xiao Ming put the inheritance crystal in his storage ring, planning to give it to Qing Lin when she returned. Xiao Ming, who had put the inheritance crystal in his storage ring, carefully rummaged through the Serene Sea storage ring for a while longer. A few moments later, a small palm-sized cold jade box appeared in Xiao Ming's hand. The box was pale white in color, with a faint white cold aura surrounding it. Xiao Ming knew that this was the finest cold jade that could preserve the cold aura. Narrowing his eyes, Xiao Ming carefully lifted the lid of the box, and immediately, a golden light burst forth. The sudden golden light directly illuminated the entire room. Xiao Ming did not close his eyes because of the golden light. His gaze was directed to the center of the box, where a golden pill the size of a dragon's eye lay silently in it. The surface of the pill was extremely rounded. 2 streams of golden air flowed around the inside of the pill, occasionally leaping out of it, and when one looked closely, the golden air currents actually converged into 2 small golden divine dragons, intertwining with each other, and the subtle sound of the dragons' roar slowly spread through the vibration of the air, causing one's soul to involuntarily tremble under the dragon's suppression. As he looked inside the pill where the qi condensed into dragon form, Xiao Ming took a deep breath. The qi of a pill condensing into a spirit, a sight that only 7th tier and above pills could possess. This must be the yin-yang mysterious dragon pill mentioned in the simulator. Xiao Ming had some understanding of the yin-yang mysterious dragon pill. This pill was classified as a 7th tier pill and was a pill created by Yao Lao. To make this pill, the first thing needed was 2 monster core of dragon-type magical beasts that had been dead for no more than 7 days, and the level of the monster cores had to be at least 6th tier. When the pill is successfully refined, a vision will appear in the sky, with 2 dragon souls, one yin and one yang, rising from the medicinal cauldron to the clouds and intertwining with each other, finally condensing into the pill's body. The effect of the yin-yang mysterious dragon pill was not to increase strength directly but to allow one to stand after breaking. If one took this yin-yang mysterious dragon pill, then, when one was seriously injured or one's life was hanging by a thread, if one was lucky enough, this pill would give one the opportunity to break through and stand up. The so-called stand after breaking was to break the bonds of the past, so that one could transform oneself, whether in body, soul, or even do-chi, to a higher level. In addition, this pill also had another function, that is, if one swallowed the yin-yang mysterious dragon pill, there was a slight possibility that one would be able to incorporate this thin dragon chi into oneself. It contained the sound waves of the dragon spirit. For soul bodies, it had a great killing effect, so if one were to encounter any powerful soul bodies in the future, this would be a murderous weapon against them. Speaking of which, Xiao Ming's only attack against souls currently was the fallen heart flame. It was considered a flaw of his, and if he could incorporate this dragon chi, then he could compensate for this flaw a bit. This is a good thing, it's better to swallow it now. Thinking this way, Xiao Ming took it and the golden glow in the room suddenly disappeared. Holding the yin-yang mysterious dragon pill in his palm, Xiao Ming took a deep breath and then popped it into his mouth. Before he could chew it, the golden pellet turned into a hot stream and poured into his body through his throat. The flow of heat was like a torrent flooding his body. Xiao Ming did nothing, and in the blink of an eye, the flood-like flow of heat was like water entering a sponge, slowly being absorbed until it finally disappeared completely. Anyone else who swallowed this pill without knowing the details would probably think they had swallowed a fake pill. Xiao Ming felt the do-chi hidden in his body and felt quite a bit of excitement in his heart. The medicinal power of the yin-yang mysterious dragon pill was hidden. What was meant by hidden? That was, as long as he wasn't beaten half dead, the pill would basically be useless. What interested Xiao Ming was not the effect of destroying and building. Rather, it was the dragon chi it contained. Extracting the dragon chi required extremely fast circulation of the do-chi, and if he managed to incorporate the do-chi, a strange movement would occur. Right now, this room was not the right place to extract dragon chi, so Xiao Ming got up and left the room, and went to the hall. Seeing that Xiao Yixian was still secluded in her room, with a thought, he made his silver wings appear on his back, and with a slight vibration, he disappeared from the hall. When Xiao Ming reappeared, he had already reached a cliff on a mountain. Sitting cross-legged on top of the cliff, under Xiao Ming's control, the do-chi in his body thundered through his meridians, like a rushing lake. As the speed of his body's do-chi increased, a faint red mist began to fill Xiao Ming's body, caused by the intense circulation of his body's do-chi. Around him, a small energy mist accumulated. Xiao Ming's eyes were tightly closed, and as the do-chi in his body circulated violently, in the end, he began to hear some strange sharp sounds, and a faint throbbing pain came from his meridians. However, the moment Xiao Ming reached his limit, the rapidly circulating do-chi inside his body shook fiercely, and a strand of strange energy was finally expelled. After this strand of strange energy shot out from his meridians, it rushed straight towards Xiao Ming's throat as if it was being pulled by some kind of traction. At this moment, his tightly clenched teeth were forcibly pierced by a strange energy, and a strange sound wave, which contained some sort of soul tremor, roared out from Xiao Ming's mouth. Roar! In the distant sky, a group of flying magical beasts that were passing by fell from the sky as if they had been struck with force. It's done. Glancing at the group of unfortunate flying magical beasts, a smile appeared on Xiao Ming's face. Using only the dragon chi has this effect. If I were to cast it with the Do technique, Song of the Snow Dragon, even a Do ancestor would be confused for a moment. Not bad, not bad. Chapter 189. Qing Lin was having a great time at the inner academy. Every morning when she woke up, she would meet with Xiao Yixian to practice, then, she would finish mastering her Do techniques while Xiao Yixian focused mostly on controlling her poison. A while back, Xiao Ming had approached and handed her the inheritance crystal with the Sky Serpent secret code. After a detailed explanation from Xiao Ming, Qing Lin couldn't help but jump for joy. Although she did not show it on the outside, inside she felt that her cultivation speed could not compare to that of her sister Sienna, who in a very short time had reached High-Star Do Grandmaster, while she was still at the Do Practitioner realm. However, with the inheritance crystal bringing together a very high-level chi method and several quite useful Do techniques, coupled with the experience of people who had cultivated these techniques before, she felt it was only a matter of time before she would be able to help her young master. In a matter of a few days of seclusion, she had exchanged the chi method previously given to her by Xiao Ming, for the Sky Serpent secret code. On top of that, she even got an initial mastery of it. That was how powerful an inheritance crystal was. All this added to the acceleration provided by the blazing sky chi refining tower in her cultivation, causing her to break through to Do Master in a very short time. Usually, whenever she left the blazing sky chi refining tower, Xiao Ming and Xiao Yixian used to wait for her outside the tower to return to the courtyard together. Knowing her sister Xianer very well, Qin Lin had noticed the joy hidden in her usual calm personality and knew that most of that had to do with her increasingly close relationship with her young master. She was sure that they only needed one last step to make their relationship a reality. This also made her feel happy. Qin Lin, despite being the youngest among the girls, was the most sensible and empathetic among the three, so she knew very well her two sisters' feelings for her young master. Although she also felt the same way, she did not seek to compete for his affection, so she was genuinely happy for her sister. However, even if she thought so, she knew that her sisters might not be as receptive to each other in the future. From the day he consumed the yin-yang mysterious dragon pill, Xiao Ming's life returned to normal. Every day, he studied alchemy or cultivated. In addition to helping Qin Lin to delve into the dou techniques given by the inheritance crystal and Xiao Yixian to control her poison. From time to time, he would also go to the academy run by the alchemy department to tutor the students. Whenever this happened, the classrooms of the alchemy department would be filled to capacity. The reason he was able to cause this effect was that the people listening to the lectures, apart from those young students, were also the professors of the alchemy department. Lectures given by someone of the caliber of Xiao Ming, a 6th-tier alchemist, were attractive to any alchemist below the 6th tier, and his teaching style was well received by the audience. As a way for her to continue learning how to control her poison, Xiao Ming would take Xiao Yixian with him to the academy, as the knowledge of alchemy could be useful for her to discover new ways to use her poison. Xiao Yixian's dream had been to be an alchemist, so although she could not refine pills like the others, she was still very enthusiastic about the lectures. The first time Xiao Yixian appeared at the academy, she caused a small stir. The current Xiao Yixian was undoubtedly the most beautiful woman in the inner academy. However, when they found out that she might be elder Xiao Ming's partner, all the students were stunned. They didn't know if Xiao Yixian was really here to learn alchemy, or was elder Xiao Ming showing off his beautiful partner. Otherwise, couldn't elder Xiao Ming teach her in private? Whatever the reason was, after the first day, no one cared anymore. Most of the young students who could enter a Xiao Ming class were true alchemy enthusiasts. So, no beautiful woman could compare to the knowledge of a 6th-tier alchemist like Xiao Ming. Besides, no one would be displeased that such a beautiful woman was listening to the lecture next to them. In fact, if it was Xiao Ming, let alone a woman, even if he brought a harem of 10 women, besides admiring Xiao Ming even more, they would remain unperturbed. Only a girl who had just joined the alchemy department, with blonde hair and an extravagant pink dress, looked at Xiao Yixian with traces of hostility in her eyes. When lecturing the students, Xiao Ming also took the opportunity to review what he himself had learned long ago. Reviewing what he had learned in the past and learning new things. Xiao Ming's alchemy skills slowly improved during this time, gradually approaching the level of a 7th-tier alchemist. The first beauty of the inner academy had changed hands. These were the rumors that came from the alchemy department. When the students heard this, they thought it was a joke. Most of the students had seen, albeit from afar, the inner academy's incomparable beauty, Han Yu. She was a young woman in a silver dress, tall, with a face of a rare beauty. Her skin was snow white, but what surprised the students most at the time was that her long hair, which reached her waist, was actually a rare silver color. Combined with her clothing, her very presence released a cold disposition that repelled people thousands of miles away from her, which is why she was described by all as an unattainable flower. None of the students would think that there could be a more beautiful woman than her within the academy. That was until they met Xiao Yixian. Brought by the legendary elder Xiao Ming, she first showed herself before the eyes of all the inner academy students at the strong-ranking grand competition. As a way to control her poison, and with Xiao Ming's arrangements, Xiao Yixian obtained a place in the competition, and when she appeared, she immediately won the adoration of all the male students of the inner academy. Her appearance was like a fairy, with a gentle disposition and a captivating smile. She quickly bewitched all the students with her beauty. And with her incredible way of controlling poison, she even became the idol of many women. The students of the inner academy came from all over the Dochi continent, so they were much more receptive to a poison master than people from a small place like Jiama Empire. So, although many rumored that she was elder Xiao Ming's partner, since it was unconfirmed, a few brave ones who thought they would still have a chance emerged. Among those brave ones, the one who stood out the most was Lu Qing, who had boasted on stage that he would get the beauty's heart. Finally, it was time for the battle between Lu Qing and Xiao Yixian. Seeing the burly Lu Qing approaching, while trying to flirt with her in the middle of the battle, as if he thought that she would not attack him, made Xiao Yixian's usually kind eyes turn extremely cold. What happened next chilled the crowd of spectators. With a single movement of her, one of the strongest ranked students in the strong ranking fell to the ground with foam coming out of his mouth, his skin turning green, and his eyes rolled back in his head. His body kept convulsing all over the battle arena. No one thought that the gentle fairy, who only attacked her opponents just enough to make them admit defeat, and even detoxified them after the fight was over, could become so cruel. This caused the students who had previously been deluded that they would have a chance with her to have cold sweat pouring out of their entire bodies, their skins turning pale from the lack of blood. Not daring to have such suicidal thoughts again. A rather beautiful girl with blonde hair and an extravagant pink dress, who was among the spectators, watched in shock at the scene happening in the battle arena. Actually, in normal times, Lu Qin would not be so stupid as to try to flirt with Xiao Yixian. However, instigated by his beloved cousin Lu Fei, who claimed that there was nothing between Xiao Ming and Xiao Yixian, was that he got the courage to try to woo her. That's right, Lu Fei, who was part of the alchemy department, had instigated Lu Qin to make a move. All because, during the alchemy lectures, she had foolishly fallen in love with Xiao Ming. However, seeing that there was an extremely beautiful woman who was so close to him, made her, who since childhood had always gotten whatever she wanted, develop envy and jealousy towards Xiao Yixian, so she looked for ways to make that woman lose face in front of Xiao Ming. So, when she learned that Xiao Yixian would participate in a strong ranking competition, she didn't think twice and began to plan against her. And the first thing she did was to circulate rumors about the new #1 beauty, seeking to antagonize Xiao Yixian with Han Yu. This did not turn out as planned. Instead, when they met in the arena, both beauties happily chatted with each other and Han Yu even publicly invited her to visit her newly formed Moon Spirit faction, in which a certain Xiao Yu had joined. This had left Lu Fei speechless. Finally, she had no choice but to send her cousin to test the waters and check the real relationship between Xiao Ming and Xiao Yixian. After all, Xiao Yixian had just entered the academy, she shouldn't be stronger than a powerful strong-ranking student, right? The rest was history. In the main seats, looking at Lu Qing's tragic state, First Elder Su shook his head and turned to look at Xiao Ming, who was in the seat next to him. In just over 3 months, the speed at which the 2 girls you brought with you are cultivating has surpassed all academy records, and not only that, this girl Xiao Yixian, with the cultivation of an 8-star Do Grandmaster, was able to effortlessly beat Lu Qing, a Do spirit. Cough cough, however, she also has to learn to control her anger. If her toxins had been a little more intense, she could have killed Lu Qing. First Elder Su said with a frown. Don't worry, First Elder Su, Sienna knows what she's doing. Xiao Ming replied nonchalantly, quite satisfied with Xiao Yixian's performance. As the person who had instructed Xiao Yixian in her poison control, he knew better than anyone else the limit of it. And even though Xiao Yixian had become really enraged, she still controlled the intensity of her toxins, so that Lu Qing would not die immediately. With all the resources Xiao Yixian had consumed over the months, the toxins from her poison could even affect a Do King who did not have a detox pill. So just now she had already restrained considerably. Right after Xiao Ming finished speaking, Xiao Yixian reluctantly detoxified Lu Qing, while her characteristic gentle smile showed on her face again. This sent a chill down the spine of the rest of the fighters and spectators alike, and they decided to never underestimate her again. First Elder Su watched Xiao Yixian's actions as he nodded, but in his mind, he recalled an event that had happened a while back. It turns out that after he and the rest of the elders had finished eradicating the forces that had joined Han Feng in attacking the Jia Nan Academy, Hu Gan had returned to the outer academy to report that he would be entering seclusion to try to break through the Do ancestor, but before he could leave his office, he was stopped by his granddaughter, Hu Jia, who questioned him about Xiao Ming's condition. After learning that Xiao Ming had been injured, Hu Jia heard no more and demanded to be let into the inner academy to see him, and after Hu Gan refused, she became furious and caused a commotion throughout the outer academy, which made the students terrified while the instructors didn't dare to get involved in a fight between the deputy headmaster and his granddaughter. Hu Gan, unable to calm her down, could only travel to the inner academy and inquire about Xiao Ming, and upon hearing that he was still in seclusion, he almost pulled out his beard from stress, until, unexpectedly, Xiao Yixian offered to visit Hu Jia. No one but them knew what things they talked about. However, Hu Jia did not cause any more trouble and waited obediently, and a few days after Xiao Ming was out of seclusion, he went to talk to her at the outer academy. Thinking about the accident that almost left Hu Gan beardless, First Elder Su shook his head as a single thought came to his mind. Women in love are terrifying. Without Ziyan's participation in this competition, Xiao Yixian managed to take the first place in the strong ranking after defeating Lin Xiuya, earning the admiration and respect of all the inner academy students. After this, Xiao Yixian and Xiao Ming visited Xiao Yu in the Moon Spirit faction, in which their leader, Han Yu, had made it to the top 10 of the strong ranking. Han Yu, despite looking cold on the outside, when it came to talking about her faction, she turned into a very talkative girl, which made her and Xiao Yixian get to know each other very quickly. And after learning the purpose of the faction, Xiao Yixian agreed to join as an honorary member. Even if she was not present most of the time, just the name of the #1 of the strong ranking was enough for the faction to grow smoothly. Xiao Yixian also met Xiao Yu again, and the two of them became much closer. Xiao Yu even taught her some things she had heard from her good friend from the outer academy, and every time they talked about it, both of them would end up blushing up to their ears. Whatever they talked about at those times, for some reason, Xiao Yixian kept coming back to keep on talking about it. A few days later, Xiao Yixian suggested to her little sister Qing Lin to join, and after she agreed, she took her to the faction. When the faction members saw the lovely Qing Lin, who was wearing a beautiful green dress, she was immediately surrounded and adored by everyone. Xiao Yixian saw this with a smile. The reason why she wanted Qing Lin to join would naturally not be for resources, but because they would soon not be able to accompany her for a period of time. Such a quiet life continued until one day, 3 months after Xiao Ming's emergence from seclusion, was interrupted by an important event. In the middle of Xiao Ming's courtyard hall, beside him, Ziyan, Xiao Yixian, and Qing Lin were sitting on chairs in front of the table. "Oh, Xianer, did you break through the Do spirit?" Xiao Ming asked, sitting across from Xiao Yixian with a seemingly surprised tone, although inside he was already expecting something like this. Yesterday, after swallowing the Qing Fei fruit you had given me, I broke through the 9-star Grandmaster Do barrier and advanced 2 levels in a row to the 2-star Do spirit. An extremely bright smile appeared on Xiao Yixian's face, and her beautiful eyes curved into a cute crescent shape. Sister Xianer is so powerful. Qing Lin, who was by her side, was also extremely happy when she heard this. Xiao Yixian took her as her little sister from the very first moment, and has taken care of her all this time, so naturally, she was sincerely happy that her sister became stronger. Ziyan, who was sitting next to Xiao Ming, put a blue pill into her mouth, chewed and swallowed it, and then said in a tone of an older person evaluating a younger one, "Not bad, it seems like you have been cultivating very hard." Although she spoke in a flat tone, seeming not to care, her little legs that had begun to swing happily, and the smile on her face, told a different story. Obviously, the little exchange of words they had had 3 months ago had not affected their good sisterly relationship at all. Seeing Ziyan wanting to look mature again, Xiao Ming couldn't help but pinch her tender cheeks, pausing until Ziyan begged for mercy. Satisfied, he turned to look at the amused Xiao Yixian and said, "The Qing Fei fruit is effective even against a Do Emperor. The toxin in it is really extraordinary to even make you advance 2 levels in a row. However, the higher the poison, I'm afraid it will be more difficult to try to find some equally effective herbs, so it seems to be time to leave." "Leave? Is it time to leave again?" said Ziyan, who, due to her puffy cheeks, spoke with an uneven tone, but that didn't stop her eyes from lighting up. She was tired of staying in the Jianan Academy. Last time they hadn't been out for long, and she hadn't even had enough fun when they had to go back again. And, to be honest, she missed the new friends she had made at the Jiama Empire. So Ziyan was quick to ask expectantly, "Are we going back to the Jiama Empire?" Qing Lin also looked at Xiao Ming with some curiosity. She didn't know about Xiao Ming's plan to search for the nether poison flame. Xiao Ming, for his part, patted Ziyan's little head as he shook his head. "No. Woo." Ziyan let out a groan of extreme disappointment. Xiao Ming, who was very familiar with Ziyan, understood Ziyan's thoughts. However, he also did not have the idea to change his mind. After all, they were going out with a goal in mind. "This time, when we go out, we will look for the nether poison flame marked on the map. With this heavenly flame, Xiener's strength can soar to a very terrifying level in a short period of time. Even Do Emperor shouldn't be a problem," Xiao Ming lightly explained, to respond to Qing Lin's confusion. His words instantly shocked Qing Lin and Ziyan, and even the person in question, Xiao Yixian, was very astonished. "Does this nether poison flame really have such a powerful effect?" Xiao Yixian asked him in a low voice. A Do Emperor was considered a true powerhouse in the northwestern region. Although Xiao Yixian's current cultivation speed was very fast, a Do Emperor powerhouse was still an elusive realm in her eyes. In front of her was Xiao Ming, who was known in the outside world as the most monstrous genius of the Jianan Academy, not to mention inside the academy, where he was worshipped as an idol. Although she had also become famous and had many fans, she subconsciously felt that it was not equivalent to Xiao Ming's achievements. Even someone as talented as him had to cultivate for more than 10 years to reach the 7-star Do Emperor. Ziyan felt even more incredulous than she did. The Do Emperor she had been longing for so many years, having to rely on searching for medicinal herbs everywhere, was as easy as eating and drinking for her sister, who not long ago was merely a child in her eyes. For a moment she felt a little unable to accept it and turned to look at Xiao Ming with pitiful eyes. "Sigh, sometimes that's how the gap between people is." Xiao Ming shook his head. He wasn't lying. In fact, he was still trying his best to minimize it a bit, so that it wouldn't be too shocking, since, in the simulator, after obtaining the nether poison flame, the speed at which Xiao Yixian cultivated would make anyone who looked at her cry in aggravation. Some people could never catch up in their lives. It couldn't be helped, the woeful poison body was that powerful. In fact, the woeful poison body wasn't the most exaggerated. It was those high-grade Do D bloodlines that were the most exaggerated. In the Xuanhuan worlds, a good bloodline was supreme. Xiao Ming first waited a moment to let the three of them digest the information. After a while, he continued, the place where Nether Poison Flame is located is quite far away, so Qing Lin, you will have to stay at the academy and train properly. Do you want to go, Ziyan? Qing Lin wanted to go with Xiao Ming and her sisters, but she also knew that with her current strength, she would only be a burden to them. Ziyan, for her part, nodded her head hurriedly, I want to go, I want to go. She didn't want to leave Xiao Ming's side. Let's arrange it this way, we'll pack up later and leave tomorrow. The girls did not object and, each with different thoughts in their heads, left separately. As they left their small courtyard, Xiao Ming went to look for Su Qian to raise the question of their early departure. Xiao Ming was, after all, an elder of the Jia Nan Academy, so this sort of thing still required First Elder Su Qian's consent. In the chair, Su Qian looked at Xiao Ming's young face and spoke with a slight sigh. Are you going out again? Young people need to go out and explore more to increase their knowledge. You are the most talented young man I have ever met, and it would be a pity if you limit yourself to the Jia Nan Academy. However, your master is still in seclusion, counting down the time, it won't be long until he gets out, won't you wait until he gets out before you leave? No need. Xiao Ming shook his head, he had performed a dozen simulations in these 3 months, apart from obtaining another 7th-tier pill, the Yinyang Mysterious Dragon Pill, and an 8th-grade Wind Attribute Monster Core. He was also aware of his master's exit time, which was still more than half a month away. About my master, I would like to ask First Elder to convey congratulations on my behalf for his breakthrough into the Do Ancestor realm. You sure have a lot of confidence in him. Su Qian smiled and shook his head slightly before adding, I will convey it to him, is there anything else? Xiao Ming thought for a moment and took out a stack of bottles from his storage ring. These are the pills that the Academy tasked me to refine, and I have already managed to refine them all. Your efficiency in refining pills is much higher than your master's. It is only due to Heavenly Flame. At Su Qian's praise, Xiao Ming shook his head modestly. The Heavenly Flame augmentation in alchemy was so terrifying that it was difficult for someone who wasn't an alchemist to comprehend it. Taking his master as an example, with the Sea Heart Flame, he would be able to at least double his success rate when refining pills, and the time he would take to refine them would be greatly reduced. It is not for nothing that heavenly flames were so attractive to alchemists. Chapter 190. In response to Xiao Ming's modest reply, First Elder Su just shook his head with a smile. After the two had another small talk for a few moments, Xiao Ming walked out of Su Qian's office. Looking at Xiao Ming's back as he left, Su Qian felt a little excited inside. Xiao Ming has become very strong at such a young age. Besides being a person who recognizes his roots, he was basically raised by the Jia Nan Academy. He is the best candidate to take over the position of First Elder of the Jia Nan Academy. Even the headmaster would be gratified to know that there is such an excellent young man in the academy. However, Xiao Ming is still too young, and would not necessarily be willing to take over my position. Sigh, I would also like to seclude myself as Qian by 2 elders do. Speaking of the latter, Su Qian's tone became somewhat resentful. These 2 fellows only know how to hide and cultivate, they can't even be found for almost the entire year, and the headmaster is also nowhere to be found. I'm the only one who is struggling to keep the academy afloat all these years. I'm so angry. Fortunately, with the pills refined by Xiao Ming, all these old fellows like Hugon will be able to break through to Do Ancestor in the near future. When that time comes, the pressure on me will be much less. Early the next morning, Xiao Ming got out of his bed without waking the still sleeping Qing Lin. Last night, Qing Lin approached him, and this time without any other excuse, and with a completely red face, expressed her desire to sleep with him. Since that occasion several months ago, Xiao Ming had not let her sleep with him again. The reason was that Qing Lin was already 13 years old, and her body, influenced by her half-snake people bloodline, was developing much faster than an ordinary 13-year-old girl. However, knowing that they were about to leave, even though Qing Lin would have the help of the inner academy elders and the company of the Moon Spirit faction girls, which included Han Yu and Xiao Yu, he did not deny her request. After Xiao Ming came out of his room, preparing to wake up the girls, Qing Lin slowly opened her eyes, and looking towards the closed door, she thought with conviction in her heart. Wait for me for a few more years, young master. After entering Ziyan's room, Xiao Ming was seen walking out with a sleepy Ziyan in his arms. Xiao Yixian had already packed everyone's breakfast, so the group quickly left the inner academy on the back of the amethyst-winged Lion King. The sky was infinitely blue, with white clouds hanging lazily in it, swaying from time to time in the breeze. The sunlight streamed down on the clouds, shining on the mountains below. A moment later, a black dot appeared in the direction the wind was blowing and finally transformed into a ferocious amethyst beast, which, with a roar, flew past. On top of the huge amethyst beast's head, a white-robed youth sat cross-legged, a faint fire-red dough-chi surging on the surface of his body, dissipating the incoming gusts of wind. As Xiao Ming looked down at the ground underneath, he heard Ziyan's childish voice coming from behind him. "Xiao Ming, we have already left the forest outside the inner academy, where will we go to look for the heavenly flame this time?" Hearing this question, Xiao Ming stood up from the amethyst-winged lion king's head and jumped onto its back, landing next to Ziyan. After seeing Ziyan and Xiao Yixian, he took out a scroll from inside his storage ring and handed it to them. "Anyway, you're going to find out sooner or later, so you'd better take a look at it." Ziyan reached out her small hand and took the scroll Xiao Ming handed to her, then slowly spread it out. An extremely wide map was revealed. The map was greenish-yellow, and after unfolding it, the first thing to be seen were some large words at the top, "Map of the Nether Poison Swamp." Next were some extremely complex routes, as well as some diagrams of flora and fauna. Next to each of the flora and fauna species, there are special markings. Aside from the flora and fauna markings, there were even markings that represented something like the Snake People tribe. After staring wide-eyed for a while, Ziyan gaped and realized that she didn't understand anything, so she then turned a pitiful gaze towards Xiao Ming. Seeing her pitiful face, Xiao Ming could only explain, "This scroll is the Nether Poison Swamp map, see that flame-shaped figure in the bottom left corner of the map. That's the location of the Nether Poison Flame." Ziyan looked at the bottom left corner that Xiao Ming had mentioned and did not find the flame figure. After thinking carefully, she awkwardly moved her left hand a little down and finally was able to see it. "This flame is so clearly marked, Xiao Ming, in that case, doesn't it mean that we can easily find this heavenly flame?" "No, actually it won't be easy." When Xiao Ming heard her words, he shook his head. Xiao Yixian, who had come to his side, was a little confused when she heard this. On this map it was marked in such detail, so why would it be difficult to find it? Wasn't it easy enough to find the green lotus core flame when they searched for it before? In response, Xiao Ming explained, "The nether poison flame usually only appears in ancient swamps that have been polluted by poisonous miasma for tens of thousands of years. By then, the flame will have consumed the endless poisonous miasma, becoming a spirit in 100 years, taking form in 1,000 years, and when it finishes its transformation, it will travel through the poisonous miasma of the swamp as a ghost flame, never staying in one place. This heavenly flame we're looking for, according to the speculation on this map, might already be in the last stage. Do you really think it would stay in one place? Was it possible? Of course not. Although it was said that most heavenly flames, after taking form, would not wander around, rather they would usually stay in their birthplace. But that was because they had not developed spiritual intelligence. With spiritual intelligence, who would stand still and stay in one place all the time? What would be the difference between this and being imprisoned? Ziyan and Xiao Yixian also understood this and immediately frowned. So, doesn't this mean that it will take years to find it this time? Ziyan wrinkled her little nose. If she was told that it was to find medicinal herbs, then she would definitely be motivated, but asking her to find a heavenly flame, this was a bit difficult for her. If we are lucky, the heavenly flames will sense each other. In this case, I might sense it as soon as we arrive, so we will still have time to search for treasures in the nether poison swamp. You can see that on this map, not only the location of the nether poison flame is marked. Xiao Ming said with a smile. He was still very confident in finding the nether poison flame. After all, he had managed to find it many times in the simulator. Unlike the Wind Fury Dragon Flame, which would appear in Tgthegood Desert, it appeared in the simulator a few times, and in all of them, he didn't even manage to see a hair of it. If he still had some thoughts about this heavenly flame before, they were completely abandoned now. Whoever found that heavenly flame would be quite lucky. Ziyan's eyes lit up at Xiao Ming's words to look for medicinal herbs, and she nodded her head repeatedly. My specialty is finding medicinal herbs. You'll see, none of those medicinal herbs will escape from me. Looking at Ziyan's excited look, Xiao Ming patted her head. Don't get happy too soon. I forgot to tell you a moment ago, the nether poison swamp we are going to this time is at the western end of the Chuyun Empire. Even with Sherzi's flying speed, it will take us 2 months to fly there. During these 2 months, be honest and don't wander around, understand? Ah. Ziyan's face, who enjoyed Xiao Ming's caresses, immediately turned sour. It seemed that she was just like the elusive nether poison flame, as she liked to wander around. Xiao Yixian, who was beside him, couldn't help but laugh at Ziyan's change of expression. Xiao Ming really didn't think that Ziyan would stay on the amethyst-winged Lion King's back all the time, but he still had to remind her. Chapter 191. While Xiao Ming and the girls were on their way to the nether poison swamp, an unexpected guest arrived at Feng City in the Black Corner region. In the past, Feng City was a busy place, with people coming and going, and was often frequented by alchemists. Now, Feng City was no longer as prosperous as before. The reason was that the owner of the city, Han Feng, was killed by the Jianan Academy 4 months ago because he had provoked them. His body still hangs in the death spirit tree. Once Han Feng died, the city that had flourished because of him naturally went into decay. After 4 months, the residents of Feng City seemed to have become accustomed to the life they led, except that by the occasional mention of Han Feng's name, the name of Xiao Ming would be associated with it. In the heart of Feng City, the bamboo forest where Han Feng loved to stay has become a ruin. The bamboo building had collapsed long ago, and drops of dried blood could still be seen on it. It could be seen that this place had once experienced a tragic battle. In the sky above the forest, a black gas suddenly and strangely appeared and covered the sky as if it had a spiritual nature, as if it were a ghost. After the black gas appeared and contemplating the scene before it, it seemed to freeze for a moment. And after flying over the bamboo forest for a while, it suddenly flew away, leaving a faint black trail along the way. A few moments later, the black shadow returned to the bamboo forest. From the black mist, a black-robed man in the Do Grandmaster realm was thrown down and hit the ground with a loud thud, raising clouds of dust. The black-robed man seemed to be extremely frightened, and once he landed, he immediately stood up regardless of the pain coming from his body and then began to kneel and bow repeatedly to the black mist. "Your Excellency, have mercy. Please spare my life, I am only a small person, please spare me. If you want to ask me anything, just ask, and I will tell you everything." Jia, you're smart enough to know why this protector found you." From the black mist came an extremely strange laughter, which seemed very loud, but it didn't go very far before it dissipated completely. On the ground, as soon as the black-robed man heard the laughter, his body trembled, and then he wanted to say something flattering to please the other party. Before he could begin, he was interrupted by the black mist in the sky. "This protector only asks you one thing, isn't this Han Feng's residence in Feng City? Why is it now destroyed? Where did Han Feng go? You'd better tell me honestly everything you know, or this protector will make you suffer the pain of your soul being devoured." Hearing the black mist's question in front of him, the black-robed man's eyes lit up. "Your Excellency, I know the answer to this question. Everyone knows how Han Feng died. Medicine Emperor Han Feng died 4 months ago at the hands of Elder Xiao Ming of Jianan Academy." "What?" Hearing this, the black mist was surprised. He had thought of many possibilities, but he did not think that Han Feng had been killed. "Give this protector a detailed account of the facts." At the black mist's request, the black-robed man told it everything he knew. The content was actually very general, nothing more than Han Feng inviting powerful people from various forces of the Black Corner region to invade the Jianan Academy, for which he was killed by them in return. And in the battle, Elder Xiao Ming performed extremely brilliantly. A single person killed Mr. Gold and Mr. Silver, who could rival a Do ancestor, as well as Han Feng. He did not know the exact facts, such as why Han Feng had invaded the Jianan Academy in the first place, the process of the battle, and so on. This was normal. Han Feng had made elaborate plans to keep the heavenly flame for himself, and to prevent the news from leaking out. Those strong people who were invited only knew that Han Feng was going to steal the heavenly flame not long before they arrived at the Jianan Academy. But all those strong people stayed behind at Jianan Academy, and only Gong Heng, a Do ancestor, escaped. As a Do ancestor powerhouse, Gong Heng would naturally not gossip about why Han Feng had gone to Jianan Academy. It was even more unlikely that the Jianan Academy, as the victorious party, would do so. So the inhabitants of the Black Corner region only knew the final outcome of the battle, but not the details. Naturally, this did not satisfy the man in the black fog. So he only gave a slight snort, and before the other party could see anything else, the black-robed man kneeling on the ground bled to death from his 7 orifices. "What a waste, you can't even understand the words." The black-robed man in the black mist said impatiently. That Han Feng was also a waste. He was actually killed by a brat. After what the black-robed man had just said, the man in the black mist had a preliminary understanding of Xiao Ming and knew that he was still very young. "If you wanted to die, at least you would have waited until I came, then I might be able to get the soul of an alchemist. The soul of a 6th-tier alchemist is a good thing. And the honorable elder seems to value Han Feng highly. If Han Feng's soul was not destroyed, it might still be in the hands of that Xiao Ming, 2 6th-tier alchemists. Maybe I might be able to plan something. However, I am not enough to mess with this Jianan Academy. I heard that this fellow Protector Wu is in the Jiama Empire. Maybe I can find him to discuss this." After uttering these words, the mist over the bamboo forest immediately dissipated without a trace. Only a corpse remained, lying quietly on the ruins. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, another 2 months had passed. The sky was dark, covered by layers of thick clouds and fog, and not even the midday sun could cast its rays through it. The air seemed to be filled with a poisonous miasma, replete with an unsettling odor that made one feel slightly dizzy when inhaling it. The forest was so vast that one could not see the end. The forest was dense, but there was no hint of life at all, but rather a dying atmosphere as if it were a ghost forest. Suddenly, in the distant sky, there was the sound of a gust of wind, and then a small black dot appeared at the edge of it. On the back of the beast, a man and two women were clearly visible with their eyes closed. Suddenly, the eyes of the only man among the three trembled slightly before opening. After observing the wet swamp below, he turned his head to the two girls beside him. "Looks like we've arrived." Hearing his words, Ziyan and Xiao Xian also opened their eyes and looked down. "It seems that we have indeed arrived, however, the atmosphere here is a bit harsh." Looking at the black mist floating around them, Xiao Xian frowned slightly. She could feel the toxins permeating the air everywhere. Good thing she had the woeful poison body, otherwise she would have been in some trouble when she encountered this fog. This was still the outer perimeter, the poisonous mist on the inner perimeter would obviously be much heavier. Chapter 192. With Xiao Ming and Ziyan's current strength, the poisonous mist that made Xiao Xian frown would have little effect on them. However, if they inhaled it for a long time, it would still be harmful. Therefore, Xiao Ming took out 3 high-tier antidote pills from his storage ring and handed one of them to Ziyan. "This is a Qingxin pill that I have created, ranked in the 5th tier. After taking it, it can dissolve the toxins in your body for a long time." After Xiao Ming finished explaining, he put the pill in his mouth. The pill then melted, and with it came a cooling sensation that spread throughout his body. Xiao Ming understood that this was the pill taking effect. After watching as Ziyan also took the pill, Xiao Ming stood up and looked into the distance. What he saw was an endless and uniformly dark swamp. According to the map, the nether poison swamp is very huge. In terms of volume, it is not much smaller than an empire. Due to the harsh environment, people rarely enter the nether poison swamp. Even so, there are many deeply hidden magical beasts. There is no lack of powerful existences, and there might even be a mysterious race within it. In order to survive in this environment, this race must not be weak. Compared to these existences, the harsh environment is a bit insignificant. Hearing Xiao Ming's words, Ziyan shook her little pink fist. "If those ugly things dare to come and cause us trouble, I will kill them all." It's impossible for ordinary magical beasts to dare to come and cause us trouble, and you won't be able to defeat the ones that dare to come, so don't start crying when the time comes. Pinching Ziyan's little nose, Xiao Ming teased her. However, he knew that the strength they showed on the surface now was quite strong. Let alone the others, only the amethyst-winged Lion King that acted as a mount was a 6th-rank magical beast. With the amethyst-winged Lion King nearby, what magical beast would dare to approach and seek death without being at least 6th rank? Whether it dared to come was not something Ziyan could handle. Although Ziyan's strength far surpassed that of a Do King, she would still suffer a slight loss against a 6th-rank beast. If something really happened, Xiao Ming would not want Ziyan to fight, otherwise, it would really hurt him a bit to see her beaten with one eye black and the other blue. Xiao Ming would not let her suffer such unnecessary injuries, and his purpose in bringing Ziyan this time was not for her to be a fighter. Who's to say? I've become much stronger lately. Ziyan slightly raised her little head. She had borrowed quite a few medicinal herbs from the herb warehouse this time they returned to the Jia Nan Academy. It so happened that since Jia Nan Academy had cleaned up the Black Corner region, they had obtained a lot of medicinal herbs, so this time she got a big feast. At this rate, in another year's time, she would be able to try to break through to Do Emperor. If she found more medicinal herbs this time she went out, maybe she would even be able to break through sooner. Thinking about medicinal herbs, Ziyan's big purple eyes lit up for a moment, thinking of something, and she immediately changed her tone and pitifully said, "Xiao Ming, you're right, I'm still so weak now, can you help me find some medicinal herbs to increase my strength? Look at Sister Sienna, this child is almost a Do Emperor, I'm still a Do King, do you want to see her bully me in the future?" "Woo, it's so hard for me. Xiao Ming." Ziyan hugged Xiao Ming's arm as crocodile tears ran down her cheeks. If someone who didn't know saw her in this state, their heart would be moved immediately. Xiao Ming. When Ziyan said that Xiao Xian was almost a Do Emperor, she was referring to what Xiao Ming had said earlier, that after obtaining the nether poison flame, her strength would increase rapidly. After Xiao Ming was silent for a moment, he rolled his eyes and uttered a sentence. "You are acting too false, I will not fall for that. The purpose of us going out this time is mainly to find the nether poison flame. If you want to find the herbs, you will have to sense them on the way. When you sense them, we will make a detour to obtain them." Xiao Ming had the simulator. He knew that Ziyan would break through this time when they returned. How could he be deceived by Ziyan? Seeing her dramatic play acting fail, Ziyan sighed in disappointment as she pouted and walked away. Xiao Xian's crescent-shaped eyes suggested that she had enjoyed the whole play a moment ago. Xiao Ming no longer paid any attention to Ziyan's mischief, and after walking towards the amethyst-winged lion king's head, he said, "Sure Z, speed up and go towards the depths of the nether poison swamp, you can also take this antidote pill." "Yes," sounded the amethyst-winged lion king's majestic voice. After its words sounded, its wings flapped and its speed increased again a few times, and in a few breaths, they could no longer be seen in this area. Some time later, Xiao Ming and the others were heading towards the depths of the nether poison swamp. The nether poison swamp was just as Xiao Ming had said, it contained many powerful magical beasts, and not a few of them were 6th rank. In theory, these magical beasts were not a threat to Xiao Ming and his group, so Xiao Ming did not bother to pay attention to them. However, Xiao Ming had an impatient Ziyan in their midst. Ziyan had a special sense for heavenly treasures that were rich in energy, and the magical beasts they had encountered were all guarding some treasures. With so many medicinal herbs in front of her, could Ziyan let them go? What Xiao Ming had meant before was that she could take all the medicinal herbs she felt that had no owner, but she took it as taking whatever she felt. This was a tragedy for the magical beasts that were unlucky to be near Ziyan. Although Ziyan could not defeat these magical beasts, with Xiao Ming's help, there was no problem in reaching most of these treasures. But every time they reached the treasure, they would enrage many magical beasts in the surrounding area, which would start chasing them like crazy. Under the turmoil caused by Xiao Ming's group, the nether poison swamp, which was normally silent, suddenly became livelier. As time passed, the shadow of the nether poison flame was nowhere to be seen, and more heavenly treasures fell into Ziyan's hands. And these things that came into her hands were, without exception, taken directly into her stomach like candies. In the end, Xiao Ming had to control Ziyan's feeding so that Ziyan would not suddenly break through into the nether poison swamp. Since collecting the herbs was only a passing act, it did not delay Xiao Ming and his group too much. 10 days later, Xiao Ming's group finally arrived at the location of the nether poison flame figure marked on the map. This was a dark canyon, with jagged rocks scattered everywhere. The poisonous fog was so dense that it affected vision, and even the nether poison swamp creatures that had a strong resistance to poison, and which usually used to be found signs of them in every corner of the swamp, were now nowhere to be found. At this moment, Xiao Ming's group was standing outside the canyon. Xiao Ming, who was standing at the front, had his eyes tightly closed and his brows furrowed, and a flame that was constantly changing into a million beasts rose in his hand. After a short while, Xiao Ming opened his eyes amidst the expectant gazes of Xiao Yixian and Ziyan. Chapter 193. No matter whether I use the heavenly flame to sense it or use my spiritual power to probe inside, I can't sense the nether poison flame's aura. It seems that this nether poison flame really has been gone for a long time. Xiao Ming frowned tightly as he uttered these words. In his perception, although there were many strange flames in the canyon, the auras of those flames were all very weak, and none of them were comparable to that of a heavenly flame. Although he had already expected this result, Xiao Ming still felt a little helpless. Then what should we do next? Search for the heavenly flame? If that's the case, let's extend our search, right? It's more efficient to search that way. Ziyan suggested. Split up and search. After pondering for a moment, Xiao Ming shook his head and rejected the idea. We are now in the depths of the nether poison swamp, which is exceptionally dangerous and full of traps everywhere. I won't feel comfortable if we split up. Besides, the nether poison flame is particularly fierce, it might be dangerous if we face it alone. Let's move forward together. In response, Ziyan and Xiao Yixian knew that what Xiao Ming said was true, so they had no opinion. Xiao Ming looked into the fog-filled canyon and seemed to have found something else, and suddenly said, "However, I still have something to do before I leave here, so wait for me here for a moment." Without waiting for Xiao Yixian and Ziyan's reply, he jumped into the canyon. As soon as he entered the canyon, Xiao Ming felt that the mist around him felt as if it had a mind of its own, desperately trying to penetrate into his body. Even though he had taken the Qingxin pill, his body was still a little affected, and Xiao Ming knew that this was a sign that the toxin was very powerful. Immediately, his mind moved and an invisible flame surged out of his body, blocking the toxins around him. Without the influence of the toxins, Xiao Ming was able to concentrate better. The situation inside the canyon was even worse than it looked on the outside, almost impossible to see anything. Luckily, Xiao Ming's spiritual power was strong enough to easily find the route he wanted to take. As he was rushing forward, some traces of huge snakes and some strange kinds of footprints strangely appeared in the canyon. These kinds of footprints did not look human. I can't believe I found traces of activity around here. It looks like this canyon has been frequented by some kind of creature. Xiao Ming thought with a frown. The environment of the canyon was extremely harsh, and there were no traces of life, so the fact that someone entered here meant that there was something attracting them. Xiao Ming entered for the same reason. The places where heavenly flames were created tended to have their own special characteristics. It was because of these special characteristics, that they could grow some rare medicinal herbs. Now that he saw activity from other creatures, Xiao Ming sighed lightly, I hope there are some good things left. After saying that, Xiao Ming's speed increased a few more points. Moving along the path, a quarter of an hour later, Xiao Ming finally arrived at an open space. Unlike other places, there was an open space 30 meters in diameter with no black poisonous fog, and in the center of the space was a small umbrella-shaped tree the height of a person with some purple and green fruits hanging scattered around it. This is the heavenly poison fruit. Approaching the fruit tree, Xiao Ming noticed some special patterns on the purple fruit, and immediately pronounced the name of this fruit. Heavenly poison fruit, this fruit is the main herb of the 8th tier pill, heavenly heart poison refining pill. It is green when unripe and turns purple when ripe. Its core contains a poisonous pulp that can cause a Dou ancestor to die a violent death in an instant. Strangely, there are no magical beasts guarding the surroundings of this herb, and there are only a few fruits on the tree. Indeed, someone got here first. Those with this ability must be from the nearby mysterious tribe. Xiao Ming thought of the mysterious tribes marked on the Nether Poison Swamp map. They were the most suspicious. This kind of tribe similar to the Snake People tribe is not something to mess with. I hope we won't run into them. These tribes usually have a strong territorial sense and are very xenophobic, so it's best to avoid trouble. Although the location of the tribe was marked on the map, Xiao Ming had been avoiding them all these days. Shaking his head, Xiao Ming did not continue to think about these things, but took out a jade box and picked the purple fruits from the small tree, while the unripe ones were left untouched. After doing this, Xiao Ming left the place and returned along the original path after a light exploration. A few moments later, when Xiao Ming came out of the canyon, he found Ziyan, Xiao Yixian, and the amethyst-winged lion king confronting a green-skinned lizard man. Xiao Ming's appearance disturbed the lizard man, who turned his head and seeing that he encountered another human, immediately opened his mouth, revealing a mouth full of black teeth, and uttered words that Xiao Ming did not understand. After saying this, the lizard man immediately dived into the mud puddle not far away and disappeared, leaving Xiao Ming stunned. When he arrived next to Xiao Yixian and Ziyan. And after Xiao Yixian's explanation, Xiao Ming understood what had happened. In fact, it was just that they were waiting for Xiao Ming here in a very normal manner, and then this lizard man happened to pass by. Just happened to pass by coincidentally. Xiao Ming brushed against the place where the lizard man had just stopped and discovered that the footprints he left behind were exactly the same as the strange footprints in the canyon, so Xiao Ming understood that this lizard man wasn't doing something as simple as just passing by coincidentally. He should be trying to enter the canyon, but it turned out that he was blocked by the amethyst-winged lion king and the girls. However, he did not know what the lizard man had just mumbled. Even though Xiao Ming knew many things, it definitely did not include the dialect of the lizard men. After sighing for a moment, he immediately said to Xiao Yixian and Ziyan, we should leave quickly. No matter what the lizard man said, anyway, Xiao Ming felt that what he said was not a good thing, otherwise, why would he run so fast? It was better to hurry up and leave, so as not to cause trouble and waste their precious time. Half an hour after Xiao Ming left, several pale old lizard men with majestic auras suddenly appeared outside the canyon. In the midst of the pale lizard men, the lizard man that Xiao Ming and the girls had seen earlier was clearly among them. As soon as they appeared, the lizard men chattered for half a day, and one of them entered the canyon and, a moment later, ran back out in an uproar. Another more intense conversation took place before the lizard men disappeared from where they had been a moment ago. A few more days passed, and Xiao Ming and Xiao Yixian had been wandering the forest for a long time. They still hadn't found the nether poison flame. Xiao Ming had even made a life simulation during this period. In the simulator, although it mentioned that the nether poison flame had been found, there was no mention of what specific location it was. If it wasn't for the beautiful smile that Xiao Yixian carried with her at all times, which made his mood improve, Xiao Ming would feel an immense headache. However, this simulator had not been so useless. At least, according to the simulator, Xiao Ming knew that the lizard people in this dark swamp were watching them. Chapter 194. On the back of the amethyst-winged lion king, Ziyan was bobbing her little head, causing her purple pigtails to shake, slightly bored as she looked around. Beside her, Xiao Yixian, dressed in white, was sitting cross-legged with her eyes closed, as the surrounding poisonous qi surged towards her body from time to time. As the poisonous qi was absorbed, Xiao Yixian's dou qi increased at a slow but steady pace. It seemed that the nether poison swamp, which was filled with all kinds of highly poisonous gases, was a treasure for Xiao Yixian. Xiao Ming was seated atop the amethyst-winged lion king, attempting to sense the aura of the nether poison flame, when he heard Ziyan mutter, I've been pursued by these unsightly lizard monsters for the past few days and I am unable to wander around. I am so bored. Although her voice was low, it was caught by Xiao Ming's keen ears. Truthfully, he also felt a sense of ennui, so he decided to tease Ziyan and turned to look at her with a smile. I remember you formed a friendship with the queen of the snake people tribe during your time in the Tgthegood desert. Perhaps you could try to make a connection with a lizard queen or someone similar in this lizard tribe to alleviate your boredom. Upon hearing Xiao Ming's mention of Queen Medusa, Ziyan's mood immediately lifted, and she responded with a smile. Sister Medusa is very gentle and treated me very well, often inviting me to eat, and she was very beautiful. It was clear that Ziyan held a high regard for Medusa. However, her expression quickly changed to one of displeasure as she added, these lizards are different, they are all very unsightly and mean, I will not play with them. Too unsightly. Xiao Ming raised an eyebrow at her words. He knew that, as a magical beast, Ziyan had a vastly different perception of beauty compared to humans. A human deemed as good-looking could be considered revolting in her eyes. Medusa, who looked similar to a human except for her extra-large snake tail, was apparently considered beautiful by Ziyan. Thus, he was curious to understand how Ziyan made her judgments on physical appearance. Due to their close relationship, there was no need for formalities, so he asked her directly, how do you judge whether someone is good-looking? At this question, Ziyan placed her small hand on her chin, looking contemplative, before responding, isn't it obvious? If someone looks good, they look good. How else can it be judged? I see, it's pointless to ask you. He said, shaking his head in disappointment. Xiao Ming realized that he had set his expectations too high. Just as he was thinking of continuing the conversation with Ziyan, suddenly, with the soul power he had released, he detected a trace of a strange aura. Xiao Ming quickly turned his head towards the place where the strange aura came from. This strange aura, it's the nether poison flame. Shi, turn immediately right and fly with all your might to the north. From Xiao Ming's tone, the amethyst-winged Lion King understood that he was serious, so it didn't dare to be negligent. It immediately turned around and flapped its wings with all its might. Every time it flapped its wings would unleash a black tornado of tens of meters. Under the amethyst-winged Lion King's top-speed flight, Xiao Ming's group flew at an astonishing speed. Xiao Ming, meanwhile, closed his eyes and only opened them when he felt the strange aura from before again, and said to Ziyan, go wake up Xianer, the nether poison flame has been found. After Ziyan woke up Xiao Xian, who was absorbed in her cultivation, Xiao Ming explained to her what was going on. Xiao Xian instantly understood what would happen next and immediately felt very nervous. Xiao Ming acutely sensed Xiao Xian's nervousness, and regardless of the toxins, he took her hand and said in a comforting tone. You don't have to be nervous, I'm here to support you, I won't let anything happen to you. Hearing his words and feeling the warmth of his palm, Xiao Xian looked at him fondly and nodded slightly, feeling much less tense. Seeing that she was much better, Xiao Ming smiled and took out a small, palm-sized box of cold jade and handed it to her. The box was of a faint white color and was surrounded by a faint cold white aura. It did not look like an ordinary object. Facing Xiao Xian's confused look, Xiao Ming explained, this is a 7th-tier pill, the Yinyang Mysterious Dragon Pill. After consuming it, in case you were seriously injured, this pill will be an additional insurance for you. Xiao Ming, before Xiao Xian could finish her words, she was interrupted by Xiao Ming. I won't take a no for an answer, take it, we have arrived. After uttering these words, the amethyst-winged Lion King's swift wings slowed down, and it went from moving at great speed to hovering in the sky. Walking to the edge of the amethyst-winged Lion King, Xiao Ming looked down at the forest below. There was almost no difference between this part of the forest and the parts Xiao Ming and his group had been through before. The dark forest, the muddy swamp, the dense poisonous gas, the only difference was the fantastic butterfly that flitted through the forest. This butterfly had beautiful wings, about 6 inches long, with a purple upper surface, a white middle area, and a deep blue lower area. Its small body resembled a wilted black leaf. The butterfly flapped its wings lightly, sometimes flying high and sometimes low. Sometimes it liked to perch on the leaves when it was tired, looking cute and harmless, at the same time giving a sense of freedom. And as it flapped its wings, purple glitter scattered along the way, adding a touch of artistic beauty. Xiao Ming did not underestimate this butterfly just because it looked weak. He could clearly sense that this butterfly was the target of his journey, the nether poison flame. It was very difficult to deal with the heavenly flame in its spiritual form. The nether poison flame was still flying freely, unaware that it was a target. In the air, Xiao Ming, who had found his target, did not want to wait any longer. The longer it took, the more likely there were unexpected problems. Xiao Ming did not attack immediately but instead waved his palm, and 2 ice blue jade bottles appeared above it. With the appearance of these 2 jade bottles, dense cold blue qi could be seen coming out of them, and even the thin moisture trapped in the air could be seen being solidified into layers of ice where the cold air passed through. Holding one of the jade bottles tightly, Xiao Ming threw it at the purple butterfly that was not far away. When the blue jade bottle was still about 10 meters away from the purple butterfly, Xiao Ming's palm suddenly shook as he shouted, "Explode!" Boom! The ice blue jade bottle suddenly exploded, and instantly, an overwhelming blue cold chi surged out of it, and in the blink of an eye, it had enveloped a large part of the sky, and the purple butterfly was also inside that envelope. The icy blue cold air permeated the sky, and as it was suddenly attacked, the nether poison flame felt a sense of unease, and under the influence of this cold air, the purple glows emerging from its body gradually faded. Chapter 195. This fellow Han Feng really brought me a lot of fortune. If it wasn't for him, I wouldn't have this kind of treasure in my hands. Looking at the purple butterfly that appeared slightly slower in the cold fog compared to before, Xiao Ming felt very satisfied. The ice blue cold mist he had just cast was called heavenly cold chi, which was almost as rare as a heavenly flame, and ordinary flames would automatically be extinguished when they came within a certain distance of it, and only the heavenly flame was capable of resisting it. Heavenly cold chi only existed in the depths of extremely cold places. This heavenly cold chi was found by Xiao Ming in the serene sea storage ring, so it was obviously prepared by Han Feng in advance to subdue the heavenly flames. The heavenly cold chi could only suppress the heavenly flame for a period of time, and as time passed, it would dissipate, and by then, the nether poison flame would regain its full strength again. Therefore, Xiao Ming only paused for a moment before he started moving again. With a flick of his mind, an invisible flame erupted from his body and finally turned into an invisible drill spinning at high speed on his fingertips. The flame drill spun madly, only its sound being heard without its body being seen, its sound spreading and echoing endlessly in the forest. Go! With a command, he snapped his finger and the flaming drill shot out ferociously and with a screeching sound shook the space in its path. Pang! The flaming drill pierced through the cold mist and finally struck the purple butterfly with surgical precision. Screech! The flaming drill was blocked by the butterfly only an instant before it pierced through, shattering the butterfly's body for the most part, and at the same time, a harsh, furious, and weird screech sounded like thunder. A few lizard men in the distance, who were rummaging through the swamp, raised their heads and looked in Xiao Ming's direction. Nortsurev si atrap redo 8 tot name ilno nacti noitot kolf fod nix site eterk. There are creatures fighting there. For them to create this kind of fluctuation, it can only mean that the other party is very strong. Emit site redo k nithgif sino adb yam yet met nif ot elba. It seems that some humans have entered our territory recently. The Grand Elder is looking for them, but has not been able to find them. They may be the ones fighting each other this time. Sredel 8 mrofni og stel, let's go inform the elders. After talking to each other, the lizard men jumped into the swamp, creating waves in it, and then disappeared. Xiao Ming knew nothing about the lizard men, and if he did, he wouldn't care too much. The most important thing for him right now was to face the nether poison flame in front of him. When the furious roar stopped, a terrifying wave of energy that instantly made everyone present turn pale came out of the cold mist, and immediately, the temperature in the heaven and earth, which had been lowered by the heavenly cold chi, rose sharply. As the temperature rose, the heavenly cold chi that filled the sky began to gradually dilute, and the scattered butterfly form began to gather. Looking at the heavenly cold chi that couldn't last much longer, Xiao Ming frowned and quickly stretched out his right hand, and a huge red palm the size of 30 meters appeared in the sky, moving downwards with a sharp air-breaking sound. Splitting Mountain Palm. Long-range Hai Xian Do technique without attributes that Xiao Ming obtained from the Do Technique Hall of the Inner Academy. The nether poison flame was covered in poison. Xiao Ming couldn't fight it melee, so he had always attacked at long range. The huge red palm he sent out carried a monstrous aura and crashed into the forest where the purple butterfly was. A large portion of the forest collapsed in response, and the fine heavenly cold chi dispersed. The wet swamp seemed to emit a gurgling sound due to Xiao Ming's actions, and a bubble the size of a human head emerged, and with it came the poisonous gas that had been brewing in the swamp for 1,000 years. The poison gas filled the sky and blocked the view, making it difficult to see clearly. Suddenly, a silver light on the back of Xiao Ming, who was in the sky, flashed, and his whole body disappeared, leaving only an afterimage in the same place. The next instant, a stream of purple light silently broke through, mixed with a very oppressive hot wind that blew through the afterimage. The attacker was none other than the nether poison flame, and although at this moment it had already formed a solid body, its body was much more illusory. Obviously, Xiao Ming's attack a moment ago inflicted considerable damage on it. Apparently realizing that the person it had attacked was not real, the purple butterfly immediately let out a strange shriek and turned to continue attacking Xiao Ming, who had revealed his form. At the same time, a black poisonous gas was released along its back, which began to permeate the entire sky. And although Xiao Ming did not inhale this air at all, after a while, he began to feel a little dizzy-headed. This alarmed him so much that he rushed to chase away this strange air surrounding his body, and only then did he return to normal. This nether poison flame is worthy of its reputation, although I was careful not to inhale it, it actually affected me just by touching its poison in the air. This poison is so intense that it's no wonder few people have fought against it since ancient times. Xiao Ming's face turned grave as he said secretly in his heart. Seeing that its attacks were still being dodged by Xiao Ming, the purple butterfly's furious cry rang out once more as fiery energy fluctuations surged from its body. The sky was filled with purple flames, which fluttered around the purple butterfly like soldiers ready to attack. The countless flames made the already hot swamp even hotter, and its surface turned into hard chunks of ground due to the heat. Above the sky, Xiao Yixian and Ziyan saw this scene, and their beautiful brows could not help but furrow. Ziyan even had the intention to go down and fight with Xiao Ming. However, thinking of Xiao Ming's earlier instructions, she could only grit her teeth. Screech! The shrill screeching sound resounded loudly, and immediately, the sky was filled with surging flames as if a meteorite had crashed down, and the kind of screeching sound that filled the sky caused a sense of great anguish. Under such a massive and terrifying attack, although Xiao Ming was not afraid, he still felt somewhat uneasy. For this nether poison flame to have been able to gain spiritual intelligence, it is unknown how much energy is in its body. If it had not been severely injured by me before, and did not rely on a single method of attack, I'm afraid I would have to give up and run away. For the time being, I can't fight a prolonged battle with it. I will try to use the Song of the Snow Dragon. This Do technique has special effects on the soul, and it is possible that it will have a powerful effect against this heavenly flame who has spiritual intelligence. With this in mind, Xiao Ming slightly raised his hands and formed a strange hand seal before the nether poison flame's next attack came, as his mouth bulged like a frog. A moment later, the majestic Do Chi turned into a high-powered sound wave and spread out from his mouth like lightning. Roar! The sound waves enveloped the entire battlefield, and even the strange sound of a dragon could be heard amidst the astonishing roar. This time, the Song of the Snow Dragon was even stronger than the last time he used it against Mr. Gold and Mr. Silver, and one must know that Xiao Ming had not used his secret technique this time. The reason for this was because of the dragon chi that Xiao Ming had obtained from the Yin-Yang mysterious dragon pill. Powerful sound waves permeated the purple butterfly from the bottom up, and everywhere they passed, the purple flames that formed a meteorite were annihilated in the blink of an eye, and the purple butterfly's wings, which were the target, stopped flapping. It really works, it's the time. A flame flashed in Xiao Ming's eyes as his silver wings swayed. The next moment he appeared next to the butterfly, his right hand entwined with invisible flames pierced through the purple butterfly, and by the time he retrieved it, only a dark purple liquid the size of his thumb remained in his hand. The source of the nether poison flame is in my hands. Chapter 196. Xiao Ming's face revealed a smile as he looked at the dark green nether poison flame source in his hand. He had finally obtained this source, and if it hadn't been for the Song of the Snow Dragon, this nether poison flame would have been really difficult to deal with. He might have had to use the Sky Fire 3 mysterious change, and by then, even if he had healed himself with a healing pill afterwards, the after effects of this secret technique would still affect him for a while. With the source in hand, Xiao Ming did not hesitate and immediately rushed towards the amethyst-winged Lion King like a silver flash. Xiao Ming. Seeing Xiao Ming land on the amethyst-winged Lion King's back, Ziyan and Xiao Yixian hurriedly took a few steps forward and surrounded him. Xiao Ming, you're not injured, are you? I'm fine, don't worry about me. Sure Z, quickly leave this place, the commotion from the battle just now was extremely strong, powerful people may come to check it out. The amethyst-winged Lion King replied in a muffled voice, softly flapped its wings, and left the place. Not long after the amethyst-winged Lion King left, 5 old lizard men appeared on the scene, surveying the forest that had been extensively destroyed and the ground that had turned from swamp to hard chunks of earth. The lizard man leading the group couldn't help but narrow his eyes. The air is filled with intense toxins and extremely strong fire attribute energy, so obviously, neither of the two sides that just fought here can be weak. A lizard man with a slender build said in his unique tongue. We don't have any fire attribute powerhouses in our clan, these are obviously the outsiders that Lizardkin ran into. A dark-skinned lizard man said. No, I still sense a familiar aura in the air here. It seems to be the same aura as the one from the Poison Flame Canyon, the Nether Poison Flame. Seeing the energy still accumulated here, they must not have gone very far yet, let's use our secret technique to catch up with them. Once these words were said, the lizard men looked at the old lizard man in command who had not spoken. After careful thought, the old lizard man leading the group nodded and said, okay, let's do it. They took the few remaining heavenly poison fruits. This heavenly poison fruit is very important to us, we must retrieve it from their hands before it's too late. On the other hand, after Xiao Ming instructed the amethyst-winged Lion King to find a hidden place, he turned his head to Xiao Yixian and said, what I told you before about the process of devouring the heavenly flame, you remember everything, right? Xiao Yixian nodded and replied in a low voice. Okay, I won't tell you much more. This is the 5th tier blood lotus essence pill needed to devour the heavenly flame, as well as the acceptance soul, and the ice spirit cold fountain. Later on, as soon as Shirzi finds a suitable place, you have to prepare to devour the heavenly flame, got it? Above Xiao Ming's right hand, the invisible flame was twisting, and in the center of the flame, the thumb-sized source was still snaking as if it wanted to break through the invisible flame's blockage. Although the nether poison flame's form had already been dispersed by Xiao Ming, leaving only the source, it did not mean that it would remain honestly and peacefully in Xiao Ming's hand. To control and prevent it from injuring Xiao Yixian and Ziyan, Xiao Ming was not having an easy time right now. His dou qi was being consumed at a rapid rate, but luckily his dou qi reserve was already several times higher than the others, and with the spirit supply, nothing would happen in a short time. Xiao Yixian took a deep breath and nodded vigorously. I'm ready to start. I found it. The amethyst-winged Lion King's voice interrupted the conversation between the two. Xiao Ming didn't care, what needed to be said had already been said. The amethyst-winged Lion King flapped its wings and slowly descended to a low hill to land, and on its back, Xiao Ming and the girls jumped off and landed on the ground. Xiao Ming inspected the surroundings and found a cave with enough room for 2 people at the base of the hill and nodded in satisfaction. Finding such a place in a nether poison swamp is already considered good. This cave must be the nest of some kind of magical beast. I just inspected it and there is no magical beast inside. It must have gone out, or it might be dead. However, none of those matters. We will seize this place. Ziyan, you and Shirzi guard the outside. If anything tries to enter, kill it. Don't worry, I won't let anyone come in to disturb you. When it came to protecting her precious family, even the normally playful Ziyan still took it very seriously, showing a serious face on her cute little face. The amethyst-winged Lion King beside her also merely nodded its huge head. Seeing this, Xiao Ming nodded softly before heading towards the entrance of the rocky cave, with Xiao Yixian by his side. Under the gazes of Ziyan and the amethyst-winged Lion King, the figures of Xiao Ming and Xiao Yixian disappeared into the dark rocky cave. The rocky cave seemed to be made of some special materials, and once he entered it, Xiao Ming felt the temperature drop a little, and there was a light fragrance in the air. The passageway was not very long, only about 20 meters, and there was a curve in the middle. At the end of the passageway was an oval cave about 3 meters high, with some bright green grass growing inside. This magical beast was pretty neat. Xiao Ming inspected the cave with the help of the light emitted from the nether poison flame source in his hand. He saw no dung or anything like that in the cave, which saved them the effort of cleaning it. Xiao Ming shot a glance at Xiao Yixian, who instantly understood and walked to the center of the cave and sat down cross-legged, taking out the 3 items he had given her earlier. I'll be watching you from the side. When you feel comfortable, you can start by taking the blood lotus essence pill first. Hearing his words, Xiao Yixian did not hesitate and immediately took the small transparent jade bottle in front of her. Inside the jade bottle, a blood-colored pill, the size of a dragon's eye, lay silently. Putting it in her mouth, the next second, Xiao Yixian felt the pill turn into a slightly cold energy that quickly penetrated into the meridians of her body, and finally, a layer of blood began to slowly penetrate into her meridians and bones. In Xiao Ming's eyes, Xiao Yixian, who was dressed in white, was enveloped by a layer of dark red blood. After waiting for a few moments and checking that the layer of blood had stopped growing, Xiao Ming extended his hand to hand the heavenly flame source to Xiao Yixian, without saying any words during this process. Looking at the thumb-sized dark green liquid in Xiao Ming's right hand, Xiao Yixian gritted her silver teeth and said decisively. Xiao Ming, release the heavenly flame's restraints. Xiao Ming's right hand slowly opened, and the heavenly flame source was released from its restraint, slowly floating into the air as clusters of small flames began to fall, and the nether poison flame showed a tendency to rekindle. But before it could rekindle, Xiao Yixian's right hand, which contained a thick layer of blood, gripped it tightly. The instant her cherry lips opened and closed, the nether poison flame had already entered her body. As soon as the flame entered her body, Xiao Yixian let out a choked growl. Immediately after, her face paled. Without Xiao Ming's instructions, she, who was already familiar with the process, took the ice spirit cold fountain in front of her and then closed her eyes, refining the flame with all her might. Gradually, a green light appeared on Xiao Yixian's body and a cluster of green flames gradually emerged, but Xiao Yixian's face did not show a painful look, so everything should be fine. However, the dress on her body could not withstand the temperature of the nether poison flame, and it turned into ashes that flew inch by inch from the dress until it completely disappeared, presenting her snow-white body to Xiao Ming once again. Nevertheless, Xiao Ming did not care about this at the moment but was concerned about Xiao Yixian's health, so he focused on her progress in refining the heavenly flame. Outside, 5 figures pierced through the air and landed in front of Ziyan and the amethyst-winged Lion King. Chapter 197. Stop. Ziyan's childish voice rang out, and then she stood in front of these lizard men. The amethyst-winged Lion King also roared furiously and approached in front of the 5 of them. A girl and a 6th-rank magical beast. There should be 2 more. They should be in that cave. Looking at Ziyan and the amethyst-winged Lion King blocking their way, the lizard men looked at each other and exchanged words in front of Ziyan. A moment later, the lizard man leading the group stepped forward and said in a fluent continental common language, "Humans, hand over the heavenly poison fruit you have obtained and go out from the depths of the nether poison swamp, and we will refrain from harming you." Hearing his words, Ziyan curled her lips and felt that the other party was talking nonsense. "I don't know what heavenly poison fruits are. I've eaten all the herbs I could find, and even if I did, I wouldn't give them to you, so you should leave now." "Eaten by you? How can that be?" The lizard man's eyes stared at her in disbelief. The energy contained in the heavenly poison fruit was extremely powerful. How could it be consumed so easily? "The heavenly poison fruit is something our clan has carefully cultivated. I'm afraid it's not right for you to just take it." This statement was actually a bit shameless. The heavenly poison fruit that Xiao Ming had discovered was actually cultivated by nature, and the first creature to discover it was actually a blue-scaled python that was capable of living in highly poisonous fog. Later, the blue-scaled python was killed by them, and the heavenly poison fruit that the blue-scaled python was guarding just fell into their hands. In other words, this heavenly poison fruit was not cultivated by them. Of course, Ziyan didn't care if they were telling the truth or not to mention that she didn't know what heavenly poison fruit was. Even if she did, no one else could dream of snatching the medicinal herbs that had come into her hands, except for Xiao Ming. So she immediately spoke up impatiently, "Ugly lizards, I already told you, I don't have it. Why are you still insisting?" Ziyan's words caused the lizard men's faces to darken. The lizard men were not the most attractive of creatures. They had human-like bodies, but their skin was a pale green, dry and wrinkled, and their heads were lizard heads without any hair on top of them. The lizard men also knew that they were probably not the most attractive among the other races, but to be called ugly out of nowhere was a bit too much. And, since Ziyan kept insisting that she didn't have the heavenly poison fruit, this also exhausted their patience. So they decided to issue an ultimatum. Hand over the heavenly poison fruit or face the consequences. Boom! After uttering these words, 5 majestic auras rose towards the clouds, and even the black clouds in the sky seemed to shake a little. "Humph! Don't you want to fight? Let's fight. We'll see who's afraid of whom." Although she said these words, Ziyan's face could not help but turn grave. This was because, from the aura they just released, she could sense that the lizard men in front of her were all actually in the Peak Do Emperor, which would be a formidable opponent. The amethyst-winged Lion King's face also started to turn grave. It was only a magical beast comparable to a 5-star Do Emperor, originally comparable to a 3-star Do Emperor. Xiao Ming had fed it pills. Now it really had to fight against 5 Peak Do Emperors, and its teammate was still a Do King. Wasn't this a bit beyond the limit? The amethyst-winged Lion King did not want to send itself to its death and intended to retreat. But then it thought that since Xiao Ming had taken it as its subordinate, other than using it as a mount, he hadn't treated it badly and had allowed it to improve its strength, so it couldn't live with its conscience if it ran away like that. Gritting its teeth, the amethyst-winged Lion King said inwardly, "I hope Big Brother comes out and saves me soon." Looking at Ziyan and the amethyst-winged Lion King, who were still refusing to back down in the slightest despite having released their Do Chi, the lizard people's faces darkened. "Hee, you guys asked for it yourselves, do it." The leader of the lizard men gave an order, and 4 figures rushed at Ziyan and the amethyst-winged Lion King. Because the amethyst-winged Lion King was a Do Emperor, 3 of the 4 figures aimed at it. This caused it to roar in disgust and curse in its heart. "Shit, how shameless. All of them are Peak Do Emperor powerhouses and yet 3 of them are surrounding me. There is no trace of the temperament of an expert." The good thing was that the lizard men still seemed to have some shame, and did not use a big killing move on the amethyst-winged Lion King from the very first moment, which allowed the amethyst-winged Lion King to hold on a bit thanks to its magical beast body and thick flesh. Although Ziyan was about to advance, she was still a Do King and was still at a disadvantage against a Peak Do Emperor. Seeing this, Ziyan gritted her teeth and faint spatial ripples emerged from under her feet, and instantly, her speed increased several times, and her tactics became evasive. Under the lizard man's attack, she could still withstand it. There were only 4 people attacking Ziyan and the amethyst-winged Lion King, and the lizard man leading the group held back and did not join the siege. When he saw that his companions were exerting so much effort against a Do Emperor and a Do King, he immediately showed an expression of dissatisfaction. "We have no time to waste, hurry up and finish quickly." Hearing these words, these 4 lizard men instantly had a ruthless look on their faces. Their hand movements became increasingly violent, and as the target of the 3 lizard men's siege, the amethyst-winged Lion King's amethyst crystals broke off over a wide area of its body, and the blood began to splatter. Boom! Suddenly, a loud energy-filled punch slammed into the amethyst-winged Lion King's head, slamming it to the ground. Cough, cough, cough. Scarlet blood spurted from the corners of its mouth. The amethyst-winged Lion King tried to struggle to get up when a foot stepped on it. This foot was pitifully small compared to the amethyst-winged Lion King's body, but the amethyst-winged Lion King felt that this foot was as heavy as a mountain. Hee, wouldn't it have been better to give us the heavenly poison fruit? Instead, you decided to put your lives on the line uselessly. After saying this lizard man began to accumulate energy. The amethyst-winged Lion King, for its part, snorted coldly at his words. Would they be fine with just giving them the heavenly poison fruit? What nonsense! Would the other side actually let the powerful people they had offended leave just because they obediently give them some heavenly treasures? This was amusing enough to listen to. Die, the lizard man beside the amethyst-winged Lion King bellowed before striking with full force. Ziyan, who had been able to withstand the lizardman's attack with her unique abilities, became worried as she saw the amethyst-winged Lion King's predicament. Ripples surged under her feet in an attempt to help it, but within a few steps, she was blocked by 2 other lizard men who had been left free. I haven't seen my son for a long time. If I were to die, Xiao Ming will give my son good training, right? After all, I promised to serve him and now I have done my best. The amethyst-winged Lion King thought of its child under the care of the Xiao family and felt a twinge of sadness at the thought of leaving it fatherless. But this sadness was short-lived as it suddenly realized something was amiss. Wasn't he going to kill me? How come there's no pain? The amethyst-winged Lion King wondered. Suddenly, a familiar voice echoed in its ears. Take the pill and step aside, I will deal with these creatures. A jade bottle was thrown in front of the amethyst-winged Lion King, and it looked up to see Xiao Ming with a fierce expression, holding a lizard man in front of him. Chapter 198. Xiao Ming. Ziyan, who was engaged in battle with the lizard men, couldn't help but cry out excitedly upon seeing Xiao Ming's arrival. With quick and agile movements, she made her way to his side, her path made easier by the lizardman's sudden fear of his presence. Xiao Ming, you finally came out. Did you finish what you were doing inside? Things are progressing quite well, Xiao Ming replied with a nod. The leader of the lizard men glared at the lizard man in Xiao Ming's grasp, his ugly green face contorting with anger. Human, let go of my people. Xiao Ming met his gaze with disdain in his eyes. Let go. If you want to kill my people, then you must also be prepared to die. After saying this, Xiao Ming's hand burst out with red flames, which enveloped the lizard man in his hand. Ah! With a miserable cry, the lizard man instantly turned into ashes that were scattered with the wind. Lizard wood. Several of the lizardmen's eyes widened in shock and anger at the sight. Human, you deserve to die. They shouted as they charged towards Xiao Ming. As the lizard men charged towards Xiao Ming, he quickly and smoothly selected one of them as his target. A silver light shone on his back as he appeared in front of the lizard man in an instant. What the hell? His cultivation realm is obviously not as high as mine, how come he's so fast? The lizard man attempted to block the incoming attack with both hands, but it was futile. After weeks of intense training, Xiao Ming's cultivation level had reached 8-star and he was now only a step away from reaching the peak of Do Emperor. Only formidable opponents like Mr. Gold and Mr. Silver, who possessed a combined attack method, could push him to his limits. The lizard man was met with a sickening crack of bones as he felt his arm break under the force of the attack. In the next moment, a fist smashed into his face and sent him flying backwards, leaving a 10-meter-wide channel in the ground where he landed. The remaining lizard men were left in awe and confusion as they witnessed the fate of their companion. How is this possible? They exclaimed. They couldn't help but wonder what kind of monster this was, as the power displayed before them was truly terrifying. In an effort to defeat Xiao Ming, the lizard men cooperated and besieged him from all angles, even attempting to use the injured amethyst-winged Lion King as an advantage. However, their efforts were in vain as Xiao Ming expertly blocked and countered their attacks. Bang! With a bang as he fell, the last lizard man, with his lower half shattered, fell to the ground with a face full of regret and reluctance, which represented the end of this battle. After burning the corpses to ashes, Xiao Ming turned his head to look at Ziyan and the amethyst-winged Lion King. At this moment, the amethyst-winged Lion King was in much better condition than before, thanks to the 6th-tier pill that Xiao Ming had given it. In a short time, the amethyst-winged Lion King should be able to fully recover. 6th-tier pills were incredibly powerful, which was why they were so coveted by powerful Do emperors and even Do ancestors. Walking towards the amethyst-winged Lion King, Xiao Ming asked, "How is your recovery?" It's already nothing serious, this 6th tier pill is really powerful, the amethyst-winged Lion King responded. Xiao Ming nodded slightly and praised, you've done well this time. Beside him, Ziyan saw that the amethyst-winged Lion King had received Xiao Ming's praise, and she lifted her little face and asked expectantly, Xiao Ming, what about me? You've done well too, Xiao Ming said with a smile as he patted Ziyan's little head. Receiving Xiao Ming's compliment, Ziyan's eyes curved into the shape of a crescent moon as she smiled. Suddenly, Ziyan thought of Xiao Yixian in the cave, and she asked, if Sister Sienna has successfully devoured the heavenly flame, why hasn't she come out yet? Her situation right now is a bit special, Xiao Ming replied, feeling a little sad. Xiao Yixian had managed to devour the flame, but because there were too many toxins accumulated in the nether poison flame, her woeful poison body had to absorb the toxins while she slept. What was beyond doubt was that, in the following period of time, Xiao Yixian's strength would receive a significant boost. However, during this improvement stage, Xiao Ming did not dare to move her for fear that she would be affected. Therefore, they could only wait here until Xiao Yixian woke up on her own. Although he knew from the simulation that it would only take about 2 months for Xiao Yixian to break through to the Do Emperor, which would cause her to wake up automatically. Still, in these past few months, he had become so accustomed to being accompanied by her that he couldn't help but feel a little strange. Xiao Ming informed Ziyan and the amethyst-winged Lion King about this. The amethyst-winged Lion King was fine, as 2 months was not a long time for a magical beast with a long lifespan. Ziyan, however, seemed to be having a hard time, with a pitiful expression on her face. Don't show me that look. How about this, for helping us stop the lizard men, when we get back, I'll refine a few more bottles of pills for you. Make it 10 bottles. You just want to rob me. 2 months passed in a flash, and on the original hill, 2 simple wooden huts had been built. The larger one was designated for the amethyst-winged Lion King, and the smaller one was for the rest of the group. The larger hut had only wooden walls on 3 sides, and the amethyst-winged Lion King lay inside it. The smaller hut was more furnished, with windows, doors, and walls all around. Inside, Xiao Ming was holding a medicine book and studying it carefully. His concentrated gaze and handsome face gave him the appearance of a scholar. On the bed beside him, Ziyan was sleeping. Her delicate snow-white feet were stirring as her arms stretched upward, and her mouth, which had a bit of drool on it, seemed to be unconsciously mumbling something. It appeared that whatever she was eating in her dream must have been delicious. Apparently interrupted by Ziyan's mutterings, Xiao Ming put down the book in his hand. Counting time, Sienna should be waking up today. Breaking through from Do Spirit to Do Emperor in 2 months, this speed is unmatched by anyone. However, although my gains in Do Chi cultivation in these 2 months are not as good as hers, I have gained a lot in the way of alchemy, so perhaps I can start refining 7th tier pills, thought Xiao Ming. Yes, the current Xiao Ming was already strong enough to refine 7th tier pills, but these pills were more precious compared to 6th tier pills, and the materials were naturally harder to find. Even with Xiao Ming's wealth, he did not dare to refine them at will. The loss of a couple of those materials would be enough to make his heart ache. Putting the books in his storage ring, Xiao Ming left the wooden house and walked towards the cave where Xiao Yixian was. Nodding to the amethyst-winged Lion King in the other wooden hut, he entered the cave. After turning a corner and opening the door made of rock that he had prepared, Xiao Yixian appeared in Xiao Ming's eyes with the aura of a peaked Do King. Chapter 199. It's almost time for Sienna to make another breakthrough, thought Xiao Ming as he watched Xiao Yixian. He could sense that her aura had reached a peak, indicating that she was about to make another breakthrough. As expected, a few moments later, Xiao Yixian's aura suddenly shot up, and the energy of heaven and earth was attracted to her. Outside, the toxins that covered the nether poison swamp also poured frantically into the cave, all directed towards Xiao Yixian's body. The commotion generated caused the amethyst-winged Lion King outside to raise its head. Another breakthrough? If I didn't count wrong, with this breakthrough she would be a Do Emperor, right? What kind of oddity is she? To be able to increase her strength so much in just a few months, thought the amethyst-winged Lion King, surprised and envious. Ziyan, who was sleeping, raised her dazed little head and looked in the direction of the cave before burying her head back into her pillow. She had long since grown accustomed to these periodic breakthroughs. Inside the cave, Xiao Yixian, who had stopped absorbing energy, fluttered her delicate eyelashes before, after a couple of months, those beautiful green eyes of hers finally opened. The first thing she looked at when she woke up was Xiao Ming's smiling face, as he gently asked her, "How do you feel now?" Xiao Yixian, who saw Xiao Ming just waking up, felt in a very good mood, and upon hearing his words, she raised her slender jade hand to shake it, only to feel that her body was full of energy. "I feel very strong now and..." A small green flame appeared on her fingertips. Also, I can feel that I should now be able to completely control the poisonous power in my body. Xiao Yixian was very cheerful when she mentioned this. It seems that devouring the nether poison flame was exceptionally beneficial to you. Xiao Ming said with a satisfied expression. The strength of Xiao Yixian, who had already broken through to Do Emperor, would not stop there and would continue to grow rapidly in the coming days thanks to the nether poison flame that amplified her woeful poison body. It's time to go, we've been here for 2 months, and it's time to return to the Jianan Academy. Xiao Ming said, getting up to leave. Xiao Yixian nodded her head and prepared to get up. Suddenly feeling as if her body was a bit cold, she looked down and discovered that she was only wearing an outer garment. Furthermore, this outer garment did not seem to be hers and it was not even a woman's, so she couldn't help but turn her gaze to Xiao Ming. Xiao Ming, who had already turned to leave, felt a sudden chill. Turning to look and noticing Xiao Yixian's gaze, he immediately understood what was going on and quickly explained. Your clothes were burned when you devoured the heavenly flame, so I could only use my own clothes to cover you. Did you personally put them on me? Xiao Yixian asked with apparent calmness. I did. Xiao Ming suddenly felt embarrassed, causing him to look away as he spoke. I see. Realizing that the outburst he expected did not come, Xiao Ming turned in surprise to the direction of Xiao Yixian, who was still sitting in the same place. And seeing her green eyes staring calmly at him, made his heart flutter, and seeming to have made up his mind about something, he took a deep breath and walked towards her. Under Xiao Yixian's curious gaze, Xiao Ming moved closer until he was just a few inches away from her and then knelt down with both knees on the ground, as he reached out his hands to take hers, and said earnestly while looking straight into her eyes. I will take responsibility as long as you are willing. His words, spoken so directly, might have surprised anyone, but they caused Xiao Yixian's eyes to take on the shape of a crescent moon. Her slender hands moved from his hands to embrace his neck, and her delicate voice held a hint of charm and sweetness as she said. You didn't run away this time. Although she didn't answer directly, neither of them needed it. Hearing her reply, Xiao Ming understood that she was referring to what happened that time with the medicinal bath. He wanted to reply that it wasn't that he was running away, but that he didn't want to take advantage of her in that situation. They were both still very young and he did not want to force a relationship between the two in that way. But before he could respond, he was stunned. He was caught off guard as he felt a softness on his lips. It took him a moment to realize that Xiao Yixian had approached him, her cherry-colored lips pressed against his. A pleasant fragrance filled his senses as he reached out to embrace her slender waist and actively responded to the kiss. Xiao Yixian's kiss was inexperienced, but her lips were eager as she tried different positions. Her small tongue flicked against his, making him feel a surge of desire. As the kiss became more passionate, their tongues danced together, and he could hear her making soft, sensual sounds that sent his heart racing. SWCH. Finally, they broke apart, both of them breathing heavily. A silver line bridged the space between them, and he could see the blurriness in her eyes. Xiao Yixian's lower body felt incredibly hot, but that didn't stop her from saying while chuckling. That kiss was because, I won't need to think of some excuse to kiss you anymore. Xiao Ming laughed lightly and looked at her lovingly, and couldn't help but lick his lips wanting to taste that sweet. Looking at Xiao Ming's puzzled appearance, made Xiao Yixian let out a giggle as she began to explain. It's because of my poison. While you were giving the alchemy lectures, I started thinking about the way poisonous herbs like feng fei fruit could disguise their smell and taste. After devouring the nether poison flame, I became capable of manipulating toxins in this way. Naturally, these toxins pose no harm to you. That said, let's not keep the others waiting, let's go. After giving him a quick kiss, Xiao Yixian adjusted her clothes and took the lead to leave the cave. Despite exiting quickly, a red mist around her ears still revealed her inner embarrassment. Clearly, Xiao Yixian had not created this skill with the intention of using it in battle from the start. Xiao Ming touched his nose and laughed lightly, feeling that bringing Xiao Yixian to the alchemy lectures had been a wise decision. He shook his head and followed her as they left the cave, which now stood empty, symbolizing the end of the quest for the nether poison flame. That same day, they climbed onto the back of the amethyst-winged Lion King and set off on their journey back to the Jianan Academy. This time, on their journey back to the Jianan Academy, they had no specific goal in mind, making their trip much quieter and more leisurely. They even stopped in certain cities for a day or two to enjoy themselves. During this time, the close relationship between Xiao Ming and Xiao Yixian became increasingly obvious to everyone around them. Seeing the two of them enraptured with each other, made Ziyan, who was sitting beside them, gnash her teeth. The words Xiao Yixian said to her a while ago even made her think of making a breakthrough quickly. Xiao Yixian at that time only answered Ziyan's question, who wanted to know how she had managed to captivate Xiao Ming's heart, with a single sentence. Sister Ziyan, as long as you remain small, Xiao Ming will not be interested in you. In the end, under Ziyan's continuous requests, Xiao Ming and his group quickened their pace to return to the academy again. Lying on the lap of Xiao Yixian, who had recently broken through to another star and caught up with him in cultivation, Xiao Ming couldn't help but feel a mix of emotions. On the journey back to the academy, he advanced to become a 9-star Dou Emperor, a level he had worked tirelessly for since he was 4 years old. On the other hand, the time it had taken Xiao Yixian to advance from her Dou practitioner cultivation when he first met her to her current cultivation level, which was on par with him, was incredibly short, likely less than a year in total. While this was in part due to the accumulation of countless years of nether poison flame toxins, it was still an impressive and monstrous breakthrough. Thinking about it again, he couldn't help but sigh. The woeful poison body is really terrifying. As Xiao Ming let out a sigh, he felt a gentle touch on his face. Glancing up, he saw Xiao Yixian's eyes gazing at him affectionately as her slender hands caressed his face. Facing Xiao Yixian's constant pampering, Xiao Ming no longer cared to keep thinking about whether it was terrifying or not. Some time later, Xiao Ming called out in his mind. Simulator. After Xiao Ming's call, an extremely mechanized voice suddenly sounded. Ding, the host is detected to have a chance to have a life simulation. Start simulation. Simulate it. Ding, the current number of simulations is 1. Starting the simulation dash. Day 1, you sit on the back of the amethyst-winged Lion King, and watch Xiao Yixian beside you make her way to the same realm as you. You think 1,000 things and finally, sigh, thinking about how terrifying the woeful poison body is. Day 2, you cultivate for a day and your cultivation, which has been refined to 9-star peak Dou Emperor, does not advance at all. Day 3, as you are about to reach the Black Corner region, you do not cultivate any further, but take out the low-grade 7th tier pill, instant chi pill, from your storage ring to study it. After a day of flying, you finally arrive at the Jianan Academy in the Black Corner region. That night, you meet with your master, Elder Hua, and discover that his alchemy skills have greatly improved and his cultivation level has reached Dou Ancestor. After a few conversations, you learn that the overall strength of the Jianan Academy has improved. Day 4, while you are on your way to look for the deputy headmaster of the Jianan Academy, you meet Hu Jia and stop to talk to her for a while. While talking to her, you learn that she has been training very hard, and you present her with a nice whip made from willow that you took out of your storage ring. Day 10, the deputy headmaster of the Jianan Academy informs you that there will be a meeting. You arrive and meet many elders, and the topic of the meeting is your proposal on the feasibility of exchanging heavenly flames and the details of the implementation process. Day 20, after some preparations, you begin your plan to trap the fallen heart flame. Day 50, you are cultivating in the subterranean magma of the Jianan Academy, and at this time, you are at a critical moment to break through to Dou Ancestor. Chapter 200. Day 370, you have managed to break through to the Dou Ancestor realm, and the powerful force it possesses has captivated you once you have adapted to it. You sense that someone deep within the magma seems to be calling out to your newly refined fallen heart flame. You begin searching the bottom of the magma and discover the remains of a Dou Venerate, obtaining the High D Dou technique, 5-ring flame expelling technique and the seed of the fallen heart flame at the cost of refining a body for the other party. Day 371, you meet with Xiao Yixian whose strength has greatly improved. Day 375, you refine a 5th tier pill, soul cultivating saliva, and give it to the soul Dou Venerate at your side. Day 375, remembering that you had promised to make a pill to restore the strength of Ice Emperor Hai Budong of the Jia Ma Empire, you feel that you cannot break your promise and prepare to return to the Jia Ma Empire. Day 386, you arrive at the Xiao family and your return causes the entire family to be in an uproar. After chatting for a while, you learn that 3 Dou spirits have appeared in the Xiao family and your cousin Xiao Shan has broken through to a 6-star Dou spirit. After bidding farewell to the representatives of various forces, you look at the invitations from the Jia Ma Imperial family, the Alchemist Association, and the Misty Cloud sect and become pensive. Day 395, you refine a 6th tier pill, the Spiritual Recovery Purple Pill. Day 397, you meet Xiao Yan, and not far from him, you perceive 2 peak Dou Emperor auras from the Snake People tribe. Day 407, Yun Yun, sect leader of the Misty Cloud sect, visits you. During the visit, you two discuss the 3-year agreement between Xiao Yan, the 3rd young master of the Xiao clan, and her apprentice, Nailin Yanran. Regardless of the outcome, she wants you to attend the Misty Cloud sect and witness the match. Additionally, she requests that you refine a healing pill for Gu He, a guest elder of the Misty Cloud sect. Day 427, you hear that the Xiao clan has been attacked by a mysterious force and there have been casualties among the clan members. Day 440, you learn of an emergency on the border of the Jia Ma Empire. Day 600, you leave the Jiama Empire and take Xiao Yixian and Ziyan to the nearest space wormhole. Day 660, you look at the space wormhole in front of you. You seem to think of some bad experience and your face looks quite strange, which arouses the curiosity of Ziyan and Xiao Yixian, who are standing next to you. Day 800, you and Xiao Yixian studied the origin of life firsthand. Day 1111, you passed by a mountain range, and you realized that this mountain range was full of magical beasts and heavenly treasures, so you decided to look for medicinal herbs inside. There, you came across a water-drunken cloud immortal tree. Day 1322, you rode a magical beast to the Wind Lightning Mountain Range. Day 1325, you arrived at the Wind Lightning Mountain Range, and you discovered that many powerful people had gathered there. You asked why and learned that the Wind Lightning Pool of the Wind Lightning Mountain Range was about to open. You didn't think much of it, as your target was not the Wind Lightning Pool, but the Heavenly Thunder hit in the Wind Lightning Mountain Range. Day 1606, you went to the Central Plains Pill Tower for the Alchemist test and were certified as a 7th-tier alchemist. Day 1708, you attempted to break through to become an 8th-tier alchemist, but failed. Day 1788, you heard the news of the location of the Spirit Nourishment Powder, which has been famous since ancient times. Not only is it necessary for refining pills of the 8th tier and above, but if incorporated into the soul, it can nourish it and gradually increase the spiritual energy within it, thus entering the so-called spirit realm. You were very interested in it, but due to some concerns, you did not go to the place you were directed to. Day 1888, you learn by chance that a group of 7th-tier alchemists has disappeared from the Pill Tower. Day 2000, your soul realm breaks through to the spirit realm and your alchemy to 8th-tier all at once. Day 2333, you refine an 8th-tier 2-colored pill, the Poison Spirit Pill. Day 2555, you pass through a room, hear a voice, and learn that the original body of the Pill Tower ancestor is a 9th-tier pill, and its strength is that of a 6-star Do Saint. Day 2744, you went out in search of medicinal herbs, suffered an attack from the Hall of Souls, and killed the Hall of Souls protector who attacked you. Day 3650, you cultivated for 1 day. End of simulation. Talent items are being selected. Currently available, Water Drunken Cloud Immortal Tree, 2 grains of Spirit Nourishment Powder, 9th Tier Xian Pill, Pill Tower Ancestor Mold. Looking at the options in front of him, Xiao Ming did not immediately choose them but thought about the information revealed in the simulator. He wondered why he would continue to search for a way to break through the spirit realm after arriving at Central Plains. Could it be that Han Feng's soul wasn't useful? Or did Yao Lao not pay attention to him? Or was it that Yao Lao didn't have a soul skill for the soul? Xiao Ming felt that it was none of these things, but something else. However, the simulator did not mention it. If he really wanted to know, he feared that he would only be able to find out after returning to the Jiama Empire and meeting Yao Lao. As for the rest of the events, Xiao Ming was not too worried. After settling his mind, he turned his gaze to the options in front of him. If he chose the Water Drunken Cloud Immortal Tree, there would be a fruit at the top of the tree called the Water Cloud Fruit, which had an unusually rich water attribute energy within it. This fruit had a fatal attraction to some water-attributed magical beasts, and because of the majestic energy within it, a special drunken pulp was formed in that fruit. This drunken pulp was extremely powerful, even if a 7th-rank magical beast swallowed it, it would gradually become intoxicated until it fell asleep. This was a good thing whether it was used to make medicine or to attract magical beasts, but compared to the latter two, it was undoubtedly garbage, so Xiao Ming directly ignored it. Spirit Nourishment Powder, a 9th Tier Xian Pill, Xiao Ming muttered inwardly and then shook his head with a smile. Alas, what am I hesitating about? Because the simulator delivers finished pills, the 9th Tier Xian Pill will immediately possess a pill spirit as soon as it appears, even if it wasn't the Pill Tower Ancestor's pill mold. This isn't something I can deal with being a Peak Do Emperor. Looking around, he discovered that Xiao Yixian was cultivating with her eyes closed and Ziyan was sleeping. Xiao Ming immediately said in his mind, "Simulator, I choose the Spirit Nourishment Powder." As soon as the words left his mouth, 2 grains of pale yellow powder appeared before him, glowing full of spirituality. Xiao Ming quickly took them and examined them carefully. The so-called spirit realm requires the soul to have the ability to imbue pills with spirituality, and the prerequisite for this is that the soul must be filled with enough spiritual energy. However, this so-called spiritual energy cannot be felt without a specific method of soul cultivation. At present, I do not have any soul cultivation method, but this spirit nourishment powder can be integrated into the soul, much like a magnet that can attract spirituality. This will make the spiritual energy within the soul more and more abundant without me noticing it, which is not bad for me right now. Chapter 201. 2 grains of spirit nourishment powder will not allow my soul to break through to the spirit realm, but it will still be able to decrease the gap, so I will take 1 grain and try it first. Looking at the 2 grains of pale yellow powder in his hand, and after pondering for a moment, Xiao Ming finally couldn't hold back, and with a movement of his mind, a grain of spirit nourishment powder flew out of his palm and then slowly floated in front of him. Xiao Ming slowly closed his eyes as he stared at this grain of spirit nourishment powder, and as he closed his eyes, a suction force suddenly emerged, and under this suction force, the bright yellowish powder immediately melted and shot straight towards Xiao Ming's forehead, and then disappeared. When the powder pierced his forehead, Xiao Ming's body shook violently, and his face immediately tensed up, with a vague feeling of pain coming from inside his head. Xiao Ming frowned tightly, forcing himself to endure the vague pain. In his senses, that grain of spirit nourishment powder was like a bullet, striking and penetrating his soul fiercely. The sensation of being hit in the soul was not pleasant, but fortunately, the pain did not last long before gradually dissipating. Only when he felt the pain gradually dissipate did Xiao Ming let out a sigh of relief. However, just as he let out this sigh of relief, he suddenly noticed that a strange fluctuation suddenly permeated the surrounding heaven and earth, and a faint wisp of strange air current penetrated through the fluctuation, and finally slowly entered his forehead. Along with the entrance of this strange air current, Xiao Ming immediately noticed with surprise that the air current contained within his soul began to grow from nothing to something at an extremely slow rate. Is this spiritual energy? Xiao Ming's soul had long since reached the perfection of the mortal realm, and it wasn't that he hadn't strived to sense spiritual energy in heaven and earth before, but no matter how he tried to sense it, he couldn't sense the existence of it. But now, under the effect of this spirit nourishment powder, that kind of spiritual energy, impossible to perceive by ordinary means, was directly absorbed and integrated into his soul. Xiao Ming was delighted to feel the spiritual energy gradually strengthening within his soul, and only after a moment did he calm down again. As he calmed his mind, a yellowish grain of light appeared in his mind, and a strange suction force emanated from the grain of light. This suction force was not strong, but it was as if it had a strange power, pulling a kind of aura, against which countless powerful people could do nothing, from between heaven and earth. The spiritual energy, as if a chaotic aura was seeping out of space, continuously penetrated into the center of Xiao Ming's eyebrows. The absorption of this spiritual energy lasted for nearly 3 hours before the light emitted by the yellowish light grain and the suction force gradually weakened. Obviously, this kind of spiritual powder could not last long. As the light emitted by the grain became fainter and fainter, after a long while, a subtle clicking suddenly sounded in Xiao Ming's mind. The strange suction force also came to an abrupt end as the spiritual dust broke, and the aura around it immediately dissipated. No matter how Xiao Ming tried to hold it back, it was in vain, and in the end, he could not even feel it. Sensing this scene, Xiao Ming couldn't help but let out a bitter smile, and could only helplessly walk out of this state. Sigh, this spirit nourishment powder is a good thing, but it's just that it's not long-lasting, and the number I possess in my hand is too small. It's said that this spirit nourishment powder is artificially refined. If only I had the method to refine this thing. Xiao Ming opened his eyes and looked at the spirit nourishment powder with a bit of reluctance before finally putting it into his storage ring. There was only 1 grain of spirit nourishment powder left, so it would be better to put it away and take it out later when there was nothing to do. Maybe the chances of it showing up in the simulator would be higher. Speaking of the simulator lottery, Xiao Ming was quite satisfied with the lottery these past few months. Aside from the few times he was unlucky and drew trash, everything he had gotten could be considered good. There was an intermediate D-Do technique, Thunder Falls 9 Heavens. A silvery white sword made of a light material, which Xiao Ming had baked with a heavenly flame and felt that it was very resistant to burning, so he calculated that it could be used at least until Do Venerate. A corpse of a 7th-rank wolf-shaped magical beast. There was also an ancient high-grade 7th-tier pill recipe that could allow a Do ancestor to break through 1 star, the Mighty Zone pill recipe. A 6th-tier pill bottle, soul-cleansing pill. 2 days passed quickly. Jianan City, located in the Black Corner region, was the place where the Jianan Academy was located. The sunlight on the sky poured down, shining on the plaque at the entrance of that city, the 3 slightly ordinary words on it shining with a soothing luster under the sunlight. Jianan City. When Xiao Ming and his group flew over a mountain peak and gazed at the city at the foot of it, their hearts also felt calm. We're finally here. Ziyan said happily. This trip had made her suffer a lot. Not only did she have to see her sister and her best friend flirting shamelessly all the way back, but she also could not freely eat her favorite snacks. Because she had eaten too much, she was about to break through, so Xiao Ming directly limited her snack supply. She was almost starving. But now that they were back at Jianan Academy, she could finally have the delicious snacks back. Xiao Ming, quickly deliver the pills you promised to give me. What's the hurry? Shaking his head, Xiao Ming took out a bunch of bottles and vials from inside his storage ring, which seemed to be more than 10. These were all refined by Xiao Ming beforehand, as he had purposely refined many more considering Ziyan's breakthrough. This was in order to allow Ziyan to ingest as much energy as possible, thus ensuring her breakthrough. Looking at those bottles and jars, Ziyan's big purple eyes curved into a crescent moon shape of happiness and she immediately pounced on them, then took the bottles and jars in Xiao Ming's hand and put them in her storage ring. Xiao Ming, you are the best. That's right, when haven't I been, patting Ziyan's little head, Xiao Ming boasted shamelessly. Xiao Yixian, who was beside him, merely smiled as she watched the two play, and just then, Xiao Ming felt a surge of soul fluctuations. Then a figure, which came from far away, landed on the amethyst-winged Lion King's back. Ha ha ha, I saw the trail of this amethyst-winged Lion King from far away, I didn't expect that it was really you, Xiao Ming, who had returned. It's only been a few months since you left on a trip, how come you were willing to come back so soon? If those old men knew, they would probably be happy. The person who arrived was dressed in a very characteristic blood-red robe, with white hair and a white beard, and although he was smiling, it looked like a stiff smile due to his usual serious character. This person was none other than the Grand Commander of Jianan Academy, Wu Tianlang. Grand Commander is joking, this time we only went out to do one thing, and we came back as soon as we finished, what's the point of feeling reluctant? On the contrary, I haven't seen you for a few months, and your strength has improved a lot. Chapter 202. When Wu Tianlang arrived earlier, he did not have Doqi wings on his back. Without having used Doqi wings, he was still able to soar above the blue sky, so Wu Tianlang must have already been a Do ancestor powerhouse, and the majestic aura on his body was undoubtedly an indication of that. When he heard Xiao Ming mention this, Wu Tianlang laughed, it's still thanks to your zone-breaking pill, other than me, those other old men are the same. Forget it, there's no need to talk much, you'll know everything when you get to the academy. Finished saying this, Wu Tianlang saw Xiao Yixian out of the corner of his eye, and exclaimed in surprise, huh? This aura, Peak Do Emperor. It's been a few months since I last saw her, how come her strength has increased so fast? Wu Tianlang was stunned, his face full of confusion, he had once happened to see Xiao Yixian by Xiao Ming's side, back then she was just a Do Grandmaster. Sienna had a little opportunity during the trip. Xiao Ming did not explain in detail before bidding farewell to him, leaving a confused Wu Tianlang on the spot. At night, the moon adorned the sky, and the bright moonlight was like a waterfall, pouring down from the sky and spilling over the whole earth. In Elder Hua's courtyard, Xiao Ming and Elder Hua sat facing each other. I heard that the girl with the poisonous body beside you is already a Do Emperor. Elder Hua, who looked much younger, took a sip of the tea Xiao Ming had served him and slowly asked. Well, as you know, Master, Xiao Yixian has the woeful poison body. This time when we went out, we happened to find another poison flame, and after absorbing it, her strength rapidly increased, and she is now at the same level as me. Speaking of this, Xiao Ming also felt a bit emotional. Nether poison flame. It's true that her woeful poison body can gain a lot of benefits from devouring this kind of heavenly flame that contains severe poison, but the matter of her woeful poison body erupting, Elder Hua frowned, clearly having some concerns. The reputation of the woeful poison body was not good on the Doqi continent. After all, not only would every user of the woeful poison body be tormented by its own poison, but after the woeful poison body erupted, the surrounding thousands of miles of land would also suffer, becoming a poisonous land where all living things would become extinct. Naturally, this woeful poison body became an unwanted existence. Master is unaware of the nether poison flame's special function, right? In response, Xiao Ming only laughed softly. The nether poison flame basically hasn't been refined by anyone, and its special effects are really unknown to me. Elder Hua stroked his beard and said, could it be that you're trying to say that this nether poison flame was the method you mentioned that could solve the woeful poison body's problem? Xiao Ming nodded slightly and told Elder Hua the way in which the woeful poison body could be solved. After hearing this, Elder Hua was somewhat astonished. I didn't expect this nether poison flame to have this effect. If those previous woeful poison body users had known that the nether poison flame had this effect, they probably wouldn't have died so miserably. However, no one else knew about it, so how did you know about it? Elder Hua's eyes narrowed as he looked up and down at his mysterious disciple. How else besides reading many books? Xiao Ming said with a smile. This reason was really superficial, and Elder Hua shook his head, not bothering to worry any longer about how he knew, and instead brought up another matter. About the 7th rank Sky Poison Dragon Scorpion Beast Monster Core that you asked for earlier, there hasn't been any news of it yet, so you should wait a bit longer. Hearing Elder Hua mentions this matter, Xiao Ming also remembered it and then reacted. It's okay, this matter is not that urgent. The Sky Poison Dragon Scorpion Beast Monster Core was originally prepared to resolve Xiao Yixian's physique, and now that Xiao Yixian already possessed the nether poison flame, this monster core naturally wasn't that urgent. But even if it wasn't urgent, Xiao Ming still wanted to obtain it. This was because he wanted Xiao Yixian to condense the poison pill. Xiao Ming had been thinking that the poison pill method consisted of fusing the toxins in the entire body. Thus, when Xiao Yixian condensed the poison pill, she could also condense the nether poison flame's toxins. If this was the case, wouldn't this nether poison flame become a toxin-free one? Xiao Yixian would become capable of doing the same as the Valley Master of the Burning Flame Valley. Even if the pills she refined were not of very high tier and she needed the help of other alchemists. This would also be fulfilling the dream of his beloved Xianer. In addition, the poison pill's condensation would also make Xiao Yixian's poison power more concentrated, and at that time, Xiao Yixian's strength should also skyrocket again. The monster core of the 7th Order Sky Poison Dragon Scorpion Beast is too hard to find. If you can't wait too long, maybe you can go to the Central Plains to try to look for it there. Anyway, that's where your stage is. For you to keep staying in the northwestern region for a long time would be like burying your potential. Elder Hua said with a sigh. Currently, Xiao Ming's strength had already reached 9-star Do Emperor, and this kind of cultivation speed was beyond his expectations. Staying at the remote Jianan Academy all the time was not a good thing for him, so although he was reluctant in his heart, Elder Hua still made this suggestion. Central Plains. Sooner or later, I will make a trip there. Central Plains was the place where the most energy was gathered in the entire Dochi continent, and the resources it possessed were not comparable to places like the northwestern region. Xiao Ming, who wanted to grow rapidly, naturally needed to travel there. However, that would be later. For now, Xiao Ming still had to think of a way to break through to Do Ancestor. Thinking about this matter, Xiao Ming recalled the reaction of his master, Elder Hua, in the simulator when he learned that he was going to exchange his Fallen Heart Flame for the Jianan Academy's Fallen Heart Flame, and immediately pondered. It's better to talk to my master first, so I avoid him getting violent and sermonizing me to death. Xiao Ming thought no more and immediately declared his intentions, and when Elder Hua heard this, his face darkened. You're going to exchange your own Fallen Heart Flame for the Academy's? Didn't you burn your brains on this trip? The corner of Xiao Ming's mouth twisted as he said, Master, I'm serious. No. Don't you know that separating yourself from the source will harm your body? Elder Hua blew out his beard and stared at him, as if he was going to walk up and slap him the next moment. This is non-negotiable. Master, I must make the exchange between heavenly flames. Xiao Ming did not back down either. Elder Hua's eyes narrowed. Xiao Ming saw the situation and hurried to tell him his intentions. Master, I am trying to break through to Do Ancestor by relying on this heavenly flame. You also know how difficult it is to do so. If I devour the Academy's heavenly flame and absorb its energy, then breaking through to Ancestor Do won't be a problem. Hearing this, Elder Hua immediately stopped his old fist full of gentleness that he was about to throw. It was really difficult to break through to Do Ancestor. From Do Emperor to Do Ancestor it could be said that there was a barrier, and there was no telling how many peak Do Emperors were stuck there without being able to advance even a little bit. He had also been stuck for decades before, and although his prized disciple was more talented and wouldn't be stuck as long as he was, if he wanted to break through to Do Ancestor without some opportunity, it would be very difficult to succeed. An opportunity was not something that would present itself without looking for it. Chapter 203. Seeing that Elder Hua was deep in thought, Xiao Ming immediately struck the iron while it was hot. Master, don't worry, I have special techniques. Extracting the heavenly flame source won't harm me that much. This was actually true. After all, the heavenly flames were all absorbed by the spirit, so it wouldn't damage Xiao Ming's original body, it would just be somewhat uncomfortable to the spirit. However, Xiao Ming had no intention of actually extracting the source from his heavenly flame. When the time came, he would just leave that little seed flame of Venerable Tianhua directly. What happens to the blazing sky chi refining tower after you devour the heavenly flame? We can't stop the tower for a while just for you, advancing to Do Ancestor can take a long time. Elder Hua's tone loosened, but not by much, and he was still making excuses. Besides, you should also know how difficult it is to deal with that fire spirit underneath the blazing sky chi refining tower. That fire spirit already took shape. Xiao Ming smiled confidently. He had considered all of this. The matter of blazing sky chi refining tower is easy to handle. I remember that the Academy has a special container to store the heart flame essence for a long time, right? So it seems like you brat got ideas with the fallen heart flame for more than a day or two, right? Elder Hua looked at Xiao Ming meaningfully. Xiao Ming smiled embarrassedly. I'm not doing the Academy any harm. That big fallen heart flame is making a fuss every day. It's not comparable to the benefits it would bring to have a small fallen heart flame. Since everyone has advanced to Do Ancestor, it's the right time to suppress this rebellious fallen heart flame. There are many benefits and not a single harm. You are very considerate to the Academy. Elder Hua shook his head without saying anything, but he also had to admit that what Xiao Ming said was really very reasonable. Switching to a younger fallen heart flame would indeed be good for the Jianan Academy, and Xiao Ming could also use it to break through to Do Ancestor. It could be said that it was a win-win for everyone. The only thing that could be a concern was that Xiao Ming would run away after obtaining the fallen heart flame, but this was something that he, Elder Hua, who had watched Xiao Ming grow up, could guarantee that he would not do. What he was worried about was whether or not that special technique Xiao Ming said was real or not. Is that special technique of yours real or not? Elder Hua had a suspicious look on his face. Of course, it's real. Xiao Ming patted his chest and assured him. Finally, under Xiao Ming's persuasion, Elder Hua reluctantly agreed. The next day, Xiao Ming, who had spent a day at the outer academy, went directly to the inner academy, accompanied by Zi Yan, as well as Xiao Yixian. The amethyst-winged Lion King, meanwhile, was still serving as a mount. Leaning on Xiao Ming's side, Zi Yan was still popping pills into her mouth, but her gaze was fixed on Xiao Yixian who was in Xiao Ming's arms. Inwardly, she began to mutter, just wait, sister, when I break through to Do Emperor, I will also become bigger, and then we will see who Xiao Ming prefers, he. Imagining Xiao Yixian looking at her enviously from the side as she enjoyed herself in Xiao Ming's arms, Zi Yan could not help but laugh out loud. This caught Xiao Ming's attention. It was fine if he didn't look, but he was surprised when he did. Why was Zi Yan's face red? Xiao Ming hurriedly moved his hand towards Zi Yan's little head, only to feel that her little head was as hot as a furnace. Do you like me now, Xiao Ming? At this moment, Zi Yan was a little dizzy. Xiao Ming's movements also caught Xiao Yixian's attention, and after turning to look at the abnormally rosy Zi Yan, she asked with great concern on her face. What's happening to Sister Zi Yan? After probing, Xiao Ming said a little speechless. I'm afraid she's about to break through. Just now, he had probed Zi Yan's storage ring and discovered that all the pills he had given her had been devoured by her. One had to know that it had only been one day. With so many pills, the pent-up energy was already huge. Moreover, Zi Yan was in the bottleneck to make the breakthrough, so it was no wonder she was in such a state. Xiao Yixian nodded and sensibly let the dazed Zi Yan lay in Xiao Ming's arms as she said. So it's a breakthrough. Seeing that Zi Yan was fine, Xiao Yixian immediately sighed in relief, and then continued, now that we are at a high altitude, this is not a good place for her to break through, let's hurry up and rush to the inner academy. Xiao Ming nodded his head, then instructed the amethyst-winged Lion King, Sure Zi, fly to the inner academy with all your might. Yes. Under the full flying power of the amethyst-winged Lion King, half an hour later, Xiao Ming and his group arrived at the inner academy, using a special technique to open the barrier. The wings on Xiao Ming's back flashed with silver light as he carried Zi Yan directly to his residence. The two guardian elders watched this with a puzzled look on their faces. Luckily, with Xiao Yixian and the amethyst-winged Lion King left to explain, the two elders knew what had happened. In Xiao Ming's arms, Zi Yan had already started to lose consciousness, and her little face was glowing with a purple haze. Xiao Ming could feel that a huge amount of energy was about to gush out of Zi Yan's body. Don't activate the cocoon yet, don't wrap me in it. Hearing Xiao Ming's words, Zi Yan frowned and the purple light on her face faded a little. Seeing this scene, Xiao Ming heaved a sigh of relief, but his speed increased again. Some time later, he appeared in the small courtyard where he lived, and in it sat a young girl dressed in green. Xiao Ming's arrival made her little face fill with pleasant surprise, but Xiao Ming's action of entering directly through the door of Zi Yan's room made her look confused. The green-clad young girl followed behind Xiao Ming, and suddenly saw Zi Yan's body glow the moment Xiao Ming laid her down on the bed. The strong purple light burst out from her body and finally turned into a purple glowing cocoon that was 3 meters wide, enveloping her entire body. What happened to Sister Zi Yan? Asked Qing Lin, somewhat stunned. On the surface of the cocoon, the purple light brightened and darkened at times, just like the beating of a heart, in a rhythmic manner. Xiao Ming could clearly perceive that every time the light in the cocoon changed, there was a subtle fluctuation in the energy of the sky and earth around it, and then all the energy in the air was absorbed by the cocoon, making it even brighter. Seeing that everything seemed to be fine, Xiao Ming wiped the non-existent cold sweat on his head and said, Zi Yan is about to make a breakthrough, so there's nothing to worry about. So it's a breakthrough. Qing Lin nodded, putting aside the worry in her heart. She turned to ask, Young master, where is Sister Sienna? I thought she went out with you. Why are only the two of you back? It was an emergency just now, so I went ahead and returned first. Your Sister Sienna is coming behind. Xiao Ming explained, then led Qing Lin out of Zi Yan's room, closing the door behind him in the process. After doing this, Xiao Yixian also arrived at the small courtyard, and next to her was Elder Su Qian. As soon as Su Qian landed on the ground, he asked, Did I hear that Zi Yan is about to break through? Yes, now she has formed a cocoon and lay down on her bed, Xiao Ming replied softly. Would you like to enter and take a look, First Elder? No, I just wanted to make sure she's making a breakthrough. Hearing that Zi Yan was about to make a breakthrough, Su Qian stroked his beard in relief and rejected Xiao Ming's proposal. Chapter 204. What? You want to exchange heavenly flames? In the hall, First Elder Su Qian was startled by what Xiao Ming said and asked with a surprised face. That's right, and I ask for your agreement, First Elder, to carry it out. Xiao Ming said slowly as he began to explain. Su Qian was silent. Just a moment ago, Xiao Ming had invited him to the hall and mentioned the idea of exchanging heavenly flames. He already mentioned the whole plan to him and it seemed very feasible. After a moment of silence, Su Qian raised his head and asked, "Does your master know?" "I already discussed it with my master yesterday and he agreed." "In that case, then let's do it." Su Qian was quick to agree. Xiao Ming's plan was quite feasible. If it had been in the past, he definitely would not have agreed to this plan. With him alone, it would take a lot of effort for him to suppress the fallen heart flame all by himself. Not to mention that such an act might attract the attention of people like Han Feng from the Black Corner region. But now, because of Xiao Ming, the Jianan Academy had several more Dou ancestors, and with their combined strength, suppressing the fallen heart flame was only a minor problem. The strongest of the Black Corner region had also been eradicated by them, and not many forces would dare to come to Jianan Academy to cause trouble in the coming years. As for the situation where Xiao Ming would turn his back on them after obtaining the heavenly flame, Su Qian did not consider it. After all, Xiao Ming had come to the Jianan Academy at the age of 6 and had grown up here until the present, so it could be completely said that he was a direct descendant of the Jianan Academy, and Su Qian had even thought of handing over the position of First Elder to him. It was natural not to think in this direction, and Xiao Ming's reputation was very obvious to everyone in Jianan Academy, so Su Qian was very relieved. Therefore, he agreed to Xiao Ming's plan after only thinking about how feasible it was. Seeing that Su Qian agreed, a smile appeared on Xiao Ming's face. "Then, after this, I will have to trouble you with the matter of capturing the fallen heart flame, First Elder." Su Qian also revealed a helpless smile. "Understood, however, that fallen heart flame is not something that is easy to mess with. I still have to discuss with your master, Old Hu, and the others before I can do so. In the meantime, fill this special container first." With that, Su Qian took out a red cauldron the size of a human head. The importance of Blazing Sky Chi Refining Tower was naturally extremely significant to the Inner Academy, or else Su Qian and the others would not have sworn to guard it until death. If the fallen heart flame were to disappear, the effect of increasing cultivation speed would gradually weaken or even dissipate, and in that case, the existence of the Blazing Sky Chi Refining Tower would have little meaning. Without the Blazing Sky Chi Refining Tower, the Inner Academy's proud system of cultivating strong people might have to break down, and the consequences would be quite serious. Therefore, in order to ensure that the normal operation of the Blazing Sky Chi Refining Tower would not be affected when Xiao Ming was devouring the heavenly flame, there were still preparations that had to be made. This is the flame-gathering cauldron. You must remember to fill it with enough heart flame essence in the next few days. Su Qian instructed earnestly. "I will." Xiao Ming said as he solemnly accepted the flame-gathering cauldron handed over by Su Qian. "Then the matter is settled. Come back to see me in 2 days. There is still a lot of work to be done before realizing this matter." After saying this, Su Qian got up from his seat and was escorted out by Xiao Ming. Soon after, Xiao Ming walked back in through the door. Qing Lin, who sensibly had not spoken inside the hall, hurriedly stood up and said, "Congratulations on your next breakthrough to Dou ancestor, young master." "Hee, it's still early for that." After patting Qing Lin's little head, Xiao Ming told her to sit down and, after sitting on the chair across from her and taking a sip of tea, he stared at her. Noticing Xiao Ming's stare, Qing Lin's snow-white neck was dyed red and her legs became a little restless, rubbing against each other. Qing Lin, in just a few months, had grown quite well and Xiao Ming couldn't help but look at her some more. Seeing this, Xiao Yixian, who was sitting next to Xiao Ming, rolled her eyes. After spending so much time together, she also discovered some of Xiao Ming's mannerisms. For example, Xiao Ming loved to tease others, and Ziyan usually was a victim of it, but of course, Xiao Ming's teasing was usually light and not very frequent. So she decided to give him a gentle warning to stop him from teasing her little sister. Ouch! Xiao Ming felt a stabbing pain in his waist and as he turned to look at the smiling Xiao Yixian, he realized that she had misunderstood him. This time he wasn't teasing Qing Lin, he was just looking at her cultivation level. Well, that was his initial goal. Cough cough, how has your cultivation progressed in these few months, Qing Lin? Although he had already seen the progress of her cultivation, Xiao Ming still decided to ask. Sometimes the answer given by the person in question would make them feel more satisfied. At the same time, he took Xiao Yixian's hand and looked at her as if declaring his innocence. Qing Lin didn't slack off while young master was out. "Now I'm already a 9-star Dou master." After inwardly celebrating the apparent progress in the relationship between his big sister and her young master, Qinglin responded cheerfully as her beautiful big eyes looked expectantly at her young master's reaction. Qinglin is really diligent. Xiao Ming smiled and praised her. It's all thanks to young master's good teachings. A smile of happiness appeared on Qinglin's face as she received Xiao Ming's praise. Have you practiced well the Sky Serpent secret code I gave you? Xiao Ming asked another question. The Do techniques in the Sky Serpent secret code had all the knowledge of the strongest people in the Sky Serpent mansion through the ages. Even if he wasn't around, Qinglin could still practice well on her own. Yes. Qinglin nodded her head vigorously. I'll show you, young master. Qinglin said as a flash of greenish light appeared in her pupils, and suddenly, 3 small spots formed. In the middle of the hall, 3 fourth-rank snake-type magical beasts suddenly appeared, one of which had 2 heads, and it was clearly the 2-headed flame spirit serpent that had not been seen in a long time. The snake's aura was much weaker compared to when Xiao Ming captured it. Seeing Qinglin release these 3 magical beasts, Xiao Ming looked stunned, then said, "Can you already put magical beasts in your pupil space now?" Thanks to the Sky Serpent secret code given by you, young master, otherwise I wouldn't have been able to master this skill so quickly. Sister Han Yu and the other moon spirit sisters helped me capture these 2 magical beasts outside the inner academy. After putting them in my pupil space, I found that they all supplied me with more Do Qi during combat and my cultivation speed has also doubled. If Xiao Ling, Xiao Shuang, and Xiao Tan were a little more powerful, I would be able to cultivate even faster. Qinglin's words caused Xiao Ming to sink into deep thoughts, and after a moment, he said, "Let your sister Xiener take you to capture a few 5th-rank snake-type magical beasts to control in the next few days. Xiener, I'll bother you to help her for the next few days." It's not a bother to help my little sister, I'll take her to the surrounding forests, besides, I also need a few battles to get used to my strength growth. Xiao Yixian approached Qinglin and pinched her cheeks as she said softly. Xiao Ming smiled and nodded, then raised his hand and took out a bottle of green jade that emitted special fluctuations from his storage ring. Xiao Yixian and Qinglin cast curious glances towards the jade bottle instantly. This is a 6th-tier soul cleansing pill, which can increase soul power, and there are 3 of them inside the bottle. Qinglin, since you will have to control 5th-tier magical beasts next, the burden on your soul power will be great, so take one. Xiener, you will take the other one, and if your soul realm has not yet reached the perfection of the mortal realm by then, take the remaining pill as well. Xiao Ming handed the bottle to Xiao Yixian. Could this increase the soul power? Xiao Yixian's beautiful eyes contained surprise as she took the bottle from Xiao Ming's hand. After looking the bottle up and down for a while, she put it away in her storage ring, then beckoned Qinglin and turned to look at Xiao Ming with a playful smile. "In that case, we will also have to give you something in return." Seeing her beckon, Qinglin seemed to understand what she meant and became shy all of a sudden, and after placing the magical beasts in the space of her pupils again, she obediently approached. Under Xiao Ming's curious gaze, Xiao Yixian and Qinglin stood in front of him. "Close your eyes, and you are not allowed to use your soul power," Xiao Yixian said as she wagged her finger in front of him in a sign of denial. Xiao Ming was puzzled, but since they both wanted to play some kind of game, he complied and closed his eyes, contracting his soul power. Seeing that Xiao Ming had complied with the directions, Xiao Yixian and Qinglin stood on either side of Xiao Ming's seat, and after looking at each other in unspoken understanding, one of them leaned in and rested her hands on his upper body, while her face came only inches away from his. With his eyes closed, the first thing Xiao Ming smelled was a fragrance that concealed the unique scent of the 2 women. It didn't take much thought to know it was Xiao Yixian, who did not let him guess through the smell who was who. An instant later, he felt a softness pressing against his cheek. This softness did not last long before pulling away, and only a second later, he felt it again on another part of his cheek. Clearly, one of them is giving him small kisses on his face. The soft, moist lips of both beauties were taking turns committing their playful acts, and over time, they both started to become more and more playful. The feeling Xiao Ming received at each moment was completely different. Experiencing something like this for the first time, Xiao Ming couldn't imagine where his Xiener had learned these things from, and even Qinglin seemed to have prior knowledge of it, due to how quickly she was drawn into the game. A few minutes later, Xiao Ming felt that they had moved away from his face, and the fragrance that had flooded his nose faded. When Xiao Ming opened his eyes and before he could say anything, he saw that Xiao Yixian had already taken Qinglin's hand and was leading her to her room. She turned back to give him a loving look, and said softly, "We sisters will catch up. Go do what you have to do. We'll be waiting for you." Qinglin, who had been blushing, added in a small voice, Be safe, young master." She seemed too shy to look at him as if she had just used up all her courage. As he watched the duo leave and enter one of the rooms, Xiao Ming touched the wetness on his face with his fingertips and then saw the collar of his robe somewhat messy, causing him to shake his head with a smile. This seemed to be the way they both chose to bid him farewell. But there was something that had left Xiao Ming speechless. Did Qing Lin really think I wouldn't recognize her? She even bit my ear at the end. Xiao Ming couldn't help but wonder if Qing Lin's actions were a result of her half-snake people bloodline or if she had just done it unconsciously out of nervousness. But he didn't want to make her feel embarrassed or uncomfortable, so he decided that he would pretend nothing had happened. Chapter 205. After Xiao Ming and Su Qian discussed the exchange of the fallen heart flame, the elders of the inner academy became busy again. Many elders who were serving in the outer academy were called back to the inner academy, in order to use the 1,000-layer sealing formation to prevent the fallen heart flame from escaping. The elders were not unhappy with the sudden call, as this was because the exchange of the heavenly flames was beneficial to them as well. At least after Xiao Ming successfully exchanged the heavenly flame, the blazing sky chi refining tower would not need to assign an elder to guard the tower at every level, and they would have a lot of free time. Aside from the inner academy elders, inner academy students were also affected, as many students who wanted to go to the blazing sky chi refining tower to cultivate were told that the tower would be closed for a period of time. This caused many cultivation enthusiasts to lament for a while, but luckily, the closure of the tower would not be for long and did not cause much commotion. After making all the necessary preparations, Su Qian and the others officially began the operation to suppress the fallen heart flame. Today had been a busy day for the inner academy, as it was customary for the inner academy to hold a monthly event where all the students entered the blazing sky chi refining tower to train. The inner academy students were very supportive of this event, as they did not need to pay any fire energy to enter the tower to train that day, and today, it happened to be that day of the month. However, when they saw the closed door of the tower, they suddenly remembered that the tower had been closed for the past 2 days. Naturally, this once-a-month event was also suspended. Not many people were cursing at the loss of profits. Because of the tower's closure, the academy gave each person 3 days of fire energy as compensation. 3 days of fire energy may not seem like much, but it was better than nothing. Many people chose to leave after seeing the blazing sky chi refining tower closed. And at that moment, one after another, quite a few elders appeared outside the blazing sky chi refining tower. Along with the increasing number of elders, many quick-minded people guessed that something big was about to happen. Therefore, many people stopped to see what was going on, and the crowd outside the blazing sky chi refining tower grew larger and larger as a result. After a long wait, suddenly a clamor was heard from the crowd. In the sky, 5 white-haired and white-bearded elders flew up together. When the elders arrived, many of them flew directly towards the tower, but the reason for the crowd's astonishment was that none of them wore wings on their backs. Wingless and still able to fly in the sky, the 2 words, Do Ancestor, suddenly appeared in the students' minds. Oh my god! Since when do we have so many Do Ancestors at Jianan Academy? A Do Ancestor can be considered a powerhouse even in the entire continent. Wow, those are First Elder Su Qian, Deputy Headmaster Hu Gan, Outer Academy Elders Lei Yi and Wu Tianlang, and Elder Xiao Ming's Master, Elder Hua. One of the more perceptive students in the crowd recognized the 5 individuals as they flew into view. A man wearing an alchemist robe beside him sighed, I heard that Elder Hua is already a 6th-tier alchemist. How great it would be if I could become his disciple, and thus become Elder Xiao Ming's brother's disciple. This way, some people wouldn't dare to mess with us again. As he spoke, the alchemist's eyes strayed to the left, where there were 7 or 8 delicate figures, headed by a young woman dressed in a silver robe. The woman's figure was tall and her cheeks were somewhat thin, but her face was of rare beauty. Her skin was as white as snow, her eyebrows were picturesque, and she had beautiful silver hair that reached her waist. Although the appearance of the woman leading the group was very attractive, the tall beauty beside her with a pair of long, thick, snow-white legs, attracted the attention of many people. The ice-cold woman listened to what the alchemist said and gave him a sarcastic smile, causing the surrounding students to become slightly dazed. She then said in a loud voice, Your brother was harassing our faction member to exhaustion, and it was even you who got him a rare medicinal herb, clearly supporting his shameless act. Xiao Yu, who was next to her, nodded at her words and added, That lecher, Yao Huai, brought it on himself. He tried to do bad things to me and turned out to be expelled from the academy by my cousin. Under the accusation of the 2 women and the disgusted gaze of the crowd, the alchemist felt ashamed and did not know how to defend himself. It was true that he had wanted to help his brother when the latter asked him for help in conquering a beauty of his class, but he never imagined that his brother would go to the point of wanting to force the girl to go out with him, and was even caught by Elder Xiao Ming himself, the person he admires most, while he was in the middle of the act. When he heard the news, the first thing he did was to cut off the relationship with his cheap brother, and then he tried to apologize to Xiao Yu from his brother's side, but she never wanted to listen to him. The moment Xiao Yu became a member of Moon Spirit, the whole faction of angry women started to suppress the medicine gang. There was no doubt that Xiao Yu was still the same old vengeful girl. The Moon Spirit faction, with Xiao Yixian's name, ranked number 1 in the strong ranking, as a backup, had grown frantically these past few months, and there was no faction that dared to antagonize them. If it wasn't for Medicine Gang's great foundation, they would have disbanded long ago. Even so, from having a monopoly of over 90 of pills sold within the inner academy, it had now gone to only 65, and sales were still dropping steadily. This was because many of their best alchemists had decided to leave the faction. The two women no longer paid any more attention to the alchemist, and instead, began chatting amongst themselves. Speaking of which, Sister Hanyu, the blood relationship between cousin Xiao Ming and I is actually not as close as circulated in the academy rumors. We are only distant relatives, our bloodlines are already far apart. Hanyu was surprised when Xiao Yu mentioned something unexpected and immediately reprimanded her. Xiao Yu, what things are you thinking of to mention that all of a sudden? This, I don't know, Xiao Yu replied, sticking her tongue out in embarrassment. She didn't know why she had brought up the topic either. Although she had wild thoughts in her heart from time to time, she was also aware of her own abilities and the gap between her and Xiao Ming. So, she had long ago given up those thoughts and instead focused on becoming stronger so that Xiao Ming could rest easy in leaving the Xiao family in good hands in the future. After meeting Xiao Yixian for the first time in an accident with Yao Huai, they had become close friends and had gone out together many times. She was also the one who had told Hanyu about Xiao Yixian and prevented her from having a bad impression of Xiao Yixian because of the rumors that had been going around the academy during the tournament. She had even had a couple of intimate conversations with Xiao Yixian, where she had taught her all the knowledge she had heard from her good friend at the outer academy, Shui and I. Seeing Xiao Yu's playful behavior, Hanyu sighed helplessly and shook her head. But being honest with herself, she knew that deep inside, she was also a little touched when it came to elder Xiao Ming. After all, she had only heard good things about him from Xiao Yixian, Xiao Yu, and Qing Lin, apart from his own reputation within the academy. It was impossible not to have a good impression of someone like that. However, she also knew about Xiao Yixian and Qing Lin's affection for him, so she, as a friend of both of them, felt it was inappropriate to try to get close to him. Wouldn't that be trying to steal a friend's man? And it would even be to two friends. So, she tried to bury her thoughts deep in her heart. As she finished sighing, Hanyu turned to look somewhere in the sky and was immediately startled and unconsciously blurted out quite happily, Elder Xiao Ming seems to be here. Where? Xiao Yu turned to look at the various figures of the elders flying towards the tower, until she noticed a small black dot approaching in the distance, and said in surprise. How come you recognized him from so far away? Don't tell me, he. Xiao Yu was surprised at first, but then seemed to think of something and turned to look at Hanyu with a mischievous smile on her face. Hanyu knew she had messed up, her face flushed slightly, and she did the smartest thing she could think of at the moment, which was to pretend she hadn't heard her. Seeing Hanyu's flushed face looking up at the sky as if she hadn't heard her a moment ago, made Xiao Yu feel like she had discovered a big secret, and just as she was about to start questioning her to make her confess, a loud cheer suddenly erupted in the crowd. Floating overhead, a figure recognized by most inner academy students flew past all the students before landing on the group of Dou ancestors. Among a group of white-haired and white-bearded elders, this person's young appearance was quite striking, but no one dared to say that he was not qualified to be there. The person who arrived was Xiao Ming. Xiao Ming first nodded to the cheering crowd outside before looking at Su Qian and the others. Master, First Elder, Deputy Headmaster, Grand Commander. You seem to be very popular among the students. Su Qian smiled and stroked his beard. In response, Xiao Ming only nodded with a bitter smile and then handed Su Qian the flame-gathering cauldron that was already filled with heart flame essence. During these 2 days, he was in seclusion doing this. It seems that all preparations are complete, the fallen heart flame is now in a dormant state, you must go to the tower first and attract it with a heavenly flame for a while, after it appears, the elders will work together to suppress it, and when it's time, it will be your turn to devour it. Su Qian took the flame-gathering cauldron from Xiao Ming's hands and said. Devouring a heavenly flame is dangerous, remember to be careful. He was reminded by Elder Hu standing beside him. I will. Xiao Ming faintly nodded his head. Hearing this, the group of elders did not speak again, what needed to be said had already been said in the past few days and there was no need to repeat it again now. Su Qian shifted his gaze and looked at the students gathered around the tower, and a deep voice suddenly came out of his mouth. All students immediately move away from the blazing Sky Chi refining tower to a radius of at least 200 meters, otherwise, you will be responsible for the consequences. After repeating it twice, Su Qian stopped, and after waiting for a moment, Su Qian said to the dozens of elders gathered, "Prepare the 1,000-layer ceiling formation." Chapter 206. Hearing Su Qian's voice, the elders still on the ground soared into the sky. Immediately after, the elders moved in unison with an unspoken agreement, and dozens of majestic Do Chi shot out, finally intertwining with each other in a dazzling manner. At the moment they intertwined, countless tiny rays of energy were reflected as if refracted by light. These energy rays intertwined with each other, and in just a few moments, an extremely compact energy net was formed over the sky. These colorful webs of energy were constantly refracting, so that they were almost like 1,000 overlapping layers, with amazing defensive power. With a grave expression on his face, Su Qian looked at the colorful energy net that had been built in the sky, his hands quickly formed a seal, and then his finger pointed at the center of the energy net. Instantly, an extremely huge energy surged out of it and finally poured into him. After receiving this enormous energy boost, Su Qian moved his hands again and the energy net, which was almost 100 meters wide, was seen to shoot a brilliant energy shield over the sky. With the energy shield deployed, an extremely compact defensive net was immediately placed on top of the blazing sky chi refining tower. Only after doing this, Su Qian said to Xiao Ming, "Enter the tower and take out the fallen heart flame." Xiao Ming nodded slightly, then walked towards the 2-meter-high space that Su Qian had deliberately left. Pushing open the door, Xiao Ming entered the blazing sky chi refining tower, which he hadn't stepped into in a long time. The inside of the tower seemed very bright due to the moonlight stones. Xiao Ming did not stop at the entrance but walked straight towards the fire pit he had visited when he first entered the blazing sky chi refining tower. A few moments later, a bottomless black hole appeared before him. Standing next to the black hole, Xiao Ming looked inside and saw endless darkness. "Fallen heart flame, it's time for you to come out." The corners of Xiao Ming's mouth curved slightly, and the fire-red 10,000 beast flame with the projection of 10,000 running beasts was summoned by him, floating above the fire pit. The lower level of the blazing sky chi refining tower was a very different scene from the upper levels. The hot temperature was rising in the huge space, and even the vision was a bit blurry and illusory. A fiery red glow emerged out of nowhere, illuminating the entire space with a rather intense glow. In the center of this space, there was an extremely spacious deep hole, whose entrance was wider than any of the previous layers, and it was not bottomless black, but could be seen to be a faint dark red, as if it were dried blood. In the silent lower layer, there was suddenly a faint sound of flowing liquid, a sound like that of a lake churning. If one looked down into the mouth of the hole, one could easily see that the dark red magma of the endless magma world below suddenly churned violently, and extremely intense energy pervaded it. The magma shook as if something was about to burst out of the water, but after a long while, the magma suddenly calmed down. Poof! The surface of the calm magma suddenly shot upward, and as it did, a fire python, whose body was invisible, almost transparent, with a head covered in invisible flames, shot through the magma. Screech! The fire python that emerged from the lava seemed to sense something and violently raised its head as a violent, high-pitched sound wave erupted. The huge body of the invisible fire python fiercely burst out of the magma, and instantly, the huge body, which was almost 30 to 35 meters long, moved like an invisible lightning bolt, carrying the scorching heat and violent energy with it as it rushed to the surface of the deep hole. The first time the fallen heart flame at the bottom of the magma went into action, Xiao Ming outside the black hole could clearly perceive that an extremely hot temperature was condensing below and a terribly violent energy fluctuation was also rapidly increasing. A hint of joy appeared in his eyes as Xiao Ming as he took a few steps back and increased the 10,000 beast flames aura emission once again. Screech! Suddenly, a huge invisible fire python flew out of the fire pit. The fire python's entire body was engulfed in somewhat distorted flames, and its giant mouth was wide open, with fangs as thick as an adult's thighs glowing with a distorted ripple. With a roar of rage, the fire python emerged from the darkness, but just as it was about to reach a position 5 meters above the deep black hole, the space around it fluctuated violently. Above the black hole, a colorful energy shield suddenly appeared, however, just as the energy shield emerged, a blood-red scorching heat surged upwards like lightning, and finally, with a furious roar, they clashed with each other with a loud crash. Apparently stimulated by the 10,000 beast flame, this time the fallen heart flame was very violent. The seemingly very resilient energy shield only lasted less than a minute under the increasingly terrifying furious energy before showing signs of cracking. Seeming to have discovered this, the rampage of the invisible fire python rose another rung. In response, Xiao Ming only faintly glanced at it and began to head out. Now it was no longer necessary for him to attract the fallen heart flame, as long as the seal that sealed it inside the fire pit was broken, due to its desire for freedom, the fallen heart flame would definitely fly out of the blazing sky chi refining tower. Outside the tower. 2 minutes after Xiao Ming entered the blazing sky chi refining tower, the crowd of spectators heard a strange creaking sound coming from inside the tower. Some of the onlookers had their eyes filled with curiosity as they looked towards the blazing sky chi refining tower. Unfortunately, the blazing sky chi refining tower was so tightly closed that the situation inside could not be observed from the outside. Unlike the students with limited strength, Su Qian and the powerful elders could still vaguely sense something with their great strength, although they could not clearly see the situation inside. After the screeching sound, Su Qian exchanged a glance with Hu Gan, who was beside him. "It's coming out." Boom! A loud sound as low as a furious thunder rumbled violently in the crowd's ears, and in this collision like a meteorite crashing, the crowd outside could clearly feel that the entire blazing sky chi refining tower was shaking fiercely. At the same time, a human figure shot out from the door of the blazing sky chi refining tower and landed in front of Su Qian and the others. "First Elder, the fallen heart flame has been attracted by me and is now hitting the seal, so you should lift the seal of the blazing sky chi refining tower, lest it flees back to the subterranean magma because it couldn't break through." Xiao Ming's words were not unreasonable. At the top of the flaming sky chi refining tower there was a black energy circle in the shape of a slowly rotating curtain. This was the defense arranged by the headmaster of the Jia Nan Academy. This seemingly weak defense had an extremely terrifying defense power. If this layer of defense was not removed, with the current energy of the fallen heart flame, it would actually be somewhat difficult to break through. Su Qian immediately made a hand seal, and an extremely strong spatial fluctuation shot out from his hand towards the top of the tower. Unravel. Instantly, the coal-black energy at the tip of the tower slowly dissipated, and at the final moment of its disappearance, a high-pitched screeching sound that contained emotion resounded fiercely. A sound wave propagated from inside the tower, and then heavily struck the surrounding Elder's thousand-layer ceiling formation, and immediately, the wall of colored energy rippled with a violent fluctuation. "It's coming out." The moment the energy ripples disappeared as if sensing something, Xiao Ming muttered in a low voice. Just at the moment that his voice fell, an explosive collapsing sound fiercely echoed across the sky, and immediately after, a large hole exploded atop the blazing sky chi refining tower, and a pillar of fiery magma gushed outward amidst the horrified gazes of the distant crowd. Like a pillar of fire, the stream of fiery magma rushed straight out from the peak of the blazing sky chi refining tower, and in that instant, the energy of the entire heaven and earth of the inner academy shook violently. As the magma fell, the invisible fire python, which was several tens of meters long, shot out of it, feeling the freedom it had not felt in a long time, and the pupils of its huge triangular eyes were filled with an ecstasy that seemed extremely human-like. The blazing sky chi refining tower in the sky was 200 meters away from some treetops and rooftops, and countless students were standing on them, filled with horror. Looking at that huge thing flying out of the blazing sky chi refining tower in the sky, none of them had ever thought that the place where they and others often cultivated would hide such a ferocious thing. So the reason why the blazing sky chi refining tower is closed is because of this ferocious creature. I wonder if it will be a magical beast to really be so terrifying. I wonder how the elders should treat this monster. If they let it escape, I theorize that the inner academy would suffer serious damage. Why are you worrying so much? 5 Dou ancestors, plus dozens of Dou kings, with this lineup, how could this monster escape? Huh, you're right. It was me who thought too much. While the students were talking amongst themselves, Su Qian's face was also a bit shocked as he looked at the invisible fire python that was surrounding the blazing sky chi refining tower in the sky. This beast seems to be much stronger compared to last time. Su Qian could not help but think alertly and saw that, after only a brief pause, the fire on the invisible fire python suddenly rose to an extremely terrifying level. It slowly raised its huge head and looked at the bright energy net above the sky with a fierce glint in its eyes. As long as it broke through this barrier, it would regain its true freedom. Screech. A sharp sound wave spread out rapidly, finally shaking the surrounding vertical wall of energy, causing ripples that oscillated rapidly. It sounded quite terrifying, but that was all. Realizing that its attack was of little use, the invisible fire python gradually coiled up, and after making a sharp sound, its all-white triangular pupils stared deathly at Su Qian, who was at the center of the energy net. As it coiled up, the flames on the invisible fire python's body became more and more condensed, and even the surrounding space became extremely distorted, to the point that when one wanted to look at the fire python, only a huge blurry figure could be seen. Old Hua, why don't you guys hurry up? Looking at the stance of the invisible fire python about to attack, Su Qian suddenly shouted wordlessly, what were they all doing frozen? Were they watching the grand spectacle? Screech. Su Qian's voice just fell, and the huge body of the fire python shot out like a spring, with a speed compared to lightning, not even its huge body slowed down its acceleration. Wherever the fire python passed, it left a void in space, and the temperature was so hot that even though it was far away, it caused the faces of some elders to change slightly. "Get back!" A loud shout was heard, and Hugon and the others, who had been watching the spectacle on the ground for half a day, finally started up. A blinding red light directly hit the lantern-sized eyes of the invisible fire python, shattering its attack midway, and then followed by another extremely strong beam of light, which immediately struck its massive body with enormous force. The giant tail swung in the air and finally came to an abrupt halt when it was less than 10 meters from the ground. The invisible fire python seemed to get a little dizzy from the blow and shook its head, and when it turned its head back to its original trajectory, it found 4 more humans with powerful auras in front of it. "Kiki, your good days as a beast are over," Wu Tianlang, one of the 4, said with a faint smile. Hiss. As if enraged by these words, the invisible fire python waved its giant tail and once again charged skyward, and when it was within 50 meters of the energy net, its huge mouth opened and invisible flames immediately covered the heaven and earth, surrounding the 4 elders. Looking at the approaching invisible flames, the faces of Hugon and the others also looked slightly grave, the seals on their hands quickly formed, and various colors of Doqi energy emerged from their bodies to isolate the invisible flames. Obviously, the fallen heart flame attack was not able to cause substantial damage to them. Screech. Suddenly, another sharp sound wave rang out, and the invisible flames covering the sky unexpectedly began to twist, finally coalescing into a small, arm-length fire snake in full view of the crowd. As soon as the fire snake took shape, it mercilessly slammed into the energy net with extremely terrifying speed, and then, thunderously exploded. The moment the explosion occurred, the energy net shook rapidly, and finally, an extremely small hole silently appeared. Before the invisible fire python was content, the opening was immediately repaired by Su Qian at the center of the 1,000-layer seal. Seeing this scene, Xiao Ming outside the 1,000-layer ceiling formation laughed. This fallen heart flame really wants to escape all the time, and in the battle, instead of attacking the opponent first, it actually attacks the seal. This 1,000-layer ceiling formation is made from the energy of a Do ancestor and dozens of other Do kings. How can it be so easy to break through? This would do nothing but waste its own energy and, moreover, give the master and the others the opportunity to attack. Indeed, as soon as Xiao Ming's words fell, Hugon and the others began a frantic bombardment against the invisible fire python. Chapter 207. Seeing that it was going to be hit by the attack of the 4 Do ancestors, the fallen heart flame wanted to dodge, but due to the ceiling formation in front of it, the space left for it to dodge was extremely small. Although it tried its best to dodge, the attacks from Hugon and the others smashed into its body. Under the successive blows, the flame on the invisible fire python's body became fainter and fainter. Hiss. After a hiss, the crowd was dismayed to see that the huge body of the invisible fire python had disappeared without a trace, leaving behind a blazing fire that spread across the 1,000-layer ceiling formation. Is it hiding and dispersing into the sea of magma? Xiao Ming couldn't help but frown at the situation and hurried to tell the 4 people inside the large formation. The expressions of Elder Hua and the others sank upon hearing this. They were not worried about being attacked by the fallen heart flame, it was just that in this case, it would be difficult for them to destroy the fallen heart flame's body. Therefore, they all turned their gazes towards Su Qian. Seeing the 4 turning their gazes towards him, Su Qian understood what they meant. With his body suspended high above the energy net, Su Qian clasped his hands together and shouted in a deep voice. Ceiling formation. Yes. As the elders responded in unison, a Do-Chi light suddenly emerged in the air, and immediately, the Do-Chi surged wildly, and dozens of Do-Chi beams shot out from the elders' hands, but their target was not the invisible fire python in the energy net, but Su Qian in the sky. Looking at the Do-Chi beams coming from everywhere, Su Qian held his breath and concentrated on his hands, quickly changing hand seals, a majestic spatial wave rippled in front of him, and finally, a void circle of 5 meters was formed. The dozens of colorful Do-Chi rays were directed towards it, and immediately, the void circle was filled with extremely strong Do-Chi, so that a Do-Chi energy globe, 5 meters in diameter, appeared in Su Qian's hands. Apparently sensing the terrifying convergence of energy in the sky, the originally scattered flames converged until they once again took shape, and the white triangular pupils of its eyes looked at Su Qian in the sky with a fierce and severe light. The scorching invisible flames once again burst out from its body, and then, with a flick of its tail, its body once again shot out like lightning into the energy net, and along the way, space became turbulent, and folds began to appear in the distorted space. You want to run, but can you do it? Su Qian's gaze was locked onto the invisible fire python in the net below, and the radiance of the huge Do-Chi energy globe in his hands was getting brighter and brighter. Before the fallen heart flame could get close to the energy net, Su Qian threw the Do-Chi energy globe in his hand towards the invisible fire python. With a swoosh, the huge globe pierced through the spatial obstruction and silently melted through the energy net. Finally, like a cannonball, it viciously crashed into the huge body of the invisible fire python. Hiss. Struck by such a powerful attack, even with the strength of the invisible fire python, it let out an extremely high-pitched and pitiful hiss, and the sudden powerful explosion that directly burst out threw it violently towards the ground, finally being firmly pinned to the ground, at the mercy of Hugon and company. Seize this opportunity to do it together. Hugon and the others looked at each other and immediately waved their hands. For auras piercing through the clouds rose, and finally, four powerful attacks of different colors pierced through space, directly striking the head of the invisible fire python. Hiss. The flames on the invisible fire python's body gradually faded away, until, finally, they were completely extinguished. With the disappearance of the flames, the fire python's form also became nothingness. The heat in the heaven and the earth slowly diminished, but the crowd did not pay much attention to this. Their eyes now stopped at the place in the sky where the invisible fire python disappeared. There was something slowly flowing out of the flames, although from the appearance, it looked like a fireball. It gave the crowd of onlookers a very strange feeling as if this fireball had a human touch. Xiao Ming, do it. Seeing the heavenly flame appear in its original form, Su Qian shouted toward Xiao Ming, and at the same time, he also opened a big hole in the colorful energy shield. Just as Su Qian's voice fell, Xiao Ming's body turned into a stream of silver light and shot straight into the invisible flame, appearing in front of the original body of the fallen heart flame in the blink of an eye. Although the fallen heart flame's body did not move, the terrifying temperature it emitted still caused the surrounding space to distort, and even Xiao Ming, who was close to it, had to use his dou qi to protect himself. Faced with this situation, Xiao Ming was very happy. This only meant that there was enough energy left in this fallen heart flame. Without hesitation, a red flame quickly surged on his palm. Xiao Ming was about to grab the source with his hand when a wisp of heart flame surged in his heart in a strange manner, and immediately, unscrupulously, released a destructive high temperature. The momentum was as if it would burn everything in Xiao Ming's body into ashes. Hee, little trick. Xiao Ming's palm only paused for a moment before thrusting it directly into the flames under the watchful eyes of the students and elders. My goodness! The flame that the fire python turned into seemed to be so powerful. Elder Xiao Ming just thrust his hand in just like that. I couldn't even see a trace of discomfort on Elder Xiao Ming's face. It seems like that flame didn't affect him much, truly worthy of being a powerful person who was able to kill Mr. Gold and Mr. Silver. These were the normal discussions, but there were always comments from a group of love-struck girls in the crowd. Wow! Elder Xiao Ming looks so handsome, and under the lighting of the flames, it gives him an even more charming touch. The female students around agreed as they had stars in their eyes, and even the normally cold Han Yu couldn't help but agree internally as she stared at that imposing figure in the sky. These words caused the surrounding male students to become speechless. Big sister, wasn't it more important at this time to focus on Elder Xiao Ming's strength? Aren't your priorities a bit skewed? Under the gaze of the crowd, Xiao Ming groped around for a moment before pulling out a thumb-sized strip of pulp from the flames. When the strip of pulp left the body, the strange flame slowly dissipated under the gaze of the crowd. Seeing this, Su Qian also hurriedly asked the elders who were maintaining the formation to remove it. Needless to mention that it was quite tiring to maintain the 1,000-layer ceiling formation for so long. When the colorful energy shield disappeared from the sky, all the elders lowered their hands as they panted. Su Qian, who was the eye of the formation, did not feel so bad because he was a Dou ancestor, and directly flew down from the sky to Xiao Ming's side. Some of the elders, such as Hugon and Elder Hua, also arrived at Xiao Ming's side. Chapter 208. Hugon looked curiously at the strip of pulp emitting high temperatures in Xiao Ming's hand and asked. Is this the source of the heavenly flame? This is the first time I've seen it after living for so long. I've heard that devouring a heavenly flame requires swallowing it directly. It's really hard to imagine what kind of torture you have to go through to refine this. That said, it will also be your 4th time devouring a heavenly flame, right? Ordinary people are already extremely lucky to encounter one, and swallowing it smoothly requires even more luck, and you, who at your young age already encountered 4 heavenly flames, this kind of luck is already unparalleled. Although Xiao Ming had used the fallen heart flame before, he had used it for a relatively short period of time and it was quite inconspicuous, so very few people knew about it. Only when Xiao Ming needed to exchange heavenly flames this time did Hugon and the others learn that Xiao Ming also had a fallen heart flame. As for the green lotus core flame, Xiao Ming had never used it, so very few people knew about it. It is largely thanks to the help of you elders that I was able to obtain this heavenly flame. For which I would like to thank everyone here. Xiao Ming was in a very good mood after easily obtaining the heavenly flame source, and a warm smile showed on his face. Brat, don't be polite, since you have obtained the source then hurry up and find a place to refine it, clinging to it all the time will only drain your dou qi. Elder Hua beside him urged. He, as an alchemist, was the clearest about the danger of devouring the heavenly flame. Naturally, the better the alchemist's state, the easier it would be to devour the heavenly flame, which was also the reason why they did not let Xiao Ming join in the effort to suppress the heavenly flame when it was transformed into a form. What you say is true, master. At Elder Hua's insistence, Xiao Ming nodded his head before looking at Su Qian. I would like to seclude myself at the bottom of the blazing sky chi refining tower, so I would also like to ask First Elder to open the passage leading there. You want to enter the lowest part of the blazing sky chi refining tower? Su Qian said with a stunned expression upon hearing Xiao Ming's request. Su Qian had also had a slight exposure to the lowest area of the tower, which was a place where one could barely survive, with the fiery magma flowing uncontrollably, and even the energy there was filled with a hint of frenzy. It was almost impossible for ordinary people to survive in such a desperate place, but who would have imagined that Xiao Ming would actually take the initiative to ask to enter it? It was no wonder Su Qian was so surprised. Seeing Su Qian's appearance, and Elder Hua's eyes starting to turn gentle, Xiao Ming coughed and hurried to explain. When I was refining my body, I observed its interior, and I know a little about the situation there. Although it is extremely violent, the fire attribute energy contained there is indeed extremely pure, and for those who cultivate fire attribute techniques, it is no less than a holy land with abundant energy. As for the frenzied intent in the energy, it is no great threat to me since I have a heavenly flame. Hearing this, Su Qian frowned slightly, and exchanged a glance with Elder Hua, pondering for a few seconds before looking at Xiao Ming's expression, and in the end, he could only nod and say. All right, since you have made up your mind, then I will let you do it, but I have to remind you beforehand that the center of that magma world is not as peaceful as you think. If you find anything out of place, even if you abort your breakthrough, you have to go back to the surface. I will have an elder stand guard there for you. I can't thank you enough, First Elder. When he saw Su Qian nod his head and give his approval, Xiao Ming instantly felt happy and smiled. Whatever was in the magma, Xiao Ming was naturally aware of it. However, that kind of lizard man only frequented the depths of the magma, and he would only find a cave near the entrance of the blazing sky chi refining tower to seclude himself, so there would be no danger. Through the thick lava, it was impossible for those creatures to perceive his presence. Sigh, brat, you can never do things according to the norm, come with me. Su Qian shook his head and sighed, then marched towards the blazing sky chi refining tower, followed by Xiao Ming, and Elder Hua also followed. After entering the blazing sky chi refining tower, they did not stop on the first floor but went straight to the bottom of the tower. After about 10 minutes, they appeared on the lowest level of the blazing sky chi refining tower. During the 10 minutes or so, Elder Hua and Xiao Ming had talked a lot, and now that they had reached the lowest level, Elder Hua sighed and uttered his last words. Do you really want to cultivate at the bottom of the tower? It won't have the same effect as if you seclude yourself in other places, don't you think? Elder Hua felt that the atmosphere in the lowest part of the tower was not comparable to the secret room of the academy. Don't worry, master, there won't be any problem. Xiao Ming smiled slightly. All right, as you wish. Elder Hua shook his head. Although Elder Hua was sometimes quite irritable, when he argued with Xiao Ming, his disciple, he was the one who gave in most of the time. Creak. Slowly pushing the heavy iron door, at the same time a click sounded as the door's shaft rotated, and a fiery aura came out as if it had been closed for countless years. Extending his hand and lightly waving it in front of him, Su Qian said with a bitter smile, the energy in this part is already so hot, I can't imagine how terrifying it will be in that magma world. Are you really sure you want to cultivate there? Su Qian asked the same question as Elder Hua. Xiao Ming could only reply helplessly, don't worry, First Elder, with the heavenly flame protecting my body, this will only become a boost for me to break through to Do Ancestor. TSK, you're still a few months away from reaching adulthood, aren't you? You're about to break through to Do Ancestor, you're really a monster. Hearing this, Su Qian shook his head and sighed before slowly entering the extremely spacious bottom floor of the blazing sky chi refining tower. There was no light at the bottom of the tower, but a faint crimson color filled the space, and the light came from a deep hole about 3 meters in the center, from which the crimson light spread out like a pillar of light, expelling all the darkness in this place. The air around them grew warmer as they approached, and the fire attribute energy it contained became purer and purer. Standing next to the deep hole, Su Qian said, do you need me to tell Xiao Yixian and Qing Lin about your cultivation here? No need, I had already explained to them before I came here. Very well, in that case, then you can cultivate at ease. This is where I will send a few elders who practice fire attribute techniques later. If there are any changes, they will be the first to know. Thank you very much, First Elder. Xiao Ming nodded his head slightly. Su Qian smiled and waved his hand, saying, why are you being so polite to me? Now go and try it out, your master and I will stay here for a while. If anything happens, I will come down with him to meet you. Xiao Ming nodded once more, and without further ado, holding the fallen heart flame source in his hand, he jumped straight into the deep hole. The hot wind buzzed in his ears as Xiao Ming's body continued to slide down the hole, and as his body got closer and closer to the magma world, the air around him also became hotter and hotter. This endless slide continued for a long time before Xiao Ming's vision suddenly widened. What appeared before him was an endless world of magma, with huge bubbles popping out of the magma and eventually bursting. A hot aura spread out from it along with some white smoke, which contained a kind of fire poison, and if inhaled, it would be quite troublesome. Xiao Ming's mind moved and a pair of silver-white wings unfolded behind his back, slowly vibrating and stabilizing his body in the air in this lava world. As his body floated in the air, Xiao Ming cautiously looked around, noticing that this magma world was quite silent, with the sound of rippling magma clearly audible, giving people a rather oppressive and gloomy feeling. After a brief inspection, Xiao Ming found nothing wrong, and only then did he vibrate his wings and arrived at the side of a mountain. He pulled out a sword and flicked his wrist quickly, and as he blew away the rubble, a hole about 3 meters wide appeared in the hard mountainside. It was very easy to create a small cave to seclude himself, and after doing so, Xiao Ming immediately sat cross-legged in the cave and stuffed what was in his right hand into his mouth, and the fallen heart flame source was directly swallowed. This also marked the official beginning of Xiao Ming's seclusion. Chapter 209. At the bottom of the blazing sky Qi refining tower, 2 guardian elders were sitting cross-legged at the entrance of the hole that Xiao Ming had entered through earlier, one dressed in white robes and the other in black robes. They seemed to have been sitting for a long time when the white-clothed elder opened his eyes and said, "Hey, how long has it been already? There still hasn't been any movement below, and I don't know how long we'll have to keep taking turns guarding. What's the hurry? It's not that easy to break through to Do Ancestor, it's normal to take a longer time of seclusion, besides, there's nothing wrong with guarding here, the fire attribute energy is highly condensed, so we'll get twice the result with half the effort in cultivation." The black-clothed elder also slowly opened his eyes and said, "Ha, you're right, but the fire attribute energy here contains quite a bit of frenzied intent, and it will take quite some time to get rid of it. It's hard to imagine what it would be like down below, only Xiao Ming would dare to go down and break through, there's no way I would do something like that if I were in his place." The 2 elders chatted idly, their voices transmitted down through the black hole. However, in the magma pool, the sound of the elders' conversation had long since dispersed. This was a subterranean world, and all that existed was fiery red magma and black smoke that was released from time to time. The environment was so repetitive that time in this place seemed to have lost its meaning. High on a rocky hillside, there was a hidden cave. A young man dressed in white sat inside it with his eyes closed. After another unknown period of time, the boy's aura suddenly rose, and a majestic aura spread from the cave to the magma world beyond, shaking the heaven and the earth. The fiery red magma churned more violently and black smoke billowed everywhere. Suddenly, as if drawing energy from the magma, several meter-long columns of magma shot skyward, then struck the rocky surface and spilled out in all directions, making it seem as if magma was raining down on the fiery world. Apparently, upon hearing this noisy sound, Xiao Ming's eyes slowly opened, and immediately, a bright aura flashed across the hillside cave. "Finally, I have broken through to Do Ancestor, but I don't know exactly how much time has passed." Xiao Ming, who had opened his eyes, said in a somewhat hoarse voice. Most people who break through to Do Ancestor would have a relatively long adjustment period before they could actually reach the 1-star Do Ancestor. The energy of the fallen heart flame was more than enough to break through to Do Ancestor realm, but Xiao Ming had also stayed in this energy-rich world for a few more days in order to consolidate his realm and speed up the adjustment in the realm. It was originally difficult to distinguish time in the magma world, so Xiao Ming was also unaware of exactly how much time had passed. However, Xiao Ming did not continue to think about this matter. Instead, he slowly stood up and arrived at the edge of the cave entrance, then walked through the void without stopping. Xiao Ming's wings did not appear on his back, but he still walked through the void, and as he took each step, a faint ripple appeared under his feet. Walking through the void, this was the sign of being a Do Ancestor powerhouse. If one managed to reach this level, one would have the basic conditions to be recognized as someone strong in the entire continent, and now Xiao Ming had already reached this step at such a young age. In the magma world, the red magma rain was still falling, but when the magma rain came within half a meter around him, it would automatically dissipate, as if there was an invisible barrier around Xiao Ming. Looking at the magma that had been churned by his own aura, Xiao Ming's eyebrows furrowed and another overwhelming aura burst out from his body in all directions. Soon, the magma world returned to its previous tranquility. Seeing this, Xiao Ming nodded with satisfaction, then stood still in midair. Slowly, he began to observe the state of his body. After careful introspection, Xiao Ming discovered that his body had almost completely transformed. Not only were his meridians more than 10 times wider than before, but there was also a faint layer of Do-Chi crystals outside the meridians and even the bones, constantly emitting a faint aura. After closing his palm and throwing a single punch, the space around his fist distorted and a low, piercing sonic boom was heard in the magma world. This single punch was several times more powerful than Xiao Ming's Xian Do technique executed at full power. Having tested his physical body, Xiao Ming still did not travel to the surface, as he was waiting for Venerable Tianhua to summon the fallen heart flame that had just been refined by him. Now that the fallen heart flame of the Jia Nan Academy had been refined by him, according to the agreement, he needed to return an infant fallen heart flame. This young flame would naturally be the one in Venerable Tianhua's hands. He wouldn't just take out his own heavenly flame source if it wasn't necessary, would he? Trying to find Venerable Tianhua in the endless magma world without a guide would undoubtedly be a very foolish thing to do. Only if Venerable Tianhua took the initiative to summon the fallen heart flame would Xiao Ming be able to find him accurately. Fortunately, not long after he devoured the fallen heart flame, he seemed to feel the inexplicable summoning sensation coming from the depths of magma from time to time, so he didn't have to worry about Venerable Tianhua not guiding him. After a few moments of silence in the sky, having not sensed the summoning intent again, Xiao Ming began to frown, and as he was about to return to the cave he had created to rest, a smile appeared on his face as he stared at the surface of the magma as if he wanted to see through it. So you finally summoned it again. He immediately pulled out a precious sword from his storage ring, and with a flick of his sleeve, the sword lifted up and then turned into a black shadow, finally stabbing into the hillside above, with such a strong force that the sword's body directly penetrated the hard mountain until only a part of the hilt was left outside. On the sword, Xiao Ming placed a soul imprint, which will serve as a guide, because at the bottom of the magma, the line of sight was too diffuse, and the area was incomparably coarse, so if he burst into the magma just like that, who knows where he would end up. Now it wasn't like the last time he took the green lotus core flame, as at that time he had a two-headed flame spirit serpent with him to guide the way. After doing all this, Xiao Ming took a deep breath, and invisible flames slowly gushed out over his body, until they enveloped him completely. This magma was the birthplace of the fallen heart flame, so it was better to use this very flame as protection, which would also help him reduce consumption. Plath. Once the flames enveloped his body, Xiao Ming no longer hesitated, and dropping down, he plunged into the vast magma world, causing a burst of bubbles to emerge on the surface. After a while, the seemingly endless magma world fell into a deathly silence once again, and the only thing that seemed different from the last time was the sword hilt on the hillside, which emitted a faint light, like a guiding light. Chapter 210. When Xiao Ming entered the magma, the scorching heat and strong pressure converged towards him from all directions, as if they wanted to squeeze him to a pulp. However, when the invisible flames of the fallen heart flame surged out from his body, these external resistances were nullified, causing them to no longer affect him. This area is worthy of being the birthplace of the fallen heart flame. The temperature of this surface magma is actually as high as the area where I found the green lotus core flame, and I fear further down it will be even higher. Xiao Ming came to this conclusion after his body was submerged extremely fast and felt in detail the change in the temperature of the surrounding magma. Of course, to Xiao Ming, who now possessed the strength of a Do ancestor, there was not much difference between the two, as neither of them could affect him anyway. In the boundless and endless magma, Xiao Ming's eyes could only see crimson, a sinister color that was the hardest to endure during his journey. But he was used to it, as he had been living a dull and tedious cultivation life since the beginning, so this had little effect on him. Following the summoning feeling, he immersed himself in the magma for an unknown amount of time and looking to either side, his eyes still saw crimson. If not for the soul mark he had attached to the hilt of his sword on the hillside before entering the magma, he would have already lost his way back, and losing his way back in this magma world would undoubtedly lead to death. Suddenly, the invisible flames covering his body burst into a fiery aura, illuminating a magma vortex not far below him. A circle of transparent light emitting a faint glow emerged from the magma vortex. Since the circle of light was transparent, it did not obstruct Xiao Ming's vision. What he could see was a corpse that had already turned into bones, and a flame hovering above the skeleton. The flame was transparent, like an invisible shape. This fallen heart flame was only the size of a head, and the temperature emanating from it was much lower than the fallen heart flame that had just been devoured by Xiao Ming. Xiao Ming, who had once obtained an infant fallen heart flame, knew that this fallen heart flame in front of him was also at an infant stage. Of course, one didn't have to look at the fact that this heavenly flame was only in its infant stage. After all, it was still a heavenly flame, and it was quite difficult for a heavenly flame to take form, requiring the accumulation of countless years. And this invisible flame, which didn't seem too fierce, hadn't existed for too long, and it had all the functions that a fallen heart flame should have. I finally found it. Looking at the heavenly flame in front of him, a look of joy shone in Xiao Ming's eyes, and then with a movement of his body, he rushed inside the circle of light. As he penetrated into the circle of light, a soul fluctuation seemed to pass through him, and after sensing the fallen heart flame, it voluntarily retreated, and Xiao Ming was able to enter the circle of light smoothly. When he landed on the ground not far from the skeleton, the invisible flame on Xiao Ming's body converged and his gaze was directed towards the invisible flame the size of a human head, but he did not act rashly. The remnant soul of Venerable Tianhua had not yet appeared. A moment later, a burst of white light suddenly emerged from the bones. The white light slowly converged into a human shape, and when the white light dissipated, a clear human figure appeared before Xiao Ming's eyes. The figure was dressed in white robes, had a snow-white beard and hair, and had an elderly face. Fallen heart flame. I didn't expect you to submit. The illusory figure looked at Xiao Ming and then said slowly, with hidden meaning in his voice. A faint smile appeared on Xiao Ming's face. He had no panic about the appearance of the human figure. A residual soul was just a residual soul, and it didn't have much effect on him. Xiao Ming arched his hands and smiled. Xiao Ming greets senior. The illusory figure paid no attention to Xiao Ming's politeness, his gaze fixed on him for a moment before his palm waved. Then his expression changed. He had just attempted to summon the fallen heart flame. However, the fallen heart flame did not respond to his summoning, causing the human figure to wave his hand in disbelief again. Senior, there is no need to try again. I still have some experience in controlling flames. Perhaps this fallen heart flame was once refined by you, but now that it has been refined by me, it is impossible for you to have the ability to control it. Looking at Venerable Tianhua, whose expression had changed drastically, Xiao Ming said calmly. If Venerable Tianhua could still control the heavenly flame he had refined, then he, a 7th-tier alchemist, would become a joke. Hearing this, Venerable Tianhua withdrew his palm, his eyes showing a trace of dejection as his expression became increasingly solemn. I don't deserve to be called senior. You are truly an amazing talent. I am Yao Tianhua. In fact, I am the previous owner of this fallen heart flame. You are so young and yet you already have so much strength, and in the art of flame control, you are also very skilled. You truly make this old man ashamed. Please don't blame me for what I just did. I didn't intend to steal the heavenly flame by force. I just hadn't seen this heavenly flame that I had refined for a long time, so I was a little happy to see it. Now you know my situation. Strictly speaking, I have already died and my soul has been exhausted after so many years. The me you see now is just a remnant soul. I can't do you any harm. Xiao Ming nodded slightly before smiling. Senior, don't worry. I can see that you are not in a good state. If you hand me the fallen heart flame, I can take you out of this place. Although he could directly rob it by force now, for people like Yao Tianhua, Xiao Ming still preferred to trade, and only when facing people he couldn't communicate with, like the people from the Black Corner region, was when Xiao Ming would use violent means first. Yao Tianhua's smile remained unchanged, but with a hint of sadness. This is fair, but with the current state of my soul, even if I leave now, I will only have 5 or 6 more years left. This, I can repair Senior's soul, and when I get the chance later, it's not impossible to help Senior to refine another body. Xiao Ming said slowly. Han Feng's soul was still in his hands, and the method to refine a body was with Yao Lao. When the time came to exchange soul skill with him, he will ask for the method along with it. As long as he refined a body for Yao Tianhua and gave him a fungus green pill, which could restore most of the strength of a Do Venerate, and which he had obtained from the simulator previously, then it would be equivalent to having a Do Venerate as a backup. Chapter 211. Is it true, little friend? Hearing this, Venerable Tianhua's breathing seemed to have quickened. He wasn't afraid that Xiao Ming was lying to him. With his perception, he was naturally able to see that Xiao Ming was an alchemist, and moreover, a very high-tier alchemist. Naturally. Xiao Ming nodded his head. Little friend, feel free to ask me for whatever you want, as long as it doesn't go against my principles. This old man will agree. How could a Do Venerate powerhouse that had roamed the continent be willing to vanish under the dark magma? At the same time, he knew that Xiao Ming was doing a lot for him, and a single heavenly flame would definitely not be enough reward, so he immediately said in a very straightforward manner. Before Xiao Ming could say anything, Yao Tianhua tapped his forehead as if remembering something, and with a wave of his hand, a snow-white storage ring flew from one of the bones on the side to land on his hand. Waving his fingers, a white scroll came out of the storage ring. The scroll was pale white and on it was drawn some flaming beasts. This is my famous Do technique, 5-ring flame expelling technique. Although it is not correct to call it Do technique, instead, it is more correct to call it flame controlling method. Venerable Tianhua threw the scroll to Xiao Ming and said, this technique is divided into 5 categories based on the shape of the beast: wolf, leopard, lion, tiger, dragon. Each kind of beast has its own fire spirit. Upon complete mastery of this fire technique, the 5 beasts can gather and form a 5-ring flame expelling flame formation. It has the enormous strength to boil the sea and burn the sky. If 4 of the 5 beasts are agglomerated from a heavenly flame, the strength of this technique is comparable to a Tian-Do technique. I see that you are very interested in flame control, so I will give you this Do technique as a gift from me. Tian-Do technique? Xiao Ming's eyes narrowed slightly. So far, he had not acquired a Tian-Do technique yet. He had a Qi method, but he did not match the attribute of it. He had 5 heavenly flames right now, so once he cultivated this Do technique, then he would immediately have a Do technique that could rival high Tian-Do techniques. However, Xiao Ming's face did not change too much due to this Do technique. Seeing that Xiao Ming's face did not change much, Yao Tianhua felt that Xiao Ming was a bit difficult to handle, but when he thought about it further, it was likely that Xiao Ming had an extraordinary background since he had such strength at such a young age, so he might not put his techniques in his eyes. However, this is a good thing. This means that this person is more likely to be able to bring me back from life, Venerable Tianhua thought. What other conditions do you have, little friend? Please feel free to mention them. I don't have any extravagant demands, I just hope Senior Tianhua can protect me when you regain your strength, said Xiao Ming with a faint smile. At these words, Yao Tianhua was taken aback, and after a brief pause, sneered, "You are so calculating that you want to squeeze this old man to the last drop." Xiao Ming's smile remained unchanged as he continued to look at Yao Tianhua with a smiling face and said, "Hee, the fact that Senior can be resurrected makes this condition not a loss at all. However, if Senior feels that you are losing in this exchange, then I am willing to take the loss. I have a 2-colored 8th tier pill, the green fungus pill, that can restore most of Senior's strength. How does that sound?" "Ha ha ha, fair enough, then it's a deal." Venerable Tianhua agreed willingly. Xiao Ming was now a Do ancestor. Being so young, even if he had to protect him, it wouldn't be a lifelong matter. If Xiao Ming maintained this cultivation speed, maybe after a few years of recovering his physical body, the other party would have already surpassed his cultivation level, so he would be free at that time, so there was nothing to doubt about. "Senior, don't worry, I always keep my word," Xiao Ming said confidently. "Then I'll hand over this infant fallen heart flame to you first, little friend." Yao Tianhua raised his hand and a fallen heart flame on his bones floated towards it, and after looking deeply at Xiao Ming, he waved his hand and threw it, causing the infant fallen heart flame to reach Xiao Ming's position. Carefully catching this fallen heart flame, Xiao Ming was able to feel the fragility of this little flame in his hands. He then forced himself to contain the joy in his heart and quickly took out the flame-gathering cauldron from his storage ring before carefully putting it in. When Su Qian had given him the flame-gathering cauldron, Xiao Ming had asked for an extra one just for this moment. As the fallen heart flame fell into the flame-gathering cauldron, the temperature rose faintly, and Xiao Ming could clearly sense that an invisible fluctuation was silently spreading inside the cauldron. Being extremely familiar with the fallen heart flame, he naturally knew that this invisible fluctuation was exactly what the blazing sky Qi refining tower needed. However, if Xiao Yan has cultivated the flame mantra and desires the heavenly flame, I fear he may not be able to resist the urge to obtain it, said Xiao Ming with a slight frown. He naturally did not want the heavenly flame to fall into Xiao Yan's hands, as the blazing sky Qi refining tower would become unusable without it. Furthermore, now that Han Feng had been captured by him, if Xiao Yan dared to steal the heavenly flame, he would certainly receive a harsh punishment from the Jianan Academy, which had 6 Do ancestors, oh no, along with him and Qian by 2 elders, a total of 9 Do ancestors. Even if he didn't take action and the Qian by 2 elders didn't act either, the Jianan Academy still had 6 Do ancestors. With this lineup, even if Yao Lao was powerful, he would have to submit to a severe beating. Even if Xiao Yan was lucky enough to escape with the heavenly flame, as the saying goes, the monk may run away but the temple still remains. TL, you can run, but you cannot hide. Xiao Yan was from the Xiao family, where could he run away to? This realization made him understand that in the original story, Xiao Yan's theft of the fallen heart flame was done without any consideration for the potential consequences to the Xiao family of Wu-Tan City or the clan members studying at the Jianan Academy. It was partly due to subsequent events, such as Han Fen's appearance, that Xiao Yan was able to gain hero status, and thus the Jianan Academy did not pursue him for the heavenly flame. Otherwise TSK. Forget it, I won't think too much about it. If Xiao Yan really comes to the academy, then I'll just make First Elder pay more attention to him, Xiao Ming said inwardly. Venerable Tianhua saw Xiao Ming put away the heavenly flame, so he waved his hand nonchalantly, and put away his own skeleton inside the storage ring. Then, once again, with a slight wave of his hand, the white storage ring in his hand was automatically placed on Xiao Ming's finger, while his figure also flashed in the ring, and a faint ripple spread out from the storage ring, causing the light shield in front of Xiao Ming to slowly open. There's something dangerous hidden in this magma, we should leave immediately. Agreed, said Xiao Ming. He knew Yao Tianhua was afraid of the lizard man, and as soon as the light shield opened, he quickly moved, his body turned into a white shadow, and he shot out like lightning, while at the same time, a faint spatial power spread out from the white ring, shielding them from the fluctuations of the surrounding magma. On the silent surface of the magma, which had no wind or waves, only the faint sound of hot bubbles bursting from time to time. Plop! The whole magma world was still in sepulchral silence, when, suddenly, a sound of water breaking sounded, and then a human figure, enveloped in invisible flames, emerged from the magma until he was finally suspended in the air. We're finally out. Chapter 212. We're finally out, said Xiao Ming, wiping a thin layer of sweat from his forehead and laughing. Although he did not encounter any special circumstances when he entered the magma, the long time spent in the magma consumed much of his energy. Finally, it's time to see the outside world beyond the magma again. How nostalgic. Venerable Tianhua, who had also emerged from the depths of the endless magma, was also a bit excited. He floated out of his ring for a few laps before saying with great enthusiasm, "Xiao Ming, your travel was exceptionally smooth. Back when I went deep into the magma depths, I encountered quite a few dangerous situations." Oh. Although he knew what the situation was, Xiao Ming still pretended to have a puzzled look on his face. There is a kind of lizard race in the depths of magma. That lizard race is extremely strange. Not only do they have many powerful individuals, but their numbers are almost endless. The fact that I died down there even being a Do Venerate back then, was because I ran into Do Venerate level lizard people. Yao Tianhua slowly said. Other than an inexhaustible group of lizard people that one can never seem to kill, I suspect that there are even more terrifying existences deep within the magma world. Looking at Yao Tianhua's gloomy face, Xiao Ming couldn't help but inwardly shake his head. The deepest part of the magma was indeed very dangerous. It was where the Tushi ancient god mansion was located and also where Zhu Kuan, Ziyan's unfortunate father, was. It could be said that Zhu Kuan was unlucky. He had originally gone with his daughter in search of the opportunity to become Do God, but he did not expect that the Tushi ancient god would force him to stay there as a guardian. Ziyan was even more unlucky. The worthy heiress and future dragon empress of the ancient void dragon tribe was forced to wander outside and scavenge for food. She probably hadn't even developed her spiritual wisdom at that time. Thousands of years have passed, and it is only now that she is breaking through to Do Emperor. The lizard race can't leave the magma. Their bodies would turn to ash as soon as they leave it. Besides, they only live in the depths of the magma, so as long as we don't re-enter the magma world, they won't be able to do anything to us. Xiao Ming nodded and smiled, his palm extended towards the hillside, causing a cold light to shoot out from it, turning into a precious sword and falling into his hand. I've been here for many days now, it's time to go. Xiao Ming, my soul is extremely weak at the moment and is not able to sustain its presence for long, so I will need you to restore it. Remember, my soul will not hold out for long in this state, so you must hurry, Venerable Tianhua said as he turned his gaze to Xiao Ming. Senior Yao, please don't worry. After we leave this time, I will proceed to prepare something to restore your soul, and if there are no complications, it should be ready in 3 to 5 days. Han Feng, the fellow who brought him good fortune, had brought Xiao Ming quite a few medicinal recipes, including several for restoring the soul, so restoring Yao Tianhua's soul was a simple task for him. Venerable Tianhua nodded in satisfaction and said, "That's fine. If you have any problems while practicing the Do technique, 5-ring flame expelling technique, you can ask me. Since you have helped me, I will not be stingy with you." "In that case, thank you in advance," replied Xiao Ming. Venerable Tianhua waved his hand, his soul now appearing more illusory than before, possibly due to its prolonged manifestation. Seeing this, he sighed, and with a movement of his body, he transformed into a flash of light and entered the snow-white storage ring. Seeing Venerable Tianhua enter the white storage ring, Xiao Ming looked into the deep hole that reached up to the blazing sky chi refining tower and quickly rushed upwards. Bang! A loud noise was heard in the air that startled the elders guarding the magma pool. The two were surprised, but upon seeing that it was Xiao Ming, they were relieved. However, when they noticed that there were no Do Chi wings on Xiao Ming's back, they couldn't help but inhale sharply. "So it's Elder Chao and Elder Qin, you two have worked hard," said Xiao Ming. As soon as he emerged from the hole, he greeted the two elders guarding the entrance. "Have you made a breakthrough?" The two elders already had an idea of what had happened, and when they saw Xiao Ming slowly nodding his head, they couldn't help but inhale sharply again. Although they already had some expectations, when Xiao Ming actually broke through to Do Ancestor and stood in front of them, it still amazed them. After all, Xiao Ming was very young, just a teenager. When the two elders were done being surprised, Xiao Ming asked, "In the magma world, there is no concept of time. I wonder how much time has passed." "It's been almost a year," replied one of the elders. "Almost a year?" Xiao Ming raised his eyebrows in surprise. This was less time than he had imagined. After all, in the simulator, it had been over a year, and this time he had made a special effort to consolidate his cultivation, so he expected that it had taken as long as in the simulation. However, this did not pose much of a problem for him. In fact, it was a good thing. Still, he had been here for almost a year and these elders had been here too, so it must have been difficult for them, so Xiao Ming thanked them both. Seeing this, the two elders told him that there was no need to be polite. Xiao Ming had made pills for them before. Moreover, they were not only waiting idly, but they had also been cultivating. After a bit more conversation, Xiao Ming asked about the location of First Elder Su Qian. First Elder. There have been many matters to attend to at the academy these days, he should be in his study taking care of them. Knowing where First Elder was located, Xiao Ming bid them farewell. Soon, he found First Elder Su Qian in the study. Xiao Ming, did you end your seclusion so quickly? In the brightly lit study, when Su Qian saw Xiao Ming, he immediately stopped what he was doing and an expression of joy appeared on his face. His gaze scanned Xiao Ming's body and sensing his aura was like the deep sea, he couldn't help but smile. It seems that this time the breakthrough progressed very well, doesn't it? That was also thanks to the Academy's fallen heart flame, otherwise, I wouldn't know how long it would have taken me to break through. Sitting in front of Su Qian, Xiao Ming said with a smile. Then, with a wave of his hand, the flame-gathering cauldron appeared in his hand. First Elder, this is the fallen heart flame exchanged. Oh. Hearing this, Su Qian gently took the flame-gathering cauldron and examined it. A moment later, when he felt the heart flame that suddenly appeared inside his body, a smile appeared on his face. With his current strength, it was impossible for an ordinary heart flame to mobilize inside his body, only a true heavenly flame could do it. It was clear that what Xiao Ming was giving now was an infant heavenly flame. You took a wild and untamed mature heavenly flame, and returned an infant heavenly flame to the inner academy, now, it could be considered a win-win. However, did you suffer any injuries while extracting the heavenly flame source from your body? This, Xiao Ming scratched his head and decided to be transparent. This heavenly flame is actually a new heavenly flame that I discovered in the depths of the magma. Chapter 213. What? You mean there's still a fallen heart flame in the magma world? Su Qian exclaimed in surprise. Xiao Ming smiled and nodded. After devouring the mature fallen heart flame, I ventured into the depths of the magma and found it at a great depth. Xiao Ming was not lying with these words, but simply omitting a few details. How surprising, there is actually another fallen heart flame in the magma world, and even the headmaster didn't discover it back then. Su Qian shook his head in amazement before adding, Kid, you are very lucky. Even I wouldn't dare to dive into that subterranean magma, but you not only entered there but also obtained another heavenly flame. Could it be that you have a physique that attracts heavenly flames? First Elder, you are joking. I would also like to have that kind of physique, but where in the Doqi continent is there any physique that can attract heavenly flames? Xiao Ming shook his head with a smile. That's true. Remember to preserve this heavenly flame well, First Elder. This fallen heart flame is still in its infant stage, which, compared to the previous one, is an advantage. The inner academy has elders who practice fire attribute techniques that can continuously infuse it with Do-Chi. In this way, the heart flame essence it provides will be able to make the blazing sky Chi refining tower continue to shine, and even, after a long time, this fallen heart flame will be able to evolve and obtain its spiritual wisdom, and having been cultivated by the inner academy, it will no longer be repulsive with it. However, it is also because of this that this heavenly flame will be more coveted and easier to obtain. Hearing Xiao Ming's reminder, First Elder Su Qian could not help but nod in agreement. Xiao Ming was right, the previous fallen heart flame was strong, and it was not something that could be stolen just like that. Proof of that was that they needed 5 Do ancestors and dozens of Do kings to suppress it before. However, the same was not true for this infant fallen heart flame, it was still very weak. I'll take care of this. With the palm of his hand caressing the flame-gathering cauldron, Su Qian inwardly planned how to protect this fallen heart flame as he nodded his head. Looking at Su Qian's attitude towards the infant fallen heart flame, Xiao Ming did not say anything else, believing that the First Elder would fix everything. After leaving Su Qian's study, Xiao Ming returned to the Elder Zone and entered his courtyard. After thinking for a while, Xiao Ming walked up to the door of Ziyan's room and pushed it open. Inside, the purple light was dense, and in the center of the room was a huge cocoon of light, 3 meters wide. Although it was not possible to see what was inside the cocoon, the majestic energy it contained indicated that it was no ordinary thing. The surface of the cocoon was shining and dimming rhythmically, like the beating of a heart. Every time the light in the cocoon changed, there was a subtle fluctuation in the energy of the room, and then this energy was absorbed by the cocoon, making it even brighter. As he approached the cocoon, Xiao Ming noticed small holes on its surface. It seems that the time for Ziyan to emerge from the cocoon is not far away. I hope you come out soon. If you haven't by the time I have to return to the Jiama Empire, you'll have to stay alone in the inner academy, he said with a smile, before turning and leaving the room. He had nothing else to do, so he returned to his room and took out his medicinal cauldron. He decided to refine the soul-cultivating saliva. Although it was not a difficult pill to make, it required an extraordinary amount of time due to its effect on the soul. He wasn't impatient, as it had been a while since he had refined pills and this could be considered good practice. 3 days later, inside the room, Xiao Ming, who had closed his eyes tightly, finally opened them abruptly. With a wave of his palm, a cluster of liquid emitting an emerald-like luster shot out of the medicinal cauldron and was suspended in front of him. Xiao Ming exhaled softly as he looked at the vitality-filled emerald liquid in front of him and slowly lifted his finger, which was wearing a white storage ring. He made the liquid descend and land on the surface of the ring, into which it was slowly introduced. When the last drop of soul-cultivating saliva was introduced into the ring, the soul inside slowly emitted some vitality, and from it came out an ancient voice full of gratitude. Xiao Ming, I thank you for your great kindness. If you need my help in the future, just say so. Xiao Ming pushed the medicine cauldron away with a wave of his hand and laughed upon hearing the familiar voice. You don't need to be so polite, Senior Yao, isn't this something I promised you a while ago? Yao Tianhua was about to say something when suddenly, the sound of the door opening came from outside. Hearing this, Yao Tianhua swallowed his words immediately. Senior Yao, no need to be alarmed, these must be my companions who have returned. I will introduce them to you later. Xiao Ming said, there was no need to hide Yao Tianhua from Xiao Yixian and Qinglin. Introducing Yao Tianhua to the girls would also prevent them from thinking that there was no other man in the courtyard besides Xiao Ming and that unwanted incidents would occur. In the future, Xiao Ming had no intention of letting Yao Tianhua stay by his side all the time but would let him wander around on his own from time to time. Since it's like this, then I will also show myself first, lest I scare the other party. Yao Tianhua smiled as he stepped out of the ring. Amicham. Xiao Ming nodded slightly before pushing the door to the room and walking out. As he pushed open the door to the room, a wave of excitement washed over Xiao Ming. Stepping into the hallway, he finally laid eyes on the woman he had eagerly been waiting to see once more. She was standing there, dressed in white, her long purple hair cascading down her back and her green eyes as beautiful as he remembered them. A smile broke out on his face as he approached her. Sienna, it's been a long time. Xiao Ming said, hugging her around the waist, you look even more beautiful than the last time I saw you. As he spoke, Xiao Yixian was overwhelmed with emotion, tears streaming down her cheeks. She had deeply missed him and being held in his arms once again was her heart's greatest desire. She hugged him tightly around the neck and gazed up at him, her voice overflowing with feeling. Xiao Ming, I've missed you so much, whispered Xiao Yixian, as Xiao Ming leaned in to meet her lips. Their reunion was full of passion, longing, and love. As they embraced, Yao Tianhua, who was standing behind Xiao Ming, could not help but smile at the obvious affection between the two. Looks like she's more than just a companion, doesn't she? Thought Yao Tianhua in a playful tone. Chapter 214. Behind Xiao Yixian, Qinglin also entered the courtyard, and when she saw Xiao Ming, her face showed an expression similar to Xiao Yixian's, full of love and longing. Just as she wanted to approach, she stopped and watched her sister Sienna in her young master's arms, and a bit of envy could not help but peek into her gaze. However, her envy was not directed specifically towards Xiao Yixian, but towards the fact that she could not be in Xiao Ming's arms the same way she was. After all, she had missed him terribly too. After kissing Xiao Yixian's soft cherry-colored lips, as he caressed her purple hair, Xiao Ming noticed something different about her. Sienna, have you broken through to become a Dou ancestor? He asked, surprised. 2-star Dou ancestor. Xiao Yixian nuzzled her face against his chest before looking up at him and confirming with a cute expression. My Sienna is truly amazing. Holding Xiao Yixian close to his chest, Xiao Ming couldn't help but marvel. He had to work hard to catch and devour the fallen heart flame before he could successfully break through, while Xiao Yixian had broken through to a more advanced level than him based on ordinary cultivation alone, so one could imagine how monstrous her special physique was, and it was no wonder that the larger forces especially liked to find talents with special physiques. Xiao Yixian couldn't help but chuckle coquettishly as she heard Xiao Ming's words of admiration. She knew that her special physique was a major factor in her ability to break through to a higher level than him. It's not like you don't know my physique. She said playfully, as long as the supply of poisonous herbs is sufficient, there won't be any bottleneck for me. Besides, in the past year I've also encountered many opportunities that helped me improve even more. You girls weren't here these days, have you come back from outside? Xiao Ming smiled and did not dwell any longer on the question of Xiao Yixian's strength, instead, he focused on other points. That's right, Qing Lin has broken through 5-star Do spirit, so I took her to have some combat experience against other people, as you've always emphasized the importance of real combat experience. As she said this, Xiao Yixian released one of her arms from Xiao Ming and gestured to her sister to come closer. Seeing this, Qing Lin walked over obediently while glancing nervously towards Xiao Ming. As she approached, Xiao Ming was surprised by how much she had grown. Her body had developed a lot in the past year and she now stood only slightly shorter than Xiao Yixian, and her body proportions were more mature than others her age. Qing Lin has also worked hard. Seeing Qing Lin's nervousness, Xiao Ming smiled warmly and gently stroked her green hair as he praised her. He could see that she had put a lot of effort into her cultivation and was proud of her progress. She lowered her head and looked at him with a mix of shyness and happiness in her eyes. "Thank you, young master, Qing Lin promises to keep cultivating hard," she said softly, her voice filled with determination. After saying this, Qing Lin retreated back to her previous position, trying to contain her curiosity about the elder behind Xiao Ming. She didn't want to interrupt the meeting between her sister Sienna and her young master and therefore decided to keep her inquiries to herself. After snuggling for a while longer and saying sweet words to each other, Xiao Yixian finally noticed Yao Tian was standing behind Xiao Ming. She immediately turned to look at Xiao Ming and asked with a puzzled face, "Who is this senior?" "He is a senior I met by chance in Magma World, he is called Venerable Tianhua." Xiao Ming replied as he took Xiao Yixian's hand and also introduced her to him. "Venerable?" Hearing this, Xiao Yixian was a little surprised. Only a Do Venerate could be titled as Venerable in the Do-Chi continent. For Xiao Ming to introduce him like this meant that the elder in front of her was a Do Venerate. "Ha ha ha, little girl, there's no need to be surprised, this old man is nothing but a soul body now. I may have to disturb your intimacy with Xiao Ming in the future, so I want to apologize in advance." Because of Xiao Ming, Yao Tianhua showed a kind face and even joked a little. Xiao Yixian's face blushed as she softly muttered, "Senior Yao, since Xiao Ming brought you back, there is no such thing as disturbing. We are happy to have you here." She understood that Yao Tianhua was just joking, and she didn't want to make him feel uncomfortable. She had faith in Xiao Ming's judgment and realized that if he had brought Yao Tianhua back, there must have been a valid reason for it. Seeing that the two had greeted each other, Xiao Ming gestured for Qing Lin to approach again. "Senior Yao, this is Qing Lin, she is the possessor of the triple jade green snake flower pupils," Xiao Ming introduced. Qing Lin greets Venerable Tianhua. Qing Lin greeted Yao Tianhua obediently, bowing her head slightly as a sign of respect. "Triple jade green snake flower pupils. This little girl has a bit of luck," Yao Tianhua commented, with a hint of surprise in his voice. He had traveled the continent for an unknown number of years and had undoubtedly heard of this type of physique. It's a rare and powerful special physique. It just didn't occur to him that even if Xiao Ming was a monstrous talent, he would actually have this kind of talent by his side. Speaking of which, since this little girl had a special physique, didn't it mean that the Do ancestor girl next to Xiao Ming would be the same? Thinking about this, Yao Tianhua asked, "This little girl, Xiao Yixian, also has some kind of special physique, doesn't she? Otherwise, I wouldn't believe that there is anyone else who can break through to Do ancestor at such a young age like you, Xiao Ming." Senior Yao is right, Sienna possesses the Woeful poison body. Woeful poison body? Venerable Tianhua's voice was a little surprised. "I didn't expect that I would actually be able to see this physique a second time in my life, it's really good luck. However, after breaking through to Do ancestor, the Woeful poison body would always be on the verge of erupting, but this friend of yours doesn't seem to be like that, and her hair didn't turn into a white color which is after the Woeful poison body erupts. It's really strange. Does Senior Yao seem to know a lot about the Woeful poison body?" Xiao Yixian asked with a gut feeling as she smiled. "Oh, the Woeful poison body, well, it's a very famous name, who wouldn't know about it in the previous generation?" Yao Tianhua smiled softly. "Of course, it's not possible for ordinary people to know as much as me. Back in the day, I also had a friend who possessed the Woeful poison body. Back then, I created a sealing method for him. This seal could only be released once and only lasted for 3 years at most. After 3 years, I still did not find a way to control the Woeful poison body, so, at the end of the sentence, Yao Tianhua couldn't help but shake his head, looking a little sad. After calming his emotions, Yao Tianhua added, "If you need it, I can pass on that sealing method to you." "That won't be necessary, Sienna's Woeful poison body has already been controlled." Xiao Ming shook his head and said. "Oh, how did you manage to do that?" Yao Tianhua was stunned at his words. He knew how difficult it was to resolve the Woeful poison body. By devouring the nether poison flame, this heavenly flame is able to control the toxins. "I didn't expect the nether poison flame to have that kind of effect. I feel like my life playing with flames was a waste. Alas, if only I could have discovered this method back then he wouldn't have died." Senior Yao, don't blame yourself, after all, you did your best back then, didn't you? Xiao Ming comforted him. What you have said is also true. Yao Tianhua shook his head and then said, since your little partner possesses the woeful poison body, I will help my friend find him an heiress. I have 4D do techniques that he left in my storage ring, so I will give them to you. After saying this, a flash of white light shone on Yao Tianhua's hand as some purple-colored scrolls appeared. Then he looked at Qing Lin and took out a green ring, and while running his fingers through it, he said. This ring is something I obtained in a Do Saint ruin, it has the effect of accelerating cultivation in meditation, this is no longer useful for me, little Miss Qing Lin, this is for you. The treasures given by Venerable Tianhua were undoubtedly very valuable and useful, and with Xiao Ming's approval, Xiao Yixian and Qing Lin gratefully accepted the treasures from Venerable Tianhua after thanking him. Very well, keep talking amongst yourselves, this old man will no longer disturb your meeting, Hao Tianhua said with a faint smile before entering his white ring and returning to Xiao Ming's room. After Yao Tianhua's departure, Xiao Ming, Xiao Yixian, and Qing Lin continued to spend quality time together, they laughed, talking about what they had been doing this year and their plans for the future. As they talked, Xiao Ming couldn't help but show his affection for Xiao Yixian, holding her hand, playing with her hair, and giving her occasional kisses on the forehead, all small gestures that were full of love and care. She leaned into him, feeling the warmth of his touch. Qing Lin would look at him affectionately from time to time, and she would occasionally gather the courage to lean closer to him, seeking comfort in his embrace and giving him kisses on the cheek. The atmosphere remained comfortable and harmonious throughout the conversation, with the three of them feeling at ease and enjoying each other's company. After that, another day passed, and after visiting his master, Elder Hua, and as soon as he arrived at his courtyard, he felt that the courtyard began to shake violently. This sudden tremor startled Xiao Ming, and immediately his gaze turned to Ziyan's room, where a violet light was shining brightly. Is she already going to break through? At this sudden scene, Xiao Ming sketched a smile. Sensing the commotion, Qing Lin, Xiao Yixian, as well as Yao Tianhua, appeared in the small courtyard room. Xiao Ming, is Sister Ziyan coming out already? Looking at the brightness coming out of Ziyan's room, Xiao Yixian was a little surprised. Xiao Ming nodded slightly before entering Ziyan's room, closely followed by Xiao Yixian. While Yao Tianhua and Qing Lin looked at each other and decided not to enter and wait outside instead. Chapter 2:15. As soon as they entered the room, Xiao Ming and Xiao Yixian saw the purple light cocoon bursting with a bright light. As the light on the cocoon became more intense, a subtle ka-cha sound was heard at the end. Immediately, the tiny cracks in the cocoon opened, and countless streams of brilliant purple light radiated through the cracks. The cracks became more and more numerous, and in the end, a large chunk of the cocoon suddenly broke off, and as the first chunk fell off, the cocoon exploded as if in a chain reaction, and a column of purple light burst skyward, finally breaking through the ceiling and attracting the attention of many people in the inner academy. What is this fluctuation? Could there be some kind of treasure being born in the inner academy? This pillar of light is similar to the light pill that appeared when Elder Xiao Ming refined the 6th-tier pills, but it seems to be a bit different. Those who saw the pillar of light talked about it, and many students even wanted to go explore it, but when they saw that the area where the pillar of light originated from was the elder zone, they immediately stopped their steps. There were many elders living there, so if they entered without any reason, they would be punished if the elders saw them. The students did not go to explore, and the elders did not go either, as they sensed Ziyan's aura in that pillar of light. It was obvious that this little girl, Ziyan, was about to make a breakthrough, so there was nothing to see if they went there. Inside Ziyan's room, Xiao Ming stared intently at the massive column of purple light. With his keen vision, he could barely make out the figure inside. As the light gradually dissipated, the figure became clearer and clearer until it was finally revealed in its entirety. The figure that appeared before them was completely naked, with a lingering purple light on her body, giving her a seductive and alluring appearance. Her long, silken purple hair cascaded down her back and over her shapely buttocks, revealing a body that was vastly different from the small, young girl they had once known. As Xiao Ming and Xiao Yixian looked upon the face of the woman before them, they could not help but feel a sense of familiarity. It was Ziyan, now fully grown and transformed. Is it Ziyan? Xiao Yixian's face was shocked as she looked at this girl with a charmingly mature figure. It was hard to believe that Ziyan would transform into such a striking woman after her breakthrough. She remembered how Ziyan had mentioned that her appearance would change significantly after her breakthrough, and now she could see the truth in those words. Ziyan, who had just emerged from the pillar of light, stretched lazily, accentuating her already alluring curves. As she opened her eyes and saw Xiao Ming and Xiao Yixian, she felt a flutter in her heart as memories of what Xiao Yixian had said earlier about her being too small for Xiao Ming's interest flooded back to her. After a few moments of preparation, she struck a pose and cast what to her was a shy glance toward Xiao Ming, her eyes radiating a special radiance. Next to Xiao Yixian, Xiao Ming noticed her cute attempt and couldn't help but smile. Although Ziyan's appearance had changed, her personality remained the same. Xiao Yixian was speechless and quickly stepped forward, pulling out a set of clothes from her storage ring and placing them over Ziyan's body to cover her important places while saying in anger, "Don't you think about putting on clothes yet?" Xiao Ming's eyes are about to pop out. How could that be? Xiao Ming tilted his head and muttered, "But Ziyan's figure is really magnificent." Xiao Yixian had just finished dressing Ziyan in her clothes when Ziyan's body began to tremble. Suddenly, a strange green aura emerged from her body, and under its influence, Ziyan's body began to shrink rapidly. In just a few breaths, the tall and sensual beauty was transformed into a small and delicate-looking girl. Stunned by Ziyan's change, Xiao Yixian was perplexed and again speechless. Xiao Ming let out a chuckle as he watched Ziyan's transformation. As he had expected, her breakthrough to the 6th rank had not been enough to fully absorb the medicinal power of the body transformation grass. Ziyan, too, was taken aback by her sudden change. But as soon as she realized that her body had returned to its previous small form, her eyebrows furrowed in frustration. She glared at Xiao Ming, who seemed to be enjoying her predicament, and couldn't help but lunge at him in anger, clawing at his face. Xiao Ming gently tapped her head and said, "Calm down, or I won't give you any transformation pill in the future, and you'll have to stay small forever." Ziyan pouted, covering her head with her hands. Glancing at the oversized dress she was wearing, she grumbled, "Ugh, that damn body transformation pill. I never would have taken it if I had known this would happen." Xiao Yixian walked closer and pinched her pink little face, laughing, "I think you look better like this, you're a cutie." "Tsk, don't try to fool me, don't think I don't know that Xiao Ming prefers mature bodies." Ziyan shook her purple double ponytail, with an expression that implied that Xiao Yixian couldn't hide it from her. Long ago, Xiao Yixian had told her that she was too small, and now she was saying how small was better. Humph, she wasn't going to fall for that trick. She would wait until she had grown bigger and then, Xiao Ming's arms would be hers again. Stroking Ziyan's hair, Xiao Ming said to Xiao Yixian, "Don't try to change her mind. Ziyan's desire to grow up has been a long-standing one, it wouldn't be fair to expect her to give it up easily. Don't worry, I can refine 7th grade pills now. In the future, when my pill refining skills improve, I'll help you refine a transformation pill." This sentence was directed towards Ziyan. Yes. Ziyan was immediately excited. "So, you prefer Kavya figures?" Xiao Yixian looked at her own body and, despite being attractive, she realized that it still lacked a bit in comparison to Ziyan's previous figure. "Why are you fixating on this?" At her comment, Xiao Ming rolled his eyes at her. "I'm going out first, help Ziyan get dressed, your clothes are too big for her." After saying this, Xiao Ming walked out of the room. Xiao Yixian stared at Xiao Ming's back and inwardly was even more certain that Xiao Ming preferred Kavya bodies. "I must eat more nutritious food from now on." Outside the room, Venerable Tianhua had disappeared, and in his place was First Elder Su Qian, who was seated in front of the round stone table. Qing Lin, in the meantime, nervously poured a cup of tea for Su Qian and then stood off to the side. After taking a sip of tea, Su Qian looked at Xiao Ming. "First Elder, you're here to see Ziyan, aren't you? She will be out in a moment." Arriving at the table, Xiao Ming sat down and spoke. "Hee, all right, I'll wait for her to come out." Su Qian laughed, then spoke casually, "But this tea is also a pleasant surprise. It's delicious. Where did you get it from?" Xiao Ming smiled and replied, "I obtained it through chance. It's a rare find." He wouldn't say he got it in a simulation. Chapter 216. Once Ziyan is ready, do you plan on leaving again? Su Qian looked at Xiao Ming, who had revealed a surprised look upon hearing this, and smiled slightly. "What, are you curious as to how I know?" Xiao Ming gently nodded his head. "You don't seem to like staying in one place for too long, ever since you broke through to Do King, you've been traveling outside all the time, and even when you return to the academy, you don't stay long. Now that you've already been in the academy for a year, you're already thinking of leaving, aren't you?" Su Qian chuckled as he said. "Hee, you're still a good observer, First Elder." "That's right, in 2 days I'll make another trip back to the Xiao clan to take care of some matters, after that, I'll start traveling around the continent. As you know, when one breaks through to the Do ancestor realm, it often takes years or even decades of hard cultivation to advance a single stage, so, if I travel, I might be able to encounter some opportunities," Xiao Ming said. To be honest, Xiao Ming didn't have too many ambitions, he just wanted to stand at the top and admire the view. When admiring the view, the best thing was to have close people by his side. At that time, he would not want to be disturbed by fools around him. And strength was the most direct way to achieve these goals, and it was also the only truth in a Xuanhuan world. So, to be at the top, he needed to increase his strength as quickly as possible, and the most effective thing he could do was to go out and look for opportunities. Growing slowly with the resources gained from the simulator was not a bad way to go either, but certainly, Xiao Ming was also a great adventurous spirit. While there were people who could stay in one area and remain in their comfort zone, Xiao Ming was not that kind of person. There were always people in the world who would be stronger than one. Was this reason enough to no longer venture out? The strength of a Dou ancestor and the identity of a 7th-tier alchemist was already enough for him to make a living in the Douqi continent. Naturally, I know, and I didn't say it to stop you. After all, young people like to adventure more. I only hope you can take Ziyan to Central Plains in the future. Central Plains is immensely vast and gathers all kinds of races. You may find Ziyan's origin there. I will. Xiao Ming nodded in response. There was no need for the first elder to ask him. He would take her to Central Plains when the time came. The two chatted a bit more before Ziyan came out of her room. Upon seeing Ziyan after her breakthrough, and realizing that she still had the figure of a little girl, Su Qian, who knew that Ziyan had always wanted to grow up, smiled and said nothing as he quickly left. Xiao Ming discussed his plans with Ziyan after Su Qian left, and upon hearing that they would travel to the Jiama Empire again, Ziyan was immediately excited. Xiao Yixian already knew of this plan, so she showed no reaction, and it was only Qinglin who pouted since Xiao Ming had no intention of taking her with him. However, Xiao Ming had already discussed this with her beforehand and even showered her with pampering as compensation, so she did not say anything at this time. Xiao Ming couldn't help it. With Qinglin's current strength, it would be better if she continued to stay at the academy. The strength here didn't refer to battle power, as in that case Qinglin's 5th-rank magical beast would be taken into account. What Xiao Ming was referring to was Qinglin's own cultivation realm. Although Qinglin's own realm was increasing very rapidly, she was still only a Dou spirit for now, so cultivating at the inner academy was still the most suitable for her to improve quickly. The best time to take her with him would be when she reaches Dou King realm and no longer improves so quickly in the Blazing Sky Qi refining tower. In this way, Qinglin would be a great help to Xiao Ming. Outside the courtyard, Xiao Ming was lounging comfortably in a chair while soaking up the sun. Today, his companions, Xiao Yixian, Qinglin, and Ziyan had gone out shopping, but he had no idea what they were buying, and he didn't dare to ask, for fear that it would lead to him being dragged along on their shopping trip. Xiao Ming had also left the White Ring, where Venerable Tianhua resided, in his room. There was no need for him to carry it with him at all times, and Yao Tianhua had expressed his understanding of this. As he stared at the sun, Xiao Ming narrowed his eyes and thought to himself, taking advantage of the fact that there is no one around, I should use this moment to simulate. For the past few days, I haven't been able to do it, and if I don't do it now, the opportunity will pass soon. In the end, he decided to follow through with his plan. Xiao Ming spoke in his mind, simulator. After his command, an extremely mechanical voice suddenly sounded. Ding, it has been detected that the host has a life simulation opportunity. Do you wish to start the simulation? This voice is really pleasant to the ears. After sighing for a moment, Xiao Ming said, start the simulation. Ding, the current number of simulations is 1. Simulation begins. Day 1, you sit in the small courtyard and sunbathe. The sunlight is warm and you feel that your life is quite peaceful. Day 2, you take your companions, Ziyan and Xiao Yixian, to look for the amethyst-winged Lion King, and after observing it, you discover that the amethyst-winged Lion King has improved its strength over the year, but not significantly. You wish to refine the transformation pill, but you're not too confident in your ability to do so, so you decide to wait a bit to avoid wasting the medicinal herbs. Day 3, you spend the day cultivating on the back of the amethyst-winged Lion King. Day 4, early in the morning, after you wake up and spend some time reading a pill recipe, Xiao Yixian enters your room. You see her ethereal beauty, and move to kiss her. Day 12, you arrive in Wutan City and your clan rejoices at your return. After a few conversations, you discover that your clan has grown in strength and that there are now more Dou spirits within the clan. Day 13, you are approached by the clan head, Xiao Zhan, who tells you that his son's 3-year agreement is coming up and that he is not strong enough, so he wants you to help his son improve. Day 14, you refine a bone-strengthening 5th-tier pill, Suaping Saliva, for the amethyst-winged Lion King's son, the little amethyst-winged lion. Day 15, the news of your return spreads to all the large and small forces of the Jiama Empire, and the most prestigious forces of the empire send messengers to invite you to visit their territories. Day 25, you left some pills you didn't need for the clan, Purple Heart Barrier Breaking Pill, Yuan recovery pill, and 3 lines green spirit pill, then you took Zi Yan and Xiao Xian to the Jia Ma sacred city on the amethyst-winged lion king. Day 27, you met the Ice Emperor Haibudong, who had been waiting for a long time at the Mitre family. After not seeing him for 2 years, you discovered that his strength has not improved much. Haibudong was very excited about your arrival, and as you talked to him, news of your arrival spread throughout the Jia Ma sacred city. Day 28, your fame has increased enormously and you attain unparalleled prestige in the Jia Ma Empire. Day 35, you have successfully refined a 6th-tier pill, the spiritual recovery purple pill. Day 47, you took out a grain of spirit nourishment powder from your storage ring and looked at it closely under Ziyan's confused gaze. Chapter 217. Day 50, you meet your relative Xiao Yan and discover that after a few years of training, his strength has increased greatly, but you are not surprised by this. Day 60, Yun Yun, the sect leader of the Misty Cloud sect, pays you a visit. Day 70, the 3-year period has arrived, and for various reasons, you travel to the Misty Cloud sect to watch the battle. At Misty Cloud Mountain, where the sect is located, you see several experts from the Jia Ma Empire, all of whom seem to be very interested in the battle. You were a bit surprised that they were here since you had ordered the clan 3 years ago to forbid any outside rumors about it. In the end, after embarrassedly explaining to you, the former leader of the Nalan family told you that a drunken Nalan family subordinate had leaked it. After the 3-year arrangement battle ended, there was another big battle, and during the confrontation, Queen Medusa, who had a grudge against you, and the Grand Commander of the Snake People tribe, appeared. The other party was surprised to see your strength. Day 71, you found Xiao Yan, and as you planned, you obtained from him the method to refine a body that can resurrect the dead. Day 95, your family is well settled, so you are about to leave the Jia Ma Empire when you heard about the urgent situation at the border of the Jia Ma Empire, you reflected on it and finally headed there. Day 300, you passed a place called 10,000 Snake Gorge, where you encountered a race called Demon Snake, whose appearance was very ugly. The other party seemed to have noticed you, and upon seeing your handsome face, he became extremely jealous. After seeing the beauty at your side, he became even more jealous and began to pursue you with the strength of a Dou Emperor. You discovered this and casually crushed him to death. Day 400, you attempted to refine a high-grade 7th-tier pill, Sand Spirit Pill. You failed and felt immense pain as you watched the ashes of the herbs fly out of the medicinal cauldron. Day 671, you walked past a patch of grass and accidentally trampled a caterpillar to death. Looking at the caterpillar's corpse, you didn't give it much importance because you didn't mean to, it's just that the other party was too weak and you didn't notice. Day 900, after you and Xiao Xian shook the sheets, Xiao Xian was still not completely satisfied, so she pulled you again. Day 1311, you, Xiao Xian, and Qing Lin entered a Dou Venerate ruin together. Day 1312, you made no move inside the ruin while Xiao Xian and Qing Lin took it upon themselves to kill in all directions. Day 1313, you obtained a 2-colored 8th-tier pill, Soul Recovery Pill, and a high D-Do technique of Thunder attribute, 10,000 Thunders. Day 1898, your soul broke through to the spirit realm. Day 2333, you have become so famous in the Pill Tower that you have been hailed as the most talented person of the last 100 years, but you didn't really care much for it. Day 2566, a beautiful and attractive Lady Dou ancestor visited you with her daughter. She wished for you to accept her daughter as your first disciple, and although her daughter was indeed quite talented, you rejected her severely because you accepting her daughter was not her ultimate goal. This woman lusted for your body. Day 3333, a representative from the Gu clan approached you, and the other party spoke to you, first apologizing for the previous offense, then very subtly expressing that they will let you enter the heavenly tomb as long as you give them the Tushi ancient gods jade. Day 3650, a beautiful and charming female Dou Venerate offers you the Emperor's Stream Pulp, and as a condition for giving it to you, she wants to have a deep conversation with you. But is chased away by Xiao Xian at your side. End of simulation. Selecting talent items. Currently available, 5th tier pill, Sweeping Saliva, a caterpillar corpse, a portion of Emperor's Stream Pulp. Seeing these 3 options, a flash of excitement appeared in Xiao Ming's eyes. Emperor's Stream Pulp. How could he expect something like this to appear? It was incredibly valuable, and as someone familiar with ancient books, Xiao Ming knew this well. It was said to be born very close to the moon, in the distant night sky. The stories say that when it was born, it had the form of a myriad of olives and 10,000 golden threads, which ran through the world. And if one received its essence, one's strength would increase. However, the number was a bit exaggerated, as the Emperor's Stream Pulp was extremely rare, and it was impossible for so many to appear. But the effect was the same as the stories. For both humans and magical beasts, it was a very good tonic because it contained the essence of the moon that had been absorbed over the centuries, and when taken by humans, it could improve their strength. The use of the pulp was even more pronounced for magical beasts, as it could break through the limitations imposed by their bloodline and allow them to absorb it more efficiently than humans. With Xiao Ming's current strength, this Emperor's Stream pulp was useful for him to make a breakthrough, not to mention the others around him. In short, this Emperor's Stream pulp was a good thing. As for the other two options, starting with the caterpillar corpse, Xiao Ming directly ignored it. The fifth-tier pill, Suaping Saliva, was for some magical beasts that weren't too high in rank that helped them specifically improve their body, as well as their strength. It wasn't even comparable to the Emperor's Stream pulp, so it was obvious what to choose. I hope this portion of the Emperor's Stream pulp will be big enough, thought Xiao Ming, as the simulator had a kind of limit according to the given item. Even after simulating many times, Xiao Ming had a little difficulty understanding how much a portion of the Emperor's Stream pulp was, as he had never obtained this before. After looking around and making sure there was no one else, Xiao Ming said in his mind, "Simulator, I choose the Emperor's Stream pulp." The moment Xiao Ming's words fell, a half-meter-long transparent golden pulp appeared in front of his eyes. Its appearance caused a burst of energy fluctuations, but fortunately, Xiao Ming's hands were quick enough to seal it in the special jade bottle he had just taken out before it could fully emit the fluctuations. Although the Emperor's Stream pulp's appearance was very brief, it still emitted some energy into the surrounding vegetation. The greenery that was already very lush suddenly increased a little more as a result. Seeing this, Xiao Ming revealed a smile. This Emperor's Stream pulp has this effect with just its residual aura. It's true to its name, and seeing how much of it there is, I'm not the only one who will use it. Maybe in the next few days, I can look for some related pill recipes to see if I can maximize its effects. If I really can't find any, maybe I can try to create it myself. A 7th-tier alchemist could be called a true master alchemist, and alchemists of this level studied the properties of medicinal herbs very deeply. Creating a pill recipe, especially one that was also useful for a Dou ancestor, could be said to be a complicated task, but it is nothing more than that. "Xiao Ming, we're back." Creak. The door to the small courtyard was pushed open, and Ziyan, Qinglin, and Xiao Yixian walked in. The other girls didn't notice anything strange, but Ziyan sniffed with her cute little nose like a cat smelling fish. Then she leaned against Xiao Ming, and before she could sniff any further, her nose was gently pinched by him. "What are you smelling?" "I smell something delicious," said Ziyan in a nasal voice. It had to be said that Ziyan's nose was really good. "I don't have anything delicious around here," said Xiao Ming, refusing to admit it. The pulp had to be made into a pill before he gave it to Ziyan. It would be too wasteful to consume it directly. Chapter 218. No matter how good Ziyan's sense of smell was, it was of no use if Xiao Ming did not admit it. After several evasive answers from him, she was finally convinced that her senses were wrong. The next day, fully prepared and ready to leave, Xiao Ming set out on the journey back to the Jia Ma Empire with both girls in tow. 11 days later, in Wutan City, at the Xiao family residence. Today, the Xiao family was as lively as usual, as leaders of various forces arrived one by one at the entrance, each with gifts of homage in hand, eager to curry favor with the powerful Xiao family. These visitors included not only leaders of small forces within Wutan City, but also heads of prominent families from other provinces and leaders of merchant fleets. The guards standing at the gate of the Xiao family were not surprised by this influx of visitors, as they had come to discuss cooperation with the family. The power of the Xiao family had begun to expand rapidly, first dominating Wutan City, and then spreading its influence to the entire northeastern province. In normal circumstances, such unchecked expansion would have angered other forces, but in this case, there was something different. The Xiao family had a monster among them, known as Xiao Ming. Although Xiao Ming was not present at the Xiao family all year round, everyone respected his reputation as a 6th-tier alchemist and his strength as a Dou emperor. On the other hand, the family still had the Dou king powerhouse he left behind, as well as the Dou spirit powerhouse he cultivated. Those forces that did not want to give a face to the Xiao family had to weigh the consequences themselves, so the development of the Xiao family over the years was so rapid that it came close to dominating the entire northeastern province. Many of the things that foreign merchant fleets did in the northeastern province needed the permission of the Xiao family, so it became the norm for these people to visit the Xiao family. Just as the guards were about to continue checking the visitors' signs as they had done in the past, a sharp-eyed soldier suddenly noticed a giant purple beast approaching from far away in the sky. He quickly rushed to tell the leader of the guards about it. The leader looked up at his words and watched it carefully for a moment, and then an expression of joy appeared on his face. "That's a 6th-rank amethyst-winged lion king, it must be the supreme elder returning to the clan. Go and inform the clan head and the elders." Looking at the guards who quickly left after receiving the order, the leader of the guards turned to the visitors at the door and said, "Sorry, it is not convenient for the Xiao family to entertain visitors today." "Haha, no problem, we will come back to visit tomorrow." Yes, we'll come back another day." The visitors at the entrance could hear what the leader of the guards had said. The supreme elder of the Xiao family had returned. Wasn't the supreme elder of the Xiao family Xiao Ming? If he really came back, the other members of the Xiao family would really not have time to receive them, so it was better not to embarrass themselves and come back another day. At the same time, the other inhabitants of Wutan City also spotted the rapidly approaching amethyst-winged Lion King in the sky and immediately shouted in alarm. "Look! That's the amethyst-winged Lion King. Damn, I didn't see it the last time I led my team on a mission at the Magic Beast Mountain Range, but I could finally see it this time. If I could sit on that amethyst-winged Lion King, then I wouldn't have lived my life in vain. Forget it, one sneeze from the amethyst-winged Lion King can kill you, yet you want to sit on it. Who do you think you are, Xiao Ming?" People chatted a lot. Unlike the panic they felt the first time they saw the amethyst-winged Lion King, this time there was more excitement and curiosity in their eyes because they had long known that the amethyst-winged Lion King had been subdued by Xiao Ming. Now that the amethyst-winged Lion King had appeared, didn't that mean that Xiao Ming of the Xiao family had returned? A few minutes later, inside the Xiao family hall. Listening to Xiao Zhan's report on the Xiao family's development in recent years, Xiao Ming took a soft sip from his cup of tea, and to his left, Xiao Yixian and Ziyan sat side by side. The family's development over the years has exceeded my expectations. After listening to Xiao Zhan's report, Xiao Ming put down his teacup and said with some surprise. "Ha, it's all thanks to your help to the family, Xiao Ming, otherwise, we wouldn't have been able to develop so quickly." The Grand Elder next to him stroked his beard and said with a smile on his face, having been the Grand Elder for half of his life, he knew very well that the one who had the most credit for the Xiao family's ability to develop so quickly did not lie with Xiao Zhan, the clan head, nor the rest of the Xiao family, but with Xiao Ming. Without Xiao Ming, the Xiao family would be nothing now. "I only did what I could." Xiao Ming smiled, not taking credit. The Xiao family was too large and most of them were not very talented, so he could not cultivate them alone. The Xiao family had been able to develop on their own after he had given them some techniques. After discussing various matters and exchanging pleasantries, Xiao Zhan asked, "Supreme Elder, as you have reached the age of maturity, have you considered holding a coming-of-age ceremony to mark this significant milestone?" "Coming-of-age ceremony? Let's forget about that kind of thing." Xiao Ming shook his head. He just felt that it was all very troublesome. Every time they added the word ceremony to something, it was because it was something that took a lot of time. Although he had the time, it would really be unnecessary to waste it on something like that. "Since it seems to be a source of inconvenience for you, Supreme Elder, we will not proceed with it." Seeing that Xiao Ming did not wish to participate in the ceremony, Xiao Zhan and the others refrained from pushing the matter further. Despite his calm demeanor, as the strongest member of the Xiao family, it was important to respect his wishes and not offend him. Xiao Ming nodded slightly, then glanced around the hall. Other than a crowd with looks of adoration, excitement, and curiosity, there was no trace of Xiao Shan's figure. "Where is Xiao Shan?" Seeing that Xiao Shan was not here, Xiao Ming asked. Xiao Shan went to the neighboring Black City on business in the morning. As you know, the family has grown quite fast over the years, so these things are inevitable. He should be back in a few days. "That's fine, it's okay if I see him in a few days." Xiao Ming said softly, "I will stay in the clan for a while. If anyone wants to visit me unless it is a special situation, tell them I am refining pills and am not available." After saying this, Xiao Ming took the hand of the two girls and then left the hall. Inside the hall, as soon as Xiao Ming and the girls left, an intense discussion began. After almost 2 years without seeing him, Supreme Elder seems to have become even more handsome, worthy of being a member of our Xiao family. Hehe, didn't you see the two beauties standing beside him? What coming-of-age ceremony? I'm afraid our Supreme Elder has already found his springtime. I don't know if it's just me, although Supreme Elder has always been calm, I felt something indescribable about him sitting there. His strength must have been greatly increased again. What nonsense are you talking about? It's been so long, with his talent, it's only logical that he has improved a lot. That said, after Xiao Yan regained his talent a few years ago, he also went through several stages a year just like our Supreme Elder did. Do you think Xiao Yan will become the next Xiao Ming? Silence. Staring at the noisy hall, the ill-tempered second elder slapped his hand threateningly on the table, and a loud sound spread. A moment later, looking around the hall in silence, the second elder said, "You all heard what the Supreme Elder said, didn't you? We must declare to the outside world that he is refining pills, do you hear me?" Yes. Chapter 219. Over the next few days, as Xiao Ming had predicted, all those forces came to the Xiao family begging for him to meet with them. There were those who thought they were super talented and came to his door to worship him as master. There were those who were rich and came to ask him for pills. There were also those who simply wanted to approach him to make good connections. In short, there were all kinds of people. For these people, the Xiao family had kindly advised them to leave, saying that his supreme elder had told them that he would be in seclusion refining pills and would be too busy to receive them. Of course, not everyone would be expelled from the Xiao family. For example, the people of the Jiama imperial family were not expelled by the Xiao family. After all, the family still wanted to develop in the Jiama empire. However, in the end, the emissary from the Jiama sacred city still could not see Xiao Ming, and that was because Xiao Ming was doing what he said, refining pills. He was refining a pill for the amethyst-winged lion king's son, the 5th-tier pill, Suaping Saliva. Previously, Ziyan had stolen the amethyst lion birth essence from the amethyst-winged lion king, and he was fine with it before. However, now that the lion king had been his mount for almost 2 years, every time he thought about it, Xiao Ming felt a little embarrassed. But it was impossible to return the amethyst lion birth essence as he had long since split it equally between him and Ziyan. When a heavenly treasure came into Ziyan's hands, it usually didn't last for more than a few days. Xiao Ming still had the amethyst lion birth essence in his possession, which he had not touched at all. However, only half of the amethyst lion birth essence would not be very effective, so Xiao Ming used the core-quenching body milk, combined with some medicinal herbs to refine the Suaping Saliva for the amethyst-winged lion king's son. Although the Suaping Saliva was not as good as the amethyst lion birth essence, it was not much worse and had some potential enhancing effect, which was not bad at all. The amethyst-winged lion king, of course, was very happy about this and even roared at the back of the Xiao family's mountain for half a day. Aside from this, there was a problem with the recipe for the Emperor's stream pulp. Xiao Ming had checked quite a few recipes, but there was none for this treasure, which might be related to the fact that the Emperor's stream pulp was too rare. Realizing this, Xiao Ming could only create the recipe himself. Xiao Ming needed a lot of brain cells to come up with new ideas and it would take him some time to finish his creation. After completing the refinement of the Suaping Saliva, Xiao Shan returned to the Xiao family. He was overjoyed to see Xiao Ming and immediately invited him to his home for a meal. During their time together, Xiao Shan introduced his wife to Xiao Ming. It turns out that Xiao Shan married during the year Xiao Ming went into seclusion to become a Dou ancestor. At 27 years old, in the Douqi continent where adulthood is reached at 16, getting married at this age is considered quite late. Xiao Shan's status as a Dou spirit had attracted many sutresses in Wutan City, and according to him, his parents had been pushing him to settle down. So, he met someone he liked and decided to get married quickly. The woman was considered to be quite pretty, as well as virtuous, and she was already pregnant. Xiao Ming congratulated him on his marriage and presented him with a wedding gift. After a few days of peace and quiet, Xiao Zhan knocked on Xiao Ming's door. "Clan head, if you have something to say, just say it." Looking at Xiao Zhan, who was hesitant to speak, Xiao Ming frowned and said directly. In fact, Xiao Ming already knew what matter Xiao Zhan was coming for, and it was none other than about the matter of Xiao Yan. Indeed, under Xiao Ming's insistence, Xiao Zhan gritted his teeth and explained his purpose. "Supreme Elder, you also know that this kid Xiao Yan had made a 3-year agreement with the little sect leader of the Misty Cloud sect before, and although after that, the talent of Yenna returned and his cultivation speed became comparable to yours back then. I'm afraid that he still can't win against Nalan Yenran." "Comparable to me?" Xiao Ming pursed his lips. He didn't have Yao Lao's foundation elixir back then. Shaking his head, Xiao Ming said, "Clan head, I can't do anything if Xiao Yan can't win by himself, right? After all, this is just an agreement between the two of them. No matter if he wins or loses, as long as Xiao Yan doesn't have any other big grudge against the Misty Cloud sect, for me, the Misty Cloud sect won't do anything to him." It wasn't that Xiao Ming didn't want to help him either, but just as the Xiao clan was relying on his name to develop further, Xiao Yan didn't have many people who would provoke him outside just by mentioning that he was from the Xiao clan of Wutan City. Even if others did not believe him completely, not many people would provoke him. Or could it be that the protagonist's aura reduced some people's IQ, causing them to end up provoking him? Xiao Ming thought uncertainly. Xiao Zhan opened his mouth and could only sigh in the end. Didn't he know that the words Xiao Ming said were true? However, being his own father, how could he not understand the character of his son? He feared that when his son's temper got the better of him, he would start talking about a life-and-death battle or something like that. After all, Xiao Yan loved to be the center of attention as a child. If Xiao Ming knew what Xiao Zhan was thinking at this moment, he would definitely give him a thumbs up. In the original story, Xiao Yan had actually said those words, and it could be seen that Xiao Zhan knew his son quite well. "Alas, I won't ask you to do anything, Supreme Elder, I know that the Ice Emperor has invited you to make a trip to the imperial capital. When the time comes, I only hope that you can just pass by the Misty Cloud sect to watch the Battle of Yenna. Xiao Zhan's tone contained a hint of pleading. It had to be said that Xiao Zhan was really good to his son. At the time, he embezzled a large amount of the family funds for Xiao Yan, which was the reason why his conflict with the three elders had escalated. Now, he could lower his face and plead with Xiao Ming. However, although Xiao Zhan might have been a good father, the mere fact that he had embezzled the clan's funds was proof that he was not a good clan head. Xiao Zhan's tone of voice made even Xiao Ming sigh at his words. To be honest, Xiao Yan's second brother's tone had not been to his liking when he went in search of Qin Lin at Desert City earlier. Such matters were originally between his own family line, and even if they were from the same clan, it would not be good for him to get involved in them. If things didn't go well for Xiao Yan, they might even blame him and think he owed them something. If he really owed something in the past, then everything he had left for the Xiao family over the years had been enough to make up for it, right? Xiao Zhan was more level-headed than his second son and knew that this sort of thing had nothing to do with Xiao Ming at all. Therefore, he only used a pleading tone to ask Xiao Ming to take a look at his son, while suggesting that Xiao Yan's cultivation talent was good. Of course, he did not bring up the topic of compensation, as any form of compensation he could think of would not appeal to Xiao Ming. In fact, offering something could only offend him. Alright, I'll take a look at him in due course. Going to the Misty Cloud sect was something Xiao Ming had decided on long ago, whether Xiao Zhan begged him to or not. There was also the method to refine a body, which Xiao Ming had to obtain. So, he had to meet Xiao Yan no matter what. As for protecting Xiao Yan, by looking at the Two Peaks Do Emperor of the Snake People tribe in the simulator, and then at Yao Lao, who could possibly mess with him. Xiao Zhan finally left satisfied, and the next day, Xiao Ming took Zi Yan and also Xiao Yixian directly to the imperial capital. Chapter 220. This time, Xiao Ming did not bring the Amethyst-Winged Lion King with him on their trip to the imperial capital but instead left it with the Xiao family. The main reason for this was that the Amethyst-Winged Lion King had just been reunited with its son, the little Amethyst-Winged Lion, and he wanted them to spend more time together. Additionally, as mentioned in the simulator, there was a potential threat to the Xiao family, and leaving the Amethyst-Winged Lion King there along with Xue Tian, a fifth-rank magical beast, would ensure that the family would not be caught off guard in case of an attack. With both Xiao Yixian and Zi Yan being powerful figures in the Dou Ancestor and Emperor realm respectively, traveling to the imperial capital would not pose a problem for them. As nightfall approached, the capital of the Jiama Empire, Jiama Sacred City, was brightly illuminated with people bustling about. In the middle of a dark alley, Xiao Ming emerged, accompanied by Zi Yan and Xiao Yixian. They had just sneaked through the wall and entered the imperial capital. Zi Yan was trailing behind Xiao Ming, holding several thumb-sized purple fruits in her hands which she was stuffing into her mouth and mumbling something from time to time. Xiao Ming's eyes caught a glimpse of this scene and he couldn't help but reach out his right hand and pinch her cheek. Because of this handful of amethyst grapes, we lost half a day of our time and had to arrive here when the city gates were already closed. If not for that, why would we have had to sneak through the wall? Zi Yan, who had her cheek pinched, did not resist but continued to eat the fruit. Xiao Ming shook his head helplessly. Seeing this scene, Xiao Yixian smiled and said, "Xiao Ming, now that we have entered the city, should we go directly to the Mitre family or spend the night at an inn before visiting them tomorrow?" After listening to her, Xiao Ming said, "Neither, let's go to the Alchemist Association first." The Alchemist Association? Xiao Yixian's eyes were puzzled. Zi Yan, who was beside him, raised her eyebrows at these words and stopped eating the amethyst grapes to hurry and say, I know. We will go to the house given to Xiao Ming by the Alchemist Association. That house is not far from the association itself." "Oh. You remember very well," Xiao Ming laughed. Back then, when he received the title of Grand Elder of the Alchemist Association, Fa had given him a courtyard directly from the association, which was very close to the headquarters. However, he and Zi Yan had not lived there for a long time, so he did not expect that Zi Yan would still remember this matter. "Humph, and not only that, I recall there was a princess from the Jiama Empire who was very taken with you at the time." Zi Yan suddenly dropped a bombshell. "You spoiled little brat, I didn't think you would learn to be like that." Xiao Ming glared at Zi Yan. Why would she bring up that matter if it had nothing to do with what they were talking about? The next second, Xiao Yixian's gazed straight to him. "A princess from the Jiama Empire?" It was Yao Yi, the eldest princess of the Jiama imperial family. "At that time, because the imperial family asked me to refine some pills, I guess we crossed words a couple of times," Xiao Ming said lightly. "Really?" Xiao Yixian smiled gently and did not continue to ask, but she did not believe a word Xiao Ming had said. With Xiao Ming's strength and his handsome appearance that surpassed most people, who would believe that the women around him wouldn't have wild thoughts? In any case, she wouldn't believe it. Ahem, let's not talk about this anymore. Jiama's sacred city is still quite lively at night. I've been cultivating and haven't taken many strolls in a big city like this. How about we stroll together? Xiao Ming felt uncomfortable talking about that matter, so he changed the subject. Hearing this, Ziyan and Xiao Yixian's eyes lit up as they nodded their heads repeatedly. The next day, news of Xiao Ming's arrival in the Jiama sacred city spread quickly and circulated among the diverse major clans of the imperial capital. Soon, the Mitre family carriage arrived at Xiao Ming's mansion. Some people passing by stopped in their tracks at the sight of it. Wow! If I'm not mistaken, that seems to be the top-ranking carriage of the Mitre family, right? There were many rules for large families. To show their strength and status, they paid a lot of attention to details, such as clothing, footwear, and carriages. Those who have been living in the imperial capital for a long time could easily distinguish the status of the people riding in the carriages by their decoration, avoiding any potential conflicts, which could also be said to be a small life-saving skill. Look, someone's coming down. Under the gaze of the crowd, a white-bearded old man stepped down from the carriage and looked at the door of Xiao Ming's house in high spirits. As soon as the old man appeared, the surrounding environment suddenly calmed down, and the previous speculations immediately disappeared. The old man first looked around indifferently, and then very politely gave his name to the doorman and was invited in. As soon as the old man entered, a loud discussion broke out outside. Did I see right? That's the supreme elder of the Mitre family, the Ice Emperor Haibudong. A middle-aged man looked towards the door with a surprised expression. When it came to the Ice Emperor Haibudong, it could be said that there wasn't a single person in the imperial capital who didn't know him. He had become famous decades ago, and although he had disappeared for a long time, since his return 2 years ago, the Mitre family had flourished. Many people quickly thought of the key point. Master Xiao Ming is really powerful, even a lone powerhouse like the Ice Emperor Haibudong has to be educated in front of him. The fact that the Ice Emperor is at the gate means that Master Xiao Ming has come to the imperial capital. It is possible. Xiao Ming walked into the hall, saw the maid serving tea, and waved his hand for her to leave. Sitting on the main seat, he looked at Haibudong, who seemed to have aged quite a bit in front of him, and smiled. The Mitre family is well informed. I only came back last night and you arrived today. It's nothing like that. You didn't hide it at all, did you? If I didn't know, the Mitre would be ashamed to be the head of the 3 great families. On the other hand, the other clans should already know, so after I leave, your place will soon be bustling with activity. Haibudong shook his head and said. I don't think the Ice Emperor came to see me today to catch up on old times. Your strength doesn't seem to have changed much over the years, Xiao Ming said slowly. Don't even mention it. The do qi that was consumed after being sealed by Medusa is much harder to recover than I thought. Speaking of this, Haibudong was filled with helplessness. It's because of this matter that I have come to look for you. I have already gathered the materials for that spiritual recovery purple pill you mentioned back then, and I have also prepared the reward. I wonder when you can help me refine it. At the end of his sentence, Haibudong rubbed his hands together expectantly. Chapter 221. It seemed that Haibudong was in a hurry, otherwise, he would not have brought up the reason for his visit without talking for a few minutes first. Haibudong also noticed that he was being a bit impatient, so he smiled apologetically and said, Actually, I'm not in too much of a hurry. I just need you to refine it while you're in Jiama's sacred city. Huh, Your Excellency the Ice Emperor, you're being too formal, replied Xiao Ming. I won't go back on my word. Bring the medicinal herbs and I'll refine it for you. Fine, said Haibudong excitedly, handing over a storage ring that was already prepared. As Xiao Ming accepted the ring, Haibudong was finally relieved. However, this relief also led him to realize something he hadn't noticed before. He couldn't sense anything about Xiao Ming at all. What was going on here? Even if Xiao Ming was in the Peak Do Emperor realm, he should still have been able to sense something. It could be, a thought that even he himself felt ridiculous flashed through Haibudong's mind, but when applied to Xiao Ming, it felt like something reasonable. In the time we haven't seen each other, this realm of yours. Xiao Ming raised his eyebrows at his words, probably not even Haibudong himself noticed that his voice trembled a little. Your realm has broken through to Do ancestor. Swallowing saliva, Haibudong finally uttered those words. Replied Xiao Ming, nodding softly. Although he wouldn't announce his strength to the world, he wouldn't hide it when others asked. Seeing the nod, Haibudong took a deep breath. He realized that compared to Xiao Ming's rapid advancement, he himself had made little progress over the years. He laughed bitterly and said, Your talent is truly amazing. Even without being sealed for decades, it would have been difficult for Haibudong to reach the Do ancestor realm at this point. He was similar to the previous Jia Xing Tian and Yun Shan. In contrast, Xiao Ming had not even stayed in the Dou Emperor for more than 3 full years before directly breaking through to Dou Ancestor. This was the gap between people. At the end of his thoughts, Hai Budong's desire for the spiritual recovery purple pill grew stronger. Suddenly, he remembered something. I wonder if you, Master Xiao Ming, can refine a mighty Huang pill. Mighty Huang pill. That's a commonly used pill across the continent, and many 6th-tier alchemists can refine it, replied Xiao Ming. Excited, Hai Budong asked, in that case, I'd like to request that you refine one for me. He believed that with the mighty Huang pill and the spiritual recovery purple pill, he could instantly become a 6-star Dou Emperor, and with a bit of luck, even a 7-star Dou Emperor, thus saving him a lot of cultivation time. Thinking of this, Hai Budong's pale face couldn't help but show a smile. After Xiao Ming repeatedly spoke to him, Hai Budong finally came to his senses and his old face reddened slightly. I'm sorry, I just got carried away a few moments ago. Human nature, I understand, I can help you refine this mighty Huang pill, and I don't want your payment, but you have to promise me one thing. What is it? Asked Hai Budong. It's a small thing. When I leave the Jiama Empire this time, I won't be back for a while, so I need you to take care of the Xiao family, said Xiao Ming. Although Xiao Ming had already planned to let the Amethyst-Winged Lion King stay with the Xiao family, the Amethyst-Winged Lion King was still a magical beast after all, and with an additional Hai Budong taking care of them and then solving the hidden problems of the Misty Cloud sect, the Xiao family wouldn't have too much trouble developing on their own. Xiao Ming didn't want to go on adventures and come back only to find the Xiao family in ruins. After all, it's the clan he came from, so it was only fitting to leave some extra insurance. I'd do that even if you didn't ask. I'll make sure to take care of the Xiao family. Hai Budong waved his hand and patted his chest. Hai Budong was known to be distant and cold toward strangers, but he would do his best for those he recognized. In the original story, he had saved many members of the Xiao family at the cost of offending the Misty Cloud sect, and this was why Xiao Ming held him in high regard. Well, now that it's all settled, send the ingredients for the mighty Huang pill in the next few days. After a little talk, Hai Budong left Xiao Ming's residence with a satisfied smile on his face, as the outcome of his visit exceeded his expectations. He quickly set about delivering the herbs that Master Xiao Ming needed. After Hai Budong's departure, all the major and minor forces in the Jiama sacred city sent out invitations, including the 3 big clans. Princess Yao Yi of the Jiama imperial family even personally visited Xiao Ming's mansion to invite him to a banquet, but all invitations were declined politely by Xiao Ming. At the landing station of the Jiama sacred city, as Xiao Yan stepped out of the crowded row of flying transports, he raised his head to admire the magnificent city. He couldn't help but sigh in awe, as he considered it to be the most majestic city he had ever seen. It's worthy of being the imperial capital of the Jiama Empire, it's truly magnificent, Xiao Yan said. An old voice echoed in his head, this is nothing. After you get stronger, you will find that Jiama sacred city is nothing more than this. Xiao Yan rubbed his head and smiled, but didn't reply. He yearned for the words spoken by Yao Lao in his heart. Rubbing his nose, Xiao Yan asked, Master, it's still more than a month before we go to the Misty Cloud sect. Why are we here in the Jiama sacred city so soon? You're usually quite intelligent, why are you a little dumber today? Your strength is only in the 7-star Dou Master, and this cultivation level is not reliable enough to go to Misty Cloud sect. We need to find some medicinal herbs to refine a strength-enhancing pill for you. Jiama sacred city is the capital of the Jiama Empire, so it must have many treasured medicinal herbs scattered around. Yao Lao laughed and scolded him. Xiao Yan was moved by Yao Lao's consideration for him. He was aware of all the things his master had done for him over the years, and if it wasn't for Yao Lao, his strength wouldn't have improved so quickly. Moreover, he had also obtained a heavenly flame. As he thought about the heavenly flame, a flash of worry crossed Xiao Yan's eyes. He had obtained it in an unorthodox manner, by sneaking up on others while they were trying to devour it. Originally, killing people was a common thing in the Dochi continent, and as long as he didn't expose himself, he had nothing to worry about and wouldn't have a psychological burden. But the person he robbed was named Gu He, a familiar name, right? Yes, it was the Pill King of the Misty Cloud sect, Gu He. To be honest, when he sneaked up on Gu He didn't know that it was him. He had only heard the name from someone else and didn't know his appearance. The only thing that mattered to him at that moment was that Gu He had a heavenly flame. And knowing that, how could he not sneak attack? That was a heavenly flame. A key treasure for the evolution of flame mantra and necessary for his master's resurrection. How was it possible that he would give it up? He only regretted not decisively asking Yao Lao to completely finish him off at that time. At this moment, Gu He was already in the Misty Cloud sect, and if he recognized him, there would be a big bloody battle. Yao Lao seemed to have guessed what was on Xiao Yan's mind and spoke to dispel his worries. Don't worry. That pill King Gu he has been severely injured by me. Without a special 6th tier healing pill, it will be difficult for him to recover. It will also be difficult for him to refine pills being severely injured, so he shouldn't appear when you compete against Nalan Yenran. If he really does appear, didn't you also invite the 2 Peak Do Emperors from the Snake People tribe? Even with the addition of that Yun Yun, it will be hard for them to hold you back. Chapter 222. Peak Do Emperors of the Snake People tribe. It was fine if he didn't think about it, but when Yao Lao mentioned the Snake People tribe, Xiao Yan felt a headache growing in his head. It was a coincidence that he met the Snake People tribe on that occasion. At the time, he was following his master's instructions to search for the heavenly flame in Tgthegood Desert, but after wandering for an unknown amount of time, he found no information about it. However, with Yao Lao's help, he still gained some treasures and greatly improved his strength. During his journey, he happened to meet a decrepit Grandmaster Do of the Snake People race. With his keen perception and years of experience, Yao Lao realized that the Snake Man's cultivation was sealed and could only be resolved with a 6th tier pill combined with a heavenly flame. So, Xiao Yan reported this to the other party and refined the pill, and in return, the other party agreed to help him in some matters as a favor. Later, he encountered Gu He and snatched the heavenly flame from him. If he had not taken the heavenly flame, he would not be in much danger going to the Misty Cloud sect, as he had a backup as the supreme elder of his clan, Xiao Ming. Although Xiao Yan's cultivation had advanced rapidly over the years and its speed was not inferior to that of Xiao Ming, he still had to admit that Xiao Ming, who had become a Do Emperor at the same age as him and was also a 6th tier alchemist, was very formidable and a deterrent to the outside world. However, after offending Gu He, his safety would be uncertain. Gu He was a 6th tier alchemist in whom the Misty Cloud sect had invested a lot of resources, and the sect attached great importance to him. He had robbed Gu He and snatched his heavenly flame, so how could the Misty Cloud sect let him go easily? Even if they gave Xiao Ming a face and didn't kill him, they would still make him hand over the heavenly flame. This was something Xiao Yan couldn't bear, so to prevent accidents, he sought out the Snake People Do Emperor and asked him to be his bodyguard. Although the Snake People tribe was ruthless and cunning, they valued favors, so the Grand Commander of the Snake People tribe quickly agreed. However, when the Grand Commander of the Snake People tribe was about to leave, he had to report to his queen, who then learned of the heavenly flame. To this day, Xiao Yan still remembered the aura that emerged from the queen of the Snake People tribe when she learned that he possessed a heavenly flame. It was as if she was about to make a move against him. However, probably because he had saved a member of her tribe, she decided not to make a move, but her attitude was still very unfriendly. Later, the queen of the Snake People tribe, Medusa, offered to accompany him, but once the matter was over, he was obligated to lend her the heavenly flame to help her evolve. Xiao Yan did not dare to refuse. As a result, now he had 2 high-level experts Do Emperors accompanying him, while Yun Yun, the sect leader of the Misty Cloud sect, was only a 3-star Do Emperor a few years ago. Although the situation seemed great, Xiao Yan was a little afraid that the fierce character of Medusa would cause some kind of trouble. Additionally, after entering the Jiama Empire, he did not know where those 2 powerful members of the Snake People tribe had gone. With a sigh, Xiao Yan expressed his concern, if an accident happens, I hope they will be able to appear in the Misty Cloud sect in time that day. However, Yao Lao was not worried. Don't worry, powerful people take their promises seriously, and besides, you still have the heavenly flame they need within you, they will surely appear by then. To him, everything was very clear. Xiao Yan nodded his head heavily, then said inwardly, don't worry master, I will definitely win this time. After that, we'll head to Jianan Academy to collect enough heavenly flames that will allow you to be revived in the future. With that, Xiao Yan moved again and quickly disappeared into the vast sea of people in the imperial capital. Time passed quickly. Xiao Ming's mansion. The room was well lit, with dim lights scattered in every corner, illuminating the entire space and expelling all traces of darkness. In the center of the room stood a large, crimson medicinal cauldron. It was covered in various strange patterns, and realistic images of ferocious beasts were etched into its body. If one listened closely, one could even hear a faint roar coming from the cauldron when the lid was opened. To the right of the cauldron were a variety of packaged medicinal herbs, which were also rare and valuable. These were all sent by Hai Budong and included both the herbs needed to refine the spiritual recovery purple pill and the mighty Huang pill. After a quick glance at the nearly heated medicinal cauldron, Xiao Ming took a deep breath to regulate his heartbeat. With a flick of his sleeve, he effortlessly sent several medicinal herbs into the burning cauldron. The herbs wilted instantly under the high temperature, and a different colored liquid slowly seeped from their main stems. As the branches and leaves of the herbs withered and turned to ash, the drops of medicinal liquid floated on the red flame, and impurities in it dissipated under the cooking. After watching the medicinal liquid become pure under the flame, Xiao Ming nodded in satisfaction and snapped his fingers. All of the remaining medicinal herbs flew into the air and were then thrown into the cauldron, where they were instantly turned into powder or liquid and suspended in the mixture. As time went on, more and more medicinal liquids and powders were added to the cauldron. Although refining these liquids took a great deal of soul power, it was still not a major burden for Xiao Ming, whose strength allowed him to refine 6th-tier pills with ease. Once the final medicinal herb was added to the cauldron, Xiao Ming's hand seals changed, and the red flame inside the cauldron exploded with a terrifying temperature. The medicinal liquid was rapidly volatilized, and all impurities were completely refined. Condense. A powerful shout echoed from Xiao Ming's mouth, and instantly, dozens of drops of different colored medicinal liquid and some medicinal powders inside the crimson medicinal cauldron quickly condensed together, as if they were being thrown, and finally spun rapidly. The medicinal liquid, which was initially the size of a fist, condensed and slowly shrunk under the scorching heat of the surrounding flames. Now, after almost 2 to 3 hours, the previously condensed fist-sized pill was only the size of a thumb, and under its gradually decreasing rotation speed, a prototype pill could be seen slowly taking shape. As Xiao Ming watched the prototype pill form, his heart and mind relaxed a little. The pill he was refining this time was a 6th-tier pill that could restore strength that had been diminished by a seal. The effect of this pill was so rare that only a few needed it, and for the others, it was completely useless. Therefore, in terms of real value, the price of one of these pills was not as high as that of a fighting spirit pill. Of course, for those who needed it, it was priceless. After an hour or so, a strange medicinal fragrance and a slight energy fluctuation suddenly burst forth from the medicinal cauldron. With a wave of Xiao Ming's palm, a strange spatial fluctuation erupted, suppressing the energy fluctuation. The lid of the medicinal cauldron automatically lifted, and a green-colored pill with a faint fragrance emerged, finally being firmly grasped in Xiao Ming's hand before being placed into the pill bottle that had been prepared long ago. Alright, now it's time to refine the mighty Huang pill. Chapter 223. After a few more days passed, Xiao Ming walked out of the secret room with a jade bottle containing the refined mighty Huang pill. Xiao Ming, you're finally out. When Ziyan saw him, she ran to him with great joy and was received by him in his arms. Xiao Ming then nodded to Haibudong, who had been waiting behind her. Ice Emperor, you seem to have a lot of free time today, said Xiao Ming with a smile. Hehe, it's true that there's not much to do, replied Haibudong, smiling awkwardly. He didn't mention that he had been visiting the Xiao family while Xiao Ming was refining his pills. With excitement, Haibudong asked, since you have come out of seclusion, Master Xiao Ming, then those pills of mine, he. Oh, here are your pills, replied Xiao Ming, extending his hand with 2 jade bottles that appeared with a flash of white light. As soon as the jade bottles appeared, the faint fragrance of the pills silently filled the entire room. Haibudong's spirit shuddered as he smelled them and hurriedly accepted the pills into Xiao Ming's hand. Ha ha ha, thank you, Master Xiao Ming. Your kindness today will never be forgotten by me, Haibudong, said Haibudong, his face beaming with delight. Xiao Ming smiled slightly and said, just remember the agreement we made, Ice Emperor. Definitely, replied Haibudong with a nod. In that case, I won't keep you any longer. I'm sure you're eager to take the pills now, said Xiao Ming. Huh, you're right, Master Xiao Ming. I'm very eager to feel the effects of these pills. I will say goodbye now and apologize to you next time, Master, replied Haibudong before quickly leaving the room. The huge mountain stood alone and silent in the middle of a mountainous plain, towering like a sharp sword, emitting a faint sword aura that reached high into the sky. Misty Cloud Mountain was still as ethereal as ever, surrounded by clouds and filled with the sounds of insects and birds. However, the Misty Cloud sect was no longer as quiet as it used to be. At the top of the mountain was the sect's large base, with many members exchanging techniques in the spacious square. In the center of the peak was a magnificent hall, exuding a hint of history. This hall had been passed down since the establishment of the Misty Cloud sect and held significant meaning to the sect. Inside the hall, a dozen figures were seated around a wide table, most of them wearing white robes and adorned with special symbols indicating their high status in the Misty Cloud sect. Pil King Gu he was seated at the table with a pale face, showing signs of pain from time to time, with a young man standing behind him with a slight bow. The young man's gaze was fixed on a white-robed girl sitting across the table, who was none other than Nailin Yanran. Yunlei, have you found any clues about the assassin who attacked Elder Gu He? A woman's clear and cold voice, with a hint of majesty, suddenly echoed in the silent hall. Elder Yunlei stood up awkwardly and replied, Sect leader, no information has been found yet. He was looking at a beautiful woman dressed in white, whose delicate and noble face showed a hint of reproof at that moment. Bang! Suddenly, a loud bang was heard on the table before an elder stood up and shouted in anger, how outrageous. After searching for so long, they still can't find the man who attacked Elder Gu He. Are the disciples useless? One of the elders shook his head and said, the area where Elder Gu He was attacked is near Tgthegood Desert, which is the weak point in our sect's domain. It's normal that we can't find any information, maybe the attacker has run away long ago. We can't blame the disciples. Yunlin was a little unhappy and asked, do we really have to let that person go? There is no other way unless the person responsible for Elder Gu He's injuries was stupid enough to appear in front of him. Upon hearing this, Gu He couldn't help but smile bitterly. I can certainly recognize that person if they were to appear in front of me, but I'm in no state to be running around right now. The thought of his injuries made Gu He's smile turn into a bitter laugh, and apparently involving his injuries as a result, veins began to pop up on his face as he started to sweat profusely. Yun, who was watching this scene, frowned deeply. Gu He had served the Misty Cloud sect for so many years and had ended up in such a state after just one travel outside. She was naturally very angry, but there was nothing she could do since they couldn't find the person responsible. So she could only ask, are there any 6th-tier healing pills from the sect left? There are still some left, one of the elders replied, but the pills that Elder Gu He has refined don't seem to be very effective. Gu He had naturally saved up some 6th-tier pills over the years that he had been with the Misty Cloud sect, although these pills were not considered high-grade among 6th-tier pills and there weren't many of them. After being injured, he had taken some of these pills but found that they had little effect. This was because there was a special energy in his wounds that was devouring the energy of the healing pills to strengthen itself. In the past, this type of wound wouldn't have been too difficult to heal with the help of some special pills. But one had to know that not everyone had a heavenly flame to shorten the time to refine pills. The time needed to refine a 6th-tier pill was extremely long. If in the past, refining a 6th-tier pill was not an easy task for him as a Do King, now that he was severely injured, it would be even more difficult to refine it. Looking at Gu He's weakened condition, Yun remained deep in thought for a long time before finally saying, Master Xiao Ming of the Xiao clan is currently in the nearby Jiama sacred city. He may be able to provide a solution. Upon hearing the mention of Xiao Ming, the elders of the Misty Cloud sect looked at each other. They were well aware of the reputation of the first genius of the Jiama Empire. He was a 15-year-old Do Emperor powerhouse and a 6th-tier alchemist. These titles had long since numbed their ears. If Master Xiao Ming takes action, he may be able to cure Elder Gu He's condition, one of the elders said. We can invite him, but we need to be courteous and show proper respect. We also need to bring appropriate gifts and not leave a bad impression on him. Who should we send to invite him? Asked another elder. The elders began to discuss the matter among themselves, but Yun abruptly interrupted them. Silence. You are all elders of the same sect, there is no need for such commotion. At Yun's scolding, the elders quieted down. After fixing her hair, Yun then spoke seriously, I will personally go to speak with him. It just so happens that I can also thank him again for saving my life the last time. At the prospect of Yun, the sect leader, personally inviting the other party, there were no elders who felt that anything was amiss. Given Xiao Ming's position and strength, it was indeed appropriate for Yun, the sect leader, to make the invitation. And do not give up on finding clues about the black-robed individual who attacked Elder Gu He. That is all for today, Yun concluded.